Chapter 1. In the initial irregular and fragmented curves. The revelation of fundamental mathematical structures is scarcely discernible. Ian Malcolm, Almost Paradise. Mike Bowman, while driving his off-road vehicle through the pristine Cabo Blanco Nature Reserve on the western coast of Costa Rica, whistled merrily. It was a sun-drenched morning in July, and the scenery before him was breathtaking. On one side of the road, sheer cliffs overlooked the lush, tropical jungle and the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. According to travel guides, Cabo Blanco is an untouched wilderness, akin to a paradise. Observing such vistas, Bowman felt as though he were on vacation once more. At 36 years old, Bowman, a real estate agent from Dallas, was on a 2-week holiday with his wife, Ellen, and their daughter. This trip was Ellen's idea, as she had been enthusiastically discussing the wonders of Costa Rica's national parks for weeks, expressing how delightful it would be for Tina to witness them firsthand. It was only after their arrival that he learned Ellen had already scheduled an appointment with a plastic surgeon in San Jose. This was Mike Bowman's first encounter with the notion that Costa Rica offered skilled and affordable cosmetic procedures, along with luxurious private clinics in San Jose. Naturally, a heated argument ensued between them. Mike felt deceived by his wife, and indeed, she had misled him. He vehemently opposed the notion of the surgery. After all, it was quite absurd. Ellen was merely 30 years old, strikingly beautiful, and had even been crowned prom queen in her graduating year at Rice University, which was not even a decade ago yet. Ellen's emotional state had become increasingly unstable, often preoccupied with worries about the ephemeral nature of youthful beauty. Aside from this issue, various other matters weighed on their minds. The off-road vehicle jolted along the bumpy terrain, mud splattering around them. Ellen, seated beside him, inquired, "Mike, are you sure we're on the right path? We haven't seen another soul for hours. We saw another car just 15 minutes ago." Mike reminded her, "Remember? That blue one, that was taking a different route." "Darling, you wanted to visit an uninhabited beach," Mike replied. "That's where you wish to go." Ellen shook her head in reluctant disbelief. "I hope you haven't taken a wrong turn." "Trust me, I am correct." He remained silent for a moment, then added, "The scenery is stunning, isn't it? Look over there, it's magnificent." "Yes, it is." Tina, their 80-year-old daughter in the back seat, responded. Ellen took out a compact mirror, examined her reflection, and dabbed beneath her eyes with a sigh. She closed the compact and put it away. The road began to slope downward as Mike drove with unwavering focus. Suddenly, a small dark shape darted across the pavement, prompting Tina to exclaim, "Look, look!" The shadow swiftly vanished into the surrounding jungle. "What was that?" Alan inquired. "Was it a monkey?" "Perhaps it was a squirrel." "Monkey?" Mike responded. "Can I note it down?" Tina asked. Pulling out a pencil, she had been compiling a list of the various animals they encountered during their journey as part of a school assignment. "I'm not sure," Mike replied hesitantly. Tina examined a photograph in the travel guide. "I don't think it was a squirrel monkey," she remarked. "I believe it was another type of howler monkey." They had already spotted a few howler monkeys on their travels. Hey. Tina became more animated. According to this book, the beaches of Cabo Blanco often host a variety of wildlife, including howler monkeys, white-faced monkeys, three-toed sloths, and long-nosed raccoons. "Do you think we'll see a three-toed sloth, Dad?" "I believe we certainly will." "Really? Just look in a mirror and you'll see one." "That's not funny at all, Dad." The road continued downward, weaving through the jungle towards the sea. When they finally reached the shoreline, Mike felt like a true hero. It was a crescent-shaped beach stretching 2 miles, devoid of any sign of humanity. He parked the SUV under the shade of a palm tree and retrieved the picnic basket. Alan changed into her swimsuit and remarked, "Honestly, I'm unsure how to lose weight." "You look wonderful, my dear." In truth, he thought his wife was too slender, but he had learned to avoid mentioning it. Tina had already dashed down the beach. "Don't forget to put on sunscreen." Alan called out. "I'll do it later," Tina shouted back. "I'm going to see if I can find a three-toed sloth." Alan surveyed the beach and the trees around them. "Do you think she'll be all right?" "Darling, there's not a soul for miles around. You needn't worry about her being abducted," Mike assured her. "What if there are snakes?" "Oh, for heaven's sake," Mike replied. "There are no snakes on the beach." "Well, maybe there could be." "Me, dear," Mike stated firmly. "Snakes are cold-blooded reptiles and cannot regulate their body temperature. It's 90 degrees Fahrenheit on the beach. If any snake were to emerge, it would surely be scorched. Trust me, there are no snakes here." He watched as his daughter frolicked down the beach, eventually becoming just a small dark dot on the white sand. Let her be, let her enjoy herself. He wrapped his arm around his wife's waist. Tina, feeling utterly exhausted from her vigorous run, collapsed onto the sandy beach and, with a burst of enthusiasm, rolled her way to the water's edge. The sea was pleasantly warm, its surface nearly as smooth as a mirror. After sitting there for a moment to catch her breath, she turned to glance back at her parents and the car, assessing just how far she had ventured. Her mother was waving at her, signaling for her to return. Tina, however, joyfully waved back, pretending not to comprehend her mother's intentions. She had no desire to apply sunscreen or to return to her mother's side to hear her drone on about dieting. All she wished for was to remain there, perhaps to catch a glimpse of a three-toed sloth. Just 2 days prior, Tina had seen a sloth at the zoo in San Jose. It had appeared puppet-like and seemingly harmless. Regardless, it moved at a leisurely pace, and she felt certain she could easily catch up to if her mother called out to her again, prompting Tina to abandon her sunbathing and retreat beneath the shade of the palm trees. In this stretch of the beach, towering palms stood amidst the gnarled roots and interwoven branches of redwoods, creating a barrier that no one could traverse to reach the interior. Tina settled onto the sand. Playfully kicking at the fallen leaves of the redwoods, she noticed numerous bird tracks imprinted in the sand. Costa Rica is renowned for its avian diversity, and the travel guide had mentioned that the number of bird species here is 3 times that of the United States and Canada. Combined among the tracks in the sand were some small, shallow imprints of three-toed birds, almost imperceptible. Additionally, there were larger footprints, leaving deep impressions in the sand. As Tina languidly observed these traces, a sudden chirping sound caught her attention, followed by a rustling from the redwood thicket. Could it be the call of a sloth? Tina doubted it, but remained uncertain. It was likely the call of a seabird. She remained perfectly still, intently listening as the rustling sound resumed, and finally, she located the source of the noise. A few yards away, a lizard emerged from the roots of the redwood, staring at her with a blank expression. Tina held her breath. Here was yet another creature to add to her list. The lizard stood on its hind legs, balancing itself with its stout tail, its eyes fixed firmly upon her. When it rose, it stood nearly a foot tall, its skin a deep green adorned with brown stripes on its back. Its forelegs were slender, equipped with tiny claws that flitted about in the air as it gazed at Tina, its head tilted to one side. Tina found the lizard quite charming, reminiscent of a larger salamander. She raised her hand and waved at it. The lizard, undeterred, approached her on its hind legs. It was no larger than a chicken, and like a chicken, it bobbed its head forward as it walked. Tina thought it could make a splendid pet. Tina observed that the three-toed footprints left by the lizard bore an uncanny resemblance to those of small birds. As it drew closer to her, she remained motionless, not wanting to startle the little creature. It was astonishing that it would come so near, but she remembered that this was a national park. All the creatures in the park are aware that their existence is safeguarded. This particular lizard, perhaps gentle in nature, seems to hope that Tina might offer it some sustenance. Regrettably, she has brought no food with her. Tina slowly extends her hand, palm open, allowing the creature to discern that her hands are devoid of any morsels. The lizard halts, tilting its head while emitting sound. "I apologize," Tina says. "I truly have nothing." At that moment, without any prior warning, the lizard leaps toward her outstretched hand. She can feel its tiny claws grasping her skin, the creature surprisingly heavy, pressing her arm down. Subsequently, the lizard begins to ascend her arm towards her face. "I wish to see her now," Alan remarks, squinting in the sunlight. "It's nothing. I merely wish to look at her." "I trust she is well," Mike responds, sifting through the unappetizing meal prepared at the hotel. The box contains only unpalatable roasted chicken and a meat-filled pastry, neither of which Alan would dare to taste. "Do you think she would leave the beach?" Alan inquires. "No, dear, I don't believe so. I find this place utterly desolate," Alan states. "I thought you enjoyed such locations," Mike replies. "I do indeed," Alan affirms. "Then what seems to be the issue?" "I simply wish to see our daughter. Nothing more," Alan replies. At that moment, carried by the breeze from the beach, they hear their daughter's voice. She is screaming. "Punta Arenas, I believe she is quite comfortable now," Dr. Cruz remarks. Tina is peacefully slumbering within the oxygen tent as the doctor draws the flap closed. Mike sits beside her, closely by his daughter's side. He reflects on Dr. Cruz's evident competence. His fluent English is a testament to his training at medical centers in London and Baltimore, DR. Cruz is indeed skilled, and the modern hospital in Punta Arenas, St. Maria, is remarkably clean and efficient. Nevertheless, Mike Bowman remains restless. They cannot escape the undeniable reality that their only daughter is grievously injured and now far from home. As Mike approaches Tina, she is in a state of hysteria, her entire left arm drenched in blood, riddled with numerous bite marks, each roughly the size of a thumbprint. Her arm is covered in glistening, sticky foam, resembling saliva. He carries her to the beach, and her arm swells almost immediately. Mike cannot forget the frantic manner in which he drove back to civilization. The four-wheel drive vehicle skidded and struggled along the muddy path as his daughter screamed in agony and fear. Her arm had become increasingly red and swollen. By the time they reached the outskirts of the national park, the inflammation had spread to her neck, and soon Tina began to experience difficulty in breathing. "Will she recover?" Alan inquired, his gaze fixed intently within the confines of the oxygen tent. I firmly believe she will," Dr. Cruz assured him. "I have administered another dose of steroids, and her breathing has improved significantly. As you can see, the swelling on her arm has largely subsided," Mike remarked. Those bite marks, we have yet to identify them. The doctor replied, I have never encountered such wounds before, however. You will notice they are disappearing. It is now quite difficult to discern them, fortunately. I have taken photographs for documentation. I have also cleaned her arm and collected a sample of that viscous substance for analysis. Another sample has been sent to the laboratory in San Jose, and a third will be preserved in the freezer for future reference. Do you have the drawing she made? Yes, Mike responded, handing over Tina's illustration. Is this the creature that bit her? Dr. Cruz asked, scrutinizing the drawing. Indeed, Mike affirmed. She described it as a green lizard, the size of a chicken, or perhaps as large as a crow. I am not aware of such a lizard, the doctor said, examining the drawing closely. The lizard she depicted is standing on its hind legs. Absolutely correct. Mike confirmed. She mentioned it walks on its two hind legs. Dr. Cruz furrowed his brow, studying the drawing for a while longer. I'm not an expert in this field. I have invited Dr. Gutis to assist us. He is a senior researcher at the Carrera Ecological Reserve across the bay, and he may be able to help us identify this creature. Is there no one from Cabo Blanco? Mike queried. That is where she was bitten? Regrettably, no. Dr. Cruz replied. Cabo Blanco does not have a permanent staff, and it has been a long time since any researcher has worked there. You may be among the first humans to walk the beach in the past few months, however. I am confident that you will find Dr. Gutis to be an exceptionally knowledgeable expert. Dr. Gutis, sporting a full beard and clad in khaki shirt and shorts, was surprisingly American when introduced to the Bowmans. He greeted them with a soft southern drawl, saying, Mr. and Mrs. Bowman, it is a pleasure to meet you. He then explained that he was a field biologist from Yale University and had been working in Costa Rica for 5 years. Dr. Gutis conducted a thorough examination of Tina, gently lifting her arm and using a flashlight to scrutinize each wound, followed by measuring the size of the injuries with a small ruler. After a while, he stepped back from the injured girl, nodding thoughtfully as if grasping some insight. He then reviewed the photographs and posed several questions concerning the viscous substance. Dr. Cruz informed him that the sample was currently undergoing testing in the laboratory. At last, he turned to face Mike and his wife, who were anxiously waiting nearby. I believe Tina will be fine. I merely wish to clarify a few details. As he spoke, he meticulously took notes. Your daughter mentioned that she was bitten by a green lizard, which stood approximately 1 foot tall and walked upright from the marshland thick with redwood trees to the beach. Correct? Absolutely correct. And this lizard emitted a particular sound. Tina described it as resembling either a bird's chirp or a mouse's squeak. Are you suggesting it sounded like a mouse's squeak? Indeed. Well, Gutis remarked, I am aware of such a lizard. He elaborated, there are 60,000 species of lizards in the world, but fewer than 12 can walk upright. Of these 12, only 4 species have been identified in Latin America based on its coloration. This lizard is likely one of those 4, and I believe it to be the crown iguana, a striped lizard found in Costa Rica and also present in Honduras. When standing on their hind legs, they can reach heights of up to 1 foot. Are they venomous? Not at all. Completely non-venomous, Gutis explained, noting that the redness on Tina's arm was an allergic reaction. According to literature, 14 individuals are severely allergic to reptiles, he stated, and it seems your daughter is among them. Upon witnessing the realization of his first wish, Dandy immediately articulated his second desire, to resurrect the Namekian Piccolo from Earth. Damn it. Stop right there. In the distance, a wave of energy surged forth as Frisia, in his second form and towering nearly 2 meters, roared in fury, raising a finger to strike Dandy down. However, how could Legio allow such a thing to transpire? Dandy was not merely an instrument for wishes, he was also a mobile senza being. Bayu. Legio similarly raised his finger, yet instead of emitting an energy beam, a translucent sword aura shot forth. Boom. The crimson beam clashed with the sword aura, instantly detonating in midair. Amidst the ensuing mist, the transparent sword aura remained undeterred, swiftly slicing across Frisia's cheek, leaving behind a trail of blood. How could this be? Frisia's expression was one of disbelief, but alas, his scouter had been damaged, rendering it incapable of measuring Legio's combat power at that moment. Frisia. Vegeta stared intently at Frisia, recalling the recent revelation regarding the destruction of planet Vegeta, though he claimed indifference. The pride of a prince forbade him from revealing any semblance of weakness. Allow me to end his life. Vegeta's fury surged uncontrollably. Since the Dragon Balls could not grant him eternal life, he would avenge all the fallen Scions by eliminating Frisia. Oh ho ho, Vegeta, are you seeking your own demise? Frisia smirked coldly as he observed Vegeta charging towards him, swiftly leaping away to create some distance. Frisia, I never anticipated you would transform. Yet, you are still merely this. Vegeta's energy erupted, and Frisia's countenance momentarily grew serious, though it still bore an air of disdain. It seems the Scions are indeed a menace. Frisia cast a glance at Vegeta, then shifted his gaze to Legio and Natasha, his expression increasingly grave. 3 scions. Is it possible for them to alter their combat prowess? Frisia then looked at Dandy, who noted that the dragon had completed its second wish. Mr. Legio. The third wish. Dandy turned to Legio, urging that the third wish must be granted promptly, lest the dragon vanish. Legio furrowed his brow. The Dragon Balls of Earth were scattered. Locating them would require a considerable amount of time. King Kai? Legio gazed skyward, hoping to establish contact with King Kai in the realm of Earth. Scion, do you recognize me? If you do not wish for Frisia to annihilate everyone, then aid me in reaching out to the Guardian of Earth, urging him to swiftly gather the Dragon Balls and be prepared to grant a wish at any moment. Legio spoke softly, his attention fixed on the battle between Vegeta and Frisia. At this moment, it was evident that Vegeta was no match for Frisia. Yet he managed to keep pace with the movements. The King of the Universe fell into a contemplative silence before responding. Scion, I place my trust in you. The Dragon Balls have already begun to be gathered on Earth. Excellent. Legio had not permitted the immediate resurrection of the Namekians on Earth. The timing was not yet opportune. The conflict had not yet reached its full intensity, and at this juncture, it remained uncertain who would depart and who would stay. The instant transmission technique appeared to be accessible via the Ginyu Force's spacecraft. Legio cast a glance towards the direction of the spaceships, where 5 vessels lingered. Natasha, if the battle escalates, find a way to conceal those 5 spacecraft. We must ensure they are not destroyed by the aftermath of the conflict. Legio turned his gaze to Natasha, who nodded in understanding. Shall I take action and eliminate him? Natasha suggested, glancing at Frisia, whose combat power of 120,000 was hardly intimidating to her at that moment. Allow him to reach his most formidable state. I require his power to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Legio's eyes were fixed on Frisia. At this point, Vegeta's combat power was merely 500,000. And within a brief quarter of an hour, he had been thoroughly battered, even sustaining a wound to his chest from Frisia's sharp horn. Dandy tended to his injuries. Vegeta was kicked aside by Frisia like a lifeless dog, seemingly flaunting his victory. Natasha was perplexed. Could Frisia continue to grow stronger? Dandy hurried to Vegeta's side, chanting an incantation, and in the next moment, a miracle unfolded. Vegeta's pierced chest healed, his injuries mended, and even his combat power surged once more. The Scion's passive ability was indeed a game-changer. Legio was acutely aware of the Scion's passive abilities. Yet such skills were contingent upon a prerequisite, an ample accumulation of combat experience. Without this, the relentless activation of passives would be insurmountable, even for a god of destruction. Chapter 4. The Great Brawl. Vegeta, equally astonished, gradually rose from the ground, casting an incredulous glance at Dandy, his lips curling into a proud smirk. Speedy Scion, fivefold. Oh. Speedy Scion. The overwhelming power led Vegeta to momentarily believe he had ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. Abruptly, he turned his gaze towards Frisia. Having recovered from the brink of death, Vegeta's combat prowess had now eclipsed that of the current Frisia. Your Highness may wish to test his might once more. Vegeta mused, sensing that Frisia still had hidden cards to play. Legio had no intention of engaging Frisia at that moment. In truth, he could have effortlessly dispatched Frisia, whose battle power was merely over 1 million, just as Trunks had swiftly defeated King Cold in subsequent events. However, Legio desired to use Frisia as a mere punching bag, a whetstone for honing his skills. Frisia's initial battle power in his final form was 10 million. And when he exerted himself to the fullest, it reached an astonishing 120 million. Legio silently calculated. Through comparison, he surmised that his own battle power had ascended to approximately 10 million, with 5 million attributed to the Elder's influence. Yet, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he still stood no chance against Frisia. Faced with the prospect of death, Legio resolved to allow the thrill of battle to serve as his catalyst for transformation. His blood surged with fervor, for he sensed that intense combat could shatter his limits. My strength has already surpassed Frisia's, he thought. Vegeta, casting a disdainful glance at Legio, remained unable to gauge his depth, and his expression darkened. Frisia, let us once more test our mettle. Vegeta charged forward, quickly overpowering Frisia, while Legio observed the scene with quiet detachment. At that moment, Vegeta's battle power was likely below 2 million, rendering him inferior to Frisia's third form. Legio murmured to himself, then turned his gaze towards the spaceship. Dandy, come with me, he beckoned. Acknowledging the chaos of the narrative, he decided to embrace it further. Dandy looked at Legio, hesitating, but the dragon. Before Dandy could finish, the colossal Namekian dragon abruptly vanished, transforming into 7 massive stones that plummeted to the ground, restoring light to the sky. What? Frisia, currently under Vegeta's dominance, watched in disbelief as the dragon disappeared. With a swift flick of his tail, he knocked Vegeta aside and roared in fury. "Where is the dragon? Where is it?" Vegeta steadied himself, wiping the blood from his lips, and coldly retorted, "Even if given the chance to fulfill your wish, you shall not attain immortality. The dragon cannot grant wishes that exceed the power of its creator." How infuriating! Frisia clenched his fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them. "I see now. Thank you, Vegeta, for enlightening me. Thus, I shall proceed to eliminate all of you as a token of my gratitude." Frisia's gaze turned as cold as steel, and his aura began to escalate once more. "His power," Natasha remarked, her expression grave as she glanced at Legio. Frisia's power was rising rapidly, soon surpassing Vegeta's current strength. "Let him transform," Legio remarked indifferently. Frisia's next transformation would yield a mere 4 million in battle power. "Dandi, this is not the time for sorrow. The deceased Namekians will be revived," Legio assured, grasping Dandy's hand and leading him into Frisia's spaceship. Inside the healing chamber, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, studying Legio and Dandi with caution. "Dandi, assist him in healing," Legio instructed, pointing to Sun Wukong. "We need to unlock this door." Boom. Legio raised his hand and shattered the door of the healing chamber, causing water to cascade forth. Sun Wukong struggled to remove the respirator. His injuries had yet to fully heal, but he was barely able to stand. Dandy stepped forward, his hands emanating waves of teal light. In an instant, Sun Wukong's wounds healed, and a surge of power welled up within him like a fountain. "How astonishing!" Sun Wukong exclaimed in delight, adjusting to his suddenly heightened strength before turning to Legio. "You are also a scion. Yet, I do not sense any malevolent aura from you. Is it a requirement for scions to be evil?" Legio smiled and replied, "The battle outside is quite thrilling. Do you not wish to experience it?" Sun Wukong could indeed sense the excitement of the combat beyond, as Frisia's energy soared rapidly, surpassing Vegeta's. "I would much rather face you in combat." Sun Wukong's tone was earnest. Despite Frisia's escalating power, he remained unconcerned. "Your battle power should be around 3 million at this moment." Legio recalled some crucial data from the original narrative. With a battle power of 3 million and the 20-fold Kaioken, Sun Wukong could match Frisia, who was hastily increasing his strength, on equal footing. 3 million? Sun Wukong slightly clenched his fist, gazing towards the direction of the spaceship's exterior. "All right, I shall first defeat Frisia before challenging you." Boom. The ceiling of the spaceship was blasted open, and Sun Wukong's figure vanished. Such destruction. It is essential to protect the vessel from harm. Legio, filled with emotion, returned to the vicinity of the battlefield with Dandi. At this moment, Natasha was still focused on the fierce clash between Frisia and Vegeta, who was once again battered and had plummeted to the ground. But how infuriating. How could he still transform? Vegeta, unwilling to accept defeat, pondered why. Despite having become a Super Saiyan, he still could not prevail against Frisia. Help me heal," Vegeta pleaded, casting a desperate glance at Dandi, who instinctively cowered behind Legio in fear. "Let us assist him once more," Legio said, gently ruffling Dandy's hair as he gazed towards the direction of Son Goku, who was still engaged in casual exchanges with his son and childhood friend. "All right," Dandi replied, torn with inner conflict. After all, the one he was compelled to save was the very murderer of his kin. "Oh ho ho ho. So that's it, that little brat, perish?" Frisia sneered, witnessing Dandi instantly mend Vegeta's injuries. There was no way he would allow Dandi to live. A crimson beam of energy surged forth in an instant, the corners of Frisia's mouth curling into a cruel smile. Without that boy, the Scion's passivity could not be triggered. However, just as Frisia believed Dandi was doomed, a massive paw shielded Dandi from harm. Boom. An explosion of energy ensued, leaving only smoke behind, with no injuries inflicted. Legio calmly withdrew his palm, casting a cold glance at Frisia, and declared, "I grant you the time to reveal your full strength. Otherwise, the opportunity will elude you." Natasha rejoined Dandy's side, wary of their healer being eliminated. Frisia, speechless, surveyed the surroundings, dismissing several underlings whose combat power fell short of 1 million. "It is indeed a privilege for you to witness my true form." Frisia's aura began to surge once more, enveloped in a crimson flame, his massive physique swelling, causing the very mountains beneath him to fracture as the winds and clouds grew tumultuous. In that moment, The voice of the king echoed again. The Dragon Balls of Earth have been gathered. Wishes can be granted at any moment. Chapter 5. Shorter than Vegeta, Frieza's transformation was swift, completed in less than 10 seconds. His bulky frame shattered, revealing a diminutive figure barely reaching 5 feet. So short? Natasha remarked, her reaction immediate. Even shorter than Vegeta. Seemingly feeling her description lacked precision, Natasha continued, causing Vegeta's face to flush with embarrassment. Yet, he chose to ignore her. For despite his enhanced combat power, he sensed that he still fell short of Natasha's prowess. How infuriating. How could they have trained so effectively while appearing so youthful? Vegeta's heart brimmed with discontent as he gazed upon the delicate, porcelain-like form, a flicker of solace crossing his countenance. At least there were those shorter than him. Are you mocking the Emperor Frieza, Scion? Frieza's gaze suddenly locked onto Natasha, who furrowed her brows, her rosy lips curving into a subtle arc. Little one. But, Scion, I shall make you experience horrors akin to hell. Frieza's aura erupted violently, and Li Jie instantly positioned himself in front of Natasha. Whoosh. Frieza transformed into a bolt of white lightning, his primary target being Natasha. Humph. Attacking a woman is no true skill. Frieza, your opponent is none other than me, Vegeta. Vegeta roared, charging forth once more. However, he returned battered and bruised, his heart pierced, collapsing before Li Jie, his expression vacant. No, it cannot be. Vegeta's eyes were hollow. Unable to fathom how swiftly he had been defeated, incredulous that Frieza could surpass him so drastically. Heal him. Li Jie began to levitate slowly, confronting Frieza. Reluctantly, Dandy approached Vegeta once more, initiating the healing process. You intend to stand in my way? Frieza refrained from further attacks, sensing the danger emanating from Li Jie. Despite his inability to perceive energy levels. In your current state, you are still no match for me. Li Jie spoke, and Frieza's expression momentarily froze, unable to believe the words he had just heard. However, in the next instant, Li Jie's figure abruptly vanished from Frieza's line of sight, only to reappear right before him. So swift. Sun Wukong had been observing the battlefield and was just about to intervene when Li Jie outpaced him. What? Frieza was suddenly jolted, and a piercing pain shot through his abdomen, causing droplets of blood to spill from the corners of his mouth. Crackle. Li Jie's fist sank deeply into Frieza's form, bending him backward into an arc. How about it? Would you care to unleash your full strength? I can offer you one chance, just one. Li Jie raised a finger, and from its tip, a transparent little sword slowly coalesced, radiating an intimidating brilliance. The sharpness of its aura was palpable. Merely gazing upon it felt akin to having one's skin sliced by a blade. Krillin watched in awe as the shimmering energy emanated from Li Jie's fingertip, shielding his eyes with his arm. So, that's how one can wield energy. Impressive. Sun Wukong, taken aback by Li Jie's display, instinctively raised his hand to mimic the technique. Yet, when he attempted it himself, he quickly realized the futility of his efforts. This is so difficult to master, he exclaimed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he observed a massive sword gradually forming at his own fingertip. Boom. The great sword shattered, and Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. It seems I'm still a bit off, just a tiny bit. Just a little, huh? Ha. Krillin felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. The disparity between Sun Wukong's energy and Li Jie's was glaringly obvious. After his failed attempt to steal the technique, Sun Wukong turned his attention back to the battlefield. Li Jie's energy kept Frieza on edge, for the powerful warrior sensed that the blade of energy could effortlessly pierce his body. After a long, intense gaze at Li Jie, Frieza suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Humph, since you wish to witness my true power, so be it. With that, Frieza's energy began to surge once more, the hidden strength within his diminutive form gradually being unleashed. Once again, he had grown stronger. At this moment, Krillin and Gohan struggled to maintain their footing. Frieza's energy was overwhelmingly potent, instilling a sense of despair in the two. The sword energy at Li Jie's fingertips gradually dissipated as he quietly observed Frieza unleashing his maximum power. Hey, are you not going to make a move? His aura had already surpassed yours. Vegeta wished to advance, but with his current strength, he remained no match for Frieza, once again teetering on the brink of death. His battle power had not increased significantly. It seemed as if he had reached a certain plateau, or perhaps the potential accumulated over years of combat had been fully expended, leaving no room for further enhancement. If he continued to ascend, we would all be annihilated by Frieza. No, that won't happen, Natasha interjected, her complexion not particularly vibrant. yet her eyes sparkled with determination. Although Frisia's combat power surpassed Li Jio's, as long as the difference was not excessive, he would not be Frisia's adversary. Moreover, Li Jio would transform into a Super Saiyan. Natasha's trust in Li Jio bordered on blind faith. That girl. Li Jio naturally heard Natasha's words. He turned his gaze towards Frisia, whose aura was rapidly climbing, now at 6 times its maximum. Impressive. I want to give it a try. Sun Wukong, brimming with eagerness, glanced in Li Jio's direction, seemingly seeking his approval. Oh ho ho ho. Such immense power, even I struggle to control it. Having to seal it away through transformation. At this moment, I might inadvertently obliterate the entire planet. Frisia gazed at his hands, entranced by the terrifying might of 60 million. Li Jio silently gazed at Frisia, an inner turmoil stirring within. Are you certain that now is the time? Oh ho ho, of course. Although the power I possess now is merely half of my utmost strength, it is more than sufficient to annihilate all of you. Frisia's laughter was profoundly sinister. How could this be? Only half of your ultimate power? Vegeta's worldview seemed on the verge of collapse. He believed that his recent exponential growth in combat prowess would render him invincible. Yet, he did not anticipate the existence of such formidable beings within this universe. Kakarot, Li Jio, Natasha, Frisia. Vegeta felt a deep sense of frustration, yet found himself powerless. He had reached a plateau. Even if he were to recover from the brink of death several more times, substantial improvement would remain elusive. Li Jio and Frisia gradually ascended into the air, moving in perfect harmony away from the vicinity of the spaceship. I hope you can provide me with sufficient pressure to complete my transformation, Li Jio stated, and indeed, Frisia was now generating enough pressure to facilitate this. Transformation? Can Scions also transform? Frisia's expression turned grave, a foreboding sensation creeping over him. The Scions he encountered today seemed overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 6. Li Jio versus Frisia. The battle in midair was on the verge of erupting. With both combatants moving at speeds that rendered their actions nearly imperceptible, Vegeta's gaze darted back and forth, while Krillin and Gohan were utterly incapable of tracking their figures. I can't see them. It's too fast, Krillin exclaimed, his fist trembling. This level of combat was beyond their capability to intervene. Goku appeared far more at ease. His eyes sharp as an eagle's, effortlessly discerning the specifics of the battle without needing to focus intently on their movements. Ah, how exhilarating. If only I could join in. Goku thought, struggling to contain his eagerness. He longed to participate, but with Li Jio already engaged, any premature intervention might incite Li Jio's displeasure. Hey, if you're tired, let me take over, Goku shouted, yet received no response. In the air, Li Jio was wholly concentrated. His power and speed were indeed inferior to Frisia's. His only advantage lay in his absolute mastery over ki and formidable mental perception. This allowed Li Jio to convert a fraction of his energy into an overwhelming force, achieving attacks that could exceed even 20-fold of his actual power. It also enabled him to make anticipatory judgments, maximizing efficiency with the simplest of movements. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, 2 afterimages flickered, leaving waves of ki in their wake. Li Jio's ki was evidently much weaker than Frisia's. How could he still engage in such a fierce battle? Krillin and Gohan had given up trying to follow the fight. They could not perceive the actual movements and relied solely on their sensitivity to ki to gauge the status of the combatants. This is the application of ki, Goku remarked gravely. His control over ki has reached a terrifying level. 1 unit of ki can unleash the power of 20. What? Krillin replied, incredulous. 1 unit of ki is just 1 unit. How can it yield the power of 20? Haha, compared to him, our application of ki is embarrassingly crude, Goku chuckled helplessly. Our ki blasts seem powerful, but they consume a vast amount of energy. And what was his name again? Li Jio. Oh, have you noticed? He hasn't used any ki blasts or energy attacks at all. Indeed, his method of attack is peculiar, much like my ki sword slash. Klein was taken aback. The Chi Yuan slash was indeed his signature technique, compressing chi to its utmost limit to form a strike with formidable lethality. However, the Chi Yuan slash required an extensive build-up and was notoriously difficult to control. Yes, the Chi Yuan slash. Every energy attack from Li Jio was tantamount to a Chi Yuan slash. That sword-like manifestation of energy possessed tremendous penetrating power. Once it struck, it could inflict catastrophic damage. Even Frisia dared not confront it head-on. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong observed the battle unfolding in midair while imparting wisdom to Klein and Gohan. Such opportunities were rare. Although these two could not participate in the fray, they could still gain invaluable insights into martial arts. Li Jio's mastery over Qi was truly terrifying. If I aspire to reach his level, I can only harness 3% of the Qi within me. The more Sun Wukong sensed the battle above, the more he perceived Li Jio's formidable nature. Yet, this very realization invigorated the fighting spirit within him. I can hardly contain myself. Sun Wukong itched to intervene in the confrontation between Li Jio and Frisia. Wukong, are you really going to intervene? Klein exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Sun Wukong's strength was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to that of Li Jio and Frisia. Li Jio, my apologies. Sun Wukong clenched his fist at his waist, gathering waves of Qi around him. Hey, don't disrupt Li Jio's good work, or I won't hold back. Natasha stood protectively close to Dandy, with Dandy present. Even if Li Jio were to sustain some injury, it would not pose a significant issue. Thus, the healer was of utmost importance. What? Sun Wukong's spirited heart suddenly cooled. Although he longed to engage in the battle against Frisia, if Natasha were to intervene, forcing his way through would be ill-advised. Defeating Natasha? Sun Wukong regarded her, sensing that she seemed even more perilous than Frisia. This feeling surged uncontrollably, as if it were a suppression rooted in his very bloodline. Vegeta remained unusually silent, fixated on the fierce clash above. Frisia was growing increasingly agitated. His potent energy cannon caused the ground to collapse, sending tremors throughout the entire Namekian planet. Boom. Frisia struck successfully, his tail unexpectedly swiping Li Jio away, and taking advantage of the moment, he initiated his prince's combat strategy, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that soared toward Li Jio like meteors. 100,000, 8,000 swords. Li Jio steadied himself, gazing at the incoming energy orbs. He raised a hand, palm directed toward them, and spoke with conviction. A series of sword energies, as delicate as a cicada's wings, materialized, resembling transparent arrows cascading downwards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. One energy orb after another was pierced, yet the rain of swords continued undeterred, pursuing Frisia relentlessly. What? Damn it. Frisia moved with incredible speed, easily evading Li Jio's sword energies, which could not catch up in time. Li Jio's fingertips trembled slightly, and streams of sword energy pursued him relentlessly, as if equipped with a tracking device. Damn it! Frisia exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. With a swift motion, he unleashed a planet-destroying blast, instantly obliterating all the sword energy. Is that all you've got? He scoffed. Gently exhaling, Frisia wiped away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. After such an intense confrontation, both Li Jio and Frisia bore their own wounds. Although Li Jio's aura is significantly weaker than Frisia's, his mastery over energy far surpasses that of Frisia. Li Jio gently moved her body, the joints emitting a series of crackling sounds. I may have overestimated you yet. It's passable, sufficient enough. Li Jio slowly closed her eyes as after a fierce battle, the power within her seemed to have found an outlet of its own. Now, Sun Wukong, would you like to give it a try? However, be prepared. Do not allow yourself to be defeated at the very first moment. Li Jio slowly retreated, while Sun Wukong could hardly contain his eagerness to join the fray. To his surprise, Li Jio graciously made way for him. Ah, thank you. Li Jio, I shall tread carefully. Without delay, Sun Wukong activated the tenfold Kaioken, his crimson aura crackling ferociously, as his combat power skyrocketed from 3 million to an astonishing 30 million. This surely constitutes cheating, does it not? It is truly remarkable that Vegeta can keep pace with Sun Wukong even without mastering the Kaioken technique. Li Jio slowly withdrew from the battlefield, settling into a meditative posture in midair. He began to channel the energy within him, striving to break through the confines of the Super Saiyan transformation. Having discovered the path forward, he mused, if I cannot transform now, it would indeed reflect poorly on my abilities. Li Jio slowly closed his eyes, while Sun Wukong positioned himself in front of Frisia. Ah, greetings, Frisia, he said, waving his hand, only to be met with a vicious lash of Frisia's tail. Wow, such disregard for martial ethics. Sun Wukong took a heavy blow to the face, sent hurtling backward, blood immediately spilling from the corner of his mouth. A mere insect dares to challenge me? Frisia's expression twisted with malice. In his battle with Li Jio, he always felt as if he were striking against cotton, an exceptionally frustrating sensation. However, in regards to Sun Wukong, thud, 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 like a ball being kicked around, Sun Wukong found himself devoid of any strength to resist. Father. Son Gohan gritted his teeth, his anger simmering as he unleashed a magical flash toward Frieza. Chapter 7. 3 Super Saiyan's Little Brat. Frieza casually swatted aside Son Gohan's magical flash, his teeth clenched in annoyance. What an irritating fly. He raised a hand, a red light flickering at his fingertips, which swiftly pierced through Son Gohan's chest. Gohan. Son Wukong roared, instantly activating his 20-fold Kaioken, delivering a powerful punch that sent Frieza flying. Gohan. Son Wukong raced to his son's side, but Frieza's strike had already fatally pierced Gohan's heart, launching him several meters away. At that moment, Son Gohan had already lost all signs of life. Gohan. Son Wukong shouted, cradling his son in his arms, his energy surging uncontrollably. Gohan. Krillin also rushed to Gohan's side, his hands trembling. Wukong, Gohan, he. Son Wukong uttered no words, his overwhelming energy wreaking havoc, leaving Krillin too fearful to approach. Wukong. Krillin attempted to offer comfort, to inform Son Wukong that Piccolo had been revived, that Gohan could still return through the Dragon Balls. Yet Son Wukong's immense aura rendered him momentarily speechless. Crack. Lightning flashed as a bolt descended from the heavens, leaving Frieza in stunned disbelief, staring at the unfolding scene. Natasha too gazed at Son Wukong in disbelief, her face etched with incredulity. What is happening? How can this be? Natasha mused. The transformation of Son Wukong's energy reminiscent of her own self from 6 months prior. Frieza rubbed his face, nearly battered by Son Wukong's punch. His cold gaze suddenly fixating on Dandy, a crimson beam shooting forth. Eliminate that little insect, and let us see how you recover. Frieza's strike undoubtedly employed his true power, arriving in an instant. Natasha reacted immediately, positioning herself in front of Dandy, her raven black hair standing on end, illuminated by a golden hue. Simultaneously, the distant figure of Li Jiao abruptly opened his eyes, his dark irises transforming into a vibrant green, golden lightning enveloping his form. 2 beams of light erupted from his gaze, swiftly intercepting Frieza's attack. The golden energy surged audibly, as Li Jiao turned his attention towards Son Wukong. Sensing that his transformation would prove more challenging, the energy within him was difficult to control, powerful currents sparking with electric brilliance. Frieza. Son Wukong gradually rose to his feet, his body trembling from the immense strength coursing through him, muscles bulging forth like formidable rock formations. Li Jiao slowly rose to his feet, gliding gracefully to Natasha's side. Observing her current appearance, with her golden locks and azure eyes, her once lustrous black hair now stood on end. When did you achieve this? Li Jiao inquired. Half a year ago. I missed you and was angry, Natasha replied, reverting from her Super Saiyan transformation. She gazed at Li Jiao, remarking, your control remains impressive. It took me considerable training to gradually master the power of a Super Saiyan. Yet you, having just completed your transformation, seem to wield it almost effortlessly. I urged you to diligently practice the Xian Huang breathing technique, but you chose not to train. Should I be blamed for that? Li Jiao remained in his Super Saiyan state, still acclimating to its power. Goku had also completed his transformation. His golden hair crackled with electricity, and his energy surged uncontrollably. Laden with emotion, it appeared that his accumulation of power was insufficient, falling short of the threshold for a stable form. Natasha observed Goku's state. Knowing that a Super Saiyan transformation typically occurred seamlessly when the power accumulation was adequate, her own battle power had surged to 5 million, inadvertently triggering her transformation due to her emotional state. In contrast, Goku's 3 million battle power merely met the preliminary requirement for transformation. Truly astonishing, Li Jiao remarked, glancing at Gohan. He had anticipated that his presence might delay Goku's transformation, yet Goku had still achieved it on planet Namek. However, this time, Gohan had become the sacrificial pawn. It was understandable. Any father witnessing his son perish before him would inevitably feel rage. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in Goku's ignorance of Piccolo's revival. Had he known, perhaps his anger would have simmered, but not reached its zenith. Unforgivable, Goku stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged forth, striking Frieza with tremendous force. In an instant, Frieza was sent reeling, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets as his diminutive form flew backward for kilometers, shattering mountains in his wake. Kakarot. Vegeta trembled, his fists clenched tightly as he watched Goku, then turned to Li Jiao, and finally cast a glance at Natasha. 3. There are 3 of them. This is a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's heart raced with excitement, yet he was consumed by turmoil. The first Saiyan to become a Super Saiyan was not him, the prince. Your Highness, What shall you do? Li Jiao inquired, observing Vegeta closely, now merely 3 to 5 meters away from him. As Li Jiao's gaze fell upon him, Vegeta could distinctly perceive an overwhelming pressure akin to a towering mountain. The intensity of that aura surpassed his own by an immeasurable margin. Super Saiyan. Vegeta was filled with an exhilarating fervor, yet simultaneously he grappled with profound resentment. I am certain that His Highness the Prince can also achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Li Jiao's words, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Then a smirk graced his lips. Of course, I shall become a Super Saiyan. It merely means you have taken the lead for the time being. Vegeta remained as proud as ever. Natasha chuckled lightly. By the time you become a Super Saiyan, Li Jiao will have already completed the second stage of his transformation. The second stage? Vegeta's eyes widened as he turned to Li Jiao. The first stage of Super Saiyan, and the second, third, and even fourth stages are all attainable. There is no limit to the Super Saiyan transformation. You do not believe that the pinnacle of a Saiyon's potential is merely being a Super Saiyan, do you? Li Jiao did not conceal anything. While observing Sun Wukong furiously pummeling Frieza, he took the opportunity to enlighten Vegeta. I am well aware of that, Vegeta retorted. His face contorted in annoyance towards the hefty figure. Li Jiao nodded. Then I shall refrain from further elaboration. No, wait, Li Jiao. Please, continue. I seem to have forgotten, Vegeta stammered. His pride seemed insignificant in the presence of a Super Saiyan. His desire to transform into one was an obsession, a mere series of transformations. The initial stage of the Super Saiyan transformation can amplify combat power by 50-fold. As for the second stage, I cannot say for certain, but it undoubtedly exceeds that. Li Jiao was undoubtedly aware, yet chose to remain silent. Vegeta, lost in thought, appeared to have envisioned himself completing the second transformation ahead of schedule. Li Jukin cleared his throat twice and gazed at the sky. Is the North Kai still present? Are the Dragon Balls on Earth in need of a wish? The North Kai had been closely observing the battle on Namek, and now, witnessing Goku transform into a Super Saiyan, single-handedly overpowering Frieza, was profoundly altering his understanding. Most astonishingly, there were 3 such Super Saiyans, with the other 2 seemingly even more formidable. Chapter 8, The Defeat of Frieza's Cybermen, Saiyans, Super Saiyans. How infuriating! Frieza roared, panting heavily as he caught his breath, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the radiant Goku. These detestable Saiyans, I, Frieza, shall annihilate all of you. Suddenly, fragments of rock began to levitate, a thunderous crash echoed, and the debris disintegrated into dust. Frieza's energy surged once more, and although Goku furrowed his brow, he did not intervene. Instead, he observed as Frieza's power escalated. That rascal Kakarot is still giving Frieza a chance, Vegeta thought, feeling an impulse to strike. No matter. Let him play at his leisure. Li Jukin maintained his Super Saiyan form, acclimating to the sudden surge of strength. Li Jukin, the Dragon of Earth has been summoned. The North Kai's voice resonated. Without hesitation, Li Jukin declared, revive all those who perished on Namek due to Frieza's invasion. Is that so? However, the battle between Frieza and Goku may well obliterate the Namekian planet, the North Kai responded. But the Grand Elder should also return to life, though his lifespan is limited. The Dragon Balls on Namek can still grant one more wish. Ah, I see. You had already formulated a plan, the North Kai comprehended, transmitting the message to the Supreme Kai, instructing Earth to make the wish. Moments later, a multitude of faint energies emerged on Namek, and the once bright sky darkened, heralding the return of the colossal dragon. Gohan! Krillin shouted, as Gohan was resurrected, bewildered by the scene before him and the golden-haired figure of Goku. Is that Dad? Gohan hesitated to believe his eyes. How did my father become golden-haired? It's Goku. He is transformed into a Super Saiyan, surpassing even Frieza. Super Saiyan. This is amazing. Dad is incredible. Gohan exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement. Gohan's re-emerging energy also brought delight to Goku, who turned to Li Jukin, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Li Jukin, you're welcome. Now, I must send some individuals back to Earth. Would you like to return first? Li Jiao inquired, simultaneously addressing Vegeta and others. I shall not return. I wish to witness Frieza's full power. With the resurrection of Son Gohan, the murderous intent within Son Goku dissipated instantaneously. Yet his desire to confront Frieza remained unwavering. That scoundrel! Vegeta cursed, though he seemed to comprehend Son Goku's choice. Reminiscent of the time on Earth when Son Goku spared his life. Vegeta, do you wish to leave? Li Jiao asked, directing his gaze towards Vegeta, whose expression shifted slightly before he replied, "Even if the planet explodes, I possess a spacecraft to make my escape. Is that so? Dandy. Transport everyone on Namek aside from Son Goku, Frieza, Natasha, Vegeta, and myself to Earth," Lee Jio commanded. Dandy nodded affirmatively. "To Earth, is it?" "Indeed." Dandy uttered a series of incomprehensible words, and the immense dragon's eyes glowed red. In an instant, Dandy, Krillin, Son Gohan, and Bulma, who was lost in some corner, vanished from the surface of Namek. "Are you not afraid I will obliterate this planet in an instant?" Frieza's figure had grown significantly more robust over the centuries. His aura now exceptionally potent, not far from Son Goku's. "Still a bit weak," Natasha remarked, to which Lee Jio nodded. "Exercise caution. It will take us some time to leave Namek aboard the spacecraft. Do not let Frieza destroy the planet in an instant." "Understood," Natasha replied, while Vegeta remotely summoned his spacecraft. "You are quite well prepared, Vegeta." Observing Vegeta's meticulous settings for Earth as the destination, Lee Jio commented, "Though I am loath to admit, your speed indeed surpasses mine significantly. When the planet explodes, I may not find my spacecraft in time." Vegeta spoke, but Lee Jio countered, "Would you care to become my disciple?" "What did you say?" Vegeta questioned incredulously, unable to fathom that Lee Jio wished for him to become his pupil. "Unwilling? Then so be it. Strive diligently on your own," Lee Jio replied, aware that Vegeta would never accept such an offer. He was merely contemplating whether to take Vegeta along, all the while contemplating the utility of instantaneous movement. While it may not greatly assist in combat, it certainly provided convenience, allowing one to reach the distant realm of destruction in a mere thought. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, while Lee Jio gazed contemplatively, choosing not to speak further. In that moment, Son Goku was entirely unencumbered, engaged in an intense struggle with Frieza. The entire Namek planet trembled as tectonic plates shifted, creating chasms of unfathomable depth. If their battle continued in such a manner, the whole planet would inevitably explode, requiring no deliberate destruction. Natasha spoke. At this moment, Sun Wukong possessed an astonishing combat power of 150 million. With every movement, the mountains trembled and the earth quaked, causing the ground to collapse beneath him. Vegeta's gaze shifted left and right, barely able to catch glimpses of Sun Wukong and Frieza, their actions obscured. They appeared to be clashing with reckless abandon, leaving behind ripples in the air as they darted to and fro. Occasionally, when they descended to the ground, one could witness the white figure plummeting like a cannonball, sinking into the earth and displacing vast stretches of land. Vegeta strained to discern the nature of their battle, and though he was reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Sun Wukong and Frieza were far superior to him. Even as a mere observer of their conflict, he found himself gaining invaluable insights. Previously, he had watched the battle between Frieza and Lee Jio, witnessing the latter's mastery over energy, which sparked a bold idea within him. The ground continued to tremble violently, and Lee Jio and the others slowly levitated, gazing upon the deep chasms that marred the surface, as if the entire Namekian planet were on the brink of disintegration. Lee Jio swiftly materialized near Frieza's spacecraft, safeguarding the vehicles utilized by Jinyu and his comrades. These vessels were their lifelines. Without them, Lee Jio would never permit so many to remain. Naturally, he would also deny Frieza any opportunity to engage in battle. The surface grew increasingly desolate, with torrents of lava erupting skyward, heralding the impending cataclysm of planet Namek. With a wave of his hand, Lee Jio summoned a protective energy shield, enveloping the spacecraft within its embrace. "Oh ho ho ho, this planet is on the brink of explosion. Are you not preparing to flee?" Frieza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had been defeated, vanquished by Son Goku. Chapter 9. The Awakening of Den's Potential. Even with all his might unleashed, he remained no match for Son Goku. Indeed it is time to depart. However, you shall remain forever on this planet." Son Goku felt a twinge of regret. His spaceship was still intact, capable of carrying everyone away. He was unaware that Lee Jio had already made ample preparations for their escape, even selecting their next destination. "Oh ho ho ho, what a pity. Yet, I dare say we shall meet again soon." Frieza's cold gaze fixated on Son Goku, then flickered momentarily towards Lee Jio, who maintained his Super Saiyan form. "You shall not live for long." Frieza concentrated, conjuring a crimson sphere of energy in his palm, which he abruptly hurled into the ground. "Damn it. He intends to detonate Namek in an instant. Does he not wish to live?" Vegeta cursed vehemently, unhesitatingly activating the spacecraft, which sped away into the vastness of the cosmos. Running away so swiftly? Lee Jio's lips curled in a smirk as he turned to Son Goku and shouted, "Son Goku, there is a spacecraft here. Hurry." He tossed a spacecraft towards Son Goku, then with a swift motion, unleashed a flurry of blades, tearing Frieza to shreds. "Damn you, Scion. I, Frieza, will never let you escape." Frieza's resilience was terrifying. Even when his body was rent asunder, he did not perish. Lee Jio disregarded the situation, raising his hand to unleash a powerful punch that sent Frieza crashing deep into the ground. "Natasha, hurry and flee." Lee Jio entered a spacecraft, and upon witnessing this, Natasha swiftly entered another vessel. In the next moment, the three aircraft soared in unison towards the same destination. Meanwhile, the planet Namek transformed into a splendid firework display within the cosmos, gradually fading into the boundless expanse of space. In the desolate universe, the three spacecraft remained in close proximity to one another. Lee Jio gradually withdrew his aura, returning to his normal state from that of a Super Saiyan. "Hey, Lee Jio." Suddenly, the voice of Sun Wukong echoed. Lee Jio, slightly taken aback, responded, "Sun Wukong, what is it?" Telepathy and mental confrontation are applications of one's spirit and energy. In this regard, Lee Jio is an adept, easily mastering such techniques. Hee. Thank you. Lee Jio, Sun Wukong chuckled lightly, reclining in the aircraft, covered in wounds, yet seemingly oblivious to his injuries. "Thank me for what?" Lee Jio inquired, puzzled, and then added, "Well, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, do not refuse whenever I require your assistance in the future." "All right," Sun Wukong agreed without hesitation, then asked, "Was my previous state the Super Saiyan that Vegeta mentioned? It seems your condition is significantly superior to mine." "Indeed, it is the Super Saiyan. The instability in your state arises from the extreme anger that triggered your transformation. In contrast, my mastery over my aura is far more refined. I transcend naturally without being swayed by emotions." "I see. It appears I have much to improve upon. However, I truly wish to engage you in battle," Sun Wukong declared, his innate desire to spar with a formidable opponent surfacing. "There will be an opportunity." Lee Jio replied with a light smile, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Once upon a time, this battle fanatic was his idol. Now, however, the childhood hero stood before him. Yet he had evolved into a stronger warrior. "Hee, though I'm uncertain if I am your match, the mere thought of facing you fills me with excitement," Sun Wukong said with a grin, to which Lee Jio responded with a gentle smile. The journey from planet Namek to planet Adrat was not far, and with the speed of the aircraft, it would not take long. Natasha remained silent, seated within the craft, not falling into slumber, but rather gazing out at the starry expanse. The journey from Xenowar planet to that Earth seemed to take nearly a year. Natasha had previously inquired about the route from Lee Jio, thus retaining a clear memory. Since Lee Jio's departure, it had only been a little over a year. Contemplating this, warmth filled Natasha's heart. "He found me at the first opportunity." Natasha gazed at the nearby aircraft, three vessels flying in tandem, seemingly suspended in stillness. Lee Jio. Lee Jio had just concluded his conversation with Sun Wukong when he received a summons from Natasha. He smiled and inquired, "My dear, what is it? Are you feeling unwell?" "No," Natasha replied, having merely called out to him without further elaboration, seemingly just to ascertain his presence. "How have you fared this past year?" As the words left Lee Jio's lips, he instantly regretted them. How radiant Natasha once appeared. Her slender figure was both delicate and full, her spirit vibrant, brimming with inexhaustible energy each day. Yet now, Natasha appeared dispirited, resembling someone who had not slept in days. "I'm all right, just missing you," Natasha said, her face alight with a smile, though this past year had indeed been quite dreadful. She couldn't help but wonder if, should Lee Jio seek her out 3 years hence, she might be reduced to mere bones. Foolish girl, Lee Jio thought silently, reflecting on his journey among the stars, how he too longed for her. Meanwhile, on Earth, in West City, Bulma's estate was bustling with over 100 Namekians, all resurrected by Earth's dragon and subsequently transported from planet Namek. Bulma, having survived calamity, was exuberantly singing and dancing, warmly inviting the elder and others to be her guests. Yet before the elder could utter a word, Dandy's voice rang out. Naru, on the brink of death, had been saved by Lee Jio's intervention, managing to hold on until the end. "Wait, Naru, I shall heal you," Dandy declared, his essence akin to a walking Senzu bean. After a swift incantation, Neru's injuries mended, and with Dandy's assistance, he stood. Everyone has returned to life. How wonderful! Neru exclaimed, filled with joy, recognizing them all as kin. Kalindo, the elder, cast a reassuring glance towards Dandy before turning to a rather portly Namekian. Elder, Kalindo approached, aware of the words the elder was about to utter. He, the second elder, had been slain by Vegeta in the original tale and had not been resurrected until now. My time is short. You shall be the elder now. The dragon will not vanish. The elder spoke weakly, gazing at the cosmic stars, foreseeing a tumultuous future. Indeed, elder. Kalindo accepted the mantle of leadership. Just then, Piccolo, having returned from the afterlife, arrived in West City. Child, you have suffered, the elder observed Piccolo, slowly raising his hand. Piccolo, frowning, stepped forward, and the elder's colossal hand rested upon his head. Allow me to do one last thing for you. As a grave expression settled upon Piccolo's face, an inexhaustible force seemed to surge from within him, his battle power escalating wildly. After your transformation, the blood of the demon clan has augmented your potential. The elder nodded slightly, his immense arm falling limp as he departed this world. Elder. As Dend lowered his head slowly, the Namekians displayed expressions of profound sorrow. Among them, Nail appeared the most grief-stricken, for he had been the companion of the Grand Elder for the longest duration. A week later, Earth was graced by an unexpected visitor. Chapter 10. Arrival. Adrat Vegeta arrived, waiting impatiently for the trio of Lee Geo, yet their presence remained elusive. Are they dead? Ha ha ha. Indeed, I, Vegeta, am the mightiest Scion. Vegeta laughed boisterously, only to have his mirth abruptly silenced by the sudden appearance of Din nearby. Vegeta, Earth does not welcome you, Din proclaimed, his power surging close to 1,000,000 in mere moments, instilling him with a sense of invincibility. Vegeta cast a glance at Din, and then at Nail, snorting disdainfully. Kakarot is dead, Lee Geo and Natasha have perished, and Frieza is no more. In this universe, I, Vegeta, am the strongest. Humph, Din scoffed, taking the initiative to attack, unleashing a formidable energy that caught Vegeta off guard. How is this possible? Your power has suddenly become so immense. Vegeta questioned, momentarily doubting his own existence. Yet he quickly regained his composure, for his own power exceeded 2,000,000, allowing him to swiftly turn the tide. Impossible. Kaioken, Din exclaimed, astonished by Vegeta's might, activating the Kaioken technique. However, Din lacked the robust physique of a Scion and could only endure a maximum of 3 times the Kaioken. Not this technique again. Vegeta seethed, his power surging once more, overpowering Din beneath the weight of the threefold Kaioken. Nail watched from a distance, unable to intervene in this fierce clash. The battle prowess of both Din and Vegeta far surpassed his own. Damn it, the burden of the Kaioken is too great for my body, Din thought, filled with fury. Yet Vegeta's overwhelming strength gradually diminished his capacity to resist. Boom. With a single punch, Din was sent crashing into a mountainside. Vegeta coldly remarked, I can't be bothered to kill you. Don't get too cocky. Do you really believe Son is dead? Din retorted, clutching his chest and extricating himself from the rubble. In the distance, 2 figures approached rapidly. Uncle Dend, Son Gohan shouted, descending swiftly to stand protectively before Dend. Eyeing Vegeta with caution, Vegeta, what do you intend to do? Vegeta cast a chilling glance at Son Gohan, sensing his almost comparable energy, and snorted, Kid, your father is dead. Your father is the one who's dead. Bang. Without warning, Vegeta struck, sending Son Gohan crashing into the mountainside. Silence, brat. Vegeta gritted his teeth, spitting disdainfully, and took off in a random direction, which fortuitously led him towards the western capital. The journey from Namek to the planet Adratlat spanned 10 days. The 3 spherical spacecraft made a rough landing, immediately attracting the attention of the indigenous Adratlations. Natasha promptly approached Lee Geo, wrapping her arms around his. Her curiosity piqued by the sight of the local inhabitants. Isn't this Earth? Sun Wukong pondered, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings before glancing at the locals and waving, Hello. I am Sun Wukong. Where is this place? Natasha, equally bewildered, quietly inquired, uncertain of their location. A mysterious planet, Adratlat, Lee Geo responded, his voice capturing the interest of the locals. Who are you? The leading local inquired with a serious expression, clad in peculiar attire with large collars. Natasha remained silent, standing beside Lee Geo, who also refrained from answering, allowing Sun Wukong to take the lead. Sun Wukong did not disappoint, he gained their approval, and they subsequently concealed their spacecraft before being escorted to a grand estate. The Adratlations were a peaceful race, known for their hospitality and aversion to conflict. Yet, they possessed a plethora of extraordinary techniques, exhibiting formidable individual combat prowess without ever instigating trouble. The moist air enveloped them as Natasha inhaled deeply. After 10 days of recuperation aboard the spacecraft, her spirit had been rejuvenated. The architecture of the Adratlations was elevated upon stone pillars, with colossal semicircular houses perched atop, resembling gigantic lollipops. A subtle yet potent energy emanated from the vicinity. Li Jiao sensed an enigmatic presence. Its nature was not overwhelmingly strong, yet it was profoundly obscure. Observing the elegant and unadorned structures ahead, Li Jiao and his companions gradually decreased their speed. The guiding Adratlation halted and gestured invitingly. "Please, enter. Someone awaits you." "Awaiting us." "Thank you," Sun Wukong replied, his simple mind grappling with the mystery but refraining from further inquiries. Meanwhile, Li Jiao felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that Adratlat also had figures akin to the Grand Elder of Namek? As Li Jiao and his companions arrived at the entrance of the building, an ancient and distant voice unexpectedly resonated. "Esteemed friends from afar, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Please, do step inside." The voice, laden with age and gravity, evidently anticipated their coming. Li Jiao gently pressed his lips together and softly patted Natasha's hand that was wrapped around his arm. "Let us proceed inside." "All right." Natasha nodded obediently, and Li Jiao affectionately ruffled her hair. Compared to a year ago, she had become considerably gentler. However, based on Li Jiao's understanding of Natasha, this tenderness would likely be fleeting. It is indeed easier to change a nation's landscape than to alter one's inherent nature. Within the stone chamber, a middle-aged man clad in the attire of the Adralith planet sat cross-legged upon a mat, facing the trio. Li Jiao experienced a peculiar illusion, as if he were beholding a cultivator. The middle-aged man's eyes shimmered with a deep azure hue, profound and luminous, framed by elongated white brows. Were it not for his decidedly inhuman appearance, Li Jiao might have mistaken him for an otherworldly sage, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Upon the arrival of Li Jiao and his companions, the man spoke languidly. "I had anticipated encountering a scion, not the two of you. It appears your cultivation is insufficient." Li Jiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone somewhat impolite, and his gaze sharpened. "Indeed, my cultivation is lacking," the man replied, casting a profound look at Li Jiao and adding, "I believe I understand your intentions. Therefore, I kindly ask for your forbearance." Seeing that the extraterrestrial from Adralat had refrained from further discussing his affairs, Li Jiao softened his tone. "Success or failure lies within your own hands. Follow me." The man rose and exited the stone chamber, then soared into the sky toward a particular direction. His pace was unhurried, and after a considerable flight of half an hour, he descended into a secluded valley. This valley was encircled by towering cliffs, upon which were inscribed numerous esoteric techniques. Here lay the compendium of all Adralation secret arts. You may choose to study at your discretion, but only one technique is permitted. To pursue multiple techniques would overwhelm your spirit. However, those with formidable mental fortitude may navigate these challenges with discernment. The man cast a meaningful glance at Li Jiao and Natasha. At this moment, the martial enthusiast Sun Wukong had already become entranced by the inscriptions upon the cliff, having only heard the initial utterance. This simple-minded fellow was easily satisfied, while Li Jiao harbored a greater ambition. Chapter 11. A year later upon the cliff, stones the size of fists interwove intricately, their textures artfully arranged, embodying a minimalist beauty that did not lack an aesthetic appeal. Li Jiao's gaze descended, and immediately, a surge of enigmatic information flooded into his mind. The spiritual inheritance elucidated why only one secret technique could be learned. Li Jiao regained his senses and gazed once more at the diverse and resplendent reliefs adorning the stone wall, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. The method of concealing the inherited secret arts within the intricate textures of the carvings was indeed an exquisite marvel. Li Jiao murmured softly, only to discover that Sun Wukong had already selected a secret art to commence his studies. He turned his attention, and a surge of information flooded his mind. Instantaneous movement, a profoundly intricate art, yet undeniably practical. Li Jiao then directed his gaze towards Natasha and spoke. Our mental faculties should be capable of accommodating 2 or perhaps 3 secret arts. Exercise your discretion and do not overexert yourself. Yes, I understand, Natasha replied obediently, nodding her head. She then also turned her attention to the art of instantaneous movement, a look of delight illuminating her face. I wish to learn this as well. Let us study together. Li Jiao and Natasha sat cross-legged, an overwhelming torrent of mental information flooding their minds. Such a vast array of mental data is beyond my comprehension. However, the art of instantaneous movement seems to be a rather intricate secret technique worth further exploration. Li Jiao pondered deeply, seeking to comprehend the intricacies of teleportation. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away. Half a year later, Li Jiao gradually opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliant starlight. In an instant, his figure vanished from its original position, only to reappear moments later. He had succeeded. Li Jiao let out a long sigh of relief. This past 6 months had indeed consumed a great deal of his mental energy. Achieving a single teleportation had taken him half a year to master. After a brief respite, he glanced at Natasha, who was still engrossed in her training, and felt a sense of admiration. This girl had truly persevered, remaining steadfast for an entire 6 months. During this period, the trio had engaged in little beyond hunting large creatures to satisfy their hunger. The secret arts of the Yadarat people were indeed remarkable. As Li Jiao examined various mystical techniques, his gaze finally settled on one called the inner breath technique. This technique could enable a being with a combat power exceeding 10,000 to survive in a vacuum, sustaining life as long as there was breath, even substituting food with one's own energy. Li Jiao felt a surge of determination. He had previously explored similar methods, but had never succeeded. This is it, he thought. With focused intent, a wave of information flooded into his mind. Was it truly this simple? Li Jiao marveled, meditating for half a month before soaring skyward, reaching the outer atmosphere in mere moments. At this moment, Li Jiao was enveloped in a fiery aura, his internal energy circulating in a harmonious cycle. When not engaged in combat, the consumption of energy through his internal breathing technique was nearly negligible, with the rate of recovery far surpassing that of depletion. Li Jiao grew increasingly satisfied with his internal breathing technique. Once more, he descended before the stone wall, continuing his search. His mental fortitude was remarkable. While teleportation consumed half of his capacity, the internal breathing technique accounted for merely a tenth. He wondered how many secret arts Natasha's mental prowess could accommodate. With a slight shake of his head, he turned away, hunting down a dinosaur-like creature over 10 meters long, which he then roasted over a fierce flame. This enormous beast would sustain 3 individuals for about a week. Li Jiao once again sought the arcane technique. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. And without a hint of hesitation, he focused intently to accept the inheritance of that secret art, not even pausing to contemplate whether his mental fortitude could withstand such a profound mastery. The bloodlock self-healing technique. Li Jiao felt a surge of excitement. This secret technique could allow one to contain their blood even when the heart was shattered, simultaneously constructing a circulatory system with energy and facilitating recovery. This was a vital skill that Li Jiao could not afford to overlook. Fortunately, the burden of this blood-locking self-healing technique on mental strength was not as significant as he had imagined. With 2/5 of his mental energy remaining, Li Jiao pondered while comprehending the technique. Natasha had grasped the art of teleportation in the 8th month. Upon awakening, Li Jiao inquired, "How much mental energy do you have left?" 4/5, she replied. 4/5. Li Jiao was somewhat astonished. Was Natasha's mental prowess so close to his own? Don't underestimate me. I have been diligently practicing the Xian Huang breathing technique, Natasha pouted, casting a glance at the contemplating Sun Wukong. In a playful leap, she dove into Li Jiao's embrace, planting a kiss on his face. Has this girl become increasingly audacious? Li Jiao wiped the moisture from his cheek and gently pinched Natasha's nose. Her cheeks flushed pink, and she remained silent, content to bask in the warmth of Li Jiao's embrace. Li Jiao, speak. How many secret techniques have you learned? I haven't mastered the 3rd one yet. I suggest you learn what I have. Your mental strength should suffice. All right. Natasha did not inquire about the nature of the techniques Li Jiao was studying, but nodded in agreement. The two shared a tender moment until Natasha sensed something stirring within, prompting her to hastily depart. This little girl is becoming quite the tease, Li Jiao sighed, taking a few deep breaths before sharing the techniques he had learned with Natasha, allowing her to decide if she wished to pursue them. Time passed once more, and Li Jiao opened his eyes, tracing his fingertip across his forearm, leaving a trail of blood. In the next moment, a hazy luminescence emerged, sealing the blood that was about to flow while the wound visibly began to heal. In merely a brief moment, the injury was restored to its original state. The energy expenditure was minimal. How marvelous! Li Jiao grinned, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he looked at the 3 stone walls. There was still a bit of space left. Perhaps he could seek a seemingly weaker technique. Spatial manipulation? One for storing items? You shall do. Li Jian focused intently, and in the next moment, a sharp pain surged through her mind. Hiss! That was rather intense, this spatial technique. Well, there was nothing for it. Li Jian had to endure this silent suffering. Though her head throbbed painfully, she ultimately received the complete inheritance of the spatial technique. Li Jiao did not immediately comprehend the art of space manipulation. At this moment, he needed to adapt to the burdens of his mind. As he practiced the Xinhuang breathing method, he experienced a significant enhancement in his vitality and spirit with each breath. This breathing technique, bestowed upon him by the King of Hell, encompasses the profound principles of the universe, though Li Jiao had only scratched the surface of its depths. The sharp pain in his mind swiftly receded as he began to delve into the intricacies of space manipulation. The essence of this technique is deceptively simple. It involves creating an independent space where one can store objects, which can be accessed at will. While undeniably practical, it did not seem of paramount importance. With a resigned shake of his head, Li Jiao acknowledged that having accepted the inheritance, it was too late for regrets. Nearly a year had passed since Sun Wukong mastered the art of instantaneous movement. This instantaneous movement truly gives one a headache, but thank goodness I've learned it, he remarked, scratching his head before turning to Li Jiao. Where do you plan to go next? The King of the Universe has contacted me. Frisia is not dead and is currently en route to Earth. I must return to Earth at once. Chapter 12. The astonishing Trunks. Li Jiao is not of Earth, and even Sun Wukong is uncertain whether he will journey to that realm. As for Earth, Natasha and I shall also venture there. Li Jiao cast a glance at Natasha, who nodded in affirmation, then placed her delicate hand upon her brow. I have memorized the essence of Earthlings, she stated, yet their presence is so faint that it eludes my grasp. Li Jiao also made an attempt, his lips twitching slightly. Indeed, he could not find them, as they had all concealed their auras. However, I have detected the presence of Frisia. His energy seems to have grown significantly stronger, albeit only marginally. We cannot simply teleport directly onto Frisia's spaceship, can we? Natasha was taken aback, although both she and Li Jiao had mastered the art of internal energy manipulation. Should they become stranded in the vastness of space, they would be in quite a predicament. No worries, we can first travel by spacecraft, and if Frisia arrives before us, we can utilize teleportation to return. Li Jiao resolved to proceed according to the narrative's progression. Nonetheless, he was curious whether the dimension he inhabited was the main timeline. If Trunks had not returned via the time machine, then this timeline must indeed be the main one, or perhaps a parallel timeline formed anew due to his arrival. The spacecraft soared into the sky, re-entering the silent cosmos, while Li Jiao remained calm and unperturbed. The trio exchanged little conversation. After mastering teleportation, Sun Wukong had set off directly to Earth, and had yet to find an opportunity to spar with Li Jiao. On Earth, the North Kai not only informed Sun Wukong but also alerted Piccolo and Tien Shinhan. At that moment, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Bulma were all anxiously awaiting in a certain region. Above the Earth, a massive spaceship gradually descended. Vegeta, observing the spacecraft soaring overhead, bellowed, "Everyone, suppress your energy if you wish to avoid being discovered so soon. They have scanners." Vegeta added, then instructed, "No flying. We must approach on foot." The group dashed swiftly towards the site where the spaceship would land. Meanwhile, the doors of the spaceship swung open, and 2 figures, one large and one small, emerged, followed closely by a throng of minions. "Excellent, Sun Wukong. If I manage to eliminate all the Earthlings before your return, you should be quite pleased, right?" Frisia waved his hand, and the extraterrestrials obeyed. However, a flash of sword light flickered, and the advancing aliens perished instantly. A surge of energy vanished, accompanied by a formidable presence that compelled Vegeta and the others to abandon their concealment and rush towards the source. At that moment, before the colossal spaceship, a white-haired youth confronted King Cold and Frisia. "Did you not proclaim that before the arrival of the Super Saiyan, you would relish in the suffering of the annihilation of the Earthlings?" Trunks calmly sheathed his longsword, casting a cold gaze at Frisia. In response, Frisia sneered, "Indeed, I did utter those words, but thanks to you eliminating all my subordinates, it seems I must personally intervene. Humph, your calculations are flawed. Trunks let out a cold snort. Frisia, perplexed, remarked, it matters not. It is merely a matter of eliminating some insignificant pests, a trivial expenditure of effort. Trunks corrected Frisia's misconception, stating, you have already overlooked a crucial point. The Super Saiyan is not limited to Goku. There is another here. Upon hearing this, Frisia's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Ha ha. What a joke. Bravado will not triumph over me. He laughed heartily, while King Cold wore a disdainful smirk. Trunks pressed his lips together, allowing his energy to gradually rise. Golden light emanating from him as his purple hair stood erect, transforming into golden locks with cerulean eyes. Even his presence became fiercely imposing. Frisia, gritting his teeth, roared in fury and unleashed an energy wave towards Trunks. Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat, recognized the emergence of yet another Super Saiyan. Lee Jio, Natasha, Kakarot. Who else could there be? Impossible. Vegeta's veins throbbed as he approached the battlefield. Frisia's onslaught stirred a massive cloud of dust, shattering half a mountain. As the dust settled, Trunks stood unscathed before Frisia. Foolish Frisia, your self-righteousness will be your demise. True battles are decided in an instant, determining life and death. Trunks regarded Frisia with a chilling gaze. Frisia roared back, then smirked coldly, then I shall obliterate you along with this entire planet. A colossal planet-destroying blast coalesced at Frisia's fingertips, descending upon Trunks. However, the blast never reached the Earth, as Trunks raised a hand, remaining unharmed even in the detonation. Atop the mountain, Trunks reappeared, firing an energy blast that forced Frisia to leap aside in evasion. Following this, a flurry of strikes reduced Frisia to mere fragments, and Trunks unleashed a key wave to detonate the remnants. Subsequently, Trunks swiftly dispatched King Cold and obliterated Frisia's spacecraft before reverting from his Super Saiyan state. At this moment, Gohan and the others were left in utter disbelief, questioning the sudden appearance of a Super Saiyan on Earth. Yet, before they could voice their confusion, Trunks preemptively addressed them. I am going to retrieve Goku. Would you care to join me? Over there, in 3 hours, Goku's spaceship will land. Follow me. In the cosmos. Lee Jio sensed an overwhelming energy extinguishing Frisia and another presence, instantly abandoning his plan to teleport back. The narrative he was experiencing was that of the primary world. Lee Jio narrowed his eyes, realizing that 3 hours would pass swiftly, with 3 spaceships arriving simultaneously. This time, it was Trunks who was taken aback. For in the future world, neither Lee Jio nor Natasha existed. How could this be? 3 of them. Trunks gazed at the 3 figures slowly emerging from the spacecraft, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. 3 Saiyans. He instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, a formidable aura radiating from him as he fixed his gaze upon Lee Jio and Natasha. Oh, why are you staring at us? Lee Jio asked with a slight smile, his eyes resting on Trunks before glancing at Vegeta. Your mother's genes are truly powerful. Even the black hair of a Saiyan has been transformed into purple. P.S. It's unclear whether it's white or purple, so let us assume it's purple. You know me. Trunks stammered, subtly glancing at Bulma. Chapter 13. Let us hope they don't die once. Well, I suppose I do know you. You should call me Uncle, Lee Jio chuckled softly. While Natasha blinked in curiosity. It was strange. Both Lee Jio and she had no siblings. So how had an uncle suddenly appeared? Uncle? Uncle? Trunks was utterly bewildered. He had never heard Bulma mention having another uncle. If he did exist, surely Bulma would have mentioned him. You are the one who killed Frisia, aren't you? Goku, unable to comprehend the exchange between Lee Jio and Trunks, interjected with a question he was eager to have answered. Yes, you are indeed Mr. Son Goku. I came here primarily to meet you, Trunks replied, yet he remained curious about the identities of Lee Jio and Natasha. May I inquire who you are? Best not to ask who we are. Focus on what you need to do and return promptly, Lee Jio replied, turning to face Vegeta with Natasha by his side. Vegeta, are you certain you want to take me as your master? Take you as my master? Vegeta felt a wave of indignation wash over him upon hearing those words. Yet, there were already 4 Super Saiyans on Earth, none of whom included him. Vegeta, here's another chance for you. Once is chance, twice is a warning. But thrice is not an option, Lee Jio said with a smile, then turned to Bulma, who was curiously observing him, and winked. Am I not quite handsome? Huh. No. Yes, very, very handsome. Bulma, caught in a moment of infatuation, instantly turned crimson. Vegeta seemed to be in a dilemma, but as a prince, his pride forbade him from taking on a master. All right, it seems you have made your decision. I look forward to our next encounter, where you may become a Super Saiyan. Li Jiao waved his hand, utilizing his perception of energy to explore several directions. Yet he ultimately found himself unable to ascertain the whereabouts of Master Karen. In exasperation, he turned to Krillin and inquired, Krillin, in which direction is Karen Tower? Krillin, still reeling from Li Jiao's astonishing intention to take Vegeta as his disciple, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question. What do you need to go to Karen Tower for? The shock resonated within him. He had learned from Master Roshi that Li Jiao had visited Earth, but he had only confirmed Goku's location before departing. Wasn't there something known as the Senzu Bean on Earth? However, they were scarce, produced only in limited quantities each year. The astonishment in Krillin's heart deepened, as Li Jiao seemingly possessed knowledge of everything. This feeling was shared not only by Krillin but also by the ever-watchful Piccolo, who was equally taken aback. The scarcity of the beans was mitigated by the existence of the Dragon Shenron, wasn't it? But I still require the Dragon Radar. Henceforth, I must utilize the Dragon Balls to make a few wishes. As Li Jiao spoke, a slight headache began to trouble him. The Dragon Balls on Earth could only grant one wish at a time, with each wish taking a year to fulfill, truly not as convenient as those from Namek. The Dragon Balls of Namek could grant 3 wishes in just 3 months. Li Jiao glanced at Bulma, who wore a perplexed expression. Who is this person? She wondered. Li Jiao, are you going to Karen Tower? Sun Wukong sensed the unease surrounding them, as it appeared that everyone on Earth was exceedingly wary of Li Jiao. Li Jiao nodded. The magical beans, known as Senzu, are indeed an extraordinarily overpowered element within the Dragon Ball universe. Even when Goku and Vegeta achieve their ultimate forms, transcending to Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, they can still utilize a single Senzu Bean to heal all wounds and replenish their energy. This is akin to carrying a second life. As long as one possesses an adequate supply, it proves more effective than any elixir. Karinta's direction is that way. The more potent energy signature emanates from there, he stated. Bulma, do you have the Dragon Radar with you? Goku inherently trusted Li Jiao, and thus had no reservations about needing the radar. Bulma gazed at Li Jiao in confusion, unable to comprehend why Goku placed such unwavering faith in him. Is there any issue with giving them the Dragon Balls? She inquired. Of course not. If it weren't for Li Jiao, Gohan and I might have perished on Namek, Goku assured her. Finally, Bulma retrieved a Dragon Radar and handed it to Li Jiao. Very well, you shall handle your own affairs. Should any matters arise later, I will seek you out. Li Jiao acquired the Dragon Ball Radar and gently pressed a button, eliciting a response. The Dragon Balls on Earth should have been used just a year prior. Well then, let us embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls. Li Jiao soared into the sky, disregarding Trunks entirely. He held no particular concern for the original storyline, nor did he intend to disrupt it intentionally. Li Jiao, shall we reside on this planet? Natasha inquired, flying alongside him, her gaze alight with delight as she observed the bustling traffic below. Do you fancy this planet? We could make it our home. If you wish to forge new friendships, we might also dwell in the city. Forming friendships? Natasha's understanding of the term was still merely conceptual. As for Li Jiao, he had already been placed on an entirely different pedestal. Well, it seems that ordinary individuals would hardly qualify as your friends. That poses a dilemma. Bulma, however, is a possibility. Let us settle in West City. In time, we shall gradually become acquainted and, eventually, friends. Li Jiao and Natasha's flight speed was not particularly swift. They were not pressed for time. Along the way, they reveled in the splendor of Earth's urban landscapes, occasionally pausing to immerse themselves in the city's charm. Is everything here purchased with money? Natasha, having grown up on the planet Xenor, possessed little knowledge of the outside world. Money? Just tell me what you desire, and I shall procure it for you. A true achiever does not concern themselves with trifles. Li Jiao is indeed such a person. Natasha blinked her beautiful eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. She did not desire much. Yet women seem to possess an innate obsession with clothing, and Saiyans are no exception. These garments were fine in many aspects, but they were impractical for combat and lacked durability. Natasha browsed around, packing dozens of outfits. The salesgirl's eyes sparkled with delight. However, when Li Jiao instantly gathered all the clothing and vanished along with Natasha, the salesgirl was left dumbfounded, as if haunted. Fortunately, there was surveillance footage. But this incident was still dismissed as an illusion. Is this truly acceptable? Due to being raised by Li Jiao, Natasha's inherent temper had softened considerably. Now, she was even more gentle and amiable. It's all right. Let's go, Li Jiao thought to himself without any psychological burden, at worst. I'll just let them die a little less often in the future. Chapter 14. Constructing the Floating Island Corinta. Li Jiao, look what I found. In a vast ravine. Natasha extracted a 3-star ball from the crevice of a stone and held it aloft, proudly showcasing it to Li Jiao. I've gathered them all. Li Jiao smiled faintly, waved his hand to open a rift in space, and retrieved the final Dragon Ball. The Earth was not vast, not for Li Jiao and Natasha. It took merely half a day to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. Li Jiao, what wish shall we make? Natasha gazed at him, curious about his forthcoming desire. However, Li Jiao chose to sit cross-legged on the ground. He did not summon the dragon immediately. There were numerous things he wished to accomplish. But with the Earth Dragon granting only 1 wish per year, it would likely take 2 years to fulfill all his aspirations. Let us first find Vegeta. Find Vegeta? Natasha exclaimed in surprise, wondering why the sudden need to seek him out. Vegeta should be at Bulma's house in West City. Li Jiao placed a hand on Natasha's shoulder, and in an instant, they disappeared from their location. The next moment, in a gravity chamber set to 500 times Earth's gravity, Vegeta stared in astonishment at Li Jiao and Natasha, utterly perplexed. You too. Vegeta was astonished at how they had appeared since his gravity chamber was sealed. 500 times gravity. Li Jiao felt the discomfort weighing on him, while Natasha frowned. Hey, why is it so oppressive here? Natasha inquired, unaware that she was in an environment with 500 times Earth's gravity, which contributed to her feeling of heaviness. This is 500 times gravity. Once you adapt to it, going outside will feel significantly easier, Li Jiao remarked, slowly moving his feet without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta watched Li Jiao in disbelief. While he struggled under the immense weight of 500 times gravity, Li Jiao strolled leisurely. Come, Vegeta. After taking a few steps, Li Jiao beckoned to Vegeta with a subtle motion of his hand. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta's expression momentarily froze, without exchanging pleasantries. He unleashed his energy and charged directly at Li Jiao. Under the weight of 500 times gravity, the movements of both Li Jiao and Vegeta were decelerated several-fold. Nevertheless, even in this slowed state, they still left behind trails of afterimages. Li Jiao merely dodged, occasionally extending a hand to deflect Vegeta's energy blasts. The gravity training room resonated with a deep rumble. Outside, Bulma glanced anxiously at the gravity chamber from time to time. Ha ha ha. Inside, Vegeta gasped for breath, while Li Jiao remained remarkably composed. At this moment, Vegeta's fighting power had likely reached its usual limit. Without transformation, surpassing this threshold would be exceedingly difficult. However, once transformed, the limits of his base power would be shattered, ushering in a new phase of growth. Prince of the Saiyans, I vow to surpass all of you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his already fatigued body suddenly surging with renewed strength. Only a few of us Saiyans remain. Li Jiao raised his hand and struck, sending Vegeta flying through the air. He refrained from allowing Vegeta to utilize that newly found strength. Repeatedly pushing one's potential could indeed break limits. But expending even a fraction of that power would lead Vegeta into a period of weakness. Recovery would be slow, rendering it a futile endeavor. Cradling the unconscious Vegeta, Li Jiao had adapted to the 500 times gravity. Natasha curiously wandered around the gravity chamber, seemingly acclimatized as well. Let's go. All right. The two exited the training room, and Bulma rushed over. Vegeta. She approached, supporting the unconscious Saiyan. These two. Have they really become so close so quickly? Li Jiao pondered, wondering if it occurred as swiftly in the original narrative. Without dwelling on it, he spoke. He is fine, just excessively fatigued. A day's rest will suffice. When did you arrive? Bulma had not left since Vegeta entered the gravity training room, witnessing him emerge battered after each session. I need you to take Vegeta to rest first, Li Jiao stated. Bulma, not questioning further, ensured Vegeta was settled before leading Li Jiao and Natasha to the living room. Honestly, with Goku and Vegeta, are all Saiyans like this? Battle maniacs. Bulma, fearless and daring enough to slap a god of destruction, initially held some respect for Li Jiao, but gradually became more irritable. The Saiyans are indeed a warrior race. The blood within them yearns for battle. It is an instinctive calling, Li Jiao explained, but Bulma waved her hand dismissively, retorting, yet you two seem quite normal. Goku mentioned that without you both on Namek, we would have perished there. Not necessarily, Li Jiao shook his head, But Bulma interpreted his words as modesty. By the way, you sought me out for something? Just so you know, I will not partake in any battles. I would like you to assist me in designing a blueprint, an architectural plan, if you please. Li Jiao remains uncertain about Bulma's expertise in the field of architecture. Architectural design? Perhaps that may pose a challenge. Do share your thoughts first. Bulma procured a blank sheet of paper and a pen, clearing away the clutter from the table. I require a floating island. What? A floating island? Are you jesting? Bulma slammed the table in exasperation before even putting pen to paper. I merely need a design blueprint that articulates my vision comprehensively. The rest, of course, will be accomplished by the dragon. Li Jiao smiled, and Bulma sighed in relief. The dragon is indeed capable. Have you managed to gather the Dragon Balls? Bulma expressed surprise. For the Dragon Balls were scattered across the globe, and they had collected them so swiftly. They have been gathered. Li Jiao nodded and continued to elucidate his requirements. The floating island need not be excessively large. The size of West City would suffice with a pleasing landscape. It must be sturdy, capable of self-repair in the event of damage. The island should hover high above, accessed via a spiraling staircase, with each step extending 5 meters, and the gravitational force increasing progressively with each tier, ultimately reaching 50 times that of Earth's gravity. Moreover, the gravitational force on the island itself should also be maintained at 50 times. Bulma rapidly conceptualized, her pen gliding across the paper as she marked essential annotations. Although the island floats, it must not obstruct sunlight to the land below. Let it exist in a separate realm akin to the divine realm. It merely needs to establish a connection to Earth through an entrance. The divine realm? Bulma queried, as she was unaware of what that entailed. Yes, you only need to make a note of it. The dragon should comprehend it, Li Jiao stated. Bulma nodded, and the outline of a floating island began to take shape on the paper. Next came the architectural elements, the landscape layout, and the training grounds. Chapter 15, The Floating Island, Karen Cat. Bulma dedicated 2 full hours to sketching, subsequently using a computer to print a flawless design. Truly, the genius girl Bulma excelled. This blueprint was nothing short of perfection. Li Jiao lavished her with praise, and had it been any other time, Bulma would have displayed a shy demeanor. Yet at this moment, she fixed her gaze upon Li Jiao and inquired, "Now that I have completed the design for you, could you assist me with a favor?" "Oh, do tell." Li Jiao examined the blueprint, which featured an array of architectural facilities, a vast estate, and a self-sustaining landscape. Most notably, a tenth of the floating island was cordoned off as a cultivation area for the mystical beings. However, Li Jiao was still unacquainted with the cultivation methods and would need to seek guidance from Master Karen. The entrance to the floating island was designed to be situated atop a nearby mountain, not far from Bulma's residence. Would you be able to discreetly mentor Vegeta? He seems quite fixated on that Super Saiyan. Bulma spoke up, eliciting surprise from both Li Jiao and Natasha. A faint blush crept across Bulma's cheeks as she declared, "If he cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, my household shall know no peace. He ought to transform quickly to spare me from daily troubles. Moreover, he can be quite fierce." Indeed, Vegeta was known for his pride. However, achieving the transformation into a Super Saiyan was well within his reach. Li Jiao smiled gently and turned his gaze toward Bulma. Without hesitation, Bulma leaned in, attempting to grasp Li Jiao's collar, only to be thwarted by Natasha, who stood 2 meters away. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Natasha glowered, protective of Li Jiao. What audacity! Bulma, disregarding Natasha's obstruction, turned anxiously to Li Jiao, asking, "What can I do?" "Make him fall in love with you." "Nanny?" Both Bulma and Natasha were momentarily taken aback. Bulma exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? How could Vegeta ever love me? Moreover, how does that relate to transforming into a Super Saiyan? First, make him love you. The rest I shall handle." Li Jiao slowly rose, and seemed to recall something. "By the way, could you spare me some of your capsules? You know, for living necessities. The estate has only a base and no structures." Bulma stood frozen, seemingly oblivious to Li Jiao's request. "Make Vegeta love me? How could that be possible?" She rubbed her temples and glanced at Li Jiao. "What did you say?" "Oh, the building capsules. My estate only has a base, after all. Could you prepare everything for me?" "Yes, in the future, I could assist you in acquiring some advanced technology from the cosmos." "Advanced technology? That sounds wonderful. I have plenty of capsules here. For instance, there's a mansion capsule that contains everything one might need: food, drinks, aircraft. Are you two married? It even has safety supplies." A slight blush tinted Bulma's face, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity. She seemed to have conceived an excellent plan. Li Jio was momentarily taken aback. This Bulma was indeed. Without denial, he collected a box full of capsules and turned to leave. Wait, Li Jio. Here is a phone. I can reach you through this in the future. Can it work on floating island as well? It should be possible, Bulma replied confidently. Knowing the phone she handed to him was no ordinary device. All right. Li Jio recalled the time when Master Roshi had admired the beauty of gymnasts in the realm of the gods, marveling at the technological advancements of the Dragon Ball world. Li Jio ascended a small hill and flattened its summit, creating a platform of over 100 square meters, from which he extracted the Dragon Ball. Arise, Divine Dragon. Following Li Jio's command, Natasha summoned the dragon. The sky darkened, and a majestic eastern dragon spiraled upward. State your wishes. I can grant any desire, but only one, the dragon proclaimed, its voice reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Natasha gazed curiously at the dragon, pondering whether truly any wish could be fulfilled. Yet, such was not the case. The dragon was a celestial being forged by the deities of earth, and wishes surpassing divine power were beyond its capacity to realize. Li Jio spoke, causing a bead of sweat to trickle down the dragon's visage. Is it truly appropriate to expose its limitations so bluntly? Dragon, manifest the floating island as depicted in this blueprint. Li Jio produced the drawing, confident in the dragon's comprehension of the island's construction. The dragon fell silent, as this wish seemed somewhat excessive, yet undeniably constituted a genuine desire. But what are all those scribbles on the margins? Can it be done? Why has it fallen silent? Was it not stated that any wish could be granted? Natasha murmured softly, seemingly wary of the dragon overhearing her. The dragon's forehead glistened with additional beads of sweat. After a prolonged pause, it declared, "Your wish is quite simple." Its crimson eyes flickered, and tier upon tier of 5-meter-high steps ascended skyward, ultimately culminating in a vast floating island. Upon this island, a resplendent landscape emerged, complete with mountains, waters, gardens, flowers, birds, insects, and beasts, creating a realm unto itself. Once the construction was complete, the dragon appeared to have exhausted its divine energy, hastily uttering a farewell before transforming into 7 stones and scattering away. Attempting to flee, as Li Jio flickered, he retrieved 7 stones. Have the Dragon Balls become your exclusive possessions? Natasha remarked with a smile upon witnessing this. Each wish made and intercepted with the Dragon Balls certainly spared them the trouble of searching for them. Of little significance, but better than nothing, Li Jio scoffed. If only there existed a Super Shenron, he would undoubtedly wish for the ability to create Dragon Balls. Does ascending from here lead us to the floating island? Natasha asked eagerly, for Li Jio had mentioned that they would reside there together in the future. The 50-fold gravity bore little difference for Li Jio and Natasha. Upon the floating island, verdant flora flourished, and the landscape was picturesque, a true delight to behold. At the far western edge of the expansive floating island lay a training ground spanning hundreds of miles. According to the design schematics, the ground there was 1,000 times larger than that of Earth's surface, and remarkably, it could regenerate itself after being damaged. Li Jio first visited the cultivation site of the celestial beings. The design blueprint indicated that the yield could reach 100-fold compared to Corinta, yet no seedlings were present. Natasha, please stay here, Li Jio instructed, placing his fingertip on his forehead, and in the next moment, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was accompanied by a large cat. A cat? Natasha mused, observing the celestial being. It was indeed the celestial being Corinta. The celestial being groomed its paws, perspiring profusely, yet managed to maintain an air of elegance under 50 times the normal gravity, which filled him with pride. Where's this? How could it be? The celestial being gazed at the celestial bean plantation, which, though modest in size, provided exceptionally suitable conditions for the growth of celestial beans. If we were to cultivate celestial beans here, how many could we yield in a year? Li Jio inquired. The celestial being narrowed its feline eyes, calculating, around 1,000. Very well, then you shall cultivate them here from now on. What? The celestial being was taken aback, staring incredulously at Li Jio. Having observed him through a water tank on Corinta, it had assumed Li Jio to be a benevolent individual. Chapter 16. Requesting Sun Wukong as a bodyguard. Corinta cannot be without inhabitants. The celestial being hoped Li Jio could negotiate and reconsider. However, the celestial beings also need to be cultivated here. The celestial being's expression turned somber, for the cultivation of celestial beings involves intricate procedures, and managing that small patch on Corinta had already proven troublesome for him alone. You might wish to make a wish to the dragon god, suggested the celestial being. I have no desire to wait, Li Jiu replied, shaking his head. 1,000 beans a year indeed. I can transplant the celestial being plants from Corinta, the celestial being asserted, trusting its judgment of character. Despite Li Jiu's rudeness, it believed he was not a malicious person. However, I can only cultivate celestial beings here for 2 years. I can teach others the methods of cultivation. Understood, plenty of fish. Yet you must find someone willing to cultivate celestial beings here, someone who possesses diligence and patience. The celestial being's eyes sparkled as it continued to elaborate. Diligence and patience. Who could that be? Li Jiu felt a headache coming on. Such a person would indeed be hard to find. Perhaps Sun Wukong's wife would be a suitable candidate. The celestial being suggested, noticing Li Jiu's distress. Chi-Chi? How could that be? Li Jiu was incredulous, considering Chi-Chi's notoriously fiery temperament. You misunderstand. Chi-Chi was once very gentle. But after marriage, Sun Wukong was not a suitable husband, at least not for Chi-Chi. I believe that if you can offer a substantial sum of money, Chi-Chi would accept this role. Although the cultivation of celestial beings is cumbersome, it only requires management during specific times, allowing her to still care for Sun Wufan. The celestial being explained, while Li Jiu felt somewhat awkward. Indeed, Sun Wukong was not a competent husband. You could hire Sun Wukong as a bodyguard. Li Jiu conceived a plan, deeming it feasible, and considered it a means to bestow certain benefits upon the protagonist. Ideally, he yearned to transform Gohan into a true embodiment of the wild spirit. Such remarkable potential for cultivation would be lamentably squandered if he were to merely become a scholar. It appears you have made up your mind. I shall accompany you. The cultivation environment here would surely delight Sun Wukong. Master Karen spoke, and naturally, Li Jiu did not decline. This time, Natasha joined them as they directly sought out Sun Wukong's presence. However, it seemed that their timing was rather inopportune. Li Jiu spoke softly, while the immortal Karin turned her back. Natasha's face flushed slightly as she glanced at Li Jiu. Chi-Chi, come down quickly, someone is arriving. Sun Wukong's voice echoed from within the room, and soon he leaped out of the window, clad only in a pair of oversized shorts. Who is it? Disturbing someone's good fortune? Chi-Chi's irritable voice rang out, and Sun Wukong scratched his head as he looked at the trio. Li Jiu, Chi-Chi, and Natasha. Li Jiu, what brings you here? Sun Wukong inquired with surprise, then glanced at his attire and hurried back to change into proper clothes. In the living room, Li Jiu suppressed a chuckle while Chi-Chi stifled her irritation, greeting everyone with a smile. Sun Wukong, I have come this time to discuss a matter with you and your wife. Li Jiu revealed his intentions, expressing a desire to employ Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi to work on his floating island. Bodyguard? But I need to cultivate. Sun Wukong scratched his head, reluctant to comply. However, Chi-Chi approached him and delivered a gentle headbutt. You fool, can't you see they are clearly looking after you? Your only duty is to ensure Li Jiu's safety, and the rest of your time can be devoted to your cultivation. Protect Li Jiu's safety? Does he really need my protection? Sun Wukong grinned, while Li Jiu replied, sometimes. You may need to handle certain troublesome matters. I prefer to be somewhat idle. Naturally, I will generally seek you out for tasks that involve combat. Additionally, Chi-Chi can also work on the floating island, with her duties being quite brief, merely nurturing celestial beings. The conditions set forth by Li Jiu were irresistible to Chi-Chi, who promptly declared her capability to expertly undertake the cultivation of the divine beings. As for remuneration, Li Jiu had none to offer at the moment, yet he assured her that it would come in due course. In the vast universe, there exists an abundance of advanced technologies, any one of which could be exchanged for inexhaustible wealth upon its arrival on Earth. For instance, rejuvenation pods, high-tech spacecraft, and interstellar battleships, among others. On the floating island, where gravity was increased 50-fold, Natasha observed Chi-Chi. While it was no challenge for Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan to endure such immense gravitational force, it would certainly prove to be a considerable trial for Chi-Chi. This posed a dilemma. She would need to consult Bulma for a solution. Li Jiu tapped his forehead in contemplation, and Natasha offered a gentle smile, suggesting, I shall accompany them to the floating island while you seek Bulma to explore any potential remedies. Very well, Li Jiu replied. Li Jiu closed his eyes in concentration, sensing that Bulma's presence was faint. However, given the Earth's size, Li Jiu's formidable perception allowed him to detect it with relative ease. He had found her. In the next moment, Li Jiao vanished and reappeared, witnessing Bulma tenderly feeding a bowl of congee to Vegeta. Li Jiao. Vegeta immediately rose, but the fatigue of his body caused him to collapse halfway through his motion. Vegeta, your treatment here seems quite agreeable, Li Jiao remarked with a gentle smile. Then turned to Bulma and said, I intend to have Chi-Chi cultivate some Senza beans on the floating island. Could you devise an anti-gravity device to allow her free movement there? Certainly, Bulma replied without hesitation, as she had her own reasons for accommodating Li Jiao. Vegeta, I have more inquiries for you later. For now, you should rest well. Li Jiao waved at Vegeta, who felt his face flush. The proud Scion Prince could not believe he was being fed by a woman, and even worse, that someone had witnessed it. How infuriating. The veins on Vegeta's forehead throbbed, yet his drained energy rendered him incapable of exerting himself further. Roar. Success. I, Bulma, truly am a genius. Bulma exclaimed joyfully at her workstation, holding more than a dozen exquisite watches, which were in fact anti-gravity devices. Here, if Chi-Chi uses this, she can move freely even in an environment with 50 times the gravity. It even has an intelligent adjustment feature. Your thoughtful design is commendable, Bulma. By the way, you should consider modifying the spaceship. Once your upgrades are complete, I will take you on a journey through the cosmos to exchange some technological advancements using the universal capsule technology. Before that, however, I will need some funds. Funds? You, a Super Saiyan, still require money? Bulma queried in disbelief. Yet without hesitation, she retrieved a card from her drawer. Here, this contains 10 billion. But it will be deducted from your future earnings. We agreed that you would handle the safety of transactions involving universal capsules, and I would manage the technology side. We will split the profits 50-50. Of course, Li Jiao accepted the card, murmuring to himself, this 10 billion should suffice for Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong's wages. Nanny, you plan to hire Sun Wukong? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, yet she had no choice but to acquiesce, waving her hand dismissively. Fine, do as you wish. Chapter 17. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan Kaioken. The convenience of the universal capsules exceeded Li Jiao's expectations. Bulma's collection of capsules encompassed all his daily necessities, especially the mansion capsule, which was equipped with various cleaning robots and boasted impeccable water and electricity facilities. So beautiful. Natasha entered the estate, which sprawled over several acres and boasted not only a magnificent main villa, but also 7 or 8 smaller cottages. Chi-Chi, within this sum lies 10 billion, along with an excess of anti-gravity wristwatches. From this day forward, I shall require you to prepare meals for both Natasha and myself. Yes, you may employ some assistance with that wealth, yet the matter of the magic beans must remain under your personal supervision. Li Jiao directly handed over a bank card containing 10 billion to Chi-Chi, who appeared as if she were in a dream. 10 billion? Chi-Chi, in a daze, gazed at Li Jiao and asked, are you certain it is 10 billion, not 1 million? 10 billion, encompassing all our living expenses, is contained within this card. Should it prove insufficient, I shall provide you with more in due course. Li Jiao's wealth proved to be of little utility, and Natasha did not strike one as a culinary expert. Thus it was decided to entrust everything to Chi-Chi. 100 billion? What does that even amount to? Sun Wukong, calculating with his fingers, was abruptly interrupted by a thump from Chi-Chi. That is a sum our family could never exhaust in a lifetime. So much. My goodness. I must take great care to protect Li Jiao from now on. I must first surpass Li Jiao, with 3 years until the emergence of synthetic beings. Gohan must also endeavor to train diligently. Upon hearing that Gohan intended to train as well, Chi-Chi furrowed her brow. Gohan possesses immense potential, and Earth will undoubtedly face numerous crises ahead. Li Jiao spoke up, and Chi-Chi restrained herself. Do not hinder Gohan's studies. Mother, I will not impede my education. Gohan replied with delight, having matured significantly following the battle on Namek. In light of this, it seemed the Dragon Balls might no longer hold much significance. Li Jiao pondered for a moment, casting his gaze towards the ominous energy waves emanating from the opposite end of Floating Island, where Sun Wukong and Gohan were training. A few days later, Gohan's father ascended via the floating staircase to join him on Floating Island, ultimately choosing to remain for training. The training ground at the westernmost point was often left in utter disarray, yet miraculously returned to its original state overnight. Li Jiao felt a twinge of concern. He wondered if, on some fateful day, these individuals might misjudge their limits and sink the entire floating island, leaving its restoration in jeopardy. Half a month later, Bulma's call came through. "Hello, is this Li Jio? The spaceship has been modified, and we are ready to embark on our journey to the cosmos in search of advanced technology." Bulma's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Li Jio calculated the time. "Very well. I shall head to your residence now. You need to prepare a batch of empty universal capsules. Rest assured, I have everything ready," came the response before the call ended. Li Jio exited the manor. Over the past half-month, everything had progressed smoothly. Chi-Chi had become increasingly adept at the cultivation techniques for the celestial beings, her learning speed surpassing Li Jio's expectations. Moreover, the power enhancements of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan seemed to exceed predictions as well. It is through pressure that motivation arises. Li Jio stretched lazily, recalling how Natasha would frequently transform into a Super Saiyan, mercilessly pummeling the trio. After each bout, even the swiftest recovering Piccolo required a full day before he could rise to continue training. "Natasha, Wukong, Piccolo, Gohan," Li Jio spoke, and the chaotic battle among the four instantly came to a halt. "Are you interested in taking a stroll through the cosmos? Is it beneficial for cultivation?" Short Flute cut to the chase, stating that if it bore no fruit for his training, he would certainly not embark on such a journey out of mere boredom. "I don't know. Perhaps we might encounter some formidable experts in the universe." Li Jio made no promises. "If you allow us to witness your true power, we might just accompany you. Serving as your muscle would be no trouble." Short Flute held little interest in the strong beings of the cosmos. In the vastness of space, a battle power of 10,000 was considered formidable. Frieza, in his initial form, was already a cosmic emperor, rather than anticipate the prowess of distant cosmic warriors. It would be wiser to focus on the present presence of Li Jio. "Isn't Natasha's pressure sufficient for you to gauge my true strength?" Li Jio smirked. While Sun Wukong interjected, "Natasha is indeed formidable, but I sense that you surpass her in power." At that moment, both Natasha and Sun Wukong were in their Super Saiyan forms. However, there remained a considerable disparity between them. Natasha's Super Saiyan state was nearly at full power, while Sun Wukong had yet to fully master his aura. "Oh, care to test it?" Upon seeing Sun Wukong's fighting spirit, Li Jio raised his index finger, swiftly transforming. "Behold, this is the entirety of my power." Li Jio transformed into a Super Saiyan, with golden hair and azure eyes. Yet there was no hint of aura or presence leaking from him. It was as if he had merely dyed his hair and donned colored contacts. "Incredible. You can perfectly control your aura." Sun Wukong was astonished. As a fellow Super Saiyan, he understood the sheer ferocity of the transformation's power. "All right, let me see what combat prowess you possess in this state." With a swift movement, Sun Wukong appeared behind Li Jio, raising his leg to strike at his neck. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Jio did not flinch. Instead, he merely tilted his head slightly, ensuring that he would not be struck in the face. Bang! The air rippled violently, yet Li Jio remained utterly unperturbed. The sound of rapid blows echoed as Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Li Jio's form. Nevertheless, Li Jio continued to gaze steadfastly at Sun Wukong without so much as a tremor. Natasha observed Li Jio with a look of skepticism, her mind swirling with confusion. This was unexpected. Although Li Jio's power is formidable, when quantified numerically, it is merely double that of Sun Wukong. Yet, at this moment, it is evident that Sun Wukong is exerting all his strength. Why then is he unable to breach even Li Jio's defenses? Such remarkable control. The cold sweat trickles down Piccolo's brow as the two antennae atop his head quiver. He can vaguely sense that when Sun Wukong's attack lands on Li Jio, the latter's aura momentarily condenses, but only at the point of impact, serving as a means of defense. Control indeed? Natasha's eyes gradually brighten, while Sun Wukong, panting heavily, ceases his assault and, after a brief moment of recuperation, exclaims with a chuckle, "I still have the Kaioken." Whoosh! A crimson aura erupts, and Sun Wukong's body trembles violently. To recklessly employ the Kaioken at 10 times the normal power without fully mastering the strength of a Super Saiyan is sheer folly. Li Jio is at a loss for words, feeling as though Sun Wukong's heart condition stems from such reckless behavior. Under the strain of the tenfold Kaioken, Sun Wukong's physical burden reaches unprecedented levels. The transformation into a Super Saiyan inherently imposes an overload on the body, and now, with the addition of the Kaioken. Chapter 18. I knew you had ulterior motives. Forcing an increase in power is not a wise choice. Li Jio raised a hand, and with renewed vigor, Sun Wukong launched another assault. The tremendous force reverberated throughout the floating island. Yet, such a formidable attack was effortlessly thwarted by Li Jiao with a single hand. Tenfold. The Kamehameha. Sun Wukong appeared to have reached his limits, channeling all his strength to unleash the Kamehameha in an attempt to shake Li Jiao. Do you intend to obliterate my floating island? Li Jiao's expression darkened. This madman. Concentrate. Li Jiao confronted the energy wave unleashed by Sun Wukong, his hands moving swiftly to form intricate seals. Streams of translucent sword energy rapidly coalesced, and in an instant, he established a formidable sword formation. Strangle. Li Jiao commanded nearly 1,000 sword energies, swiftly extinguishing Sun Wukong's energy wave. The terrifying force of the explosions reverberated continuously, causing the entire floating island to tremble violently. As the dust settled, the training ground lay in ruins, revealing the mountains and forests of Earth below. Ha ha ha. Truly, there is no alternative. I have exerted my utmost effort. Sun Wukong still managed to chuckle, withdrawing from his Super Saiyan state, leaving no trace of his aura as he plummeted towards the floating island below. Father! Sun Gohan exclaimed, quickly hoisting Sun Wukong onto his back. Let us depart. Li Jiao stepped forward, placing his hands on Din and Sun Gohan, activating an instantaneous movement, and they vanished from the floating island. At Capsule Corporation in West City, Bulma stood before Vegeta, chattering incessantly, while Vegeta appeared impatient yet resigned. Oh, is Vegeta going as well? Upon Li Jiao's arrival, Bulma immediately noticed the incapacitated Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? Bulma approached, and after Sun Gohan recounted the battle between Sun Wukong and Li Jiao, she finally felt reassured. Humph, to think that Kakarot, a fellow Super Saiyan, could be so utterly defeated. Vegeta scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Kakarot. I have heard of a galactic patrol organization within the universe. They should be able to reach out to the Galactic King, no? Li Jiao inquired, knowing that Vegeta likely had deeper insights into the cosmic powers. Huh, a bunch of worthless fools, Vegeta retorted arrogantly, dismissing them with a wave. They are merely an alliance formed by those with battle powers below 200,000 and a few insignificant lackeys. Oh, can you locate them? Li Jiao asked. Of course. Vegeta arrogantly strode into the spaceship, which possessed a vast interior with all necessary amenities. But why are there only 3 rooms? Li Jiao questioned, puzzled. With such ample space, Bulma could easily have prepared 10 bedrooms. How was I to know that Din and Gohan would also be coming? Time was of the essence. So I only prepared 3 rooms, Bulma asserted defiantly. That should not be the case, Li Jiao remarked, his expression darkening. Was Bulma's reasoning flawed? Let Sun Wukong and Din share a room then. Bulma's cheeks flushed as she stormed into one of the rooms. Thus, only 2 rooms remained. Natasha blinked her bright eyes, quietly opening one of the doors and stepping inside. The space within was quite expansive. Li Jiao's heart stirred slightly as he watched Natasha at that moment. Hey, Vegeta. The door to Bulma's room swung open once more, revealing a furious Vegeta, who glared at the figure frozen in the control center. TCH, what's all the noise about? Vegeta's expression was rigid as he arrogantly lifted his chin, striding into Bulma's room amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. The spaceship roared to life, heading towards the predetermined center of the galaxy. Inside the room, Li Jiao and Natasha exchanged glances. I'll go take a shower first, Natasha, unable to withstand Li Jiao's gaze, blushed and retreated into the bathroom, taking her time for a full hour before emerging wrapped in a towel. Li Jiao closed his eyes in deep concentration, sensing Natasha's presence as she emerged. The young woman stood gracefully, her delicate skin fair and luminous. Her shoulders and collarbone were exquisitely defined, with glistening droplets of water cascading back and forth, occasionally escaping to trace a path down the gentle slope of her chest. What are you staring at? Natasha inquired, her hands clutching the towel tightly, her lustrous black hair damp and glistening. Li Jiao stepped forward and took a clean towel to gently wipe her down. Natasha sat obediently at the edge of the bed, her rigid form gradually relaxing. All done. Li Jiao hung the towel back up, while Natasha lowered her head, curling up with her knees drawn to her chest, an unusual flush appearing on her cheeks. Aren't you going to wash up? Natasha timidly raised her face, her dark eyes blinking. Ahem, I will, Li Jiao replied with a cough, stepping into the bathroom. Beneath the shower, the cold water cascaded down as Li Jiao attempted to extinguish the heat surging within him. However, the lingering fragrance of the girl and a small garment tucked away in the corner frequently caught his attention. This girl is definitely doing this on purpose. Li Jiao chuckled wryly, casting a glance at his furious older brother, and turned the shower up a notch. Hey, you're a grown man. Why are you taking so long to shower? Natasha's voice called from outside the bathroom. Li Jiao took a deep breath and opened the bathroom door. However, before he could step outside, a delicate form leapt into his embrace. Li Jiao. Natasha looked up at him, her bath towel slipping away silently. I knew you had ulterior motives. You better not regret this. You are the one with ulterior motives. I don't care. I simply want it. In another room, Vegeta struggled to suppress the fury within him as Bulma pushed him into the bathroom. Ugh, it reeks. You smell like sweat. Can't you wash yourself? Bulma disdainfully tossed Vegeta's clothes into the washing machine, her gaze shifting slightly as she removed her own garments and joined him in the bathroom. Get away from me. You woman. Oh, come on. Scrub my back, you jerk. Vegeta cursed, though his voice soon dwindled, the battleground shifting as his temper gradually subsided. In the central room, Son Goku slept soundly, while Son Gohan engaged in a mental spar with Piccolo. However, Piccolo appeared somewhat unsettled, frequently exposing vulnerabilities, and ultimately fell to Son Gohan's prowess. The universe remained vast and empty, as Bulma modified the spacecraft that Li Jiao and the others had used to return to Earth, enhancing its speed to double that of before. Yet, reaching the center of the galaxy would still require a month's time. It seemed Trunks would have to make his entrance ahead of schedule. Li Jiao inadvertently altered the course of history. Meanwhile, Bulma and Natasha found themselves entwined in a relationship, engaging in discussions that left even Li Jiao with a headache. Hey, Bulma, please do not lead Natasha astray. Li Jiao's expression was dark. Over the past few days, Natasha had evidently acquired a great deal of knowledge. She had once been such a simple young girl. Oh dear, rest assured. The bed in your room has been specially reinforced. It is quite sturdy. Chapter 19. Kfera. Vegeta possessed a profound understanding of certain forces within the universe. Having been a formidable warrior since the tender age of 5, the spaceship descended upon an immense planet. A bustling commercial hub filled with an array of shops established by various extraterrestrial races. This planet boasted a myriad of technologies. Bulma immediately immersed herself in the dazzling array of innovations, eager to purchase some for her research, yet lacking the universal currency required for transactions. What need is there for trade? A Super Saiyan can roam the universe with impunity, simply seize what is desired, Vegeta scoffed. Although he still obediently followed Bulma and the others. Vegeta, could you refrain from your violent tendencies? Must you insist on leaving a trail of enemies throughout the cosmos? Bulma retorted boldly, undeterred by Vegeta's princely pride. The proud prince could only clench his fists in silent frustration, unwilling to retaliate. Li Jiao, the technology in this universe is truly remarkable. I want it all. Hurry, let us sell the universal capsules, Bulma exclaimed, her eagerness to acquire new advancements palpable. But we must find a suitable partner for collaboration first. You don't think I will oversee your business here, do you? On the vast commercial planet. Li Jiao and his companions meandered towards the shop of the Galactic Patrol. Although the Galactic Patrol's establishment boasted a stellar reputation, they too could find themselves at a disadvantage when confronted by formidable foes. Vegeta trailed quietly at the rear of the group. Ahead loomed a colossal shopping complex, the property of the Galactic Patrol. Bulma, let me forewarn you, what we are selling are capsules, not the technology behind them. Are you confident in safeguarding the secrets of the universal capsule technology? Li Jiao inquired, acknowledging that Earth's technological prowess was largely encapsulated in this singular innovation. Admittedly, the artificial human technology was also among the finest in the universe, yet it was not for sale. Rest assured, I am a super genius beauty. The universal capsule is my bargaining chip in the realm of cosmic technology, and I will ensure that its secrets remain protected, Bulma asserted with unwavering confidence. Li Jiao, satisfied with her response, proceeded into the shopping complex. Inside, a myriad of spacecraft and advanced combat mechs were on display. One could also observe several Galactic Patrol members engaged in the maintenance of warships. Hey, Li Jiao, should we seek out the higher-ups of the Galactic Patrol to finalize our transaction? Bulma, though unconcerned with the affairs of the capsule company, was well versed in the intricacies of trade. Li Jiao nodded, then turned to Sun Wukong and said, Wukong, the aura is approximately at a battle power of 100,000. Uncle Li Jiao, should I release my aura? 100,000? Yes. All right. Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively, and without any visible movement, his aura began to surge. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the marketplace, a desktop detector started to emit an alarming sound. The staff within the mall immediately fell into a state of panic. Yet some managed to locate Sun Wukong. May I inquire, esteemed guests, if there are any grievances regarding the services of the Galactic Patrol Mall? A battle power of 100,000 is already regarded as a formidable force in the universe. After all, even the formidable Frozen Demon Clan, whose elite special forces boast a maximum battle power of merely around 100,000, pales in comparison. Sun Wukong felt somewhat at a loss. He retracted his aura and looked towards Li Jiao. The staff member then realized that Li Jiao was the spokesperson for this team and was even more astonished. May I ask, sir? We have a significant business proposal to discuss with the Galactic Patrol, hence we require your higher-ups to engage in dialogue with me. Li Jiao spoke, and the server immediately let out a sigh of relief. It turned out they were here to discuss business. And as long as it was a matter of commerce, there would be no issue. Very well, esteemed guests, please proceed to the VIP lounge and wait momentarily. The staff's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. As Li Jiao and his companions were about to make their way to the VIP room, a voice, tinged with a chilling undertone, echoed from behind them. Hold on. May I inquire what business you intend to discuss? I believe our Quila Galactic Empire possesses greater capacity for collaboration with you. Quila Galactic Empire? The staff member, upon hearing this, was instantly thrown into a state of panic, beads of cold sweat forming on their brow in mere moments. They looked at Li Jiao and his companions, seemingly at a loss, stammering, May I ask what business you wish to conduct? Perhaps we could have a conversation with this gentleman. Li Jiao cast a glance at the staff member before turning to address the individual speaking behind him. The person was clad in a combat mech suit, exuding a formidable presence, far exceeding that of Sun Wukong. Who are you? Li Jiao inquired. Oh, I am Nez, a member of King Quila's mech battalion. Nez proclaimed proudly. Li Jiao took a moment to scrutinize Nez, faint recollections of this character surfacing in his mind. Nez bore a resemblance to the Hulk, yet regardless of whether he was indeed Nez or a genuine member of the mech battalion, it mattered little. You speak of the Quila Galactic Empire? Li Jiao probed further. Nez, brimming with arrogance, responded, indeed. The territories of Frisia and King Cold have now become the domain of our King Quila. The entire galaxy shall fall under the auspices of the Quila Empire. Thus, I would advise you to collaborate with us. Nez's pride was palpable, accompanied by a tinge of curiosity regarding how a being of such considerable battle power had become a mere enforcer, pondering what advanced technology these individuals might possess. Well, in that case, Quila does present itself as an appealing partner, Li Jiao mused, as Bulma tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Li Jiao, this Quila does not seem to be of good repute. Of course not. He is Frisia's brother. Li Jiao chuckled softly, unconcerned whether Nez overheard. He continued, what we offer is a universal capsule capable of transforming anything into a compact form for easy transport. As he spoke, Li Jiao had Bulma demonstrate the remarkable utility of the universal capsule. Should Quila desire this technology, we can engage in further discussions. Li Jiao glanced at the device Nez was carrying, inquiring, you should be able to contact Quila, right? Perhaps we could arrange a meeting. Bulma remained perplexed by Li Jiao's intentions, while Vegeta, seemingly struck by a thought, wore a cold smirk. Humph, this guy Li Jiao is undoubtedly plotting something beyond mere collaboration. Partnering with Frisia's brother? Can we trust him to honor his word? Sun Wukong reflected thoughtfully, as Piccolo and Gohan beside him broke into a cold sweat. Frisia's brother must share the same temperament. Why would you question his reliability? It is assuredly lacking, as evidenced by the demeanor of his subordinate. Chapter 20. Just do it, oh? Such astonishing technology. Please hold on. I shall contact King Quila immediately. Nez's heart raced with excitement. For the Quila army was currently consolidating the territories and influence of Frisia and King Cold, desperately in need of such universal capsules. This would greatly facilitate their operations. Nez moved away slightly to establish contact with Quila, while Piccolo quietly relayed Nez and Quila's dialogue to the others. They intend to lure us to a deserted planet and forcibly extract the technology for the universal capsules. It truly is a scheme of great profit. The short flute exhibited a hint of disdain, silently mocking Quira's overestimation of his own capabilities. However, it appeared that Quira was not inclined to take matters into his own hands. He sought the expertise of the mech squad's captain, Shaviza, to oversee this operation. The short flute gently shook his head, uncertain of Shaviza's prowess, yet it was evident that, In the context of Nez, he could not be excessively formidable. Surely, within Quira's mech squad, there could not be a master like Frisia? It was bewildering that one would employ a Shaviza to confront 3 Super Psiots. What was the rationale behind such a choice? Nevertheless, Nez displayed caution, perceiving that Gohan was not the strongest among them, thus involving Quira. This situation promised to be intriguing. A smirk graced the short flute's lips as he speculated that Li Jio's true objective was Quira. Do you seek a permanent resolution? The short flute inquired. Li Jio nodded lightly and replied, within the galaxy, there exists an empire that inevitably intersects with our interests. Quira's strength far surpasses that of Frisia. Vegeta regarded Li Jio with skepticism, yet he was subtly offering a word of caution. I am aware, Li Jio responded, turning his gaze towards Nez, who had returned and addressed Li Jio and the others. King Quira has agreed to meet with you, but the distance is considerable. We can progress mutually and convene on an intermediary planet. Very well. Shall we travel aboard your spacecraft? Li Jio asked. Certainly, we can travel in your spacecraft. We approach you with sincerity, eager to negotiate. Nez's tone was earnest, his manners impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Let us proceed in your spacecraft then, Li Jio said, pursing his lips and signaling to Bulma that there was no cause for concern. The group departed aboard Nez's spacecraft. Li Jio, are we truly going to engage in trade with this Quira? Bulma felt as though she had boarded a pirate ship, surrounded by formidable extraterrestrials. Bulma, there is no need for your apprehension. These aliens are far from being capable of matching even a single finger of Vegeta. He will ensure your safety. Li Jio reclined on the sofa, savoring exquisite wine from the cosmos, his arm wrapped around Natasha's delicate and soft waist, finding himself in a state of bliss. Who would bother to protect this foolish woman? The prince bore a sullen expression, yet Bulma's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she leaned in with a charming demeanor. Sun Wukong was undoubtedly a fervent cultivator. Even aboard the spaceship under Kvila's command, he remained unyielding, engaging in a mental duel with Piccolo and Gohan. The velocity of Kvila's fleet was remarkable as they landed on a rather desolate planet in just 3 days. Come now, Lord Kvila has been awaiting your arrival, Nez remarked with a chilling smile gracing his lips. Li Jio adorned his countenance with a smile, slowly lifting a finger and gently tapping the tip. Then you are of no use. As the words fell, an almost imperceptible flash of sword light pierced through Nez's skull, the blade's energy erupting within his mind, instantaneously extinguishing his life. With a thud, Nez collapsed, unaware of the manner of his demise. Even the aliens equipped with detection devices failed to react. Their instruments appeared to have malfunctioned. Was it a momentary eruption? Vegeta observed clearly that a cold gleam indeed emanated from Li Jio's fingertip. Yet the aura of that cold light was not formidable. How could it penetrate Nez's skull and unleash such terrifying power within? Was it condensation? Compression? Neither seemed to apply. How was it accomplished? Vegeta pondered deeply, as did Piccolo and Gohan, while Goku, ever oblivious, exclaimed, Li Jio, you killed him? How can you just kill someone for no reason? Fool. He brought us here with the intent to kill us and forcibly seize our capsule technology. How can you speak of it as if it were without cause? Bulma scolded, gripping Goku by the collar. Upon witnessing her ire, Goku instantly sought mercy, yet he retorted, but he hasn't killed anyone yet, has he? Wouldn't you only understand the danger once you're dead? Isn't that too late? Bulma's face flushed with anger, and she silently mused. Thankfully, it was Li Jio who was responsible for the security of the universal capsules. Had this fool been in charge, surely nothing would remain. Li Jio dispatched Nez with a mere glance, instilling a profound terror in the remaining extraterrestrials who promptly fled in all directions. Natasha, ensure Bulma's safety, Li Jio commanded. In response, Natasha immediately shook her head, saying, No, let Vegeta protect her instead. I wish to test the strength of Kvira. A subtle pout formed on Natasha's crimson lips, imbued with a hint of playful defiance. Upon hearing this, Li Jio felt a flush of embarrassment. What does it mean for a young lady to engage in brawls and violence? No, I shall take action. Natasha glared at Li Jio, her pair of dark eyes exceptionally charming. Li Jio sighed in resignation. Very well, but you must not sustain any injuries, or I shall intervene. All right, my dear husband, Natasha exclaimed with delight, rushing forward to bestow a tender kiss, before making her way towards Kvila's spaceship. They were already aware of Kvila's intentions. Thus further negotiations were rendered unnecessary. Natasha, may I have the honor of battling him first? Sun Wukong called out eagerly, brimming with anticipation, for after all, he was Frisia's brother and surely possessed greater prowess. Humph. Vegeta observed the scene with increasing displeasure. While Kakarot was deemed worthy of such a conflict, he himself was not. He had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Bulma noticed Vegeta's reaction and cast a pleading glance at Li Jio. If you find yourself in peril, I will create the illusion of your demise. Should Vegeta genuinely care for you, he will become enraged, thus breaking through the confines of his Super Saiyan limitations. The voice of Li Jio resonated in Bulma's mind. However, you must perish at the hands of Quila, he added. Bulma's expression turned to one of shock as she gazed at Li Jio's earnest smile, her demeanor shifting to something peculiar. Why must it be this way? What if I truly die? A wave of fear washed over Bulma, and she even envisioned the scenario where Li Jio would not come to her rescue. She blinked at Li Jio, who merely nodded in response. The two communicated in secret signals, leaving Dizzy completely oblivious to the nature of their clandestine agreement. After casting another glance at Vegeta, Bulma ultimately chose to place her trust in Li Jio. Of course, she was aware that with the existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth, even death could be reversed. Chapter 21. Speedy Vegeta. Natasha's strike was swift and decisive, directly obliterating Quila's spaceship. The flames illuminated the sky as Natasha hovered mid-air, honing in on the most formidable aura amidst the inferno through her mastery of Ki. Suddenly, a purple figure materialized before her, and in that instant, Natasha completed her transformation into a Super Saiyan. With golden hair and azure eyes, her dark locks erupted into a radiant gold. It seems she has nearly reached full power, Li Jio mused, nodding slightly. Natasha's talent was indeed formidable. However, due to the inherent nature of Saions, she struggled to immerse herself in the practice of the Xian Huang breathing technique as Li Jio did. Nonetheless, she had forged her own method of cultivation, and while not as extraordinary as Li Jio's, her combat prowess within the same realm was undeniably formidable. Quila possessed an additional transformation compared to Frisia, yet his power was estimated to be just shy of 400 million. Li Jio calculated silently, recognizing that Quila could not match the full power of Super Saiyan Goku. At that moment, Natasha's battle power had already surged to 500 million. Quila towered over Frisia, his purple skin appearing somewhat grotesque. Yet, at this juncture, Quila's expression was serious, his gaze fixed on Natasha with palpable gravity. Is this what a Super Saiyan truly is? Cold sweat trickled down Quila's brow as he felt his energy surge rapidly. He needed to complete his transformation to unleash his full potential. Natasha, during the battle, allow Quila's attacks to reach Bulma. The voice of Li Jio suddenly resonated in Natasha's mind, leaving her momentarily stunned. As Li Jio's explanation unfolded, she subtly nodded in understanding. Indeed, Frisia's brother was far mightier than Frisia himself, capable of transforming yet again. Son Goku's expression turned to one of astonishment. Within his perception, the aura of Quila surpassed even his Super Saiyan form. This signified that, even in his transformed state, he would be no match for Quila. Yoshi, it appears I must redouble my efforts. Goku's fighting spirit seemed indomitable, forever undeterred, charging forth even against the most formidable foes. Li Jio, just how formidable is Quila's combat power? At this moment, Piccolo found himself unable to accurately gauge the energy of the two ahead. It was simply beyond his reach. Natasha's combat power has reached 500 million, while Quila's should cap around 350 million. Li Jio deduced based on his perception and understanding of the characters involved. Piccolo's complexion turned a shade of green, whether 350 million or 500 million. He could not compare to either at this moment. Vegeta clenched his fists tighter. His normal combat power was barely over 3 million, and even in his Super Saiyan form, he might still not contend with Quila. The transformation of a Super Saiyan could amplify one's base power by 50 times. Natasha's base power astonishingly reached 10 million. Vegeta fixed his gaze on the two figures hovering in the air. There was nothing left to say. Nets had perished, and Natasha had obliterated the spaceship. The intent was unmistakable. Quila realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, one that seemed intent on delivering a decisive blow. With a sigh, Quila completed his final transformation, appearing as though adorned with shoulder armor, with a few horns sprouting from his head. Is this of any use? Natasha's demeanor turned somewhat detached after her transformation. Her cold gaze fixated on Quila as she vanished and reappeared instantaneously behind him. With a swift motion, her long leg lashed out, delivering a kick to Kvila's shoulder. Caught off guard, he was propelled into the ground like a cannonball. Dust billowed into the air, yet the notion of being unscathed was destined to be shattered. Damn it! Kvila struggled to rise, raising his hands to unleash a barrage of fine beams. Natasha's lips curled slightly as she moved with remarkable speed. Kvila, in a frenzy, unleashed a relentless storm of energy beams and projectiles. Suddenly, an energy blast hurtled toward Li Jiao and the others, unfortunately aimed directly at Vegeta. The group paid it no mind, confident that Vegeta could easily evade such an attack. However, aside from Li Jiao and Vegeta, everyone had forgotten that Bulma was in close proximity to Vegeta. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and Vegeta was hurled several meters while cradling Bulma, crashing into a massive boulder. Vegeta, Goku, and the others quickly reacted and rushed forward to assess the situation. Yet, to their astonishment, Vegeta appeared unscathed, while Bulma lay lifeless in his arms. Her head bloodied. Bulma! Vegeta scrambled to his feet in a frenzy, his aura still raging. Li Jiao silently observed the unfolding scene and approached to assess Bulma's condition. What is the matter with you? Can't you even protect your own woman? Li Jiao inquired, but Vegeta remained oblivious, fervently calling out Bulma's name. At that moment, Vegeta's aura surged dramatically, escalating with a terrifying intensity. Bulma! How dare they take my Bulma! Vegeta's energy instantaneously transformed into a radiant gold as bolts of lightning rained down. Li Jiao's expression darkened. Are you intent on destroying her physical form? Upon hearing this, Vegeta regained his composure, gently setting Bulma down. His teeth clenched as he focused on the battle with Kvira, entirely forgetting his own chances against the formidable opponent. I will personally end his life. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta became a streak of light, launching himself toward Kvira, forcefully entering the fray. Natasha momentarily withdrew, staring in astonishment at Vegeta overpowering Kvira, her eyes wide with disbelief. Incredible! How powerful! Sun Wukong watched Vegeta's figure, amazed that Kvira, so formidable, was being dominated by Vegeta. The ground trembled violently as Kvira was mercilessly battered by Vegeta, akin to a mere ball being tossed about. At this moment, Li Jiao appeared somewhat dazed. Yet he did not forget to lightly tap on Bulma twice. Are you alright? Li Jiao had previously left a trace of his aura on Bulma, allowing him to protect her at critical moments while simultaneously sealing her life force. Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. With a roar, he looked quite impressive, even surpassing Kefla. Bulma waved her hand. Despite feeling sore all over, she had not sustained significant injuries thanks to Li Jiao's protection. Indeed, that was the case, but only for the moment. At this juncture, Sun Wukong and others also perceived the signs. Vegeta's current state was merely an eruption of anger. Once Kefla regained her composure. Chapter 22. 3 years later. Pong. Handsomeness lasts but 3 seconds. Vegeta was sent flying by the now aware Kefla, and after taking a beating, he was knocked out of his Super Saiyan state. Natasha glanced at Vegeta and chuckled softly. Not bad at all. Keep it up. Your current combat power should be around 170 million. With that, Natasha took action once more, causing Kefla to turn and flee without hesitation. However, Natasha had destroyed their spaceship, and with Kefla's speed being inferior to hers, escape was impossible. Natasha, just eliminate her. Li Jiao spoke, and Natasha showed no mercy. Behold my newly developed ultimate move. Natasha swung her hands at her sides, creating a Tai Chi diagram with her palms as the focal point. However, this Tai Chi diagram possessed only its form, lacking its essence. The golden Tai Chi diagram Yin and Yang revolved, unleashing a terrifying beam of energy. The beam spiraled and intertwined like a tornado, instantly engulfing Kefla within its grasp. Annihilate. The golden Tai Chi tornado erupted violently, obliterating Kefla to the last particle. The metallic Kefla was no longer a possibility. Li Jiao smirked, achieving a permanent resolution. Wow, Natasha is truly formidable. Kefla was utterly annihilated. Sun Wukong scratched his head, reflecting that, based on Natasha's displayed combat prowess, he had a long journey ahead in honing his own skills. Meanwhile, Bulma's resurrection left Vegeta in a dreamlike state. He stared in disbelief at the living Bulma, unable to comprehend. Bulma, you weren't dead? You idiot, it's you who was dead. Bulma retorted, her pride shining through. But, Vegeta, you claimed you didn't care about me. If you truly didn't care, would you have transformed into a Super Saiyan out of anger? Bulma was quite haughty. In truth, prior to the execution of this plan, Bulma had not possessed absolute confidence. After all, Vegeta's usual demeanor left her puzzled. She was uncertain whether he would indeed rage if she were to die. Fortunately, everything turned out well. Congratulations, Vegeta. At this moment, Sun Wukong had gleaned the intricacies of the situation from Li Jio's account. It turned out to be a ruse to transform Vegeta into a Super Saiyan. I require no assistance. I can attain the status of a Super Saiyan on my own, Vegeta scoffed, disdainfully pushing Bulma aside as he gradually rose to his feet. Li Jio, how shall we deal with these extraterrestrials? Natasha, suspended in midair, inquired, pointing her finger and swiftly eliminating an alien attempting to flee. Li Jio cast a glance at the surrounding extraterrestrial beings who had miraculously survived the explosion of the spacecraft, his gaze fixating upon one individual. This person bore a slight resemblance to Earthlings, with golden hair and a device affixed to his face. You come here. Yes, my lord. Please do not slay me. I am willing to serve you like a loyal hound. The man scrambled and knelt before Li Jio and his companions. You are Shaviza. Li Jio spoke, revealing the identity of the person before him. Yes, indeed. I am Zavija, and I can assist you in unifying the remnants of the Quira forces. The entire galaxy shall become your dominion. Zavija hastily showcased his worth. Upon hearing his words, all eyes turned to Li Jio, with Zavija's presence. The task of consolidating the remnants of Quira seemed exceedingly simple for Li Jio. Was he aspiring to become the Emperor of the Cosmos? I have no interest in such titles as Cosmic Emperor. I have noted your essence, and I shall dismantle the forces of Frisia, King Cold, and all remnants of Quira. This galaxy shall not permit the existence of a Cosmic Emperor. Do you understand? Li Jio gazed at Xiao Jia with an air of indifference. Should I become aware of any organizations akin to the Cosmic Emperors, I shall promptly seek you out. Indeed, my lord, rest assured. Upon my return, I will disband all forces of Quila at once. There shall no longer be any cosmic legions. Do not attempt any deceit. I could end your life at any moment. Li Jio patted Xiao Jia on the shoulder, turning to gaze at Bulma, who was affectionately clinging to Vegeta. Bulma, it's time to go. Huh. Oh, of course. We are off to conduct business with the Galactic Patrol? Indeed. A capsule fell to the ground, and with a resounding bang, it transformed into a spacecraft, which ascended shortly thereafter. According to their previous agreement, Li Jio was responsible for 50% of the net profits, ensuring the security of the Universal Capsule transactions. Now that Kvelra was deceased, the Galactic Patrol soon received the news, and the one responsible for Kvelra's demise was within their very shop. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Galactic King's domain. However, Li Jio had no time to engage the Galactic King in discussions about peace in the galaxy. After completing the transaction, Li Jio and his companions lingered on the commercial planet for a few days, allowing Bulma to procure some technology before returning to Earth. Master Karen had already transplanted all the Senzu bean plants to the floating island. The cultivation space for the Senzu beans was a small island within the larger one, ensuring that even a magnitude 13 earthquake would not affect them. This was a far superior arrangement compared to the conditions on Korin Tower. Now, just to be clear, I will only be here for 2 years, Master Karen reiterated repeatedly. He also remembered Li Jio's statement. Fish aplenty. In the westernmost training ground, Piccolo skillfully countered Gohan's attacks, while Goku observed from the sidelines, occasionally joining the fray. Such training sessions occurred daily, with Li Jio and Natasha occasionally indulging in the thrill of ganging up on the three, which they euphemistically termed guidance. Vegeta remained as proud as ever, refusing to train alongside Goku and the others, instead toiling alone in the gravity chamber. Over the ensuing 3 years, Li Jio transformed into an ordinary person, exploring the mountains and rivers with Natasha. They traveled by car, relished street food, and dined in grand hotels. Li Jio, it's been 3 years, Natasha exclaimed, holding up her phone to show him the date. The very day that the artificial beings, as foretold by Trunks, would emerge. Forget about that, Li Jio said, snatching the phone away and tossing it aside, pulling Natasha into his embrace. What are you doing? Natasha blushed, her delicate fingers tracing circles on Li Jio's chest. You certainly know how to feign ignorance. What do you think we could possibly do? Naturally, it's you. Li Jio rudely tossed Natasha onto the bed, then waved his hand to draw the curtains, obscuring the view of the room. On an island, Sun Wukong and the others had gathered early. Son Gohan arrived late, holding a bag of magical beans, and handed them to Sun Wukong, saying, Uncle Li Jio gave 10 beans. In truth, The beans were entirely managed by Chi-Chi, but the quantity was under Li Jio's control. Wonderful. 10 beans are quite ample. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, glancing around before secretly stashing away 2. Chapter 23. Sun Wukong transformed. The others looked on in confusion at Sun Wukong's actions. Who are you preparing against? Dad? Sun Gohan questioned, perplexed by Sun Wukong's decision to hide 2 magical beans. Ha ha ha. 8 beans are already sufficient, Sun Wukong replied, his face flushing as he scratched his head and distributed the beans. Each person received 1. Ultimately, Piccolo, Chaozu, Tien Shin'an, Yamcha, Krillin, and Sun Gohan each obtained a magical bean. Sun Wukong then boldly took 1 for himself, as it was rightfully his. With 1 remaining, he decided to give it to Piccolo for safekeeping. Sun Wukong handed the last bean to Piccolo, who frowned at him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What do you need so many beans for? Piccolo pondered, suspecting Sun Wukong's intentions. He planned to hoard the beans for intense training after confronting the androids. I'll just keep 2, just in case, Sun Wukong said, blushing and lying earnestly. The group was taken aback, but said little, knowing that if anyone were injured, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly produce more beans. Yet, he had changed. This was the thought shared by Tien and the others. Sun Gohan remarked, Uncle Li Jio said that magical beans have drawbacks. It's best to avoid using them if possible, as they can exhaust one's potential. It's all right. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, feeling helpless. After 3 years of diligent training, he still could not keep pace with Li Jio and Natasha, who had spent those years wandering and sightseeing. While they conversed, an aircraft approached from the distance, and Bulma descended slowly, cradling a small infant. Hello, everyone. It's great to see you again, Bulma waved, and the timid baby nestled closer into her arms. Bulma? What brings you here? Sun Wukong asked, extending a finger, only to have it swatted away by the infant's tiny hand. Yes, this is Trunks. Li Jio told you his name, right? Bulma mistakenly believed that Trunks' name was disclosed to Goku by Li Jio. Goku scratched his head and shifted the blame onto Li Jio. By the way, where are Li Jio and Natasha? I haven't seen them for over a year. Bulma scanned the area for a week, yet Li Jio and Natasha were nowhere to be found. Logically, with the emergence of the androids, Li Jio and Natasha should have been here. We are uncertain. It has been quite a while since we last saw Li Jio as well. Gohan curiously looked at Trunks and then made funny faces to amuse the little one. How did Vegeta accompany you here? The news of Vegeta's relationship with Bulma had long circulated, so no one was surprised. He has probably wandered off somewhere to train again. However, he must return soon, right? Bulma sighed. Both Vegeta and Goku were equally obsessed with training. Is that so? He must have become quite powerful. When the opportunity arises, I must engage him in battle once more. Goku's excitement surged. Fighting with Li Jio was rather frustrating, yet a duel with Vegeta was far more anticipated. You should focus on eliminating the androids first. We must not allow them to wreak havoc on Earth. But what brings you here? This place is perilous. The androids will appear around 9:30. Yes, they should emerge around 9:30. Goku scratched his head. He had forgotten the time once again. If it weren't for Din overhearing the information from future Trunks, he would have completely forgotten. I am certainly here to observe the androids. Besides, aren't you all present? A bunch of burly men unable to protect a delicate young lady? Bulma feigned a coy demeanor, and everyone exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. You are all mothers now. Still calling yourself a delicate young lady? After chatting for a while, the group gradually grew serious as time drew near. The timeline mentioned by the boy from the future was about to arrive. Bulma glanced at her watch. It was nearing 10 o'clock. However, there were no formidable energies emanating from the small island ahead. According to the boy's information, the android's presence should indeed be immensely powerful. Krillin spoke up, his bald head brimming with wisdom. However, if it were a powerful energy, we should be able to sense it across the entire globe. Yamcha's expression turned grave. In truth, he had felt uncertain about this mission from the beginning. After all, everyone present was significantly stronger than he was. Perhaps the androids possess no energy? The boy from the future wouldn't deceive us. Din chimed in, then took the lead, flying toward the small island. If that is the case, we will have to rely on our eyes to search. No energy, you say? The expressions of the crowd shifted considerably, yet they continued to fly towards the distant island. Everyone, exercise caution, Krillin advised, prompting the group to disperse. Some hovered above the island, while others scoured the streets below. Yamcha treaded carefully. But the androids possessed far too much knowledge of their movements. Even upon encountering them, Yamcha failed to recognize the androids. Instead, Android 20 swiftly covered his mouth, pierced his chest, and siphoned his energy. Fortunately, the chaos caused by the androids resulted in a fuel truck crashing and exploding, drawing everyone's attention. In that direction, a presence was rapidly diminishing. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. After a moment of sensing, he was struck with alarm. It was Yamcha. In a flash, figures descended around the two androids. At that moment, Yamcha was on the brink of death, discarded on the ground. Yamcha! Krillin rushed forward, warily eyeing the androids. Krillin, Yamcha still has a pulse. Go bring him back, Sun Wukong commanded, fixating on the androids. Despite his fear, Krillin approached, retrieving Yamcha from under the watchful eyes of the androids, and fed him a senzu bean. Sun Wukong, we have been searching for you for quite some time. Android 20 declared. I am Dr. Gero. The purpose of creating these androids was to eliminate you. Who are you truly? Why do you seek me? Why harm the innocent? Sun Wukong questioned, perplexed by the android's motives, which seemed solely aimed at him. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong, have you forgotten? Dr. Gero recounted the events of Sun Wukong's destruction of the Red Ribbon Army, and it was then that Sun Wukong grasped the full context. Since your intent is to find me, let us resolve our grievances, he proposed. There are too many people here. Shall we find a more secluded place? Sun Wukong aimed to draw the two androids away, but in the next moment, lasers erupted from their eyes. Chapter 24. The two other androids. The explosive sounds echoed, transforming the small island city into ruins almost instantaneously. Damn it! Sun Wukong retaliated, sending the two androids flying, their hats knocked askew. Yet the androids retorted, did you not request a place devoid of people? How infuriating! Do you not wish to kill me? Then follow me. Sun Wukong soared into the air, heading towards a desolate area. The androids ascended, closely trailing Sun Wukong. They left behind a landscape of devastation as the crowd pursued, soon arriving at a barren mountain. Let this be the site, Sun Wukong declared. Wherever you go, it is merely a relocation of a grave for you. Later, the figure known as Number 20 spoke, revealing a mountainous forest, a terrain exceptionally suited for combat against those devoid of breath, the artificial beings. Very well, let us commence here, declared Sun Wukong, his gaze sharp and a mocking smile gracing his lips. It appears you possess considerable confidence in yourselves. Indeed, every move you make has been meticulously scrutinized. I have employed micro-robots to document your life journey and your battles with the Scion Vegeta, Number 20 replied. Oh, the battles with Vegeta? And what of after Vegeta? Sun Wukong inquired. Huh, that is unnecessary. You are already in your 20s. Your combat prowess, though it may grow, will not increase significantly, Number 20 proclaimed, brimming with self-importance. Yet Sun Wukong, exuding a sense of triumph, responded, it seems your plans are destined to fail. With that, he clenched his fists, drawing them to his abdomen, and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the earth, in an opulent couple's hotel, the curtains of a presidential suite were suddenly drawn open. Li Jiao stretched lazily under the warm embrace of the sun, while behind him, Natasha succumbed to the fatigue that gradually enveloped her in slumber. Has it begun? Will Sun Wukong's heart condition manifest at this moment? Li Jiao sat at the edge of the bed, gently untangling Natasha's disheveled locks. How infuriating! Why can't I surpass you? Exhausted, Natasha wrapped herself tighter in the quilt. Bulma had clearly stated that girls possess an innate advantage, though Bulma's defeat was understandable. Given the vast disparity between her and Vegeta, the gap between Natasha and Li Jiao was far less pronounced. You're still a novice, too inexperienced. Li Jiao gleefully manipulated Natasha, relishing in her control. Ah, how infuriating. Give me a senzu bean. I need to vent my frustrations. Unable to bear the indignity, Natasha reached out to Li Jiao, demanding the precious beans. Since their cultivation, they had harvested thrice. The first yielded merely a handful, the second brought forth over 20, and the third an impressive 100. These senzu beans were meticulously regulated by Li Jiao, though this strictness primarily applied to Sun Wukong and others. As for Natasha, a lesser consumption is advisable, but here, take them as you wish. Li Jiao took out a celestial bean and gently fed it to Natasha. In an instant, Natasha was revitalized, shooting a glare at Li Jiao before striding unabashedly into the bathroom. The young lady still needs some discipline. Li Jiao gently shook her head, quietly awaiting by the window. Before long, Natasha had organized herself efficiently, and the two of them instantaneously transported themselves to stand beside Sun Wukong. At that moment, It was evident that Sun Wukong's vitality had significantly diminished. He was experiencing a cardiac episode. Piccolo and the others also sensed the change. Initially concerned about how to rescue Sun Wukong and return him for his special medication. However, with the arrival of Li Jiao and Natasha, hope rekindled among them. Li Jiao, you have come as well, Sun Wukong gasped, clutching his chest, his complexion grim, and his body marred with wounds. Clearly, the onset of his heart condition rendered him unable to unleash his full combat potential, leaving him vulnerable to the androids. You are suffering from a cardiac episode. You should return to take your medication. You still have the special medicine, right? Li Jiao inquired, her voice laced with concern. If the special medicine had been lost, they would need to summon Shenron to save his life. Yes, it's still here, Sun Wukong replied with great difficulty, gradually reverting from his Super Saiyan state. All right, let someone take you back, Li Jiao nodded, turning her gaze to Piccolo and the others, who will escort Sun Wukong to the floating island. You all know where it is, correct? Krillin and Yamcha exchanged puzzled glances, while Tien and Kaiatsu appeared equally bewildered. None of them were aware of Li Jiao's floating island's location. I'll carry Dad back. Gohan stepped forward, lifting Sun Wukong onto his back. Very well, you go ahead. Li Jiao nodded as Gohan swiftly made his way toward the floating island. Number 20, aren't you going to pursue them? Number 19 had absorbed a ki blast from Sun Wukong, significantly boosting its power. Number 20 observed Sun Wukong's retreat from a distance and then cast a curious glance at Li Jiao and Natasha. No need to chase. Allowing the prey to wander a bit longer adds to the thrill. Our focus now shifts to these individuals. Number 20 redirected its attention to Li Jiao and the others. Who are you? Why do you not appear in my database? A sense of unease washed over number 20 as it considered the formidable strength of Sun Wukong, which had surpassed their expectations. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's cardiac distress, number 19 would not have stood a chance against him. Now, the appearance of two unidentified individuals left Dr. Gero with an unsettling feeling of losing control over the situation. Are these two androids truly formidable? Even a Super Saiyan seems unable to contend with them? Natasha scrutinized number 19 and number 20, sensing that these androids might not be as impressive as they were made out to be. Sun Wukong's heart condition had incapacitated him, preventing him from showcasing his full strength. These two androids were evidently not the ones described by the future youth. Li Jiao spoke, slowly directing his gaze towards a distant mountaintop. Vegeta, if you do not make a move, I shall instruct Natasha to deal with them. Had you not remained hidden, I would have acted long ago. Vegeta's voice resonated, arriving before his presence. Dr. Gero's eyelids fluttered, and an ominous premonition intensified within him. Since you have appeared, then I shall leave it to you. Li Jiao waved his hand, prompting Natasha to furrow her brow. I can only grant him one. Wait a moment. The true androids have yet to awaken. What do you think, Dr. Gero? Li Jiao grasped Natasha's hand, asserting that the truly formidable androids were androids 17 and 18. How do you know this? Doctor. Gero's expression shifted dramatically, retreating 2 steps in panic. Vegeta, eavesdropping on Li Jiao's words, curled his lips into a slight smile. I see. I knew matters were not so simple. These 2 androids cannot kill me. He recalled the words of that youthful boy, who had claimed he would meet his demise at the hands of the androids. So, I cannot eliminate all of you just yet? Then I shall start with one. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he transformed instantaneously, even his tone becoming somewhat detached in the moment of transformation. Let Android 19 handle you. Android 19, undeterred, absorbed Goku's energy wave, savoring its potency. Chapter 25. The Death of Dr. Gero. Greedy fellow, Vegeta belongs to you, so the rest shall be mine. Dr. Gero feigned composure. However, Li Jiao suddenly raised a hand, delicately flicking his fingertips to unleash a slender blade of light. The beam swiftly severed a membrane of Dr. Gero, sparks flying as his mechanical arm fell neatly to the ground. I offer you a chance, the opportunity to release androids 17 and 18. Li Jiao gently tapped his shoulder with his fingertips, smiling at Dr. Gero. Meanwhile, Vegeta fixed a serious gaze upon Li Jiao before shifting his focus to Android 19. If I am not mistaken, your energy absorption device should be located on your hands, correct? With that, Vegeta suddenly vanished, reappearing to deliver a powerful punch to Android 19's abdomen. Your reactions are quite slow. Confidently, Android 19 found himself once again outmatched, as Vegeta, now aware of the stronger adversary, discarded any notion of playfulness and dispatched Android 19 within mere moments. Worthless. Vegeta resumed his normal state, realizing that defeating Android 19 required little of his strength. How is this possible? Dr. Gero retreated silently. Yet neither Lee Jio nor Vegeta harbored any intention of ending his life at that moment. This is self-inflicted. Android 17 and 18 will surely annihilate all of you. Dr. Gero turned and fled, while Lee Jio and the others followed at a leisurely pace. Lee Jio remarked, "You must ensure that either Android 17 or 18 is given to me." Natasha interjected, her purpose for coming here being to confront her own dissatisfaction. "Android 18 shall be yours," Lee Jio nodded slightly, while Vegeta quickly added, "Android 17 is mine. None of you are allowed to take him." "Very well." Lee Jio chuckled softly. At this moment, Vegeta's strength appeared to be somewhat greater than in the original narrative, yet not excessively so. It remained uncertain whether he could indeed rival Android 17. Shortly after their departure, Future Trunks returned via the time machine, perplexed by the sight of Android 19's head. Nonetheless, he pursued the others, including Bulma, who was following in a plane. With the tacit approval of the group, Dr. Gero successfully awakened Androids 17 and 18. Trunks, arriving late, was oblivious to the fact that he had merely missed a pivotal moment, leading to this turn of events. Why release them when they could remain in eternal slumber? Trunks seethed, biting his teeth in frustration, only to be disdainfully shoved aside by Vegeta. "Step aside, I will deal with them." Vegeta transformed once more, yet Dr. Gero showed no sign of fear. Androids 17 and 18, quickly. They are friends of Son Goku, eliminate them." "Oh, friends of Son Goku?" Android 17 slowly approached. Positioning himself behind Dr. Gero, his peripheral vision fixated on the termination remote in Dr. Gero's hand. In an instant, Android 17 struck, seizing the controller and shattering it. Without this remote, you can no longer control US, can you?" Android 17 grinned triumphantly, leaving Krillin and the others in stunned silence. Dr. Gero was equally astonished. Yet he shouted furiously, "I can make another one. Now, immediately destroy them. Make another one." Android 17's expression darkened as he glanced at Lee Jio and the others, disregarding them entirely as he thrust his hand through Dr. Gero's chest and snapped his neck. How could you?" Dr. Gero stammered. "Honestly, I do not wish to be controlled and fall into slumber again." Android 17 crushed Drive Gero's head beneath his foot, finally feeling at ease. Android 18, quickly release Android 16. I wish to witness the strength of the android that even Dr. Gero feared. The movements of the two androids went unimpeded by anyone. Lee Jio stood at the forefront, intercepting Trunks' energy wave aimed at destroying Android 16. "Why did you stop me?" Trunks glared furiously at Lee Jio, astonished that his strike, unleashed in his transformed state, was effortlessly blocked by this scion in his base form. Although he had not summoned his full power, it was nonetheless an assault executed in the Super Saiyan form. "Trunks, this timeline is markedly different from yours. Therefore, it is prudent to remain patient." Lee Jio witnessed the release of number 16 before turning to Natasha. "You may engage in combat, but refrain from taking lives. Aren't the androids innocent?" "Not at all." "Oh, is it number 18? Natasha's excitement surged, her short black hair gradually transforming into a golden hue. Throughout this metamorphosis, there were no significant fluctuations in energy. And even after the transformation, Natasha's aura remained largely unchanged. "Are you challenging me? I must warn you, I could inadvertently end your life." Number 18 frowned, her golden locks softly brushing against her face, harboring considerable animosity towards Natasha. Shouldn't two equally beautiful women appreciate one another? Lee Jio noted 18's hostility towards Natasha with mild surprise. Natasha was indeed stunning, perhaps even surpassing 18 in beauty, which might explain the latter's resentment. After all, no one relishes the sight of someone slightly more attractive. Were it not for Lee Jio's admonition against killing, I would have thoroughly defeated you. Natasha distinctly recalled that number 18 was an android. "Natasha, these androids possess boundless energy. Do be cautious," Lee Jio reiterated, piquing 18's curiosity. She swept back her golden hair, her eyes as cold as water, yet her voice was remarkably gentle. "You seem well acquainted with us." "I suppose so," Lee Jio smiled. Within the cavern, should combat ensue, it would inevitably lead to the cave's collapse. "Come along," Natasha urged excitedly, particularly thrilled at the revelation of 18's limitless energy. 18 exchanged glances with 17, who nodded slightly. "Since she wishes to test her mettle, let us indulge her." "Hey, number 16, do you wish to join?" I could allow you 2 strikes. No, I shall not intervene, Number 16 replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. Li Jio watched as they departed the cavern before slowly levitating, his palm directed towards the mountain below, unleashing a torrent of sharp sword energy that utterly obliterated the peak. Indeed, there is a basement. Li Jio pursed his lips, yet at that moment, he destroyed the basement as well. With the demise of the cell in this world, it was time for the true cell to manifest. Chapter 26. 5 Types. Quickly defeat Vegeta. Are you Vegeta? 17 observed Vegeta calmly, witnessing the latter transform into a Super Saiyan, revealing a hint of astonishment. The atmosphere has shifted. 5 Types. Quickly defeat Vegeta. It's not merely the atmosphere that has changed. Vegeta lightly brushed his cheek with his fist. 17 remained composed, merely confronting Vegeta. Being an android himself, he bore no discernible aura, and Vegeta's understanding of 17 was limited to Trunks' scant remarks. Prepare to perish. Vegeta was the first to strike, initiating the attack before Natasha and Android 18 could make their move. The brilliance of his fists left behind fleeting afterimages as the two combatants transformed into a blur in midair, their speed astonishing. This spectacle, of course, was observed through the eyes of Tien and the others. Incredible speed. Truly impressive, Trunks marveled at the aerial duel, simultaneously pondering the superiority of the androids from this timeline compared to those from his own. Indeed, Vegeta had grown immensely powerful, capable of holding his own against Android 17. Krillin strained to comprehend the battle, noting that Vegeta had gained a slight advantage. He will be defeated soon enough, Piccolo scoffed, discerning the reality of the situation. While Vegeta appeared to have the upper hand, it was almost negligible. This implied that the strengths of Vegeta and Android 17 were nearly equivalent. However, one must not overlook the fact that Android 17 possessed limitless energy. Maintaining peak combat prowess for Vegeta would be nearly impossible. While it was true that Vegeta had made significant strides in his abilities over the past few years, it still fell short of what was necessary to vanquish Android 17. To triumph over such foes, one must possess overwhelming strength to dominate them completely. As Li Jio spoke, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Klin's expression turned grave. Surely, Li Jio's words could vanquish the androids, could they not? I shall refrain from intervening. Li Jio promptly shook his head, despite being of the Saiyan lineage. His aspirations lay solely in the pursuit of strength, rather than conflict. Thus, he felt no inclination towards battles of this magnitude, for his power had long since eclipsed that of the androids. Li Jio, are you unwilling to take action? Another voice chimed in. However, if the androids were to wreak havoc upon Earth, would not your life be adversely affected as well? After all, you and Natasha delight in traversing the globe. Klin, having gleaned insight into Li Jio's recent circumstances through Gohan, was well aware of this. Who claims that androids will inevitably bring ruin to Earth? Have I not made it clear? This timeline is distinctly different from Trunks. Li Jio remarked, glancing at Trunks. In your timeline, the androids are rather feeble. Even with your current prowess, you could easily evade them. However, this timeline is distinct. Any one of them possesses the strength to vanquish you effortlessly. Moreover, the androids in this realm do not harbor malicious intentions. At the very least, they refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Li Jio's gaze shifted slightly, while on the other side, Natasha and Android 18 remained locked in a standoff. The duel between the two women appeared far from imminent. Natasha, why haven't you made a move? Li Jio inquired. Natasha scoffed. I intend to defeat her with my looks. The surrounding onlookers were rendered speechless. Was it truly appropriate to engage in a contest of beauty at such a serious moment? Ahem, haha, indeed, both Natasha and Android 18 are exceptionally beautiful, Klin chuckled, scratching his head, while the others, including Piccolo, exchanged perplexed glances at the unfolding scene. Short legs. At last, Natasha seemed to have found her advantage and abruptly spoke up. Android 18 paused momentarily, glancing at Natasha's long legs, her attractive brows furrowing in response. You're seeking death. Android 18's legs were not short by any means, proportionally speaking. However, Natasha's overall height surpassed that of Android 18, naturally granting her longer legs. Shorty, Natasha disregarded the murderous aura emanating from Android 18 and continued to stoke the fire. Unable to endure any longer, Android 18 raised her hand to unleash an energy blast, only for Natasha to casually deflect it. TSK, are you enraged? Or have I merely struck a nerve? I will kill you. Android 18 clenched her fists and charged at Natasha, who did not flinch and immediately engaged in combat. The clash between the two appeared less intense than the chaos with Vegeta. Yet, only those who had attained a certain level of mastery could discern that Natasha and Android 18's battle was not weak. Rather, Natasha's control over her energy was exceedingly refined. Their exchanges of blows failed to disturb the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, Vegeta unleashed his energy blasts, wreaking havoc upon the hills below, reducing them to rubble. Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage, battered and bruised, yet he still roared defiantly. 5 class, quickly subdue Vegeta. 5 class, quickly subdue the Saiyan. How can this be? Blood trickled from the corner of Vegeta's eye as Trunks could no longer contain himself. Drawing his long sword from behind, he charged forward with righteous fury. Android 17 furrowed his brow and raised an arm to block, causing Trunks' blade to shatter upon impact. How is this possible? Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. How could this android possess such formidable strength? With a powerful punch, Android 17 struck Trunks in the chest, followed by a swift kick that sent him flying. Blood spewed from Trunks' mouth as the golden glow faded, forcing him out of his Super Saiyan state. Impressive, sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead. Trunks was a Super Saiyan, a warrior who had once vanquished Frieza, yet he had been defeated in a single strike. TCH, useless. Vegeta slowly rose from the ground, delivering a swift kick that sent the nearly unconscious Trunks flying, fortuitously caught by Krillin. Oh, even if you don't kick him away, I have no intention of killing him. Number 17 remarked with a light chuckle, discerning Vegeta's intent. Humph, as if I care to save him. He's nothing but a nuisance, Vegeta retorted, his words perhaps the most formidable in the world of Dragon Ball. Number 17 observed Vegeta silently. At this moment, Vegeta was undoubtedly no longer his match. Aware of his precarious situation, Vegeta, filled with resentment and fury, forced himself to charge forward. You are truly obstinate. Number 17 sighed. His combat prowess could remain at its peak as long as his body sustained no significant harm. Yet Vegeta was different. His stamina precluded him from unleashing his full fighting capabilities. Trunks. Krillin gently patted Trunks, who gradually regained consciousness, his chest and abdomen throbbing with pain. Your ribs are broken. Let me adjust them and take a Senzu bean, Li Jiao remarked, glancing at Trunks, who was indeed a pitiable soul, having endured too much suffering in the future world. Chapter 27. Li Jiao takes action. Krillin stepped forward, feeding his Senzu bean to Trunks. The injuries healed instantly, and Trunks, eager to rush into battle, saw Vegeta still engaged in a desperate struggle. However, he found himself in a situation of overwhelming disadvantage. As a son, how could he bear to witness his father being tormented in such a manner? Ah, you bastard. Trunks transformed once more, his aura slightly elevated. Yet it did little to alter Vegeta's dire predicament. Are you seeking death? The dragon may not be able to resurrect someone from the future like you. Li Jiao suddenly appeared before Trunks, who looked on in shock. When did you? It's about time, Li Jiao responded, observing the battle between Vegeta and number 17, which had already determined a victor. Oh, you think it can simply end because you say so? Number 17 held the nearly incapacitated Vegeta in his grasp. Though he had intended to spare him, the sneak attack warranted a proper lesson. Vegeta had lost all combat effectiveness. Li Jiao cast a glance at Vegeta, whose arm had been severed from a kick, his aura diminishing to the brink of unconsciousness. Oh, I will kill him, number 17 declared, tossing Vegeta aside, gathering a blue energy sphere in his palm. What do you think? Shall we engage in battle? Li Jiao gently shook her head and then slowly advanced. Number 17 pursed her lips and gazed into the distant aerial combat. Those two stunning women, while engaged in battle, did not hesitate to resort to personal attacks. However, it was evident that Natasha was merely toying with number 18. Otherwise, given number 18's prowess, she might have been defeated long before Vegeta fell. You ought to possess greater strength than that woman, shouldn't you? Number 17 averted his gaze, realizing that his sister, number 18, was being overwhelmed. Do you wish to give it a try? Li Jiao's body began to levitate slowly, with number 17 following closely behind. Li Jiao was about to make her move. How splendid! Krillin was filled with excitement. Although he was unaware of Li Jiao's true strength, if Natasha could spar with number 18 for such an extended period without succumbing, then Li Jiao must surely be even more formidable. High above, number 17 fixed his eyes upon Li Jiao. Li Jiaojing floated silently in midair, gradually raising a hand, the tips of her fingers coalescing into a blade of energy. Such an attack? Number 17 lifted his hand, concentrating energy into a spherical projectile. Whoosh! The blade of energy shot forth, and number 17's energy orb was unleashed simultaneously. In the air, a tremendous ripple erupted. Number 17's gaze sharpened as he swiftly retreated, twisting his body to the side. Yet, despite his efforts, a gash was still torn in the fabric over his chest. His expression returned to calm as he stared at the rent in his clothing, a line of crimson gradually manifesting at his chest. Could it be that he was injured? A chill coursed through number 17's heart. It was merely a simple probe, and yet he had sustained an injury. That blade of energy was so sharp that it pierced through his energy orb without being destroyed. Li Jiao silently observed everything, refraining from making any movements. You are quite formidable. However, mere words are insufficient. Surely, you can transform as well? Allow me to witness it. Number 17 spoke with an unassuming tone, disregarding the line of blood on his chest. He had managed to evade most of the attack, suffering only a minor laceration from the sword's edge. Very well. Li Jiao nodded and promptly executed his transformation. Yet there was no outward release of energy. His aura remained as potent as before. What purpose does this transformation serve? Is your energy more contained, more enduring than Vegetas? Number 17 discerned the full extent of Li Jiao's capabilities with a single glance. You are quite astute, Li Jiao conceded. In the latter arcs of Dragon Ball Super, number 17 possessed power on par with Super Saiyan Blue, illustrating the remarkable nature of his talents. He is an android. Or more accurately, a bioengineered being. They lack energy but possess flesh and blood. It seems that the most perfect creations of Dr. Gero are indeed these two. As for Cell, he is simply too grotesque. Now, let me test your true strength. Number 17's voice remained calm. Though he secretly harbored doubts about his ability to prevail, nonetheless, he was eager to gauge Li Jiao's prowess. Number 17 initiated his assault, opting for pure physical strikes rather than energy blasts. Li Ji remained motionless, deftly blocking all of number 17's attacks with a single hand. Impressive, indeed. During the battle, Li Ji's aura was impossible to conceal. Although he did not unleash his full power, the mere presence of his energy was sufficient to leave others in awe. What? This fellow Li Ji has surpassed me by so much. Natasha, sensing Li Ji's formidable essence, felt a surge of anger within her. Despite their shared training, with Li Ji often indulging in playful antics, she now found herself incensed. How infuriating. I must diligently practice the Xian Huang breathing technique as well. Li Ji's foundational combat strength far exceeds mine. As Natasha unleashed her doppelganger, number 18 seized the moment and delivered a swift kick, burying Natasha beneath a mass of rocks. You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? Enraged, Natasha brushed off the dust from her attire and soared back into the air. In this encounter, no. 18 could hardly maintain an equal footing, being thoroughly suppressed by Natasha, who sent her crashing into the mountainside multiple times, leaving her garments tattered. How vexing. Standing amidst the ruins, number 18 noted that her injuries were not severe and could sense that Natasha was holding back. This realization only fueled her anger further. Number 17. You must eliminate her. Number 18 called out to number 17 in the distance, who, however, broke into a cold sweat. What a joke. Despite my full-powered assault, I could not budge Li Ji in the slightest. Why is Li Ji's strength so formidable, even though we are both Super Saiyans? Number 17 created some distance, grappling with a sense of helplessness. Unbeknownst to number 18, who was oblivious to the battle between number 17 and Li Ji, she believed number 17 had the upper hand, as he bore no apparent injuries. But in reality, could Li Ji truly be stronger than number 17? In the distance, Natasha shouted, eager for the fray. Shouldn't that be the case? Li Ji remarked, casually placing one hand behind his back as he gazed at number 17. Are you ready to switch opponents? What a predicament. Why would I switch? Number 18's combat prowess was inferior to his, and she had no chance against Li Ji. And could he possibly be a match for that woman? After all, number 18 had fought for so long without seeing Natasha even break a sweat. She must still possess considerable stamina. Chapter 28. Number 16 takes action. Of course. Let us switch. What are these two men dawdling about, testing each other? Number 18, having suffered indignities from Natasha, sought to reclaim her honor against Li Ji. Without waiting for number 17 to intervene, she charged at Li Ji, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, she could not land a single blow. In the skies above, the speed of number 18 and Li Ji was dazzling, while Tien gave his senzu beans to Trunks, who then fed them to Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta's heart was shattered. Why must they awaken him? Damn it, Li Jio's foundational combat prowess must have far surpassed my own. Vegeta is acutely aware of the significant enhancement of Super Saiyans, a staggering increase of 50-fold. At this moment, Li Jio's combat prowess fundamentally stems from his formidable foundational strength. Although Vegeta is reluctant to admit it, he cannot deny that both Li Jio and Natasha have far surpassed him. Even the state of a Super Saiyan is not something he can achieve in a short span. The ability to control the power of a Super Saiyan with such perfection is astonishing. While Vegeta is taken aback, he is simultaneously struck hard by this realization, particularly as his son observes from the sidelines. How infuriating. Unconsciously, Vegeta's aura surges forth, enhanced compared to before his injuries, yet it remains leagues apart from Li Jio's. It's all happening too swiftly. I can barely keep up. Meanwhile, Krillin's eyes, wide as saucers, are fixated on the battle unfolding in midair. Li Jio remained utterly still. Yet the attacks of number 18 failed to land upon him. You insufferable coward, is evasion your only tactic? The sensation of striking nothing but air intensified number 18's frustration. In her encounters with Natasha, she at least had the opportunity to counterattack. Even if her efforts scarcely inflicted any damage, it was a semblance of engagement. But with Li Jio, are you not a man? Is dodging your sole recourse? Number 18 spat out in fury. Li Jio furrowed his brow and, under her watchful gaze, raised a hand and gently flicked her forehead with a single finger. A crisp sound resonated, and in an instant, number 18 vanished into the ground. The earth trembled violently, erupting with a thunderous roar. Number 18, filled with indignation, soared into the sky. A noticeable bump had formed on her smooth forehead. Does it hurt? Li Jio inquired calmly, observing her intently. This woman was indeed striking, each possessing their own allure, much like Natasha. Number 18 seethed in silence. Her eyes narrowed in caution towards Li Jio, who was far more formidable than Natasha. It became evident why both number 17 and he bore no wounds. It was because number 17 could not inflict harm upon Li Jio, and Li Jio had refrained from retaliating. However, number 17 was not faring well at all. In the face of a man, Natasha's demeanor was anything but gentle, and currently, she was mercilessly kicking number 17 around as if he were a mere ball, shattering mountains with each blow. Number 17 could only muster his boundless energy to launch feeble energy blasts in a pitiful attempt at retaliation. Number 17 and no. 18 were both astonished, gazing at Natasha with disbelief. That woman is astonishingly powerful. Don't blame me. It was number 18 who insisted on the exchange. Natasha retorted while she continued her assault, deflecting responsibility. For a moment, number 18 felt her mind stall, but she swiftly regained her composure and turned to the ever-observant no. 16, demanding, why aren't you joining the fray? Number 16 remained silent, casting a glance towards the distant Natasha and then back at Li Jio, seemingly lost in thought. They will not kill you, was the only conclusion number 16 offered. Number 18 was momentarily taken aback, only to catch a glimpse of Li Jio's subtle smile, which seemed to mock her. What are you laughing at? Number 18 retorted, her irritation boiling over as she swung her fist again, only to have Li Jio envelop her fist with one hand. Do you still wish to be struck? Li Jio cast a faint glance at number 18, raising one hand to make a gesture as if to flick. Number 18 promptly withdrew her fist, and Li Jio did not press her further, releasing her effortlessly. 16. What is the extent of your strength? Li Jio felt a sense of curiosity and directly inquired. In his memory, number 16's strength was supposed to surpass that of no. 17 and number 18. Number 16 was a genuine robot. It was difficult to articulate precisely. Number 16 was remarkably earnest. Li Jio chuckled softly and said, in that case, let us put it to the test. Li Jio could ascertain one thing. The combat prowess of Android 16 was likely inferior to that of Super Saiyan 2. After all, Cell's strength was merely that of an initial Super Saiyan 2, with an official battle power of 800 million, while DUI fans was 840 million. At this moment, Li Jio's base battle power was only 20 million, and in his Super Saiyan form, it reached merely 1 billion. I should not be your opponent, Android 16 replied earnestly. Li Jio frowned, and then raised his hand, beckoning, come and try. Very well. Android 16 slowly ascended, taking the place of Android 18, and declared, I shall make my move. Please. Li Jio found himself somewhat embarrassed by Android 16's politeness. Indeed, he was quite the cultured individual. Android 16's attack was forceful and imposing. Li Jio chose not to evade, bracing himself to withstand a heavy punch from Android 16. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy surged, ruffling Android 18's golden hair, prompting her to shield her eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The sky trembled as the two figures clashed, and in an instant, one was sent plummeting. It was Android 16. Android 18 could hardly believe her eyes. Was it only a few exchanges? Yet, the rapidly descending Android 16 quickly regained his balance, soaring into the sky once more. Each of his strikes carried tremendous force, albeit lacking in speed. The clash between the two was mesmerizing, with terrifying imprints of their punches scattered like stars, lingering in the air. Before the spectators could fully grasp their forms, they had vanished from sight. Boom. Li Jiao once again struck Android 16 into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, unexpectedly, the form of 16 appeared behind Li Jiao, delivering a heavy blow to his shoulder, causing Li Jiao to plummet into the rubble like a cannonball. How could this be? Li Jiao was actually. Clin witnessed the entirety of 16's maneuver and the sequence in which Li Jiao was brought down. Yet, he found it hard to believe that even Li Jiao was no match for 16. As the dust settled, Li Jiao stood quietly amidst the ruins, his neck aching as he gently turned, producing a series of cracking sounds. This was somewhat entertaining. Li Jiao raised his head, his form slowly ascending to match 16's height. 16's expression remained indifferent, emanating not a trace of energy. Your strength indeed surpasses that of 17 and 18. Li Jiao could not help but acknowledge the peculiar prowess of Dr. Gero. The combat power of 16 had undoubtedly reached 600 million. Nevertheless, to Dr. Gero, 16 was deemed a failure. Chapter 29, Transcendence, Speed of the Scions? Da-da-da-da. Unbeknownst to him, 16 had begun to unleash his full power. Yet Li Jiao's aura remained steady. Even against a fully mechanical opponent, he managed to suppress him entirely. How infuriating! 16 was thoroughly restrained. 18 observed from a distance, glancing towards 17. At that moment, 17 was enduring blows while sustaining his protective barrier. Although androids possess infinite energy, they can still be injured. After sustaining injuries, even with boundless energy and stamina, they cannot unleash their full potential. Humph, 16, I shall assist you. Compared to Natasha, 18 harbored a greater disdain for Li Jiao, who flicked his forehead with a single finger. The blonde beauty entered the fray, yet Li Jiao remained unruffled, his speed increasing slightly as he deflected the combined assaults of 16 and 18. Bang! Li Jiao's figure flickered as he sent number 16 flying with a swift kick. In an instant, he pivoted and raised his hand, palm facing the cheek of number 18. So close was their proximity that number 18, who had intended to launch a surprise attack, found herself momentarily frozen in place. She could sense the terrifying energy brewing within Li Jiao's palm, poised to erupt at any moment, just as she anticipated that he would unleash a kinetic blast to send her hurtling away. Li Jiao altered his hand's position and gently patted her exquisite cheek, remarking, "What a lovely little face. It would be a pity to mar it." At his words, number 18 inexplicably exhaled a sigh of relief. Women cherish beauty, and though she was an artificial being, having been crafted by human hands, she too possessed an innate appreciation for aesthetics. They have already witnessed Li Jiao's prowess. If she were to truly exert herself, her visage would undoubtedly be marred. Humph. Number 18 scoffed disdainfully, abruptly sweeping out a leg that landed squarely on Li Jiao's face. "Baka, how dare you provoke me?" Number 18's cheeks flushed crimson, her face ablaze with an overwhelming heat. Li Jiao was forcefully kicked, leaving a mark on his face. Rubbing his slightly painful cheek, he cast a cold gaze at No. 18, his aura radiating an extreme sense of danger. "Woman, do you wish to perish?" Li Jiao's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand, palm directed at number 18. No. 18, perceiving the threat, cautiously fixed her eyes on Li Jiao, regretting her earlier impulsive action. "Humph, do you think I fear you?" she retorted proudly, adopting a defensive stance. At that moment, number 16 charged again, only to be swiftly sent crashing into the ground by Li Jiao's kick. "Disobedient women deserve punishment," Li Jiao remarked, lowering his previously raised hand as he vanished and reappeared with a swift strike. Number 18's body stiffened, suspended awkwardly in midair, her rear ablaze with heat. Moments later, Li Jiao appeared before her once more, gently caressing her cheek before delivering a flick. Bang! Her figure was sent flying, crashing into a mountain, and she did not re-emerge for quite some time. Number 16 wisely refrained from approaching again. Although capable of eliciting a semblance of seriousness from Li Jiao, he still could not establish a competitive stance. "Natalia, do not render them incapacitated," Li Jiao instructed as, In the distance, Natalia executed a flying kick, burying No. 17 beneath a pile of rubble. "Oh dear, how dull," she remarked. "Hey, Trunks, is this the formidable android you spoke of?" Natalia expressed her dissatisfaction. Despite the strength of number 17 and number 18, they evidently fell short of her expectations. "Yes, indeed. They are even stronger than those in my timeline. However, Mr. Li Jiao and you are simply too powerful," Trunks replied, cold sweat trickling down his brow, unable to fathom how such formidable androids could be easily defeated. "Very well." Natalia sighed with resignation, floating slowly to Li Jiao's side. "How tiresome. Is this truly tiresome? Yet, there remains one more creature yet to appear. One that may prove even more formidable. Though it may not necessarily rival you," Li Jiao responded, referring to Cell, who also hailed from the future and was rehatching in this timeline. At this juncture, Cell should have already begun to absorb vast amounts of human life energy. "Is there something even stronger?" Natalia inquired, curiosity mingling with anticipation. Li Jiao cast a glance at subjects number 17 and number 18, shaking his head slightly. "It is a ravenous beast, a creation of Dr. Gero, yet it remains in its developmental phase. Only by absorbing both number 17 and No. 18 will this creature attain its full form. Indeed, this entity is classified as a biological organism, cultivated from the cells of Earth warriors, possessing the genetic material of Earthlings, Namekians, and Psions." As Li Jiao spoke, Vegeta and the others were momentarily stunned. How could such a monstrous being possibly exist? A creature born from the collective cells of everyone. How formidable would that be? "Mr. Li Jiao, could that creature have originated from the future?" Trunks asked incredulously, for he alone possessed the time machine. If that creature hailed from the future, then he. Indeed, it must be from the future of your timeline. You were slain by Cell, who then traveled to this world using the time machine. I will be killed. Trunks found it hard to believe. He had come to this world seeking a way to eliminate the androids from his own timeline, only to discover that an even more powerful Cell awaited him. Could it be that after I defeated the androids, Cell was unable to evolve into his perfect form and thus chose to traverse time to the past? Trunks quickly unraveled this notion, deducing the fundamental cause. Li Jiao neither denied nor offered further explanation. "As for the words of that creature, you shall resolve them." Li Jiao pondered for a moment before turning to Natasha. Natasha appeared distinctly dissatisfied. "No, I wish to take action as well. Your strength has already surpassed too much. However, that artificial being, Cell, is likely to possess the bloodline of a Psion, which may render it immensely powerful. How can you be certain that Cell will not be exceptionally formidable? What if, Li Jiao, you are not its match?" Natasha protested, unwilling to accept being sidelined. Li Jiao, feeling helpless, could only say, "Do as you please, just do not ruin the Earth in the process." Li Jiao spoke as he gradually moved away into the distance. Natasha did not follow but instead turned to Krillin and the others, saying, "Hurry up and find the monster Li Jiao mentioned. I want to personally obliterate it." Natasha maintained her Super Saiyan form, as if it were no burden to her. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Li Jiao's departing silhouette, then glanced at Natasha. His arms bulging with veins, muscles taut. "Is that a state beyond Super Saiyan? A state beyond Super Saiyan?" Trunks looked at his father in disbelief, astonished that a Super Saiyan could transcend itself. He had never considered such a possibility. Foolishness, there is nothing that cannot be surpassed. Even a state beyond Super Saiyan. I shall surpass it once more. Just wait and see. Vegeta, filled with ambition, surged forth in a brilliant trail of light, departing at great speed. Chapter 30. The Proud Trio? Transcending Super Saiyan? Why had I not thought of this? If Super Saiyan is already so formidable, then surely surpassing it means that the androids would no longer pose a threat to me. Even Cell. Trunks felt a surge of excitement within. Glancing toward the direction Vegeta had taken before addressing Krillin and the others, "Mr. Krillin, I wish to train alongside my father. Please. You all look for the monster that Mr. Li Jiao mentioned first." Yes, Trunks must become even stronger. Krillin nodded, and the task once more fell upon their shoulders. However, as mere underlings, if they did encounter that monster, they would undoubtedly be outmatched. What should they do? Krillin felt a headache coming on, while Piccolo, having witnessed Vegeta and Trunks depart, wore an increasingly grim expression, his sharp nails digging into his flesh as resentment brewed within him. Haha, fortunately, we have Piccolo with us. Otherwise, we might as well pack up and go home. Krillin chuckled, but Piccolo suddenly erupted in anger, grabbing Krillin by the collar and scolding him fiercely. "Baka, what kind of joke is this? I am not with you. Piccolo forcefully hurled Krillin into a pile of rubble. A bunch of Na'vi fools. Do you really think I, the great Demon King Piccolo, am on your side? You are merely tools for my world domination. A disdainful smile crept across Piccolo's face as he cast a dismissive glance at the group, then swiftly flew away into the distance. Krillin, sitting amidst the ruins, began to laugh once more under the bewildered gazes of his companions. You can still laugh? Tien Shinhan remarked in disbelief, incredulous that Krillin could find humor in such a moment. I almost forgot, Piccolo is not like us. Krillin shrugged off the dust from his clothes and rose from the debris. Not like us. Tianjin Fan was perplexed. Krillin stroked his wise, bald head. Of course, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Goku belong to the same category. Their pride is strikingly similar. Pride? Indeed, they are all quite proud. Tianjin Fan nodded in agreement. Whether it be Son Goku, Vegeta, or Piccolo, each harbors their own sense of pride. Yet, their pride is rendered insignificant in the face of absolute strength. Our prowess is ultimately lacking, unbeknownst to us. We have been distanced considerably by Goku and his companions. Yamcha felt a sense of helplessness. It was not long ago that Raditz arrived on Earth, and their strength was not so disparate from that of Son Goku. However, in merely a year, the gap had inexplicably widened several-fold. Following their journey to Namek, they witnessed Goku's extraordinary growth. The Super Saiyan form presented a power that was beyond their reach. Since then, their appearances seemed merely to serve as a backdrop. I too feel a sense of helplessness. Goku's progress has been astonishingly rapid. Or perhaps it is the Saiyan bloodline that is overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond our capacity to rival. Despite my earnest efforts to keep pace, I still cannot touch their shoulders. Krillin's expression was dazed. There was a time when he trained alongside Son Goku. There was a time during the martial arts tournament when he and Goku battled for hundreds of rounds without being at a disadvantage. Yet, those days are now merely a memory. Presently, even the newly emerged Gohan has already surpassed him. Hey, you guys, why aren't you off searching for that monster? Once you locate it, elevate your energy to its peak. I will join you shortly. Natasha took note of everyone's energy. The group fell silent upon encountering a formidable adversary. They found themselves without even the time to release their energy. How embarrassing. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth. The performances of Li Jio and Natasha today reminded them of various events from recent years. Hey, what is wrong with you all? Natasha sensed their troubled minds and inquired with curiosity. Ha. Natasha, we are fine. We are merely lamenting that our strength seems to hold little value in this war. Krillin was somewhat familiar with Natasha, having met her on Namek. However, the others, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, and Yamcha, had only encountered her when Li Jio returned to Earth, without even a proper greeting. Is that so? Indeed, you seem a bit weaker. But why didn't you mention it sooner? What have you been doing for the past 3 years? In these 3 years, Son Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan have been training on Floating Island. Their strength has significantly improved. Natasha gazed at Tan, contemplatively stating that the combat potential of the three-eyed people is indeed substantial. However, it appears that your bloodline comprises a blend of three-eyed and earthling ancestry, which remains dormant within you. Natasha recalled some remarks made by Li Jio in passing, leaving a profound impression on her regarding Tien. Three-eyed people? Gohan inquired, glancing at the astonished Tien and Krillin before pressing further. Aunt Natasha, could you elaborate on this? Bang. No sooner had Gohan finished speaking than Natasha delivered a punch that seemed capable of driving into the very earth. Little brat, how many times must I say it? You should address me as sister. Natasha glared at Gohan, her strike appearing forceful, yet it inflicted no significant harm. He merely experienced a slight ache on his head. Yes, Sister Natasha, Gohan replied, rubbing his head in a pitiful manner, and continued, could you tell us more about the three-eyed people? The mention of the three-eyed people struck Tan like a bolt from the blue. He had never encountered this term before. Natasha elaborated, considering pure earthling lineage. The one you refer to as Master Matedo is already at the pinnacle. Even if one were to be slightly stronger, it would not exceed that threshold. She then glanced at Krillin, adding, your ability to become so powerful is also attributed to the fact that you are not merely an earthling. And Yamcha, he is a true earthling. Natasha's understanding of those before her was limited, primarily based on the idle chatter from Li Jio. Yamcha, with a broad grin, exclaimed, so you are all extraterrestrials. No wonder each of you surpasses me in strength. With this explanation, I can rest easy. Although Yamcha felt somewhat aggrieved. He recognized the truth in Natasha's words. The martial prowess achievable by earthlings is exceedingly limited. I wonder if Uncle Li Jio would be willing to train Uncle Tien and the others. If he is, Uncle Tien could undoubtedly become even stronger. I have heard my father say that Uncle Tien was once even more formidable than he, Gohan remarked, looking to Natasha as if seeking her approval. If you wish to consult Li Jio, you may travel to the floating island. However, I cannot guarantee that he will agree to train you. Natasha shrugged nonchalantly, adding, do not forget to seek out the monsters Li Jio mentioned. Chapter 31. Li Jio's training. Piccolo has left, presumably to seek the fusion with the deity. Let us await his return. During this time, perhaps we could venture to the floating island to test our fortunes? Krillin suggested, turning to Natasha. Natasha furrowed her brow but eventually nodded. Li Jio has already arrived at the floating island. I shall escort you there. Natasha placed her hand on Klin's shoulder, prompting him to swiftly grasp the hands of those around him. In the next moment, they all vanished from their original location, leaving androids 16, 17, and 18 exchanging bewildered glances. How infuriating. I am the most formidable artificial being in history. Android 17 lamented internally. Though Natasha's intervention had been measured and caused him little actual harm, he still found himself racked with pain. Android 18 stood in a daze, her fair and smooth forehead sporting a swollen patch, yet her attention was clearly fixated on her rear, which still throbbed with discomfort. Where are we headed next? Android 16 inquired, his demeanor remaining composed, seemingly unaffected by his defeat at the hands of Li Jio. I do not know. The trio of androids found themselves engulfed in confusion. Once resolute in their pursuit of Sun Wukong, they were now left disoriented after their encounter with Li Jio. By the way, it's astonishing that you are so powerful. You truly are a pure mechanical android, Android 17 remarked, glancing at Android 16 while adjusting his tattered clothing. Android 18 disdainfully surveyed her own disheveled attire and huffed, I need to find a proper outfit first. The three exchanged glances before ultimately setting their sights on a remote island city. On Floating Island, Li Jio was leisurely basking in the sunlight when Natasha unexpectedly returned with the group, catching him off guard. Natasha, weren't you supposed to confront that monster? Li Jio questioned, puzzled by her sudden return. Well, these individuals are far too weak, and I was too lazy to seek out stronger ones. So I simply brought them back, she replied. Would you like to train them? Natasha proposed, her gaze fixed on Li Jio, whose attention shifted to Klin and the others. I'm not particularly adept at training individuals, but if you wish to give it a try, it wouldn't be impossible. At the very least, it would be more effective than your solitary practice. Li Jio gazed at the crowd, and Tianjin Fan spoke up. Mr. Li Jio, I am curious about the three-eyed people. Three-eyed people? My knowledge on this subject is rather limited, but indeed, such a race exists. He pondered for a moment. Perhaps we could consult the dragon. With a casual gesture, Li Jio summoned the Dragon Balls from the dimensional space. The 7 Dragon Balls were currently in a usable state. Yet Li Jio sensed that it would not be long before their power waned. After all, Piccolo and the God of Earth were on the verge of merging. With the God of Earth's disappearance, the Dragon Balls would lose their efficacy. Consult the dragon? No, that won't be necessary. Tianjin Fan was taken aback. He had never expected Li Jio to consider asking the dragon for something so trivial. Well, if you wish to locate your kin, the dragon would indeed be a commendable option. However, if you seek to unlock the potential of your bloodline, I can assist you with that, provided you allow me to examine your body. Examine my body. Tianjin Fan glanced at Krillin, and Li Jio nodded. It simply entails assessing your bloodline and physical strength. Li Jio elucidated a statement, then turned to Klin and Yamcha, saying, if you wish to train with me, it is certainly feasible. However, I must warn you that the journey will undoubtedly be quite arduous. Li Jio spoke with utmost seriousness, while Klin and the others exchanged glances at the icy beverage beside Li Jio, as well as the beach chair. If becoming stronger were within reach, they were willing to endure hardships. The desire for strength still burned within Klin and his companions, and any subsequent fatigue could be attributed to their levels of power. Very well then. From this point onward, each individual shall carry a colossal stone and race to the western training grounds of the floating island. I shall procure some capsules for you. You may reside there henceforth. Li Jio slowly rose to his feet, then raised his hand to cleave the mountain beneath him into 4 unevenly sized stones. The smallest one was for Jiaozi, the largest for Klin, and the second largest for Tianjin Fan. Thus, for enormous boulders, each weighing at least 1,000 pounds, and Klin's stone was no less than 2,000 pounds. Coupled with the island's gravity, which was 50 times that of normal, Transporting these massive stones to the Western Arena was no trivial task. By foot, if possible. Refrain from using energy, Li Jiao added, then led Natasha back to the manor. Left behind, Clin and the others exchanged glances, acutely aware of the gravity disparity since their arrival on the floating island. Now, they were expected to carry such heavy stones across it. This was nothing short of infernal training. If they couldn't even pass the first trial, Tianjin Fan stepped forward, gazing at Clin, and remarked, "On Namek, you awakened your potential with the Elder's help, significantly enhancing your strength. However, I shall not allow you to maintain the lead indefinitely." Clin scratched his head and laughed heartily. "Tianjin Fan, I won't let you surpass me that easily either." Though there was a considerable disparity in strength between Clin and Tianjin Fan, Li Jiao assigned them stones of similar size. As the four of them hoisted the boulders, their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Yamucha, who struggled to walk even without a burden, found himself on the verge of collapsing under the weight of his stone. "Damn it, this is 50 times the gravity," Yamucha roared, veins bulging as he exerted himself to lift the stone. Jiaozi fared even worse, for his strength lay predominantly in his psychic abilities, rendering his physical power rather feeble. "Jiaozi, you can do it." Tianjin Fan extended a hand, assisting Jiaozi to stand. "Thank you, Ation. I will strive hard." Jiaozi nodded earnestly, his slight frame struggling under the weight of a stone larger than himself, trudging forward with great difficulty. Tianjin Fan followed closely, occasionally lending a hand. The journey to the Western Arena required traversing mountains and hills, the distance unknown. The floating island was vast, comparable in size to the entirety of West City. Far larger than the temple. Why not let them enter the Room of Spirit in time? Natasha inquired, casting a glance at Li Jiao along the way. "Let us test them first. Although the room can accommodate multiple entrants, its cooldown period is extensive. If they cannot reach the Western Arena within 3 days, there would be no need for them to remain on the floating island," Li Jiao explained, one hand cradling 7 Dragon Balls, pondering whether he should make another wish. The Room of Spirit and Time was a creation born from Li Jiao's wish using the Dragon Balls, yet it was not located on the floating island. Like the Senzu Bean cultivation base, it resided within a spatial rift. The room would materialize only upon Li Jiao's permission. What should he wish for? Chapter 32. Natasha's thoughts. Natasha pouted slightly, her dark eyes shimmering gently. "I want a child." What? Li Jiao instinctively nodded, only to realize, upon catching sight of Natasha's blushing face, that he was at a loss for words. To have a child, you need to put in some effort. It requires at least 2 attempts daily. How could there possibly be a child? Li Jiao looked at Natasha with disdain, while Natasha, with a face full of defiance, retorted, "Who asked you to be so abnormal? 3 times a day, relentlessly, day and night?" Blushing, Natasha wished for nothing more than to fulfill the desire. Yet the arduousness of their encounters proved to be an exhausting endeavor. The prolonged duration rendered conception exceedingly challenging. "Is it my fault then?" Li Jiao shrugged and pouted. "Perhaps we should acquire a spaceship, one of the fastest kind, for there is little left of interest on Earth." With unwavering determination, Li Jiao was resolute. And Natasha had no objections. In that instant, the dragon emerged, casting a shadow over the earth as day turned to night. A familiar refrain echoed in the air. Upon witnessing Li Jiao and Natasha, the dragon felt a sense of dismay. "Not you two again," it lamented, having encountered them thrice already. Moreover, each wish had become increasingly arduous. The first, the floating island. The second, the time chamber. Both were no trifles to create. Had the requirements for crafting such wonders not been modest, the dragon would have been unable to fulfill them. "Dragon, I desire a spacecraft that surpasses the fastest in the cosmos by 10-fold, one that exceeds the most opulent by 10-fold, and a vessel that is 10 times more perfect than the most multifunctional in the universe." Li Jiao spoke, and the divine dragon slowly nodded. This time, the wish of the individual remained unchanged. It was unattainable. The divine dragon was succinct and decisive, while Li Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Such a spacecraft had surpassed the limits of technology within the universe. With my abilities, it cannot be manufactured. "Then, what is the utmost you can create?" Li Jiao inquired. And the divine dragon remained silent for a considerable time before responding. "Tenfold has transformed into double." "What are you hesitating for?" Li Jiao pressed his lips together, contemplating that even without the doubling, the universe is vast and teeming with advanced technologies. The fastest spacecraft could perhaps traverse the galaxy in a remarkably short span of time. The divine dragon, speechless, vowed never to encounter these 2 wishers again. Your wish is quite simple, the divine dragon remarked with his usual flamboyance. Yet the expression he wore while granting wishes, akin to that of constipation, betrayed him entirely. After a prolonged moment, a capsule materialized in midair, and Li Jiao reached out to catch it, glancing at the divine dragon with an approving nod. Quite impressive, keeping up with the times. Thank you for the compliment. Farewell. The divine dragon attempted to make his exit, fully aware of why he was summoned by Li Jiao repeatedly. However, how could a mere divine dragon escape the grasp of Li Jiao? Without any apparent action from Li Jiao, he simply extended his hand, and the dragon balls, now petrified, were gathered anew. Isn't that a bit excessive? Natasha observed Li Jiao's actions, pondering whether these dragon balls were not meant to belong to Earth. Ever since Li Jiao's arrival, it seemed they had never left. Excessive? In what way? Li Jiao retorted, fixing his gaze upon Natasha. Natasha chuckled. Never mind, we are not at a loss. Exactly. Li Jiao tossed the capsule lightly, pressing it gently before tossing it into the air. With a resounding pop, smoke dissipated, revealing a small spacecraft before Li Jiao and Natasha. The spacecraft appeared exquisitely crafted, albeit diminutive in size. So small? Natasha looked at Li Jiao, who offered no explanation as he pulled her toward the spacecraft's entrance. Beep. The spacecraft recognizes its master. Master identification successful, an electronic voice announced as the hatch opened, allowing Li Jiao and Natasha to enter. Instantly, a small sprite emerged. Greetings. Esteemed masters of the spacecraft, please bestow names upon the vessel and its intelligent sprite. Let us name it Peace, and you shall be called Ping Ping, Li Jiao decided. Ping Ping acknowledges the master's bestowed name. The sprite expressed with a graceful bow before commencing to guide Li Jiao through the various functionalities of the spacecraft. The interior of the spacecraft was expansive, resembling a miniature world. It was fully equipped. There was nothing Li Jiao could conceive that Ping Ping could not accomplish. Even dolls could be 3D printed at any time, realistic and embedded with an artificial intelligence system, allowing for any desired form. Upon learning of this feature, Natasha became exhilarated, eager to try it out. Li Jiao, however, bestowed upon her a sharp rebuke, saying, "Do you truly believe your husband to be so desperate as to accept any offer? Dismiss such thoughts. Either exert yourself or rely on fortune. Do not contemplate any shortcuts." Ouch, that hurts, Natasha murmured, clutching her head while casting a resentful glance at Li Jiao, her eyes darting around, perhaps concocting some mischievous scheme. After surveying the spaceship, Li Jiao stowed it away once more. With this vessel, traversing the cosmos would become far more convenient. According to the diminutive sprite, Ping Ping, this spacecraft could traverse the Milky Way in a single day at full speed, a truly astonishing velocity. In the divine realm, the deities stood at the edge, scrutinizing the happenings on Earth. The actions of Shalu had not escaped the deity's notice. All my unease these years must stem from him, the deity thought, cold sweat trickling down his face. Upon observing the short flute player meditating in the temple behind him, he made a resolute decision. On Ghost Island, Master Rashi intently watched the television, which no longer displayed the vivacious gymnastics of young maidens but instead broadcast news that resembled supernatural occurrences. What terrifying monsters, he thought. Goku. Krillin, you must persevere. Master Rashi trembled, his frail frame unwilling to accept his own helplessness. I long for the days when Master Wu Tian was deemed the strongest in the world. With a sigh, he could only silently pray. At that moment, Son Gohan was also on the floating island, sensing the presence of Tien and others, and hurriedly pursued them to inquire about the situation with the androids. Upon learning that Li Jiao had defeated the androids, but that more fearsome monsters awaited, he scratched his head in frustration. Ha ha ha. Gohan, why not return to care for Goku? We lack the time to chat, Krillin interjected. Gohan nodded in agreement and made his way back to the residence he shared with his parents on the floating island. In the desolate mountainous region, Vegeta stood resolutely atop a cliff, immovable. Trunks, seated not far behind, bore a troubled expression as he gazed at his father's back, yearning to train alongside him, yet feeling dismissed by Vegeta as a hindrance. Chapter 33. What as Key Time flowed onward? The following evening, in the westernmost part of the floating island, stones plummeted to the ground, followed by a series of splashes as Krillin and the others collapsed. Not bad. It only took a day and a half, Li Jiao mused, surprised. For the 50-fold gravity of the floating island was quite challenging for Krillin and his companions to adapt to. Moreover, with additional weight, they had nearly traversed the entire floating island in just a brief day and a half. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I shall commence your preliminary training, Li Jiao announced, dropping several capsules before preparing to depart. Suddenly, Krillin lifted his head and struggled to rise from the ground. A creature more terrifying than any android must surely be wreaking havoc on Earth now. What do you wish to convey? Li Jiao's expression remained calm, though he had already formed a conjecture in his mind. Li Jiao, I am aware that your power far surpasses that of Goku and Vegeta. Even if that monster grows stronger, you should not regard it with much concern, should you? Krillin's mind was sharp, a testament to his wisdom. Please, I earnestly implore you to eliminate that monster. The people of Earth are innocent. Krillin spoke sincerely as Tian Shinhan slowly rose as well. His burdens were not as heavy as Krillin's, but the effort spent aiding Kaiotsu had taken a greater toll. Li Jiao, if possible, please vanquish that creature. Although Tian Shinhan desired to confront the so-called monster himself, he understood that he could not reach that level in a short time. That monster will be dealt with by someone. You need not worry, Li Jiao replied, his expression unchanged, and he vanished from sight in an instant. Krillin felt a sense of reluctance, but was powerless to change the situation. It seemed Li Jiao knew more than any of us. Do you all remember? When Li Jiao first arrived on Earth, he behaved as though he recognized us. He asked Krillin for directions to the Korin Tower and then requested the Dragon Radar from Bulma. Yamcha, panting, analyzed the situation and glanced at the few capsules left by Li Jiao. There were only 3, but they should suffice for their needs. The 3 housing capsules were fully furnished, although they lacked sufficient food. However, soon Gohan arrived, carrying a large bag of lunchboxes. Uncle Krillin, I brought you all some food. Haha, thank goodness for Gohan. Krillin exclaimed, elated, as they had not eaten for 2 days. After a hearty meal, the 4 of them lay contentedly on the ground and fell asleep for the night. The next morning, Li Jiao returned to the training arena. Observing the 4 individuals who were sleeping like logs, he raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy, sending them flying hundreds of meters. With a thunderous roar, the dust settled, and the 4 of them drifted back, looking at Li Jiao's enigmatic smile, scratching their heads in confusion. How do you feel? Li Jiao inquired. The 50 times gravity of Floating Island, while unfamiliar, should not be unbearable for you, right? Certainly, although we may be weak, we can endure 50 times gravity, Krillin nodded. And Tian Shinhan and the others concurred, though we are not accustomed to it. Having rested for a night, we are ready to continue training. Then let us begin, Li Jiao said, glancing at the group before lightly leaping to the center of the training arena. The group focused intently, anticipating that Li Jiao would impart unique insights and training methods. Indeed, Li Jiao did not disappoint their expectations. Energy. Li Jiao extended a finger, and at its tip coalesced a sphere of energy the size of a ping-pong ball. Surely, you can all accomplish this? Li Jiao gazed at the crowd, who nodded in understanding, each raising their hands to conjure their own spheres of energy. This was a simple task, yet merely the most fundamental and rudimentary application of Qi. Even a wild beast, provided it possesses sufficient energy within, could achieve this. Li Jiao withdrew his hand and addressed the assembly, articulating each word with clarity. Your mastery and comprehension of Qi are but marginally superior to that of a beast. You are aware of how to restrain Qi, perceive its flow, compress it, and unleash it. However, these applications are not challenging. You can do them, as can others. Indeed, Vegeta had similarly grasped the essence of Qi in a remarkably short time, and techniques akin to the Kamehameha were easily learned. Krillin spoke up, affirming Li Jiao's assertions. However, techniques such as the Kaioken, the Spirit Bomb, and my instant transmission are far more intricate. And the more profound the technique, the greater its potential power. Li Jiao observed the reactions of those around him as he spoke. Yamcha appeared to be in deep thought, while Tian Shinhan nodded slightly, and Krillin's expression grew increasingly bright. However, even the formidable techniques, such as the Spirit Bomb and the Kaioken, were not invincible. Yamcha interjected, expressing his confusion. After all, he too had mastered the Kaioken, yet found it ineffective due to his insufficient strength. One must forge oneself to be strong. I share this to convey that your understanding of Qi remains quite superficial. Thus, the question arises, what, precisely, is Qi, and what purpose does it serve? Li Jiao raised his hand once more, manifesting a short sword that was entirely composed of condensed air, appearing as tangible as reality itself. I compressed the air to its utmost limits. Could this sword truly transform into a solid form? Li Jiao spoke as the short sword in his palm disintegrated, transforming into a spherical orb that abruptly ignited into a vivid crimson flame. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the inferno was extinguished, and a chilling aura emanated from his palm. A singular essence, Li Jiao manifested in various forms, radiant as the blazing sun, searing as the midday heat, frigid as ancient ice, sharp as a blade, and formidable as a mountain. Such a wondrous application. Could this not be deemed a superpower? Yamucha's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Jiaozi, inquiring, "Surely, you can achieve this?" "I cannot. That is not a superpower," Jiaozi replied, shaking his head. His own ability lay in telekinesis, the power of thought that allowed him to manipulate others and objects. Not a superpower. Yamucha was incredulous, while Tianjin Fan pondered thoughtfully, stating, "Qi is a form of energy. Fire, ice, hurricanes, and the like are all manifestations of energy. This implies that they can transform into one another." "Interchangeable?" Tianjin Fan mused. "It seems that your solar flare is indeed an eruption of qi radiating intense light. It appears to be that principle." Slowly lifting a hand, Krillin released a stream of qi, though it did not coalesce into an energy blast. Gradually, the energy grew increasingly scorching, waves of heat radiating forth. Ouch! Krillin finally could not endure it any longer, flicking the qi from his palm and blowing on his now reddened hand. This is the essence of it. Qi is a form of energy. Your daily training enhances your body, enabling it to contain more qi. However, have you ever contemplated utilizing qi to refine your physical form, rendering it even stronger? Have you considered how to manipulate qi to expedite its effective use? Chapter 34. Piccolo vs. Cell. What is qi? How does one harness qi? Li Jiao posed two questions, leaving the crowd in deep contemplation as he silently departed. Shortly after his exit, a formidable aura erupted from a distant direction, its intensity surpassing that of Vegeta's Super Saiyan form. This powerful presence manifested swiftly, only to vanish just as quickly. Was it Piccolo? Li Jiao gazed into the distance. When Natasha suddenly appeared beside him, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Has that monster emerged?" she inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. "It seems you still possess some energy," he remarked, playfully pinching her cheek, prompting an eye roll from Natasha. "Of course I do." The aura felt reminiscent of that Namekian, Piccolo, but it was more potent and possessed distinct differences. Natasha rubbed her eyes, gradually shaking off her drowsiness. It must be Piccolo merging with the Supreme Kai. Merging? How so? Natasha questioned, puzzled. Li Jiao cast a glance at Natasha, whose thoughts seemed to wander off course, and with a frown, explained. The Supreme Kai and Piccolo were originally two facets of the same Namekian entity, separated into good and evil personae. However, Piccolo has gradually embraced his benevolence. And with a formidable adversary at hand, the fusion of Piccolo and the Supreme Kai would yield a terrifying enhancement of power. Their decision to unite is entirely logical. Merging? Natasha appeared not to grasp Li Jiao's explanation, fixating instead on the notion of fusion, her thoughts seemingly drifting further away. Li Jiao lightly tapped Natasha's forehead, pondering whether her mind had gone awry. "Ouch, why did you hit me?" Natasha pouted, her expression one of indignation, before casting a reproachful glance at Li Jiao. "Sun Wukong is on the verge of having 2 children, yet you don't even have one. Isn't that a bit shameful?" Li Jiao was taken aback, blinking at Natasha in surprise. "What are you staring at?" Natasha shot him an exasperated look. "Sun Wukong is about to have 2 sons? Li Jiao inquired, perplexed. "How do you know that?" "Chi-Chi mentioned it herself. She is pregnant, so she must have realized it on her own," Natasha replied, reaching out to feel Li Jiao's forehead. "You don't have a fever, do you?" Li Jiao pushed Natasha's hand away and rolled his eyes. "You're the one who's burning up. Go back and rest." Natasha let out an acknowledging sound, stretched lazily, and, taking the opportunity, draped herself over Li Jiao. "Li Jiao, I desire a child." Meanwhile, the earth plunged into a state of panic. Sheru had already begun to act, silently siphoning off the essence of human life. Cities transformed into desolate wastelands, and individuals appeared to vanish into thin air, their clothes strewn across the ground in a haunting manner. Short D descended upon an island city. Observing the abandoned garments scattered about, his fists clenched tightly. After merging with the divine, the current Short D had long abandoned the desire to conquer the world. Instead, he sought to protect it. Frustrated, he suppressed his aura, rendering the monstrous being nearly undetectable. As Short D surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly straightened his posture and turned around. "So, you finally decided to show yourself." He fixed his gaze upon Sheru, who emerged from around the corner, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "Oh, you are aware of my existence." In his initial form, Sheru resembled a gigantic cicada, adorned in a garish green with black spots, a truly hideous sight. Despite his apparent strength, his timid demeanor left much to be desired. Short D regarded Sheru with disdain. Sheru, silent, studied Short D, absorbing the aura emanating from him. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly burst into laughter. You are no match for me. Oh, is that so? Short D grinned, cracking his neck as the sound of grinding joints filled the air. The two faced off, and abruptly, a battle erupted. Short D landed a punch squarely on Sheru's face, propelling him over 10 meters and crashing him into a building. As dust filled the air, Sheru unexpectedly appeared behind Short D, seizing his arm and swinging him down violently. Humph, I told you, you're no match for me. Sheru, in his arrogance, didn't anticipate Short D's swift counter, as he deftly caught Sheru's arm, while simultaneously pressing his foot against Sheru's armpit and exerting force. Ah, crack. Blood splattered as Short D forcefully severed one of Sheru's arms. Is that all you can do? He discarded Sheru's limb and unleashed a powerful energy wave. The intense pain and Short D's sudden onslaught caught Sheru off guard, leaving him struggling to recover, struggling to rise from the ground. Sheru's face dripped with cold sweat as he glanced at the stump where his arm once was. It seems I can regrow it. He chuckled ominously, his severed wound twitching as a new arm sprouted instantaneously. Ah ha ha ha, Short D, did you not foresee this? I possess your cells within me, and the cells of a Super Saiyan. After Sheru spoke, a golden aura enveloped him, and his presence surged dramatically. Din's expression grew solemn, although Li Jio had described Sheru's characteristics. The monstrous attributes exhibited by Sheru still astonished him. After all, if Sheru possessed the cells of Namekians and Super Saiyans, his potential for growth could be deemed incalculable. While his regenerative abilities were manageable, he could still be defeated under absolute power. However, the traits of a Saiyan were indeed extraordinary. The combination of both was utterly terrifying. Yet what of it? Din remained vigilant in his heart, yet he did not regard Sheru with much concern. At this moment, even if Son Goku were to recover, he might not stand a chance against him. Let us see. Sheru's tail lashed out like a scorpion's stinger. Din sidestepped, moving with astonishing speed, and within moments, their battle reduced the entire city to ruins. The sounds of combat erupted, a terrifying aura spreading across the earth, alerting those on the floating island. It's Uncle Dend. Gohan, who had just delivered lunch to the training ground, noticed that Krillin and the others were distracted, eating while pondering the questions left by Li Jio that morning. Gohan, Din's energy has surpassed that of Vegeta and Goku. Our presence would be futile. The one battling Din must be the monster Li Jio mentioned. Krillin spoke. Though it was evident he had other thoughts, his eyes vacant, and his eating somewhat mechanical. Uncle Din's power seems even more formidable. Has he fused with the Supreme Kai? Gohan closed his eyes, sensing the intertwining energies. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Manor, Natasha had retreated in disarray. Although she sensed the auras of Din and Sheru, she lacked the strength to intervene. Chapter 35, Sheru's Escape Boom. The entire island city was gradually consumed, reduced to ruins, then submerged. As they battled from the ground to the sea, and then up to the skies, Sheru's aura began to wane. He ultimately was no match for Din. After fusing with the Supreme Kai, Din had become a true Super Namekian, his combat power exceeding 500 million. At this moment, Din's energy remained robust, and he had yet to shed his burdens. Huff, huff, huff. Sheru gasped for breath, cautiously observing Din. The information stored in his mind depicted Din as not being so powerful. Why had Din transformed so suddenly? Moreover, the change was monumental. Surrender without a fight. Din coldly fixed his gaze on Sheru, simultaneously harboring doubts about Li Jio's words. Although Sheru possessed the battle power of a Super Saiyan, that was the extent of it. If Son Goku were to recover, he could surely defeat him. Yet, why did Li Jio hold such a high regard for Sheru? Even to the extent of considering him a worthy opponent for Natasha? Just how powerful was Natasha? Before Son Wukong fell ill, in his Super Saiyan form, he was a force that could only be matched by the Kaioken technique. However, even when Son Wukong combined Super Saiyan with Kaioken, his strength lasted merely 3 seconds. A fleeting moment of dominance. Humph, do not revel too much. I have yet to unleash my true abilities. Cell clenched his fists tightly, drawing them to his waist. And under the watchful gaze of Din, he abruptly positioned his hands before his forehead. This is the solar flare. A blazing light erupted, causing Din excruciating pain in his eyes, rendering him unable to open them for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, Cell concealed his energy and swiftly vanished from sight. When Dend gradually opened his eyes, he beheld the empty sea and a few islands in the distance, contemplating the idea of sinking those islands. However, it remained merely a thought. Even if such an act were executed, it would bear little significance. In a remote urban area, Cell resurfaced. Humph. Once I have absorbed enough energy and subsequently devoured Android 17 and 18, I shall certainly settle the score for today. On Floating Island, the battle concluded, and Natasha kicked Li Jiao out of bed with a swift motion. Leave me alone, I wish to sleep. Using me and discarding me, Li Jiao sat on the ground, staring blankly at Natasha, who had turned over and fallen into slumber, a wry smile escaping his lips. He rose to gently lift Natasha into the bathtub, meticulously washing her body, and only after changing the bed linens did he lay her back down on the bed. Li Jiao stepped out of the manor and instantly found himself in the training arena, observing Krillin and the others seated in meditation. He was curious about when Gohan had joined their ranks. In the distance, Piccolo arrived, gazing quizzically at the concentrated faces of the meditating individuals, and inquired, "What are they doing?" "They are contemplating." "Contemplating?" "Indeed. Cultivation is not merely about physical training, is it, Piccolo?" Li Jiao retorted, well aware that Piccolo possessed a profound understanding of the essence of cultivation. However, the individuals from Dragon Ball were somewhat rigid, each adhering to their own methods of training. Had Li Jiao not surpassed them in strength, they would not have willingly accepted his guidance. "Should I join them?" Li Jiao asked, harboring an audacious idea to cultivate Krillin and the others, to assess the extent of their potential. "I have my own training methods," Piccolo replied with a hint of pride, feeling a newfound confidence in facing Li Jiao, as he believed he had surpassed Son Goku. "Such a pity, Piccolo. Your potential should be greater. At the very least not inferior to that of the Science." Li Jiao gently shook his head, refraining from any coercion. Time passed, and eventually, Krillin and the others gradually awakened. Gohan opened his eyes, and upon seeing Piccolo, exclaimed with a smile, "Uncle Piccolo." "Yes," Piccolo replied, though he had no intention of joining Krillin and the others. However, he was eager to discover how Li Jiao would instruct them. While this bordered on the realm of stealing knowledge, Li Jiao chose not to confront it. "How is it? Have you all found the answers in your hearts? You may corroborate and discuss with one another. I shall grant you an hour, after which I will assign you your next task." After Li Jiao spoke, he walked aside and casually threw out a capsule, conjuring a sunshade and a beach chair, from which he leisurely took out a chilled beverage. Indulging in a serene moment of relaxation, SHT looked at Li Jiao at that moment, feeling a profound curiosity. He had witnessed Natasha practicing, honing her physique, even sitting cross-legged in meditation, though he remained unaware of her insights. Yet, every time he encountered Li Jiao, the latter appeared to be living a life of utter leisure, even more carefree than Master Roshi. However, Li Jiao's true strength remained an enigma. Who shall start? Krillin and the others sat together, having engaged in discussions prior to Li Jiao's arrival, contemplating and exchanging ideas anew. Qi is a form of energy, akin to the fuel required by an aircraft or the sustenance needed by ordinary individuals. This concept had been thoroughly explored, yet some still felt there were aspects that required further refinement. Let us set this question aside for now. How should one utilize Qi? The discourse among Tianjin Fan and the others gradually found its rhythm, and SHT's attention shifted from Li Jiao to the discussions at hand. Some of the topics being addressed sparked a sense of enlightenment within him, even bringing to light matters he had previously overlooked, which were subsequently resolved. An hour passed, and the discussions continued with ever-increasing fervor. Li Jiao remained leisurely asleep, occasionally sipping an icy beverage with effortless grace. At that moment, Duan Di had unconsciously joined the discussion, much to the delight of Klin and the others, for Duan Di's insights into cultivation had long surpassed their own understanding. "It's about time. Let us enter the room of spirit and time," Li Jiao suddenly interjected, interrupting the ongoing conversation. "The room of spirit and time? Does such a place exist on Floating Island?" Duan Di questioned in disbelief. Li Jiao replied, "Indeed, it does exist. But the ratio of time within to that of the outside world is 6 months to 1 day, albeit with far stricter conditions. Should you all enter? A day of training should suffice. If Gohan goes in, he should emerge as a Super Saiyan. Wouldn't you agree?" Li Jiao looked at Gohan, who seemed somewhat uncertain, saying, "Can I really do it? With your innate talent, surpassing your father should not be a formidable challenge. However, do you possess the heart of a warrior?" Li Jiao gently ruffled Gohan's hair. "The potential within you is immense, perhaps due to your mixed heritage. I will strive to do my best, Uncle Li Jiao, Gohan replied, his gaze growing resolute. Under Li Jiao's watchful eyes, the group stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. What level of growth may be achieved in half a year? Li Jiao reclined back in his chair, slowly drifting into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, his slumber would herald a complete transformation of the Earth's circumstances. Chapter 36. Perfect Form Cell. After being defeated by Piccolo, Cell became increasingly frenzied in his pursuit of human life energy. Within a mere day, 2 large cities were entirely consumed. More alarmingly, Cell soon encountered androids 17 and 18. No wonder this city was devoid of life. It was you causing the chaos. Android 17 observed Cell with calm composure, witnessing a woman being drained of her life force before his very eyes. "Oh, I was just about to seek you out. Yet here you are," Cell exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, glancing at Android 17 and then at Android 18. "Oh, do you wish to absorb us?" Android 17 had already discerned Cell's intentions, yet he remained undeterred. He aimed to eliminate Cell to prove himself as the strongest android. 17, you are no match for him. Android 16 interjected, stepping forward cautiously. Nonsense. Android 17 dismissed 16's warning and attacked directly. The once desolate island city was swiftly reduced to ruins. Cell, demonstrating remarkable intelligence, unleashed his full power the moment 17 struck, catching him off guard, and to Android 16's astonishment, directly absorbed 17. The entire incident transpired in a fleeting moment, so rapid that Android 16 could hardly react. Ultimately, Android 17 did not even have the opportunity to exert his full strength before being overwhelmed and absorbed by Cell. A brilliant radiance enveloped Cell, his physique becoming more robust, his insectoid mouth grotesquely transforming into a hideous, sausage-like visage, resembling a human more than before, yet remaining as repulsive as ever. 18 run, Android 16 shouted, removing his hands to reveal 2 mechanical cannons, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. However, having absorbed Android 17, Cell's combat prowess far surpassed that of Android 16 and 18. Android 16 suffered devastating damage, while Android 18 was inevitably absorbed, bringing forth the emergence of Perfect Form Cell. With a thud, Cell descended slowly, gazing at his hands and reveling in the power of his perfected form, erupting into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, at last, I, Cell, have attained my perfect form. The entire world shall be under my dominion, and the universe will bow before my might." A terrifying wave of energy swept across the entire island, and Cell sensed a formidable aura, yet yielded no tangible results. At this moment, the Z warriors had retracted their energy, rendering them undetectable to Cell. "Hehehe, I refuse to believe that you can remain hidden indefinitely." With that, Cell levitated and made his way toward a bustling city. Soon, chilling news began to circulate. The Cell games were set to commence in 1 week's time. "Hello, Li Jiao. We are in grave trouble." Bulma's distinct voice crackled through the receiver. Cell has evolved into his perfect form and intends to host the Cell games in a week. If no one participates, he threatens to obliterate the entire planet. As Li Jiao savored a lavish feast, he distanced the receiver from his ear. I understand. There is nothing to worry about," he reassured her, but Bulma remained unconvinced. After all, Li Jiao appeared rather indifferent to the impending doom. Bulma felt that even if the Earth were to face annihilation, Li Jiao would remain emotionally unfazed. "Li Jiao, could you please take this seriously? After all, Earth is your home as well. If Cell wreaks havoc, it won't be comfortable for you either." Bulma continued to press, but Li Jiao merely rolled his eyes. "Your husband, your future son, and even Goku are all doing just fine. So, rest assured, everything will be all right." After Li Jiao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. On the other side of the dining table, Natasha devoured her meal with reckless abandon, showcasing the Scion's appetite in all its glory. "I want to participate in that Cell game as well. I yearn to personally obliterate Cell. However, considering that Cell absorbed Androids 17 and 18, will there be any complications? Can 17 and 18 still be rescued?" "It should be possible." Li Jiao spoke, then turned to Natasha and asked, "Have you not yet completed your transformation into the second stage?" "It's all because of you. I haven't been able to train properly lately." Natasha glared at Li Jiao with a hint of resentment. Li Jiao was momentarily taken aback, then speechlessly replied, "It is clearly you who clings to me every time. How can the blame fall upon me?" Blame you. Natasha was utterly unreasonable, and Li Jiao merely shook his head, choosing not to engage in an argument with her. At that moment, in a corner of the floating island, the aura of Sun Wukong abruptly intensified. Hmm? He has recovered. Quite timely. Li Jiao nodded slightly, only to see Sun Wukong's figure materialize at the dining table. Ha ha ha, Li Jiao, your feast is truly extravagant. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Well, let us dine together. However, I suggest you refrain from using your teleportation too frequently in the future. Li Jiao's expression darkened. If he were engaged in a brawl with Natasha and Sun Wukong suddenly appeared, would it not be quite awkward? In that moment, Li Jiao would undoubtedly wish to eliminate Sun Wukong. Ah, well. It seemed Sun Wukong recalled something. Indeed, when Li Jiao first employed instant transmission, it had been rather embarrassing. However, Sun Wukong, being rather carefree, did not find it particularly troubling, as Li Jiao had merely materialized just outside the room. The two scions vied eagerly, and within moments, a genuine feast was completely devoured. The professional chefs attending to them had long since become accustomed to such spectacles. They were well aware that working here came with excellent benefits. Although the workload could be substantial on occasion, such grand banquets occurred only once every 3 days on average, and the wages were beyond their previous imaginings. Moreover, they enjoyed periodic rest days. Feeling full, Sun Wukong patted his belly, rising to stretch momentarily before turning to Li Jiao and saying, Chi has informed me about Cell. Are you planning to take action this time? Me? You all go ahead. Li Jiao replied lazily. Natasha, however, interjected, Don't worry, Sun Wukong, I shall take action. Cell is merely a trivial foe, with her hands on her hips. Natasha stood at full power. Her base combat strength reached 15 million, and upon transformation, it soared to 750 million. This level of power, coupled with her mastery over Ki, could potentially yield a combat strength of 1 billion. With Natasha's capabilities, she is surely able to defeat Cell. Nevertheless, I still wish to engage in combat with him, Sun Wukong requested. May I take the first round? That is acceptable, but with your current strength. You are no match for Cell. Natasha did not deny Sun Wukong's request, as she planned to intervene in the end. All right, I will train diligently over the next few days. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, and suddenly, his brows furrowed in realization. I sense Gohan's ki, and it seems that this energy is. Chapter 37. Dimensions. Before Sun Wukong could finish his sentence, he vanished, followed by Li Jiao and Natasha, leaving the servants to tidy up the aftermath. In the training arena, Piccolo and the others emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, with Gohan being the last to exit. Maintaining his Super Saiyan form, Gohan. Sun Wukong's abrupt appearance sparked excitement as he beheld Gohan's golden hair and piercing blue eyes. Not bad at all, Gohan. You have managed to transform into a Super Saiyan. It seems you are nearly catching up to me. Sun Wukong's fundamental combat power has approached 5 million. And in his Super Saiyan state, it reaches 250 million, not far from that of Android 17. Meanwhile, Son Gohan's combat power has also reached 200 million, although his base power is only 400,000. Achieving such a remarkable feat in just half a year is truly impressive. Not at all. I still have a considerable gap compared to Dad. Gohan scratched his head, then excitedly asked, Dad, have you recovered from your illness? Yes, I made Gohan worry, Sun Wukong said, ruffling Gohan's hair, only to notice that Gohan's hair had become shorter. Did Shenlong give you a haircut? Sun Wukong inquired, glancing at Den, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Den's expression darkened as he replied, The dragon is merely an aide. I am still myself. Oh, then we shall still call you Den, Sun Wukong remarked, carefully sensing Den's aura before turning to Li Jiao. Li Jiao, do you have a hyperbolic time chamber here? May I enter to train? Eager to begin, Sun Wukong glanced at the transformations of those around him, exclaiming, Krillin, Tien, how have you trained? Both Krillin and Tien, along with the others, have made significant progress, with their combat powers having surpassed 1 million. Moreover, within Tien and Krillin, a hidden energy surged, suggesting that their potential has yet to be fully realized. Once tapped, their advancement would undoubtedly exceed everyone's expectations. Hiki, Wukong, we want to share our training methods with you. Otherwise, how could we hope to keep pace with you? Krillin joked. Sun Wukong scratched his head, while Li Jiao added, their training methods may not be suitable for you. Furthermore, the hyperbolic time chamber here is not for you. You should go to the one in the temple. What? Li Jiao, don't be so stingy. How about I take you as my master? Sun Wukong, ever adaptable, clasped his hands together, beseeching Li Jiao. If you really wish to give it a try, you can ask Krillin and the others. but it may not be suitable for you. Li Jiao was acutely aware of Sun Wukong's temperament. A person who could scarcely grasp even the simplest arithmetic could hardly calm his mind to ponder more profound matters. You can cultivate at the temple alongside your father, Li Jiao suggested to Gohan. If Sun Wukong wishes to learn your training methods, you may impart your knowledge to him. Yes, Uncle Li Jiao. Gohan replied with a firm nod. Observing this, Sun Wukong grinned widely. Thank you, Li Jiao. Indeed, do engage in your training earnestly. You are all rather lacking in strength. Li Jiao remarked with a yawn, stretching his limbs before turning to Krillin and the others. The results of your training have been commendable. Why not spar with one another? Li Jiao gestured towards the vacant space of the training ground, wishing merely to observe the progress that Klin and the others had made in their cultivation. Allow me and Jiaozi to demonstrate first, he proposed. Yamcha tightened his belt after 6 months of training within the time chamber. He appeared to have rekindled his confidence in martial arts. His eyes sparkled with determination as Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity, fixed his gaze upon Yamcha and then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Yamcha, I feel as though I am witnessing the former version of you. Indeed, I owe much to Li Jiao's guidance, which has illuminated my path in cultivation, Yamcha replied as he gradually walked to the center of the training ground. Although he had yet to unleash his aura, there was an enigmatic air about him that suggested profound depths. Li Jiao nodded slightly. It seemed that Yamati had discovered a shortcut, a pathway leading to unparalleled strength. Should he persist on this journey, his accomplishments would undoubtedly be immeasurable. Even with a mortal form, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Yamati's aura, so feeble. Sun Wukong's expression grew solemn. Despite Yamati being right before everyone, his presence remained faint to the point of being nearly imperceptible. Li Jiao slowly rose to his feet. His gaze fixated on the clash between Yamcha and Kaiatsu. It appeared that Kaiatsu's extraordinary abilities had significantly advanced. However, Yamcha seemed well acquainted with Kaiatsu's powers, exhibiting a formidable resistance that rendered Kaiatsu somewhat passive, compelled to counterattack with martial prowess. Remarkably, Kaiatsu had also grown considerably stronger, his aura now surpassing that of the former Krillin. Although Kaiatsu's presence was not overwhelmingly potent, his battle prowess had reached an impressive million. The progression of these individuals over the span of 6 months left Li Jiao astounded. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Tien, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Android 17, and Android 18, the number had now reached 10. Li Jiao silently contemplated the impending crises facing Earth, yet he felt no trepidation. His sole concern lay with that imbecile. Should his actions invoke the butterfly effect and bring unhappiness to that individual, it could result in the obliteration of the entire universe, which would be catastrophic. Presently, the Kaioshin Ashin was equally foolish and unreliable, leaving him to await the emergence of the demon. Thus, it was imperative for him to strive for greater strength. Li Jiao possesses the profound Xian Yellow breathing technique, which naturally equips him with a unique cultivation system. However, at present, his comprehension of the Xian Yellow breathing technique remains confined to the realm of mere practice. The duel between Yamcha and Jiaozi was nothing short of spectacular. Indeed, when compared to their performance 6 months prior, both individuals have undergone a remarkable transformation. Yamcha's path can be described as the Dimension Path. This path is commendable and serves as a valuable reference for others. After all, the mere enhancement of strength ultimately encounters limitations. One must elevate their own dimension as well. Once the sparring between Yamcha and Jiaozi concluded, Li Jiao spoke up. The crowd, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of confusion and contemplation. What exactly is dimension? Yamcha only vaguely sensed that he had embarked upon a unique journey, one that does not necessitate immense potential within himself to continue his growth. Dimension can be characterized as a realm of existence, or perhaps a level of life. For instance, immortals. Immortals? As Li Jiao's words echoed, Sun Wukong and others gasped in astonishment, questioning how the conversation had shifted to the subject of immortals. In unison, they turned their gazes toward Piccolo, who at that moment appeared to be deep in thought, possessing a more profound understanding of Li Jiao's statement. Dimension represents a level of existence. Akin to the distinction between immortals and mortals, they are not of the same essence of life. I can grasp this concept myself, yet I am uncertain how to convey it to you. Li Jiao should be able to provide an explanation, right? SHT, too, is somewhat bewildered. He seems to grasp the essence yet feels something is amiss. Chapter 38, The Z Fighter's Extraordinary Time. Dimensions are the layers of life. Yamcha has already grazed the barrier of dimensions. Should he break through that dimensional barrier, his potential would experience a terrifying enhancement, and his own strength would surge dramatically. At this moment, Yamcha's dimension is akin to that of deities, standing alongside the King of Hell. One more step, and he would reach the realm of the King of the Universe. Above the King of the Universe, even higher dimensions await. With each elevation in dimension, lifespan and potential are simultaneously augmented. Once a dimension attains a certain level, lifespan becomes eternal. Indeed, I feel my body brimming with vitality, as if I have undergone a rebirth. Moreover, an inexhaustible well of potential surges within me. I have merely managed to breach a single barrier. However, I find myself unable to articulate how to comprehend that barrier. Yamcha feels a twinge of guilt. In the collective pursuit of cultivation, everyone shares their insights. Yet he has unknowingly achieved a significant breakthrough without the means to share it with others. This is entirely natural, not just you. But even I can only comprehend dimensions without perceiving the existence of dimensional barriers. Perhaps, only by excavating one's inner potential to a certain degree can one touch that layer of constraint. As a human from Earth, Yamcha possesses inherently limited potential, thus allowing him to touch that barrier first. Of course, as one advances into higher breakthroughs, dimensions will completely compensate for the weaknesses brought about by one's inherent low potential. This implies that whether one is a Scion, a Namekian, or an Earthling, once dimensions reach a certain level, their potential becomes equivalent. With elevated dimensions, potential is nearly limitless. Yet, beings with inherently strong potential, like the Scions, may surpass some higher dimensional entities, though their disadvantages are also evident. The difficulty of dimensional ascension and lifespan serves as a significant constraint. As Li Jiao spoke, the crowd gradually began to comprehend certain aspects. At that moment, Yamcha chuckled. So, having low potential can also have its advantages? Ha ha ha. There are pros and cons to everything, after all. Even if you, Yamcha, were to breach the dimensional barriers, the potential born within you might not surpass that of a Scion who has not transcended dimensions. Indeed, this was somewhat disheartening. Yet I have now discovered a path to further enhance my strength, and I shall forge ahead with unwavering determination. If breaking through a single dimension does not bridge the gap between us, then I shall transcend 2, perhaps even 3 dimensions, until my potential knows no bounds. At this moment, Yamcha brimmed with confidence. Although he had only breached 1 dimension so far, he had yet to catch up to Krillin and Tien in terms of potential exploration. Nevertheless, he believed that one day he would close the gap, even surpassing them. Dimensions, you say? Piccolo's eyes sparkled with newfound insight. The potential of the Namekians was indeed substantial, yet Piccolo understood that it could not rival that of the Scions. Moreover, having merged with the Supreme Kai, he possessed an innate advantage in understanding dimensions. Son, I suspect you will only be left in my wake from now on. Piccolo pressed his lips together. Meanwhile, Goku remained in a state of confusion, unable to grasp Li Jiao's words about dimensions and potential. The only thing he understood was that this so-called dimension might require the excavation of one's own latent abilities to reach it. I will not allow you to catch up. Goku called for Gohan, beckoning him over, then sensed Vegeta's energy. Vegeta was also a formidable warrior, and if Li Jiao did not intervene, he would have to contribute. In the next moment, Goku and Gohan appeared above a precipice. Hey, Vegeta. Goku waved his hand. Vegeta glanced at the suddenly appearing Goku, envious of his instant transmission. Appearing and disappearing at will. What do you want? Cell has already made his appearance. That formidable energy, you must have sensed it as well. Come, let us train together. Goku extended his hand, inviting Vegeta. I, Vegeta, am the strongest Super Saiyan. Why should I train with you? Vegeta scoffed. Goku scratched his head, then turned to Gohan. Gohan, transform. Huh? Oh, okay. Gohan, slightly bewildered, nevertheless managed to transform into a Super Saiyan after gathering his energy. Golden light flickered, and Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gohan. What is happening? How can this brat become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, Gohan, like Trunks, possesses Saiyan blood. Why shouldn't he be able to transform? Goku expressed his dissatisfaction, believing it should be perfectly normal for Gohan to achieve Super Saiyan status. You fool, do not try to deceive me. Just a few days ago, this brat's energy was weak, and now he has surpassed Trunks. This is not merely a matter of transformation. Vegeta immediately discerned the approximate strength of Gohan at that moment, and it seemed He had not only surpassed Trunks, but perhaps even himself. Gohan appeared to have grown taller. Such a transformation could hardly be achieved in just a few days. Subsequently, Trunks, observing Gohan's height increase of a full 5 centimeters, spoke up. Yes, it is thanks to Uncle Lee Jio's guidance, along with half a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, which only equated to a single day outside. Gohan, known for his earnestness, had inherited his father's simplicity. Half a year of training? Only equivalent to 1 day? Vegeta immediately seized Goku by the collar, exclaiming, "Take me there." Vegeta, please don't be impulsive. The hyperbolic time chamber at Lee Jio's has already been utilized by Piccolo and Tien. We can only go to the temple. The temple's hyperbolic time chamber allows 1 year of training to be equivalent to just 1 day. Goku responded with a grin, successfully leading Vegeta away. At the temple, Bubbles escorted Goku and the others to a door. This is the hyperbolic time chamber. However, only 2 individuals can enter at a time, and the maximum stay is 1 year. Vegeta and Trunks can go in first. Gohan and I will enter tomorrow. Goku wished to discuss with Gohan how Lee Jio had instructed them in their training. Vegeta, dismissive of Lee Jio's guidance, nonetheless recognized its value to Goku. Of course, Vegeta scoffed, stepping into the hyperbolic time chamber first. Trunks felt a rush of excitement. In this chamber, it would be just him and his father, allowing them to train together. "Thank you, Mr. Goku," Trunks remarked, but Goku had already engaged Gohan in conversation, completely oblivious to Trunks' words. Trunks offered a sheepish smile before stepping into the chamber. Meanwhile, on the floating island's training ground, Tien and the others unleashed their full power in a concerted effort to combat Lee Jio alone. Lee Jio stood at the very center of the training ground, never straying beyond a 3-meter radius. His movements were executed with precision and efficiency, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Such an action is superfluous. Kellen, why hold back? Do you truly believe you can inflict harm upon me? Jiaozi, your superpower is not meant for direct confrontation. Dondi, the charging time for your magical sphere of light is excessively prolonged. Lee Jio abruptly transformed into a Super Saiyan, gesturing with his finger to form a sword that cleaved Piccolo's light grenade in 2. Chapter 39, The Floating Island Revealed, Cell's Assault. Lee Jio, while managing the situation, pointed out their shortcomings. Naturally, Duan Di was aware that the charging time for his light kill wave was excessively prolonged, yet where can one find a flawlessly executed technique? Just as Lee Jio's technique of condensing energy into a sword indeed surpasses his own combat prowess, how many possess such mastery? Even Natasha, whose combat strength far exceeds that of Sun Wukong, cannot attain the same level of control as Lee Jio. Lee Jio's mastery transcends the mere act of condensing energy into weapons. Rather, he possesses the remarkable ability to amalgamate all of his internal energy into a singular entity. The essence of this may seem akin to the former, yet while others, such as Xuan Di, can utilize merely 10 units of energy to forge a weapon, Lee Jio is capable of harnessing a full 100. The potency of the weapon forged in this manner is undeniably distinct, similar to Klin's energy blade, which demands considerable exertion to manifest, due to the necessity of condensing energy into a delicate form. It is indeed a formidable test of control. Klin, however, can only mobilize a fraction of his energy to create such a blade, yet even this limited manifestation wields significant power. Even a combat strength tenfold that of Klin may hesitate to confront his energy blade head-on. After a brief assessment of everyone's progress, Lee Jio utilized his energy to probe the latent potential within Tianjin Fan and Klin, a smile gracing his visage. You must sense it within yourselves. The teachings I can impart are limited. Only the path you carve for yourselves will be the most fitting. Indeed, without Lee Jio's guidance, our future advancements might have been stunted, and the prospect of unearthing even greater power seems ever more attainable. With Lee Jio's mentorship, I feel as though I have embarked upon a celestial avenue, one that I could never have envisioned on my own. Yamcha spoke, gazing at his own fists. They were once allies of Sun Wukong, having been mightier than him in times past. Yet, they bore witness to Sun Wukong's relentless ascendance, surpassing them and creating an ever-widening chasm. The emotions they experienced are perhaps known only to themselves. Cell's aura remained partially concealed. Should Lee Jio wish to locate him, he could do so in an instant. It seems that Cell is unaware of the existence of such formidable beings as Lee Jio and Natasha on Earth. Nevertheless, at this moment, Cell too gazes towards the floating island. Xuandi's magical light wave attack is immensely powerful, and Lee Jio swiftly transforms into Super Saiyan form to sever it. releasing a torrent of energy. In that fleeting moment, Cell sensed the surge. The aura. It is neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta, yet it is equally formidable, engaging in combat with Xuandi. Cell pondered, astounded by the eruption of energy in that instant. He resolved to investigate. With a surge of energy behind him, he propelled himself toward the floating island. Oh, Cell. Li Jiao sensed a shift in the position of Cheru, who was advancing towards the floating island. Natasha's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, eager for action. Would Cheru truly find his way here? The expression on Piccolo's face grew solemn. Cheru's aura and his perception was even more formidable than that of Li Jiao. Yet, instinctively, he believed that Cheru could not possibly rival Li Jiao. It should be manageable. Let him ascend in due course. However, Natasha, please refrain from taking his life. A good thrashing and casting him aside would suffice. As for Cheru's words, they could serve as a sharpening stone for Sun Wukong, Tian Xinhan, and the others in their quest for growth. Li Jiao gazed at Natasha, who nodded slightly in response, simultaneously stretching her shoulders. I am quite curious to see just how formidable this Shala truly is. Well, at the very least, it will require a considerable amount of time and effort on your part if you wish to eliminate him. Li Jiao gazed towards the entrance of the floating island. Before long, a figure clad in insect-like armor, known as Shalu, ascended the stairs leading to the island. It turned out he had been hiding here all along. No wonder the gravity was 50 times that of Earth. Were they all training in such an environment? Shalu's eyes immediately darted towards the direction of Li Jiao and his companions, their presence unmistakably palpable upon entering the floating island. However, upon seeing Li Jiao and Natasha, he furrowed his brow. These two individuals were not present in his memories, yet they elicited an instinctive sense of danger. If they were indeed formidable adversaries, he ought to possess their cells within him. Confusion clouded Shalu's mind, for he lacked any recollection of these two, let alone their cellular composition. The Shalu of the present was not the one cultivated 30 years hence in this world. He could not possibly share the genes of Li Jiao and Natasha. Hey, are you Shalu? Natasha called out from a distance, waving her hand to beckon him from the entrance to the training arena. Shalu curiously surveyed his surroundings. The arena was astonishingly vast, equivalent to a quarter of the western city. Engaging in combat here would allow for uninhibited expression of power. He did not expect such a remarkable place to exist on Earth. Is this the grave you have sought for yourselves? His gaze swept coldly over the assembly, and he furrowed his brow once more. Where were Sun Wukong and Vegeta? If they were present, today would surely mark your demise. Natasha let out a derisive snort and turned to Krillin and the others. Step aside. Let me ascertain just how formidable he truly is. With that, Natasha transformed, her golden aura flickering momentarily, achieving the perfect first stage of Super Saiyan. It seemed that her mastery over the power of the Super Saiyan had progressed, and her strength had notably increased. Krillin and the others retreated to a distance, attuning themselves to the energies of Natasha and Shalu. The transformation into a Super Saiyan granted a 50-fold increase in power, which Natasha had managed to control flawlessly, a feat beyond the capabilities of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Even Gohan, who had spent 2 months in the Room of Spirit and Time, had not achieved such mastery. Piccolo spoke up, and the others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had instilled him with the confidence that Gohan's talent could surpass that of Li Jiao and Natasha. Indeed, Gohan's talent was remarkable, after all. He was once a timid little boy who wept easily. Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement, while Piccolo pursed his lips, seemingly more pleased by the praise for Gohan than he would have been by direct compliments. Would Piccolo's words now make him a contender against Shalu? Krillin looked at Piccolo, knowing that he must have made significant progress over the past 6 months. Piccolo shook his head slightly. While he may have temporarily surpassed Sun Wukong, it was merely a fleeting advantage. In fact, he mused, his current strength might only amount to around 300 million. The combat power of Cell is at least 800 million. 800 million? How is that possible? The crowd was incredulous, although Cell's aura was formidable. It was not overwhelmingly so. In Chapter 40, with a combat power of 1 billion, Cell and Natasha are both formidable. Piccolo did not elaborate. This was merely his assessment of Cell and not necessarily the truth. So what is Natasha's combat power? Judging combat power through aura is not entirely accurate. It lacks the precision of a detection device. However, as long as the difference in strength is not too vast, one can still gauge a rough estimate through the perception of ki. I do not know. Piccolo shook his head. Even when transformed, Natasha's aura had not been fully unleashed. Cell's aura is somewhat stronger than I anticipated. It should be around 1 billion. Li Jiao suddenly interjected, enlightening the crowd about Cell's strength, while also subtly reminding Natasha. With a combat power of 1 billion, it should be a close match for Natasha. After all, Cell's combat experience is ingrained in his very being, possessing all the techniques of the Z fighters. 1 billion? Now that is intriguing. Natasha became increasingly excited, leaving the onlookers in a daze. Yet, when they thought of Goku and Vegeta, it seemed only fitting. It was the composed and unhurried scion like Li Jiao who appeared unusual. Two powerful auras gradually intensified. Cell's expression grew serious. This Earth in this timeline exceeded his expectations. Was it his time traveling that altered the narrative? Cell attributed the changes to himself, unaware that the true upheaval in this world stemmed from Li Jiao's arrival. The battle between the two erupted instantaneously. Natasha, lacking the habit of probing, unleashed her full combat power at once. If it were Goku, it would be impossible to draw out all his strength without at least half an hour of testing. The clash of their powers reached an unparalleled height, and Cell did not anticipate Natasha's ferocity, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. Gaining the upper hand, Piccolo was astounded. According to Li Jiao, Cell possessed a combat power of 1 billion. Does this mean Natasha's combat power might exceed 1 billion? If so, what is her base combat power? Could it possibly surpass 20 million? Gohan's base combat power is only around 400,000, right? Krillin found it hard to believe. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was already extraordinary. If Natasha's base combat power exceeded that by such a margin, it would be utterly despairing. Natasha's base combat power is 15 million, Li Jiao stated. 15 million, multiplied by 50, amounts to 750 million. So why does Natasha still maintain the advantage? It seems this is not merely a temporary upper hand. Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, the short flute spoke. Much like Li Jiao, even with a mere 1 million in strength, one can unleash a combat prowess equivalent to millions. Natasha should also be capable of manifesting a fighting power that transcends her own strength. The short flute perceived with clarity that both Li Jiao and Natasha undoubtedly possessed combat capabilities far surpassing their inherent might. Thus, even though Natasha's aura measured at 750 million, she could still subdue Sheru. As two titans of the billion level engaged in battle, the arena was instantly ravaged. Fissures sprawling across the ground, and neatly laid bricks were upheaved and shattered, exposing the rocky surface beneath. The hardness of this ground was tenfold that of Earth. Yet it could not withstand the destructive aftermath of their clash. A thunderous rumble resonated as the entire floating island began to tremble. Natasha, her visage alight with exhilaration, was invigorated. In days past, she had been relentlessly suppressed by Li Jiao, perpetually cast as the vanquished. Today, she finally had a worthy adversary to unleash her frustrations upon. In an instant, Natasha teleported, appearing abruptly behind Sheru, delivering a crushing blow that buried him into the earth. Behold my two-element light killing cannon, she proclaimed, her hands swirling to create an abstract Taiji diagram. The energies of black and white converged, clashing and repelling each other, yet were forcibly fused together. With a resounding boom, the two-element light killing cannon erupted forth like two entwined dragons of darkness and light, howling through the air. The terrifying force reverberated through the void, striking directly at the spot where Sheru lay entombed. Oh no, it could breach the earth. Krillin suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, attempting to intervene, but was restrained by the short flute's hand on his shoulder. It's fine. Indeed, it was fine. Natasha exhibited remarkable control over her attack. Although it pierced through the floating island, revealing the earth below through the gaping chasm, the two-element light-killing cannon inflicted no harm upon the planet whatsoever. Could she truly wield such power? Sweat dripped from Tien's bald head as he beheld the awe-inspiring black and white energy cannon, which could be harnessed to concentrate its might solely on the floating island's surface. Gasping for breath, Natasha appeared fatigued. That strike seemed to have drained a significant portion of her strength as beads of perspiration trickled down her smooth forehead. What is happening? The short flute's expression grew increasingly grave, and the countenances of Krillin and others shifted with concern. Why had Natasha's aura suddenly become so chaotic? This was not supposed to happen. Yamcha could hardly believe his eyes, the scene reminiscent of Sun Wukong experiencing a cardiac episode. Li Jiao naturally noticed this. But he was aware that Natasha could not possibly be ill. Practicing the Xianhuang breathing technique inherently grants immunity to viruses. A sudden realization struck him. Shorty's eyes widened in shock as, in the next moment, Sheru materialized behind Natasha, lifting a leg with the intent to stomp down upon her shoulder. Crack. Natasha was caught off guard, yet Cheru's leg was thwarted by an outstretched arm. Legio, do not intervene. Natasha expressed her discontent while casting a somewhat guilty glance at him. Step back. Legio cast a fleeting glance at Natasha, seizing Cheru's hand and forcefully flinging it into the ground. Hee, one isn't enough. Must it take two to engage me? Cheru unscathed, presumed that Natasha's momentary surge of power was merely a temporary phenomenon. Simultaneously, he began to underestimate Legio as well. What is happening? Legio disregarded Cheru, focusing instead on Natasha, and extended a hand, stating, "Give me your hand." Natasha pouted, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Legio found the situation increasingly peculiar as he grasped Natasha's hand, transferring a breath of energy that coursed through her being. In the next moment, his demeanor transformed with astonishment as he gazed at Natasha. What transpired? Natasha had her suspicions, yet was not entirely certain. Just moments ago, while she had unleashed the Tu-Yang light cannon, an unsettling sensation had suddenly gripped her abdomen, accompanied by a wave of nausea. Under ordinary circumstances, such discomfort would have been utterly foreign to her. How commendable, Legio remarked, his face illuminating with a radiant smile as he embraced Natasha, spinning her around. Natasha, you are with child. Is that truly the case? Natasha, encouraged by Legio's affirmation, was overwhelmed with joy. Ah ha ha ha, I finally have a child. Woe is me, I truly have a child. Tears of exhilaration streamed down her cheeks, for little did anyone know the extent of her efforts to conceive. Chapter 41. Legio vs. Cell. Her determination to pursue Legio and attain the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power had been eclipsed only by her desire for motherhood. No more fighting, no more. I must nurture this life, Natasha declared, her spirits soaring. Given her physical constitution, even pregnancy would not impose significant limitations upon her. Yet intense battles were now off the table. Indeed, focusing on breathing techniques will yield benefits. Legio gently tousled Natasha's hair. Cell cast a dark and brooding gaze upon the pair, his voice low and menacing. Have you finished your displays of affection? To flaunt one's romance before an adversary seemed to disregard Cell's presence entirely. Today, I am in a good mood. I shall not lower myself to your level. With her spirits lifted, Natasha found even Cell's presence slightly more tolerable. She gracefully distanced herself from the battlefield, leaving Legio and Cell suspended in the air. Is it your turn now? The energy I sensed earlier originated from you, did it not? Cell inquired, confidence radiating from his expression. Do you believe that mastering instantaneous movement makes you remarkable? Legio retorted, his form vanishing from sight, only to reappear directly before Cell in an instant. In that moment, Cell found himself hunched over, resembling a colossal lobster. Legio maintained his stance, poised to strike, before gradually retracting his fists. Observing the retreating figure of Cheru suspended in midair, his expression betraying little emotion. Even if you have mastered instantaneous movement, what difference does it make? Cough, cough. How is this possible? When did you? Cheru grimaced, clutching his abdomen, his face etched with terror as he gazed at Legio. Such astonishing speed. Not even Cheru, nor Piccolo as an onlooker, could discern how Legio had appeared before Cheru in an instant. Legio quietly observed Cheru, allowing him to recuperate. However, after receiving a single blow from Legio, Cheru's aura seemed to diminish significantly, plummeting by at least half. Could such a solitary punch have inflicted such grave injury upon Cheru? Din clenched his fists tightly, realizing that this singular strike starkly revealed the vast chasm between Legio and their own capabilities. It should not be so. Legio had not unleashed his full might. This blow might have wounded Cheru, but it certainly could not have reduced his combat prowess to such an extent. Natasha possessed a thorough understanding of Legio's strength, recognizing that such a punch ought not to have resulted in such extensive harm. Yet, how infuriating. Cheru staggered backward, only to unleash a radiant golden aura. I too can transform, he bellowed, his energy surging with intensity. Boom. The training ground was once more shattered. A deep crater forming as Cheru's figure abruptly appeared beside Legio, his leg poised to strike. Legio slightly turned his body, allowing Cell's foot to graze against his chest as he deftly swept aside, a fleeting flash of sword energy slicing through the air. In an instant, one of Cell's legs was severed, blood splattering forth, and Legio followed up with a powerful kick, sending Cell hurtling away. Is that all you are capable of? Legio gazed at Cell, who, despite possessing the cells of a Super Saiyan, was now subjected to a one-sided slaughter. How infuriating. Cell stared at his severed leg, cold sweat trickling down his face. How could you possibly be so powerful? Cell found it hard to believe that Li Jio was so vastly superior. Humph. There are always those stronger than you in this universe. You simply remain unaware of them. Step by step, Li Jio advanced, while Cell, consumed by rage, bellowed, "Impossible! I possess the cells of Scions, Frisia, and Namekians. How could I not be your match?" With the pride of multiple cells coursing through him, he would not permit anyone to surpass his strength. Ha ha ha. Cell roared, his aura intensifying, breaking through the billion mark. At that moment, Din and the others stood frozen in shock, while Goku and Gohan suddenly appeared on the floating island. Alas, Li Jio, didn't we agree to give us a chance to fight? Goku lamented, feeling disheartened, for if Li Jio intervened, they would lose their opportunity to engage. Li Jio glanced at Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, choosing to ignore them. At this moment, Cell had begun to expand in size, reminiscent of Piccolo's initial transformation, his power amplifying more than twofold. Ha ha ha, I shall crush you beneath my foot. Cell grinned, lifting his newly formed leg to stomp down on Li Jio. It seems I have yet to inflict any pain upon you. Li Jio replied with an indifferent tone, vanishing and reappearing at Cell's calf, raising his hand to strike downward. With a swift motion, Cell seemed but a plaything in Li Jio's grasp. Despite Cell's power being doubled, Li Jio effortlessly severed one of his legs. No, no, no. This is impossible. Cell's furious eyes were bloodshot as he roared, the severed leg regrowing instantaneously. Yet, before he could make another move, Li Jio materialized before him once more, delivering a punch with the same formula, the same essence. Cell curled up on the ground, gurgling, as if something was about to be expelled. With a loud splat, a pool of transparent liquid enveloped a figure that was ejected. An unconscious android 18 rolled onto the ground, while Cell regressed into his second form after expelling her. Android 17 should be able to be released as well, right? Li Jio cast a glance at number 18, then unleashed a powerful punch into the air, the force resonating with a thunderous boom as it struck Salu's abdomen. Bang! Salu was sent flying, his enormous form crashing to the ground with the force of an earthquake. Unforgivable! I shall not let you escape. Salu's body began to swell, and Li Jio's gaze sharpened as he decisively kicked Salu away. Self-destruction is too laborious. Allow me to assist you. Li Jio swung his arms vigorously, and the Taiji diagram manifested behind him. The yin-yang dual fish danced, transforming into two dragon heads soaring skyward. The two instruments light killing cannon? That was Natasha's technique. No. To be precise, it was Li Jio's. For when Li Jio executed this move, it signified that the dual dragons representing the yin and yang energies did not repel each other. Rather, they entwined, ultimately merging into one. That was the Taiji light killing cannon. Natasha had unwittingly dragged number 18 out and placed her beside herself. The colossal cell was sent flying by Li Jio, exploding in the vastness of space beyond Earth. The terrifying force of the explosion reverberated throughout the planet, sending shockwaves of pressure surging across the surface. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Sun Wukong watched with his own eyes as Li Jio toyed with Cell as if he were a mere plaything. That was Cell, who had not even managed to self-destruct. Ha, 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 the gap between Li Jio and us is still immense. Sun Wukong scratched his head and turned to Gohan, saying, since Cell is already dead, we need not enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Cell is not dead. Li Jio gazed into the depths of the sky, still sensing Cell's aura. He would grow even stronger. The game with Cell would continue. You must all train diligently. Li Jio pressed his lips together, sensing a significant surge in Cell's energy, indicating that he had fully restored himself. However, Cell was acutely aware that he was no match for Li Jio, thus he chose to retreat after his recovery. Yet, with Cell's innate talent, he would undoubtedly resurface on the day of the Cell Games. When that time comes, the Lightning Cell may make his appearance directly. Chapter 42. The Cell Games commence. Will he become even more formidable? Sun Wukong felt invigorated. The strength Cell had just displayed was already formidable. Yet he was surprised that Cell could grow even more powerful. Perhaps he would. Li Jio merely speculated, for logically, Cell could break through to Super Saiyan 2 within just a few days, given that his combat prowess was already at an acceptable level. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Li Jio. We will surely strive even harder, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement, while his son, Sun Gohan, remained noticeably unperturbed. Uncle Li Jio, why not simply eliminate Cell? Sun Gohan expressed a hint of disappointment, for he did not share the same fervor for battle as Vegeta and Sun Wukong. This was not merely due to Chi-Chi's influence. but rather because Son Gohan inherently disliked fighting. His journey to this point had been driven by circumstance. Even his training to become a Super Saiyan was a result of Lee Jio's earlier declaration that he would not intervene, leaving him with no choice but to train Gohan. Sun Wukong noticed his son's change in demeanor, his expression growing somber, but he quickly replaced it with a smile and tousled Gohan's hair. "I was wrong, Dad?" Son Gohan was puzzled, and Sun Wukong continued, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. "It was my desire to fight that made me overlook the fact that you do not enjoy combat. I saw the incredible potential within you and wished to awaken it. Neglecting your own wishes." Son Gohan slowly lowered his head, whispering, "Dad, am I useless?" "Not at all, Gohan. You are remarkable. But I should not impose my passions upon you." Sun Wukong patted Gohan's shoulder. Were it not for Lee Jio, he would have placed all his bets on Gohan. But now, that was no longer the case. Gohan. Piccolo was now observing Gohan. Having witnessed his growth from a tearful child to a formidable warrior capable of standing on his own. If you do not relish battle, then pursue what you love. There are many on Earth to protect. Son Gohan felt a twinge of guilt, for he possessed tremendous power, yet chose not to wield it. Earth could not remain in peril indefinitely, but when danger arose, it would be insurmountable. Power, at times, serves merely as a means of self-preservation. Without strength, everything is but an illusion. Your dream is to be a scholar. Why not merge your training with your academic pursuits? Lee Jio gazed at Sun Wukong, his fingertips coalescing into a stream of sword energy. Why is it that the same amount of energy can yield vastly different powers in varying states? When delivering a punch, what technique should one employ to better harness their strength? How can one unleash the most formidable damage with the least exertion? The energy in Lee Jio's hands continuously transformed, while Sun Wukong's eyes grew increasingly bright. It seemed as though he had uncovered a new realm of existence. Lee Jio's succinct words had opened a new academic door for him. At times, knowledge itself is a formidable power, just like Dr. Gero's androids. Who dares to assert that they are not powerful? No one contradicted Lee Jio, while Sun Wukong was overcome with excitement. He had long been entangled in a dilemma, yearning to become a scholar but compelled to confront formidable foes alongside his elders. At last, he had discovered a path that harmoniously combined both aspirations. It would indeed be a pity to squander Wukong's remarkable talent for cultivation. Lee Jio also shared his perspective. For the first Super Saiyan in the original narrative was not merely a boast. A person who was reluctant to train ultimately became the strongest version. "Ah, Uncle Lee Jio. I understand now," Sun Wukong declared, his gaze imbued with determination, as if he had found a new direction. Lee Jio nodded slightly, and then glanced at the Spirit Time Room at the edge of the training ground. "You may continue your training. The Spirit Time Room still has 2 years of training available. After that, a period of energy recovery will be necessary." "What about number 18? Natasha asked, grasping one of number 18's hands and lifting her into the air. "You can decide how to arrange it," Lee Jio replied, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Instead, he felt a sense of anticipation for the power that Cell would exhibit in 5 days. Time swiftly passed, and as Lee Jio had anticipated, the Cell games proceeded as scheduled. The arrogant visage of Cell appeared on the television, utilizing his supernatural abilities to manipulate blocks of stone into a makeshift arena. Of course, this arena was merely for show. Its modest 100-meter dimensions could hardly accommodate a battle of Cell's caliber. Simultaneously, on Earth, numerous martial artists, oblivious to their impending doom, flocked to the event. Some genuinely sought to challenge Cell, while others merely wished to bask in the spotlight. Yet, these individuals were essentially there as mere spectators, if not a source of trouble. On the mountaintop outside the arena, the Z fighters had gathered. However, compared to their original counterparts in the story, these Z fighters were significantly more formidable. Although they may not have matched Cell's current strength, their battle powers had all surpassed 10 million. Among them, Yamcha's battle power had surged to 20 million after 2 years in the Spirit Time Room, while Tien's had also reached the same level, though he had hit a plateau. Krillin remained the strongest among them, boasting a battle power of 25 million. Such power may appear insignificant in the face of Super Saiyans with battle powers exceeding 100 million, yet within the universe, it positioned them as formidable figures. Goku and Gohan did not maintain their Super Saiyan forms as they had in the original tale. Rather, it was Trunks who had achieved full power in his Super Saiyan form. It seemed that everyone's training had yielded impressive results. Lee Jio arrived a bit late, accompanied by Natasha and number 18. After awakening, number 18 had formed a close friendship with Natasha, which pleased Li Jio, as Natasha had few friends in her daily life. Now, with number 18's companionship, her days felt far less dreary. The sudden appearance of Li Jio immediately captured everyone's attention. After all, in this round of the Shala game, without Li Jio's presence, these individuals truly had little assurance of victory. It seems that you all have made significant breakthroughs. Trunks has astonishingly attained the full power state of a Super Saiyan. Therefore, Vegeta must have surpassed that level as well. Li Jio cast a glance at Trunks, who, in this moment, maintained his Super Saiyan form, his aura steady and devoid of any hint of volatility. Super Saiyan full power? Is this the nomenclature Li Jio has ascribed to my current realm? Indeed, full power is quite fitting. Trunks nodded in agreement, then glanced at Vegeta. His eyes filled with reverence. He was unaware of the realms that Goku and Gohan had attained, yet Vegeta remained ahead of them. Li Jio, do not revel in your triumph. I shall surpass you shortly. Vegeta's confidence returned, and his gaze toward Li Jio brimmed with combativeness. Chapter 43, Goku's Unconventional Approach. Striking first, is that so? Then I must extend my congratulations to Prince Vegeta. Li Jio offered a slight smile, provoking an irate roar from Vegeta. You scoundrel. Do not refer to me as Prince Vegeta. Cease your sardonic tone. Are you mocking me? For reasons unbeknownst to him. Every time Vegeta heard the words Prince from Li Jio, it ignited a particular ire within him. Ah, Prince Vegeta. You. Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Li Jio, his aura surging, causing the very mountain beneath him to tremble. Li Jio remained as calm as ever, quietly observing Vegeta, and uttered a single figure, 8 million? That is quite an impressive advancement. After a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta's base combat power had remarkably reached 8 million. It appears that you have indeed ascended to another echelon. Li Jio was certain in his heart that his emergence had empowered the Z fighters significantly. Trunks had achieved full power, and it was unreasonable for Vegeta to remain on the same level as Trunks. While you recognize another tier. I wonder if you have truly transcended. Vegeta harbored doubts, believing that Li Jio must have surpassed another level. Li Jio smiled silently, then turned his gaze towards Son Wukong and Son Gohan, giving a slight nod before shifting his attention to Krillin and the others he had personally guided. How has your training been progressing? He inquired. For the past few days, Li Jio had not monitored their progress and was unaware of the extent of their abilities. Well, although we may not match Piccolo or the Super Saiyans, we certainly cannot be deemed weak at this point, Yamcha interjected, effortlessly elevating his energy to a combat power level in the millions. Very good. In terms of training, do you have any doubts? Li Jio asked, as he was now prepared to cultivate the Z fighters. The group fell into silence, with Krillin glancing towards Tien. Observing this, Tien spoke up. It seems I have reached a plateau in my training. I can sense a reservoir of power within me waiting to be tapped. Yet I find it exceedingly difficult to elevate my abilities. I wish to attempt Yamcha's dimensional training, but I am unable to locate the dimensional barrier. Is there a wellspring of potential within you that remains untapped? Li Jio raised an eyebrow, while Vegeta displayed a look of intrigue. When we Saiyans transform, we too can feel a formidable power within us that remains dormant. It is only when we are pushed to the brink of fury that this power surges forth. Vegeta remarked, observing Tien with keen interest. Could it be that you too possess the ability to transform, Tien? Yamcha inquired, lifting his head and counting on his fingers. Perhaps Tien could transform, and if his strength were to increase 50-fold, that would be 2 million multiplied by 50, 1 billion. Krillin calculated in disbelief as he gazed at Tien. However, Vegeta dismissed the notion with contempt. What are you thinking? Even if the bloodline of the Three-Eyed Clan were activated, they could never rival a Super Saiyan. With a base of 2 million, if he were to amplify his strength 50-fold, his body would simply explode. Vegeta's words held merit. Perhaps they stemmed from an excessive confidence in the Super Saiyans, yet considering Tien's current physical condition, an instantaneous 50-fold increase in energy would undoubtedly result in catastrophic consequences. Transforming, you say? Tien pondered silently, recognizing that transformation might indeed be a viable path. May I explore the power within you? Li Jio fixed his gaze on Tien, seeking his consent. Explore? How would you do that? Tien questioned, wondering if Li Jio could truly perceive the latent power residing within him. Allow my energy to flow through you without resistance, and I will be able to assess your potential and draw some conclusions, Li Jio replied, a process that necessitated Tien's complete trust in him. Is that so? Very well. Tien agreed without hesitation, extending his hand for Li Jio to place his palm upon his wrist. Do not resist. Li Jian focused intently, channeling a breath of energy into Tianjin Fan's body, allowing it to flow slowly within. However, despite Li Jian's meticulous care, the energy within Tianjin Fan instinctively repelled the intrusion. Were it not for the extraordinary refinement of Li Jian's energy, it might have been obliterated before any significant probing could occur. Quite impressive potential, indeed. Li Jian withdrew his hand. The breath he had imparted could not be reclaimed, but his objective had been achieved. Roughly, it seemed to be a 20-fold increase. Li Jian mused, articulating a figure, then continued. Akin to the bloodline power of a super scion, it requires an opportunity to manifest fully. Of course, continual training could also enhance one's physical prowess, leading to a natural progression. 20-fold, you say? It pales in comparison to the super scion lineage, falling short of even half the enhancement. Vegeta, increasingly prideful, sneered internally. The second transformation of a scion, the ascended form, boasts a 100-fold increase. 20-fold. Does that not equate to 400 million? This would surely surpass Goku, wouldn't it? Krillin gazed incredulously at Tianjin Fan, astonished by the strength of his bloodline. Presently, Goku must be even more formidable, he thought. Tianjin Fan shook his head, acknowledging that his bloodline had yet to be fully awakened, and moreover, Goku's year of training would undoubtedly yield significant progress. My bloodline power remains dormant, Tianjin Fan remarked, uncertain of how to awaken it. Could it be through anger as well? As they awaited the arrival of Cell, who had vanished after the arena was constructed, the crowd remained in suspense, observing the martial artists below, whose power levels barely exceeded 50, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. These individuals, truly oblivious to the peril that awaited them. Vegeta scoffed derisively, asserting that those martial artists could hardly withstand a mere sneeze from Cell. They're coming, Natasha interjected suddenly, having sensed Cell's energy. The crowd tensed, pondering how powerful the Cell, who had previously been defeated by Li Jian and possessed Scion cells, could become. A green-skinned Cell descended gracefully from afar, landing lightly at the center of the arena. He glanced at a martial artist who was performing and frowned, asking, "Are you dancing? You or Cell?" The performing martial artist stammered, utterly terrified at the sight of Cell approaching. With a bored wave of his hand, Cell cleared the area around the arena, a shockwave sending the brick-breaking martial artists flying. Who will come first? Or shall you all come at once? Cell inquired, his gaze settling on Li Jian with a confident smile. Very well, let me test Cell's strength, Goku declared, appearing on the arena without any warning. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. You fool, Kakarot. Why do you get to strike first? Chapter 44. Son Goku. Super Saiyan 2. Ha ha ha, indeed, my father has become somewhat mischievous. Son Gohan chuckled, scratching his head. His laughter caught Vegeta's attention at that moment. Gohan donned a cape reminiscent of Piccolo's, looking exceptionally dashing. This young lad. Vegeta frowned, unable to believe that Goku had not even reached full power. Moreover, the subtle yet palpable aura emanating from Gohan instilled in Vegeta a sense of inferiority. Li Jio did not pay attention to the arena below, if all went as expected. Son Wukong should have transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form. Thus, even if Cell had grown stronger, Super Saiyan 2 would suffice to ensure Son Wukong's survival. Upon the stage, Son Wukong gradually raised a single finger, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan state. A golden aura flickered momentarily, and the full-powered Super Saiyan Son Wukong materialized atop the arena. Oh, a Super Saiyan, Cell remarked with an impassive expression, having grown accustomed to this transformation. Super Saiyan 1. Son Wukong emphasized the number 1 by shaking his extended finger. 1. Cell pursed his lips before slowly assuming a stance, his energy steadily rising as he reached the first level of Super Saiyan. 500 million, quite impressive, Natasha discerned, estimating Son Wukong's current battle power. 500 million? But wasn't T-Cell's battle power stated to be 1 billion? On the floating island, Cell's battle power had indeed been 1 billion. And he was undoubtedly even more formidable now. Who says Son Wukong's battle power is limited to 1 billion? Natasha mused. Son Wukong's full-powered state had yet to unleash its full potential, and his true battle power would surpass 500 million. If he were to transform once more, it would likely reach at least 1 billion. Come forth, Cell. Allow me to experience your might, Son Wukong declared, adopting a standard combat stance before vanishing instantaneously to stand before Cell. Da-da-da-da. The sound of punches echoed like lightning. Cell remained calm, skillfully blocking with his hands while mostly evading the onslaught. Wukong, so powerful, Tien Shinhan observed keenly, fully appreciating the strength of both combatants. However, he could tell that Wukong was not yet a match for Cell. Tien recognized that Cell was not exerting his full strength at this moment. The two fighters were entirely unconcerned with the arena beneath them, and in just the first round of their battle, they had already reduced the platform to ruins. As their skirmish intensified, Cell's energy gradually began to overpower Sun Wukong. Boom! The arena vanished entirely, with the surrounding hills collapsing under the force of their clash. In the distance, a camera continued to operate steadfastly. A diligent reporter crouched between two rocks, capturing the scene of Li Jiao and his companions alongside the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Cell. Such immense power, Cell could shatter mountains with a mere gesture. This strength transcended human comprehension. Let it be remembered that should anyone defeat Cell, it would undoubtedly be one of the faces among them. And there was that one youth, who once vanquished the demon King Piccolo, now grown and once again standing against the malevolent Cell, though he found himself at a disadvantage. Let all believe that justice shall ultimately triumph over evil. At this moment, nearly every television on Earth is broadcasting the same scene. It is the sole functioning camera, operated by a valiant journalist who, at great personal risk, is relaying the harrowing reality of the battle against Cell, ensuring that the heroic saviors of our planet are forever etched in memory. From the debris, Sun Wukong rises, shaking off the rubble and tearing away his tattered shirt, his expression increasingly grave. If this were all there was to it, perhaps a different warrior would be more suited for the task. Observing Wukong's state, Cell notes that he appears somewhat disheveled. Blood stains mar his form, yet his spirit remains undaunted. However, there is more to him than meets the eye, and even more formidable transformation awaits. Wukong's gaze sharpens, and his aura begins to surge violently, electric arcs flashing around him, while golden flames crackle ominously. The ground trembles as Wukong's energy skyrockets, bolts of lightning cascading from the heavens, his golden hair standing ever more defiantly, a stubborn lock falling across his forehead. This is something entirely different. It transcends the transformation of a Super Saiyan. What manner of transformation is this? His power has magnified significantly. Wukong's metamorphosis astonishes Piccolo and the others, for this is their first encounter with such a transformation. Though his hair remains golden and his eyes blue, the intensity of his presence far surpasses that of a Super Saiyan. His demeanor has shifted, becoming even more formidable. Kakarot has indeed reached this level. What's so astonishing about it? He is merely the fastest among the Saiyans, the second stage of Super Saiyan. Vegeta declares with an air of superiority, his meaning clear. If Kakarot can achieve this transformation, so can he. Super Saiyan 2. The crowd gasps. The Super Saiyan form was already immensely powerful, yet it can evolve further. Our Saiyan bloodline is not something a three-eyed alien can rival, Vegeta proclaims haughtily. For the title of Super Saiyan holds the utmost honor in his heart. Whether it be himself or Kakarot, as long as the Super Saiyan remains invincible, Vegeta's pride remains intact. Of course, if that invincible Saiyan were to be Vegeta himself, that would be even more glorious. Super Saiyan 2. Does this mean Wukong can defeat Cell? Krillin exclaims with excitement, their lifelong experiences having solidified their trust in Sun Wukong to its zenith. However, it is not that simple. Although Wukong has attained the second stage of Super Saiyan, his transformation is still in its nascent phase, and his foundational battle power rests at merely 10 million. The likelihood of defeating the current Cell seems slim. Natasha interjects, shattering the illusions the others hold about Wukong. Has Cell's advancement truly been that significant? In the arena, Sun Wukong and Cell have engaged in a fierce new battle, with the intensity escalating, yet Sun Wukong remains at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Cell too is unable to maintain his composure, sustaining some injuries amidst Sun Wukong's explosive assaults. This form of yours must be the newly developed transformation of the Super Saiyan. Cell gasps, while Sun Wukong appears even more battered, his attire reduced to mere trousers, his body marred with wounds, and his face smeared with bruises and blood. Are you referring to the second stage of the Super Saiyan? This is yet another transformation beyond the Super Saiyan form. Chapter 45. The appearance of Sun Gohan's Sun Wukong exhales deeply, his body gradually relaxing. Honestly, I thought that by developing a new transformation I could defeat you. But I never anticipated that you could grow stronger too. At this moment, Cell is in a peculiar condition, resembling a perfect form of the electric cell. Yet this version is clearly superior to the one depicted in the original narrative. Are you conceding? Cell observes Sun Wukong silently, showing no intention of preventing his departure. Well, It's time for a different opponent to face you. Sun Wukong slowly ascends, leaving the battlefield. This scene is broadcasted live. The young man with blonde hair is about to take flight, but I believe he is not fleeing. Look, someone is stepping forward. My heavens, it's a child. Could this child possibly defeat Cell? The battlefield reporter diligently narrates, but the tense atmosphere has enveloped the globe. The Z fighters are aware of the might of Li Jie and thus do not harbor excessive concerns regarding Cell. However, those watching on television are oblivious to the existence of Li Jie on Earth. As the Earthlings witness a child stepping forth, they erupt in disbelief. What is happening? Is there no one else on Earth? Must a child confront Cell? Are we to entrust the fate of our planet to a mere child? Let us remember those faces. Upon their shoulders rests the fate of the entire Earth. If they falter, our world will succumb to the same desolation as those lifeless cities, perishing at the hands of the demon Cell. I found him. I found the boy who defeated King Piccolo. His name is Sun Wukong. My God, that boy bears an uncanny resemblance to the young Sun Wukong. Is he the child of Sun Wukong? At such a tender age, must he combat the demon Cell? Indeed. A fierce father begets a formidable son. Let us unite in prayer. May the powerful warriors of Earth prevail against the demon Cell. On the television screen, faces drifted by, each bearing an expression of solemnity and gravitas, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Among them, the profiles of Yamcha and Tien Shinhan were prominently unveiled. Both once illustrious figures in the martial arts tournaments. It became evident that true martial artists often remain hidden, only emerging when the Earth faces peril. This time, it is imperative that everyone remembers these visages. They are heroes. The internet buzzed with fervent discussions as information about Sun Wukong and others was scrutinized. Even Piccolo was exonerated. Only Li Jie, Natasha, Vegeta, and Trunks were attributed with the more enigmatic label of reclusive masters. Kakarot. Who permitted you to let that could be the second to appear? Vegeta seethed with an almost murderous intent. Sun Wukong, scratching his head in a display of contrition, spoke apologetically. I'm truly sorry, Vegeta. Gohan has recently received guidance from Li Jie and has gained new insights into his training. Please allow him to have a go. With hands clasped in a gesture of supplication, Sun Wukong implored Vegeta, who, after considerable restraint, felt a small object thrust into his embrace, which quelled his rising ire. Trunks? Bulma? What are you doing here? Are you unaware of the dangers present? Vegeta glared at the small Trunks in his arms. His teeth clenched as he suppressed the urge to toss the little one away, directing his ire towards Bulma. Oh, why are you shouting? Natasha can come here while pregnant. Why can't I? She retorted. Besides, you're here, right? Trunks and I will be perfectly safe. At that moment, Bulma seemed to be Vegeta's nemesis. Despite the raging fire within him, he could not bring himself to discard Trunks, who was babbling incoherently, calling for his father. Damn it, what an inconvenience. Vegeta turned his face away in pride, though occasionally he couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Trunks. Meanwhile, the elder Trunks gazed enviously at the little one, noting how the timeline had shifted, resulting in a happiness that surpassed his own memories. Trunks, your timeline is one that you must protect. After all, you are the last Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong had approached Trunks at some point, lamenting, if only I hadn't perished in that timeline. He did not consider himself a savior. Yet he harbored a measure of confidence. Had he survived, even if initially at a disadvantage against the androids, he would have swiftly surpassed them. Indeed, Mr. Wukong, I shall safeguard my timeline with all my strength. Trunks spoke with a solemn tone, his expression resolute beyond measure. During the years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, he endured rigorous training under the strict supervision of his father, suffering far more hardships than during his encounters with the androids. Yet, the results were undeniably evident. Additionally, certain philosophies and the pride of Vegeta had imparted a significant influence on Trunks. The battle between Gohan and Cell had commenced. And contrary to his expectations of Gohan being overwhelmed, a stalemate had formed between them. How could this be? How could this boy possibly achieve such a feat? Vegeta observed Gohan's movements and his current state with a scowl of fury. Darn it, he has indeed transformed into Super Saiyan 2. This boy has accomplished the second stage of transformation. Vegeta's countenance was one of rage as he cast a glance at Trunks, coldly berating him. Useless. Trunks straightened abruptly. While Li Jie glanced over, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, is standing at attention the proper response to being beaten? The hybrid Saiyan indeed possessed formidable talent, yet lacked the Scion's relentless spirit and yearning for power. However, it seemed that Trunks had finally discovered his purpose. I believe you will soon transcend to the next level. Yes, thank you, Mr. Legio. However, after I defeat Cell this time, I hope you can offer me guidance. Trunks spoke, casting a reluctant glance at Bulma and Vegeta. He longed for his existence to be rooted in this timeline. Ah, in your timeline, the formidable martial artists have perished, and you have received little training or guidance. Possessing great potential, yet failing to harness it. After you defeat Cell, you may come seek me. Legio nodded, immediately drawing an irritated gaze from Vegeta. What? Is your instruction superior to mine? No, father. I'm merely. Trunks attempted to elucidate, yet Vegeta dismissed him with a snort. No need to explain. You can decide for yourself. Trunks hung his head in silence, while Legio displayed a triumphant smile. Vegeta, are you certain you do not wish to study with me for a while? I can help you surpass Son Goku. Chapter 46, The Demon Seal Wave. Is Legio sealed? Humph, unnecessary. Vegeta unequivocally rejected the offer. In truth, he had garnered some of Legio's training methods from Son Goku and Gohan and, combining them with his own insights, felt no need for further guidance. What a pity, now aside from Natasha and myself, Gohan appears to be the mightiest. Legio sighed gently, wrapping his arm around Natasha's slender waist. It seemed that Gohan was not a match for Cell, although their strengths were comparable. Cell's physical prowess was slightly superior. Natasha observed keenly. In the short term, Gohan could indeed contend evenly with Cell. However, Cell's attributes were too balanced. His recovery, resilience, and relentless fighting spirit were formidable. Within Cell resided the cells of Frost Demons, Psions, and Namekians, making prolonged battles increasingly advantageous for him. Ha-meh. Seizing an opportunity, Gohan unhesitatingly unleashed the Kamehameha, intending to severely injure Cell. Yet, Cell's reaction speed surpassed Gohan's expectations, countering with his own Kamehameha. The two powerful energy waves collided, stirring a tempest of wind and debris, the blinding brilliance almost unbearable to behold. Gohan continued to exert himself, his energy rising, yet the energy wave remained inexorably directed toward him. What of Super Saiyan Stage 2? Still no match for my lightning Cell. Let the earth be obliterated. Cell suddenly erupted with a terrifying force, his body crackling with electricity, his energy surging once more. This is bad. He intends to destroy the earth. Piccolo bellowed, prepared to assist Gohan. However, a figure moved faster than him. Gohan, impressive. Legio's silhouette appeared beside Gohan. Uncle Legio. Gohan exhaled in relief upon seeing Legio. He had exerted all his strength, but was forced to withstand Cell's assault. Otherwise, this energy wave would completely annihilate the earth. From now on, do not slacken in your training. Legio nodded, then gently took the energy wave from Gohan's hands. Go on, leave this to me. In an instant, Legio completed his transformation. Vegeta handed Trunks, who was in his arms, over to Bulma. Clenching his fists in frustration, you intend to engage in combat with Cell at the first stage of Super Saiyan, don't you? Vegeta acknowledged Legio's formidable strength. Even with comparable combat power, Legio could effortlessly overpower him. However, the amplification of Super Saiyan forms 1 and 2 represents a disparity of 50 and 100 times, respectively. Yet, soon enough, Legio demonstrated what it truly meant to possess absolute control over power. The terrifying energy wave continued to surge, as Legio firmly resisted Cell's Kamehameha, until Cell, utterly exhausted, found the energy wave in Legio's hands swelling to an alarmingly monstrous size. Astonishingly, that energy wave, akin to a spirit bomb, did not detonate in Legio's grasp. Cell hovered in the air. Incredulity etched across his face as he beheld the colossal energy sphere, his own unleashed power, now under Legio's command. Gradually, the expressions of all present shifted to one of sheer horror. The energy sphere began to condense, ultimately transforming into a blindingly white orb the size of a water tank, effortlessly cradled in Legio's single hand. No, this is impossible. Cell suspended in midair, his body rigid with disbelief. That was the very force he intended to wield to annihilate Gohan and the Earth. Yet it had been forcibly subdued by Legio, a power far more terrifying than the energy sphere he had conjured. Tell me, do you believe you can withstand this energy sphere? Legio regarded Cell with a calm demeanor. No, please, I was wrong. I will never dare again. I will leave Earth at once and never return. I beg you, spare me. Cell hastily descended, kneeling on the ground, crawling towards Legio in desperation. I implore you. I implore you. Cell's repeated bowing cracked the earth beneath him. Legio gazed at Sheru, as the energy orb in his hand gradually dissipated. Just at the moment when the energy orb vanished, Shara suddenly lifted his head, hurled a small vial, and with arms extended, unleashed a furious roar. Demon Sealing Wave. What? Li Jiuzhong's pupils abruptly contracted, and in an instant, he was engulfed by a swirling force, his entire being succumbing to a chaotic sensation of power. It was the Demon Sealing Wave. How could Cell wield the Demon Sealing Wave? This is bad. We must destroy that bottle at once. Tianjin Fan bellowed. Launching his attack immediately, the Dodone Ray hurtling toward the small vial. Futile. Cell's face contorted with malice as one hand executed the Demon Sealing Wave while the other shielded the bottle. Subsequently, the energy flow of the Demon Sealing Wave, entwined with Li Jio, was funneled into the small container. Damn it. Cell, I will not allow you to succeed. Although Sun Gohan had never witnessed the true power of the Demon Sealing Wave, the fact that even Li Jio had been sealed meant it was an exceedingly formidable technique. Yet, despite this, he could not surrender. What of its might? It was ambushed, and in the end, it was still I, Vegeta, who would save the day. Vegeta, brimming with excitement, instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan at the first stage, then bellowed in fury as he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Impressive, Vegeta. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Sun Wukong completed his own transformation, determined to strike together and defeat Cell. However, before they could make a move, Natasha spoke softly, saying, Li Jio will be fine. Her words instantly calmed the crowd. Tianjin Fan turned back in disbelief, asking, Do you even know what the Demon Sealing Wave is? I do not know, Natasha replied, shaking her head. I do not need to know. That thing cannot trap Li Jio. Natasha gazed calmly at the battlefield where Li Jio was already sealed within the small stone bottle. This, just in case. Tianjin Fan, who knew the terrifying nature of the Demon Sealing Wave himself, understood the gravity of the situation. Piccolo nodded solemnly, exchanging glances with Sun Wukong, and the group swiftly mobilized to surround Cell. Will he truly be unharmed? That Demon Sealing Wave seems to be an exceedingly powerful technique. 18 looked at Natasha, noting that Li Jio had now been sealed. He will be fine, Natasha asserted with certainty. At that moment, however, Cell erupted into maniacal laughter. Once I consume you, you will become a part of me. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the stone bottle whole. How could this be? Son Gohan was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that Cell had actually ingested the vial. This is outrageous. Suddenly, Den delivered a powerful kick to Cell's head. At this moment, Den's combat prowess had nearly reached the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. This strike sent Cell flying, carving a deep trench into the ground. Chapter 47. The Unsealing of Li Jio. However, the vial that contained Li Jio had already been swallowed by Cell. Cell laughed maniacally, confident in his invincibility without Li Jio. He believed that even if Goku, Gohan, and the others joined forces against him, he would remain undefeated. The magic sealing wave was a precautionary measure Cell had specifically prepared for Li Jio. I will devour each of you one by one, transforming you all into a part of me. Cell cackled, his body expanding to a gigantic size, a technique reminiscent of Den's own. This move. Goku's eyes brightened with newfound determination upon witnessing it. Den recalled a time when he had used this technique against Goku. Although this maneuver significantly enhanced Cell's strength, it also bore evident weaknesses. A colossal body, after all, is riddled with vulnerabilities. Goku gazed intently at Cell, seemingly resolved in his thoughts. Den, create an opportunity for me, he urged, surging forward first, only to be swatted into the ground by the gigantic Cell. What? Den stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. How could Cell's power have surged so dramatically? Even in his enlarged form, it shouldn't have been possible. I had merely conserved some of my strength. Did you truly believe that Lightning Cell possessed only this level of ability? Cell boasted arrogantly. Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms as he observed Cell from a distance. Then allow me to demonstrate what I can do, Lightning Cell. A confident smile graced Vegeta's face as he charged forward, swift in approach and equally rapid in retreat. Cell's colossal form had far surpassed Goku and the others in strength. While his speed was somewhat lacking, it was still sufficient to contend with the group. At this juncture, despite facing a combined assault, Cell remained unyielding, effortlessly swatting Tien into the air. Annoying little insect. Tien's Kamehameha was indeed troublesome. Its overwhelming force was difficult even for Cell to withstand. After several exchanges, the Z fighters found themselves knocked down one by one, begrudgingly gazing at Cell. Damn it! Is there truly no way out? Goku, having reverted from his transformed state, sought to enter Cell's body to retrieve the vial containing Li Jio. Yet, there was no opportunity to do so. Had Cell truly advanced this rapidly in just a few days? Even I am nearing the point of being outmatched. Natasha's expression was one of astonishment, slightly taken aback by Cell's formidable power. Yet, that was all there was to it. She simply observed, patiently awaiting the emergence of Li Jio. At that moment, Li Jio found himself ensconced within a swirling green tempest. The rapid rotation of energies disrupting the rhythm of his own aura, rendering it chaotic and preventing him from harnessing sufficient strength. What was the underlying principle? Li Jio gazed at the surrounding verdant whirlwind, maintaining his transformation into the first stage of Super Saiyan as his aura began to coalesce. While others might have found themselves unable to control their power in such an environment, Li Jio was different. Even though he could not perfectly command his energy, he could still manage most of it, his mastery surpassing that of Son Goku and the others. The Demon Seal wave nearly caught him off guard. Li Jio chuckled bitterly. He had anticipated Cell's sudden assault but was taken aback by the unexpected technique, the Demon Seal wave, leaving him momentarily bewildered. To escape, he would need to completely surpass the sealing force. Li Jio gradually gathered his energy, the golden radiance emanating from him intensifying. In the next moment, lightning surged, and Li Jio transformed into the second stage of Super Saiyan, yet he retained formidable control over his power. The golden lightning flickered momentarily at the onset of his transformation before fading into silence. Meanwhile, Cell, who was poised to deliver a finishing blow to the Z-Fighters, suddenly froze in his tracks. The Z-Fighters also displayed expressions of disbelief. That was Li Jio's aura. It was unmistakably the aura of Li Jio. Krillin exclaimed with excitement, struggling to lift his head and muster a semblance of spirit. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could one sealed by the Demon Seal wave possibly escape? Cell's expression turned to one of panic, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Yet, the aura emanated from within Li Jio himself. How could he evade it? Cell. The voice of Li Jio resounded, resembling a divine presence. Shada glanced around in a state of panic, ultimately confirming that Li Jio still resided within his own belly. Humph. Do not feign bravado. Once I digest you. Shalu attempted to maintain his composure, but in the next moment, his voice was abruptly silenced. For he sensed that the vessel containing the seal of Li Jio within him had shattered, and immediately thereafter, a figure enveloped in a golden light appeared abruptly before Shalu. Li Jio, without uttering a word, unleashed a single punch that instantaneously pierced through Cell's chest. Cell, how dare you swallow me whole? Li Jio remarked with an indifferent tone. Suspended in midair, his figure dwarfed by the immense form of Cell. Yet, despite the vast disparity in their sizes, Li Jio's aura firmly subdued Cell. In the distance, a camera amidst the rubble, flickering with electric sparks, broadcasted fragmented images of the unfolding scene. A turning point had emerged. The golden-haired warrior, previously confined within a vessel, reappeared. With one decisive blow, he shattered Cell's chest, emanating an overwhelming power that instilled fear even in Cell. Perhaps we truly can vanquish Cell. A diligent battlefield reporter aimed his nearly exhausted camera at Li Jio once more, declaring, "Remember this face. No. All those participating in this battle will be hailed as heroes who save the Earth. They are the saviors of our planet." On the television screen, static occasionally interrupted the broadcast, yet it did not hinder the viewers from recognizing who was currently battling Cell. While the Z-Fighters' swift movements might elude the camera's capture during combat, their figures were still immortalized when they paused. Those formidable, world-destroying attacks ultimately transcended into reality. No longer mere illusions. Cell, struggling against the encroaching fear within, bellowed in fury and began to mend his chest wound. Upon witnessing this, Li Jio raised an eyebrow, then slowly lifted a finger, from which coalesced a small, luminous white sword measuring about an inch in length. The tiny blade swelled in the breeze, transforming into a 3-foot-long sword, firmly grasped in Li Jio's hand. This long sword appeared almost tangible. Sherilu, observing this, wore a solemn expression, uncertain of Li Jio's intentions. "If the chip within your head is not destroyed, you shall not perish, correct?" Li Junyan spoke, and Shala's expression became increasingly remarkable. "How do you know? What do you intend to do?" In the face of Li Junyan at this moment, Shala felt utterly devoid of the will to resist. Even in his first Super Saiyan form, Li Junyan could thoroughly suppress him, let alone in his Super Saiyan 2 form. You will find out. Chapter 48, The Demise of Shalu. Li Jio wielded his longsword, unleashing a flurry of sword chi that instantaneously sliced the body beneath Shara's head into myriad fragments. Li Jio casually summoned forth, the shattered remnants of Sharu's corporeal form lifted into the air. The sword energy ignited, unleashing a dazzling display of sparks in the atmosphere. You. Sheru trembled, the remnants of his head gazing in terror at Li Jiao, suspended in midair. Regenerate. Li Jiao spoke, his expression indifferent. He desired to witness the tenacity of Sheru's vitality. No, it cannot be. You must not do this. At that moment, Sheru's psyche had already disintegrated. Li Jiao was a demon, more malevolent than any fiend. Disobedience? Then perish. Li Jiao spoke abruptly, and with effortless precision, his sword cleaved Shala's head in two. Following this, a flurry of sword light cascaded forth, reducing Shalu's head to countless fragments. Li Jiao raised a hand, enveloping the multitude of flesh with an energy orb. A tempest of finely woven sword energy erupted within the sphere, causing Cell's presence to vanish entirely. Victory! Son Gohan squinted at Li Jiao's figure, a profound yearning swelling within him. Vegeta struggled to rise from the ground, his expression rigid, yearning to muster the strength to flee this humiliating place. However, given his severe injuries, merely standing was a commendable feat, let alone soaring away. It is over, truly. I accidentally became sealed, causing everyone concern. Li Jiao's voice bore no emotional fluctuations, though it was not as devoid of compassion as it had been in the face of Cell. He retrieved several sins of beings from the dimensional space, distributing them among the others. Fortunately, I had intended for Cell to challenge you, and amid this intertwining of fate, the objective has been fulfilled. Li Jiao observed the recovering Z fighters, a faint smile gracing his face. I initially believed we had made significant progress, yet in the face of Cell, we still felt utterly powerless. Krillin spoke, a hint of despondency in his tone, yet his gaze remained resolute. We must strive even harder in the future. Tien Shinhan approached with Din in tow. Li Jiao gazed at Tianjin Fan, his expression shifting slightly. Your aura has intensified once more. Indeed, in this battle, I have discovered the means to awaken the power of my bloodline. Tianjin Fan nodded and then turned to Yamcha and the others, saying, Everyone, make sure to train diligently. When we next convene, do not allow yourselves to be left behind. The spirit time room on the floating island is currently unavailable, and without the looming threat of Cell, the group is unlikely to utilize it. After all, it is a practice that drains one's lifespan. Now that we have each found our own path to cultivation, let us ensure that none fall too far behind by the time we meet again. Krillin also felt a surge of confidence. In the past, they may not have dared to regard Goku as their benchmark, but now they all strive to measure up to the Saiyans. Are you all departing? Goku inquired, looking at Krillin and Tianjin Fan. Rest assured, we are merely heading to other locations on Earth to train. If time permits, we shall certainly return to the floating island. We hope, Mr. Li Jiao, that we do not inconvenience you. Li Jiao smiled and nodded in response. The floating island is vast. If you so desire, you may establish your residence there. Furthermore, Li Jiao emerged from the dimensional space, dispatching letters to various individuals. In 10 months, a banquet will be held to celebrate the full moon of my child with Natasha. Please do not forget. So, Li Jiao, you are to become a father? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing at the invitation in his hand before passing it to Gohan for safekeeping. After all, he was cultivating on the floating island and had no concerns about forgetting the date. We shall remember, he affirmed. Then, let us reconvene in 10 months. In 10 months, you say? It appears there will be a martial arts tournament then. Perhaps I shall participate, Yamcha remarked, tucking the invitation away, his gaze drifting into the distance. So, until we meet again in 10 months, everyone. With that, Yamcha was the first to depart, venturing forth on his own path of cultivation. We too must take our leave. Tianjin stated, waving goodbye to the group. At that moment, a war correspondent, burdened with a camera, trudged forward, calling out, Wait, wait. Tianjin glanced at the reporter, smiled faintly. And with Gohan, they levitated, ascending into the air with a surge of energy, swiftly vanishing from sight. Fortunately, you have not left, the reporter exclaimed, addressing the remaining heroes. I wish to. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures departed, leaving the bewildered reporter behind. Luckily, Li Jiao had not yet left. You are the one who defeated Cell. May I interview you for a moment? The war correspondent was exceedingly respectful. Yet his reverence did not compel Li Jiao to accept his request. At that juncture, Li Jiao was not in need of money. Why invite trouble by seeking publicity? Amid the reporter's hopeful gaze, he waved at the camera, then reverted from his Super Saiyan form, vanishing instantaneously. In the distance, Natasha and Android 18 had also departed from the mountaintop. The Cell saga had concluded, ushering in a period of peace for Earth. However, due to the devastation wrought by Cell and the androids, the planet had suffered considerable harm, and many lives lost at Cell's hands needed to be resurrected. On the floating island, Sun Wukong continued to feast heartily, resembling a famished soul reborn. Gohan fared slightly better, yet his mouth was still stuffed with a hefty portion of meat. To revive those who had perished, the dragon would be required. Li Jiao gnawed on a leg of an unknown beast, while Natasha's pace at the dining table became more deliberate. With the gods absent, the dragon could only be summoned by traveling to the new Namek. Natasha, her mouth full, spoke indistinctly. As for this matter, Li Jiao and Natasha need not intervene. I can consult King Kai and utilize instant transmission to reach the new Namek, Sun Wukong declared, taking it upon himself to alleviate Li Jiao's concerns. In that case, it is indeed feasible. Li nodded, offering no further admonitions. However, just as Sun Wukong was about to finish his meal and set off for King Kai's planet, Natasha interjected. I wish to take a stroll. Why not embark on a journey aboard the spaceship? After all, we have no pressing matters at hand. Li Jiao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly. In that case, will Chi-Chi and Wukong be going together? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was aware that Sun Wukong and Gohan had ventured to another planet to engage in battle, yet she had not had the opportunity to travel to other worlds herself. Upon inquiry from Li Jiao, Chi-Chi found herself somewhat intrigued. Sun Wukong, in a rare moment of attentiveness, remarked, Chi-Chi, I presume you have never departed from Earth. Have you? The divine being seemed to require no caretaking at present. Perhaps we should embark on this journey together? Chapter 49. The Call of the North Kai. At the heart of the floating island, a resplendent spacecraft descended gracefully into the sky. At this moment, the esteemed Trunks had been summoned aboard the vessel by Li Jiao. He opted not to return to the future immediately, but chose to train on the floating island for a time before venturing back, with no intention of returning thereafter. However, before their departure, an aircraft suddenly appeared on the external display of the spacecraft. Li Jiao, Bulma's voice resonated, prompting Li Jiao to halt the spacecraft and open the hatch. Bulma clung to Vegeta, who was also cradling young Trunks, his expression one of irritation. Vegeta, Bulma, what brings you here? Li Jiao inquired, snapping his fingers to seal the hatch once more. The spacecraft resumed its journey. Do you think anyone wishes to be here? Vegeta grumbled, suppressing his frustration as young Trunks tugged at his hair, ultimately relinquishing the child to Bulma with an exasperated toss. Oh, Li Jiao replied, disregarding Vegeta's haughty demeanor, and turned his attention to Bulma. She explained, hasn't the Capsule Corporation been collaborating with the Galactic Patrol for quite some time now? It has been relatively smooth sailing. And thus, the Galactic Patrol wishes to invite us to a banquet. As Bulma entertained young Trunks, she continued, indeed, let us join them. We were planning to head to New Namek, albeit not on the direct route. However, with the speed of the peaceful, it shall not consume much time. It would be an excellent opportunity for Natasha to unwind. Ah, and Chi-Chi is here too. Bulma waved at Chi-Chi, then smiled at Natasha and Android 18, adding, how fortunate that we caught up. It would have been truly difficult to reach you otherwise. Let us proceed to the Galactic Patrol then. After all, with the Dragon Balls, those on Earth can wait for resurrection, Li Jiao stated, glancing at the little sprite within the spacecraft. No further commands were necessary, as the vessel instinctively navigated towards the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. This journey was remarkably brief, taking less than half a day to arrive at the Galactic Patrol's headquarters. An opulent and grand cosmic city. Those such as Sun Wukong, who had ventured beyond Earth, were unperturbed by its magnificence. Only Chi-Chi and Android 18 exhibited curiosity, though 18 maintained her composure, feigning understanding despite her lack of knowledge. Chi-Chi, however, was less restrained, tugging at Sun Wukong with endless inquiries, while he scratched his head in confusion. That should be the spa technology from Aunt Bulma's home. Was it purchased? Yet, why is it not mass-produced on Earth? At this moment, Sun Wufan displayed his extraordinary knowledge. Although he did not fully comprehend everything, he was capable of making some basic judgments, far surpassing Sun Wukong. The arrival of the Galactic King was heralded by the sight of a colossal cabbage resembling an octopus. For Li Jiao and the others, this was merely a simple meal. However, due to their slaying of Quira, the Galactic King held them in the highest esteem. Furthermore, the collaboration between the Capsule Corporation and the universe had proceeded without any unforeseen incidents. After all, in the absence of the Frozen Demon Clan, The power of the Galactic Patrol was still quite formidable. After spending 3 days meandering through a commercial planet, the group had engaged in a cosmic-level shopping spree, acquiring numerous exquisite items. On this particular day, Li Jiao suddenly gazed in a certain direction, a look of solemnity crossing his features. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Vegeta, and Trunks also sensed an unusual aura. What is happening? Natasha inquired, her brow furrowed. The aura was exceedingly distant yet intensely volatile, brimming with destructive potential and undeniably powerful. Its strength was such that even Li Jiao wore a grave expression. Who could it be? Li Jiao fixed his gaze upon the starry cosmos as the group slowly rose, abandoning their meal. Such a formidable presence. Why do I feel an extraordinary sense of oppression? Vegeta mused, the ancestral weight of the aura causing him considerable discomfort. Oppression? Did you sense it, Natasha? Li Jiao asked, turning to her. No, but that aura still makes me feel quite uneasy, Natasha replied. Li Jiao then turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, who merely shook his head. Trunks and Gohan shared no such sentiments. It was a suppression stemming from their very bloodlines. Was I the only one experiencing this? Kakarot's bloodline was of such a low caliber, Li Jiao mused. Did you and Natasha not sense anything? Vegeta kicked Sun Wukong. For it was precisely the inferiority of a lowly warrior's bloodline that led Vegeta to disdain him. Yet, Sun Wukong persistently exerted his strength over him, causing Vegeta considerable discomfort. Perhaps it was due to the paths of cultivation taken by Natasha and myself. Li Jiao contemplated the Xianhuang breathing technique. He felt no particular sensation, while Natasha seemed somewhat unsettled. This could be interpreted as Natasha's understanding of the Xianhuang breathing technique being insufficient. Wukong, Wukong. At that moment, the voice of the King of Worlds suddenly resonated, and all present could hear it. Ah, Lord King, it has been a while, Sun Wukong called out across the distance. But the King of Worlds wasted no time on pleasantries, stating directly, you all, yes, all of you, must come to King Kai's planet. What? Are we all supposed to go? Sun Wukong was perplexed as to why the king had suddenly summoned them. Upon hearing this, Li Jiao remarked, since the Realm King has summoned us, it must be for a significant matter. Let us proceed together. Li Jiao placed his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder, unaware of the presence of the King of the Worlds. Well then, let us proceed together. However, Kiki and Bulma have their gravity wristbands on, right? Of course, Bulma affirmed. Otherwise, how could we navigate this planet? Sun Wukong nodded in understanding, initiating his instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived on the small planet of the King of the Worlds. Is this truly the King of the Worlds? For some, it was their first visit to this realm, and they were taken aback by the appearance of the king and the planet's diminutive size. Hello. Bulma squinted her eyes playfully and greeted the king. However, the king was not in a jovial mood. He solemnly remarked, a grave situation has arisen, Wukong, and Li Jiao, we may need your strength this time. Perhaps you should explain the situation first, my lord, Li Jiao suggested, harboring some suspicions. The oppressive aura that even the proud Vegeta felt stemmed from deep within his bloodline. The only plausible explanation was the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. Indeed, the Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan has decimated the entire southern galaxy. The king confirmed, solidifying Li Jiao's conjecture. Chapter 50, The Legendary Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? How is that possible? The Saiyans are nearly extinct. How could there still be a Saiyan, let alone a Super Saiyan? Do you think Super Saiyans grow on trees? Vegeta, of course, refused to believe it, given the dwindling number of surviving Saiyans, let alone a Super Saiyan. Yes, the legendary Super Saiyan, the king corrected, looking at Li Jiao. You should be aware, right? The king's intuition suggested that Li Jiao possessed a deeper understanding of the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan? Before Li Jiao could respond, Vegeta exclaimed. How can that be? Does the legendary Super Saiyan truly exist? His expression was one of terror, indicating his awareness of the legend. Vegeta seemed genuinely frightened. What's wrong with Vegeta? Sun Wukong inquired, oblivious to the concept of the legendary Super Saiyan, yet feeling an inexplicable thrill at Vegeta's fear. Are we to encounter a formidable opponent once more? Sun Wukong was eager, but the king, with a grave expression, cautioned, if this goes poorly, the entire universe could face annihilation. The legendary Super Saiyan is far too terrifying. The king turned to Li Jiao, his hopes resting upon him. As Li Jiao's enigma offered a glimmer of hope. Damn it, Kakarot, what do you understand? The legendary Super Saiyan is the true embodiment of invincibility. It is impossible. We cannot prevail against it. Vegeta trembled, Merely the name of the legendary Super Saiyan sending shivers down his spine. That is not just a Super Saiyan. It is the Super Saiyan, the truly invincible Saiyan warrior, a legacy from ancient bloodlines, has not been born throughout the eons. Thus, he is referred to as a legend. Is that fellow wreaking havoc? Li Jiao sensed Broly's aura. Yes, he is under the control of his father, currently in a state of uncontrollable fury. The King of Worlds spoke. Let us go and see for ourselves. Li Jiao inclined his head slightly, understanding the king's intent, then said, Natasha, you shall remain on the King's planet. Alternatively, you may first journey to planet Namek. Li Jiao was resolute in his decision not to allow Natasha to accompany him on this perilous adventure. After all, their adversary this time was far more formidable than the encounter with Majin Buu. The legendary Super Saiyan was akin to an overpowered entity. In the arena, it was only through the aid of an external enhancement that Goku managed to defeat Broly. One could only wonder if Goku still possessed this advantage after such intervention. Should Goku lose his enhancement, facing Broly would become an arduous challenge. I shall join you, Natasha insisted. Sensing the terrifying nature of their foe and feeling uneasy about Li Jiao facing such danger alone. No, he replied firmly. You must remain on King Kai's planet. Alternatively, you could proceed directly to the new Namek, staying behind here. Even if we meet our demise, we can utilize instant transmission to escape or even be revived. Li Jiao outright refused, for Natasha was currently with child, and Broly was nothing short of a destructive force. How could he possibly allow Natasha to venture forth? Pouting slightly, Natasha witnessed Li Jiao place his finger upon his forehead, vanishing first from King Kai's planet. All right, let's go, exclaimed Sun Wukong, reaching for Son Gohan. Trunks, observing this, placed his hand upon Sun Wukong's back. Dad, aren't you coming? Trunks inquired, glancing at Vegeta, whose expression was one of utter turmoil, his body trembling. The aura surrounding them grew increasingly potent. Clenching his fists, Vegeta cast a glance at Sun Wukong and Trunks, snorting disdainfully. You have no idea just how formidable the legendary Super Saiyan truly is. He was reluctant to join, yet felt a pang of frustration upon seeing Kakarot, a lower-class warrior, exhibit no fear whatsoever. With great effort, he lifted his hand and placed it on Trunks' shoulder. Very well, let us set forth. Sun Wukong's instant transmission activated, albeit slightly slower than Li Jiao's. In that fleeting moment, a delicate hand rested upon Son Gohan's shoulder. Android 18, I shall go and see, came the cool voice of Android 18 as she vanished without a trace. Natasha shook her head in resignation. What a pity. I cannot engage in battle. With her child at stake, she could not afford injury and thus chose to await the victorious return of Li Jiao and the others. Bulma, cradling little Trunks, spoke up. Her curiosity piqued as she roamed around King Kai's planet. But judging by Vegeta's reaction, that so-called legendary Super Saiyan seems quite formidable. I wonder if Li Jiao can prevail. For the first time, Natasha found herself concerned for Li Jiao's safety. Even Bulma began to wonder. What distinguishes this legendary Super Saiyan from a regular Super Saiyan? Natasha had previously held unwavering confidence in Li Jiao's strength. Could Broly truly be more powerful than Cell? I'm not entirely sure. However, from Li Jiao's reaction, it appears he lacks absolute certainty. This was the first instance she had seen Li Jiao display such a grave expression. Natasha had little knowledge of the legendary Super Saiyan. Having not received formal education on Vegeta's planet, merely acquiring some rudimentary information through a spacecraft. Should we travel to Namek? Bulma suggested. Wishing to acquire the Dragon Balls there as a precaution. No need. Li Jiao will not perish, Natasha replied, her confidence unwavering. She turned to King Kai and asked, might we witness the battle between Li Jiao and the legendary Super Saiyan? Certainly. The King of the Universe unveiled an antiquated television set, upon which the striking image of Li Jiao and his companions materialized on a desolate planetary ruin. At that moment, Li Jiao and his comrades beheld a robust figure wreaking havoc upon the planet. The celestial body had been reduced to mere rubble under the relentless destruction wrought by Broly. From a distance, Paragus observed the scene, skillfully manipulating the controller in his hand to harness Broly's formidable power. The sudden appearance of Li Jiao and his companions instantly captured Broly's attention, leaving Paragus utterly astonished. Prince Vegeta? As Paragus spotted Vegeta amidst the crowd, his expression shifted, and he approached with reverence, saying, Prince Vegeta, Broly and I have been searching for you for quite some time. However, before Paragus could reach Vegeta, a blade of energy pierced through his heart with lethal precision. Li Jiao gazed indifferently at Paragus, raising his hand once more, as icy brilliance erupted from his fingertips, obliterating the remote control that Paragus had clutched. No. Why? Paragus stared in disbelief at Li Jiao, unable to comprehend the sudden aggression directed at him, nor the destruction of his means to control Broly. Chapter 51. Vegeta overcomes his fear. Li Jiao merely cast a fleeting glance at Paragus, offering no explanation, but instead gazing into the distance at the towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. He pondered the implications of defeating Broly at this moment. How would the Dragon Ball saga evolve? After all, Broly made his official debut in Dragon Ball Super rather than in any theatrical release. If Broly were to be slain now, would he still exist in Dragon Ball Super? Witnessing the murder of his father, Broly revealed no hint of sorrow. He harbored an intense hatred for the one who regarded him merely as a tool. The Saiyans were cold-blooded, and the legendary Super Saiyan epitomized this nature. Nonetheless, the death of his father ignited a fierce anger within Broly. His energy continued to surge, an unrelenting force without limits. Vegeta, drenched in sweat, felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Broly, which pressed down upon him from the depths of his lineage. You should be grateful to me, shouldn't you? Li Jiao fixed his gaze on Broly, who grinned widely in response. Ha ha ha. Thank you. As a token of my gratitude, I shall annihilate you all. Gohan and Trunks were taken aback by Broly's brutality, while Goku innocently inquired, Hey, your name is Broly, right? Why destroy the planet? There are many lives here. Kakarot. Upon hearing Goku's voice, Broly's eyes turned into empty white voids, his aura spiraling into a frenzy. Kakarot. Broly erupted in madness, unbound by any energy constraints, his power escalating with astonishing rapidity. The planet trembled as Li Jiao slowly levitated. Had he lost his sanity? It seemed he could not control this immense power. Goku cautiously assumed a defensive stance, unusually transforming into a Super Saiyan before the battle had even begun. Kakarot. Broly disregarded Li Jiao entirely, fixating solely on Goku. Observing this, Goku swiftly instructed Gohan and Trunks to distance themselves. Android 18 leaped away from Goku, recognizing that Broly harbored an unusual obsession with him. Goku, locked onto by Broly's overwhelming energy, chose not to flee but instead focused on amplifying his own ki, breaking through the limits of the first stage of Super Saiyan to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Father. Gohan's eyes sparkled with determination, and in an instant, he completed his transformation. At this moment, Gohan had unwittingly become a competent warrior, his latent potential fully awakened. Trunks also transformed. Yet he remained unable to surpass the limitations of the first stage of Super Saiyan, only achieving his maximum power. Vegeta stood rigidly, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Baka? You will die. If you cannot overcome this minimal restraint, you will never surpass Goku. The voice of Li Jiao resonated, and in a whisper of silence, he completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. This was the first time Li Jiao directly confronted an enemy in his Super Saiyan 2 state. Mr. Li Jiao. Trunks glanced at him, his heart heavy with apprehension. Was even Li Jiao compelled to give his all? Perhaps I am not a match for Broly myself. Then, Gohan, Trunks, let us join forces. The energy of Son Goku surged dramatically as he took action without delay. This was not a moment for mercy. Thus, when Li Jiao eliminated Paragus, Son Goku did not question the reasoning behind it. There was no need for inquiry. This planet had been ravaged by Broly and Paragus, and if they were not eradicated, the entire universe would be at the mercy of Broly's destruction. Kakarot. Broly's aura was in a state of relentless ascension. His grass-green hair and energy distinctly different from that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. The ferocious energy disoriented Son Goku even before he could close the distance. However, Son Goku's combat experience was undeniably vast, and in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he could hold his ground against Broly for several exchanges. Father, I am here to assist you. Gohan's understanding of Broly was solely rooted in the terror of his power. Mr. Goku, I shall join as well. Trunks entered the fray. Albeit without transforming into Super Saiyan 2, he could not withstand even a single blow from Broly. Even Super Saiyan 2 Goku and Gohan could merely endure Broly's onslaught with great difficulty. Together, they remained in a state of absolute suppression. How dare a mere low-class warrior challenge the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta was still struggling. The influence of the legendary Super Saiyan's bloodline weighed heavily upon him. Overcome it, Vegeta. Is the legendary Super Saiyan truly that formidable? Maintaining his Super Saiyan 2 state, Li Jiao's energy gradually calmed, akin to the full power of Super Saiyan 1. Vegeta, witnessing Li Jio's state, found it hard to contain his astonishment. Super Saiyan second stage, it can indeed. There are no limits. Li Jio nodded, affirming that Super Saiyan 2 could indeed reach full power. Is there anything beyond Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta slowly straightened his posture, gaining some confidence in Super Saiyan due to Li Jio's transformation. Beyond Super Saiyan 2? There exists an imperfect transformation. Li Jio nodded, prompting Vegeta to inquire, an imperfect transformation? All aspects of strength would be significantly enhanced, yet the energy would become exceedingly volatile and difficult to control, with consumption greatly increased, making it unsuitable for prolonged combat. Is that so? Vegeta pondered, then shook his head. He was well aware of his own power level. He had yet to fully master Super Saiyan 2, let alone Super Saiyan 3. Boom. A figure was once again expelled from the battlefield. Trunks struggled to rise from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How infuriating. It is utterly impossible to join the fray. Trunks roared, a flicker of electricity coursing through him. I refuse to become a burden. I must grow stronger. Gohan, I will not let you down. Gritting his teeth, Trunks felt his energy surge rapidly, bolts of lightning cascading from the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds. Huh. Trunks' hair stood erect, entwined in electricity, a rebellious lock cascading onto his forehead. This is the Super Saiyan 2. Trunks felt a surge of excitement within. While the difference between Super Saiyan 1 and 2 may seem slight, it represented a disparity of 50-fold and 100-fold. Boom. Gohan was sent flying, and Trunks moved swiftly to catch him. Gohan, Trunks, you two have ascended. Gohan clutched his aching chest, delighted for Trunks' achievement. That kid, Vegeta observed Trunks, then glanced at Broly, his earlier fear dissipating significantly. I am Prince Vegeta. With a sudden transformation, Vegeta unleashed a powerful wave, charging towards Broly. Chapter 52, The End of Battle? Kakarot. Broly's power continued to escalate. Initially, Gohan and Goku's combined efforts could hold their ground. But even with Vegeta's assistance, they struggled to make an impact. You bastard. Ha me, ha. From a distance, Goku gathered energy. A brilliant blue light exploding forth like the end of stars. Yet, before he could unleash the Kamehameha, Broly surged forward with overwhelming force. Kakarot. Broly seized Goku by the hair, slamming him into the ground, delivering blow after blow. Dad. Magic Flash. Gohan crossed his arms above his head, unleashing the Magic Flash. However, as the dust settled, Broly remained unscathed, flinging Goku away, who crashed heavily into the advancing Trunks. Mr. Goku. Trunks caught Goku, only to discover that he had reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation. Coughing, Goku struggled to his feet, gasping for breath, his face bruised, blood dripping from his lips. Humph. Bothersome insects. Broly charged forward with relentless force, leaving even Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta and Gohan unable to withstand his might. Ha. Kakarot, I will kill you. Broly harbored a profound affection for son Goku. After hurling Gohan and Vegeta into the depths of the earth, he charged once more towards Kakarot. Trunks positioned himself in front of Goku, yet was met with Broly's hand, which forcefully pressed against his face, resulting in an explosive discharge of energy that sent Trunks hurtling backwards. Before he could even touch the ground, he had already reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Is this truly the essence of the legendary Super Saiyan? What a bizarre premise. Li Jio emerged behind Trunks, offering him a Senzu Bean to restore his strength. Trunks regained his composure and began to rise, eager to continue the fight, but was halted by Li Jio's intervention. Let us observe for now. Mr. Li Jio, Trunks exclaimed, gazing at him with fervor. With you all present, I find it difficult to unleash my full potential. Li Jio pressed his lips together, feeling the blood within him surge with fervor. Once more, he cast several celestial beams, urging Trunks to assist Son Gohan and Son Wukong. The anguished cries of Son Wukong echoed relentlessly, tormented by Broly. Hey Broly! Li Jio raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that surged towards Broly. Observing this, Broly seized Son Wukong and hurled him directly towards Li Jio. Li Jio furrowed his brows, dispersing the sword energy and sending Son Wukong flying towards Trunks. Now, your opponent is me. Li Jio slowly approached Broly, standing 3 meters apart. You two shall perish. Broly's eyes turned completely white, while the grass-green aura continued to surge with a remarkable intensity. Is that so? Li Jio pursed her lips, her gaze slightly sharpening as she took the initiative to strike. As her fist descended, Broly made no attempt to defend himself, yet he underestimated Li Jio's strength. Despite having endured assaults from many without sustaining any injuries, Broly finally found himself wounded. With a single punch, Li Jiao dented Broly's chest, yet such a minor injury was merely a fleeting discomfort for him. Uncle Li Jiao. Son Gohan's eyes sparkled with intensity. He could discern the trajectory of Li Jiao's strike, sensing the intricacies of his energy manipulation. It was an application of power so precise it bordered on the incredible. 1 unit of force could yield 2 or even 10 units of damage. Was that all there was to it? Broly's emotions flared once more. Li Jiao's assault had indeed caused him pain. But was that the extent of it? Li Jiao struck once more, yet this time, Broly was not inclined to underestimate his opponent and remained on guard. However, just as the fist approached, Li Jiao unexpectedly lowered his stance, delivering a swift side kick that landed squarely on Broly's midsection. With a thunderous impact, the robust Broly was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily into a towering edifice. Heaven and earth, sword slashes. Li Jiao clasped his hands together and raised them high, conjuring a colossal sword. The sharp aura sliced through the fabric of space, creating fissures that swiftly mended themselves. Strike. Li Jiao's aura locked onto Broly, and even amidst the ruins, he could strike with precision. Ha 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 ha. A grass-green energy shield rose, and the building was instantly reduced to nothingness. The colossal sword cleaved down upon Broly's shield, producing a hissing sound of turbulent air. Break for me. Li Jiao pressed down with both hands, and the gigantic sword erupted with brilliant radiance, cleaving through Broly's energy barrier. Remarkable. Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at Li Jiao's assault. Had he been in Broly's position, he would undoubtedly have been sliced in two. Uncle Li Jiao concentrated his power on the blade, effortlessly penetrating Broly's defenses. Yet, Broly managed to withstand for so long, proving to be an insurmountable challenge for them. Son Gohan once again recognized the terrifying prowess of Broly. At that moment, Broly's aura began to surge once more. The colossal sword descended slowly, and though Broly exerted all his strength to resist, it left a deep wound, exposing bone at his chest. Blood gushed forth, and Broly's emotions spiraled into complete chaos. His aura swelling violently, shattering Li Jiao's massive sword. His immense form plowed through, forcefully barreling toward Li Jiao. Unbelievable. Li Jiao could hardly fathom that his heavenly earth sword strike had been directly obliterated by Broly. Boom. A fist the size of a sandbag smashed toward Li Jiao's face. He turned his head to evade, but was struck solidly in the chest by Broly's punch. However, he did not get sent flying. Instead, he wrapped his arms around one of Broly's limbs. With a powerful thrust, he swung Broly down, crashing him into the ground and creating a massive pit over 100 meters wide. Ouch! Li Jiao clutched his chest. That punch from Broly was excruciating. From within the deep pit, Broly slowly rose to his feet. Aside from the foot-long gash on his chest, he appeared to have sustained no other injuries. I will kill you. Broly's bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon Li Jiao, instilling in him the unnerving sensation of being targeted by a ferocious beast. Li Jiao's expression was exceedingly grave. Broly's power did not exceed his expectations, yet it was more resilient than he had anticipated. As for who would ultimately prevail, the outcome remained uncertain. Li Jiao's aura gradually began to ascend. The recent battle was merely a prelude. Broly emerged step by step from the deep pit, standing before Li Jiao with an imposing height. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Jiao struck again, delivering a powerful punch to Broly's abdomen, his entire fist sinking into it. Broly gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Li Jiao, resolutely refusing to retreat even an inch. Li Jiao delivered another kick, striking Broly on the head. Yet Broly merely tilted his head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Li Jiao. Li Jiao furrowed her brows as Broly unleashed a fierce punch. She swiftly sidestepped, her hands gracefully maneuvering, using minimal effort to redirect Broly's formidable momentum. In a seamless motion, she raised her knee and struck him squarely in the face. At last, Broly was shaken, his entire form tilting backward as he was propelled away. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Jiao once again summoned a multitude of energy swords, swiftly retreating as the blades descended mercilessly, slicing through Broly with relentless precision. Is it done? Vegeta watched with palpable excitement as Li Jiao's assault unfolded. Each blade of energy sent shivers down the spine, their cutting power undeniable. At such a close range, it seemed impossible for Broly to evade the fate of being cleaved apart, given the lack of time for defense. However, as the shattered remnants of the sword light dissipated, Broly emerged before everyone, his body marred with bloodstains, shocking the onlookers once more. Astonishingly, he had sustained nothing more than minor injuries. The final sword strike of Li Jiao pales in comparison to the might of the heaven and earth sword slash. The numerous cuts adorning Broly's body are merely superficial flesh wounds. Humph. Li Jiao pressed his lips together, harboring no illusions that he could easily vanquish Broly. If the legendary Super Saiyan were truly so easily defeated, the myth of such a being would not have persisted through the ages. I shall end you. Broly now channeled all his wrath towards Li Jiao. His aura continued to swell, escalating at an alarming rate. How could this be? Broly's energy was perpetually on the rise. Trunks could scarcely believe it. How could anyone sustain such an increase in power? Unless, of course, Broly's true strength had yet to be fully realized. But was that even conceivable? Initially, Goku and Gohan had been able to withstand him, and later, even the combined might of 4 Super Saiyans in their second form had proven insufficient. Subsequently, as Li Jiao intervened, Broly's energy continued to surge. According to legend, the Super Saiyan possessed boundless potential. This was precisely why I forbade your approach. Vegeta could now speak normally. Having partially overcome the ancestral fear instilled by the tales of the legendary Super Saiyan, a dread rooted both in lore and lineage, the battle between Li Jiao and Broly shattered half of the sky, forcing Sun Wukong and the others to retreat to a safe distance. Meanwhile, Android 18 gazed in disbelief at the fierce clash between Broly and Li Jiao, a flicker of longing appearing on her cool visage. Once, her prowess had ranked among the highest on Earth, yet now, she found herself surpassed by Vegeta and the others. Androids can train too, can't they? She murmured softly. Just as she became lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, enveloping her in an embrace and vanishing from sight in an instant. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose. And 18 looked back at her previous position, her heart still racing. Standing beside Sun Wukong, she had to stay vigilant. Li Jiao set 18 aside and resumed his fierce confrontation with Broly. Broly's power continued to surge, while the pressure on Li Jiao intensified. The entire planet began to tremble violently. Vegeta's expression changed as he exclaimed, "This planet is about to explode. Sun Wukong, take them away first." Li Jiao felt the blood within him ignite. He had never experienced such exhilaration since the day he was born. Even during his battle with Frieza, he had not felt this level of excitement. "Mr. Li Jiao, the planet is about to explode," Trunks shouted, realizing that if the planet were to detonate, Li Jiao would perish as well. "Do not worry, I will be fine," Li Jiao roared, delivering a powerful punch that sent Broly crashing into the ground. With his arms spread wide, the Taiji diagram manifested. Taiji, Light Destruction Cannon. The fusion of yin and yang in the Taiji Light Destruction Cannon obliterated everything, accelerating the planet's inevitable demise. In the distance, a spaceship fled at high speed. The natives of this planet had seized the opportunity to escape. The battle between Broly and Li Jiao raged on, escalating in intensity. "All right, everyone, hold on to me. I will take you away at the moment of the planet's explosion. But before that, I want to witness the full extent of Li Jiao's power." Sun Wukong, ever the cosmic thrill-seeker, was intent on enjoying the spectacle even as the planet faced annihilation. "Ahaha, do you think you can use the planet's explosion to kill me? Do you really believe that is possible?" Broly roared as a verdant energy enveloped him, forming a protective barrier against the intermittent onslaught of sword energy unleashed by Li Jiao. The sword strikes were sharp and formidable. A moment's lapse in concentration could easily leave a mark upon Broly's formidable physique. Individually, these wounds appeared trivial, inconsequential to a legendary Super Saiyan of Broly's immense strength, as they would swiftly heal on their own. However, the sword energy wielded by Li Jiao was exceptionally tenacious. Even the slightest cut would allow the energy to cling stubbornly to the wound, impeding its healing process. Only when Broly completely eradicated the sword energy could the wounds begin to mend. Consequently, Broly bore numerous scars upon his body. Though they were not life-threatening, they rendered him a rather disheveled sight. At this moment, Li Jiao was not in a favorable condition. Broly's physical prowess was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering pain almost non-existent for him. A moment's carelessness could lead to being ensnared by Broly, resulting in an inevitable tempest of torment. Li Jiao's battle attire lay in tatters, save for his trousers which remained somewhat intact. The planet was on the brink of annihilation. "Would you not flee?" Broly sneered, his grass-green aura swirling around him. His already robust physique towering at 3 meters, significantly surpassing Li Jiao's height. "What does the planet's destruction matter? If I do not eliminate you, the repercussions will be endless." Li Jiao's aura remained formidable. Their battle had been so frenzied that, unbeknownst to them, they had wrought havoc upon the planet. Magma surged from the depths, the sky darkened, and smoke and dust enveloped the surroundings, resembling the apocalypse. Humph, you cannot kill me. Rather, it is you who will surely perish. Broly scoffed, lunging once more to seize Li Jiao by the neck, intent on plunging him into the erupting magma. Li Jiao braced himself, gripping Broly's wrist firmly, and delivered a powerful kick to Broly's chest. However, Broly's remarkable growth attributes rendered many of Li Jiao's attacks ineffective at this juncture. With a fierce exclamation, Broly seized one of Li Jiao's arms and hurled him towards the molten lava, simultaneously conjuring 2 energy spheres to add insult to injury. As the molten lava surged forth, it seemed inevitable that Li Jiao would plunge into its depths. Yet, an energy shield enveloped Li Jiao, causing the lava to recede. With renewed vigor, Li Jiao unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, deflecting Broly's 2 energy spheres with ease. Broly, this ends here. Li Jiao stood with his back to the flowing lava, a golden aura rising steadily around him, while arcs of lightning danced across his entire being. Li Jiao's body began to tremble slightly, a manifestation of being overwhelmed by an excessively potent energy. The transformation into Super Saiyan Stage 3, even for me, is a formidable power to fully command. Sparks crackled around him as his golden hair cascaded down his back, flowing to his waist. Ah, could it be? Is that the Super Saiyan? At Stage 3, Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at Li Jiao's new transformation, realizing that while they were still grappling with Super Saiyan Stage 2, Li Jiao had already attained the 3rd stage. Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, filled with an infinite longing. Chapter 54. Let Dandy become a deity. Such a state indeed possesses certain flaws. The strain on the body is substantial, and the efficiency of power utilization is inadequate, making it unsuitable for prolonged battles, Vegeta murmured, concluding that, upon comprehensive comparison, the full power of Super Saiyan 2 remains more perfect. However, in terms of explosive power, Super Saiyan 3 undoubtedly surpasses all. The transformation of Li Jiao was complete. Even Broly could not help but take 2 steps back. The planet trembled increasingly violently, and unfathomable fissures began to spread. Sun Wukong swiftly activated instant transmission, bringing everyone back to King Kai's planet. Ah, the energy from the explosion nearly obscured Natasha's presence, Sun Wukong exclaimed, feeling fortunate. Meanwhile, on the television screen, dazzling flashes of light illuminated the scene. The planet had exploded. Mr. Li Jiao, Trunks exclaimed, looking around but failing to spot Li Jiao's figure. It's impossible. Kakarot was able to return via instant transmission. Li Jiao should not be unable to come back, Vegeta stated, doubting Li Jiao's absence. He simply does not wish to return. The planet's explosion alone cannot claim his life, Natasha interjected. Just then, as the brilliance of the explosion faded, 2 figures emerged on the television. The 2 were still in battle, but Broly had grown weaker. The aftershocks of the planet's explosion could not defeat Broly. Without air, he would not perish immediately. This was the essence of transcendence. As for Li Jiao, he had learned the secret art of surviving in the vacuum of space on the planet Yardrat. The 2 continued their fierce combat, with Li Jiao ruthlessly overpowering Broly in his Super Saiyan form. Blades of light flickered, leaving deep, bone-exposing gashes upon Broly's body. Damn it! Broly roared in frustration, realizing that Kakarot had not defeated him, but rather Li Jiao had done so. I will not die, Broly bellowed, his power surprisingly surging. He clasped his hands together, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy toward Li Jiao. Li Jiao clasped his hands together, once again forging a colossal sword, which he thrust forward with unwavering precision, piercing through Broly's energy cannon and directly impaling his chest. It was over. Behind Li Jiao, the cycles of yin and yang turned, and within the Taiji diagram erupted a resplendent radiance. A towering beam of energy enveloped Broly, propelling him towards a fiery red star. No, Broly roared, unleashing a vibrant green light, yet it gradually faded from existence. The distant star trembled slightly before settling into tranquility. Broly's essence vanished. Sun Wukong stood in shock, unable to perceive any trace of Broly's presence. Li Jiao remained in place for a considerable time before finally relinquishing his Super Saiyan transformation, letting out a long sigh of relief. The battle had indeed taken a considerable toll on him. Upon returning to King Kai's planet, Natasha immediately threw herself into his embrace. I was so worried about you, she said. Although Natasha outwardly appeared confident in Li Jiao, her heart was heavy with concern for him. What is there to fear? I still possess instant transmission, Li Jiao reassured her, gently stroking Natasha's head before turning to King Kai. Though Broly's energy has vanished, can you ascertain whether he has truly perished? The legendary Super Saiyan was notoriously difficult to kill, even after piercing his chest. Li Jiao could not feel at ease until he witnessed Broly's demise with his own eyes. He should be dead. You sent him hurtling into a star. Even if he is a legendary Super Saiyan, he could not have survived that, King Kai replied. Is that so? Then I can rest easy, Li Jiao nodded. King Kai then glanced at Li Jiao's tattered clothing and remarked, your attire is damaged. As a token of gratitude for your contributions to the universe, allow me to gift you a new set of clothes. With a subtle flicker of his antennae, Li Jiao's garments instantly transformed into a pristine and immaculate ensemble. Ah! Li Jiao has unknowingly become so formidable, having unlocked the third transformation of Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong mused. We have only just begun to achieve the second transformation. The third transformation is not without its drawbacks. You must consider that for yourselves. There must exist a transformation more perfect than the third level of Super Saiyan. Li Jiao contemplated as he glanced at the tail coiled around his waist. After mastering the Xian Wang breathing technique, he could freely control his transformation into a great ape upon gazing at the moon. Natasha, however, lacked this ability. After her transformation into a great ape, she lost her tail to Li Jiao's blade, and subsequently, when she transformed into a Super Saiyan, it became exceedingly difficult for her to regrow it. P.S. Officially, it is explained that transformation induces a genetic suppression of tail growth. Uncertain if he could ascend to Super Saiyan 4, Li Jiao harbored a premonition that should he achieve this transformation, his strength would surely rival that of Super Saiyan Blue. Well, after a fierce battle, everyone must be famished. Right? I shall prepare a meal. The North Kai, ever opportunistic, acknowledged that Li Jiao and his companions had rendered him significant assistance. Thus, hosting a meal was hardly a burden for him. Once they had feasted and their bellies were full, Li Jiao's injuries had completely healed. He still possessed an abundance of Senza beans, as the floating island produced over 100 each year, and he rarely needed to use them in daily life. However, Li Jiao exercised restraint in utilizing these beans, for they essentially represented a means of depleting one's potential. Although such potential may seem trivial to a Saiyan, he preferred to conserve it whenever possible. Li Jiao possesses the remarkable ability of self-healing, rendering trivial flesh wounds inconsequential. The location of the new Namek planet is rather remote. Allow me to search for it. The antenna atop the North Kai's head quivered, and in no time, it pinpointed the coordinates of the new Namek planet. Li Jiao and his companions departed aboard a spacecraft, taking a full day to travel from Planet King to the distant New Namek. This duration underscores just how remote New Namek truly is. Of course, this extended journey occurred due to the absence of the peaceful interstellar travel mode. I am already aware of your purpose for coming. The Dragon Balls of Namek are prepared for you. However, it is important to note that the Dragon Balls can only resurrect one individual at a time, given that the original deity was a Namekian. Could it be possible for the Eternal Dragon to resurrect a Namekian if we sought their assistance? Li Jiao's purpose is quite straightforward, to bring Dandy back and ascend as the celestial deity, and then continue to dominate the divine dragon. Indeed, Dandy is the most exceptional Namekian, with the bloodline of dragons coursing through his veins. He possesses the extraordinary ability to create Dragon Balls. At this moment, Dandy has grown considerably and is joyfully reminiscing with Gohan. The prospect of going to Earth intrigues him. Becoming a celestial deity would also serve as a form of cultivation for him. Surely, Dandy would be inclined to journey to Earth. Li Jiao inquired, and Dandy promptly nodded. Indeed, I am eager to journey to Earth. In light of this, let us not squander the opportunity to wish upon the Dragon Balls of Namek. All that is required is for Dandy to resurrect the Dragon of Earth. Li Jiao spoke, and the others expressed no dissent. Should there be Dragon Balls on Earth? They would be prepared for any formidable adversaries that might arise in the future. Although the Dragon Balls of Namek possess great power, they can only revive one individual at a time, which is rather inconvenient. After all, fatalities on Earth occur with alarming frequency, often involving more than one life. Chapter 55, The Legendary Bloodline. With the assistance of Li Jiao and the others, Dandy successfully ascended to the position of the Supreme Kai, simultaneously resurrecting the dragon and enhancing its wishes to two, allowing even those who had perished once to be revived anew. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and as dawn broke once more, the devastation wrought by the androids upon Earth was restored to its former glory. Can number 17 be revived as well? Number 18 expressed concern for her brother. Despite Dr. Gero's efforts to strip them of their humanity through his modifications, they retained vestiges of human emotion. As for number 17, he lacks a life force. Perhaps he can indeed be revived? Natasha remarked, then turned to Li Jio and inquired, number 17 can be resurrected, correct? It is likely he can be revived. We should search for him, Li Jio affirmed. Number 18 hesitated briefly before leaping down from the realm of the gods. She was determined to find number 17, her only remaining kin in this world. It appears that even androids are not devoid of sentiment. Piccolo observed this scene with a faint smile. It seems that our world's androids are not inherently malevolent. Throughout their existence, they have not taken any lives, despite their questionable morals and penchant for theft. Perhaps this is attributable to various factors. After all, we still exist in this world. When immense power can be restrained, it does not lead to total lawlessness. Piccolo's understanding was profound. When an individual's strength remains unbound by any constraints, one should not be surprised by the nature they may adopt. Li Jio regarded the words of the short flute with considerable approval, nodding in agreement in this regard. The short flute possesses a remarkable clarity of insight. He continued, pray tell, what manner of adversaries have you encountered this time? Even though their essence is separated by an infinite cosmos, it instills within us a profound sense of dread. Clin sat cross-legged on the ground, stroking his chin in contemplation. This time, it must have been Li Jio who vanquished the foe, for that formidable presence surely belongs to him. The short flute turned to Li Jio, pondering whether such power represented his true capabilities. Ah, indeed, it was Li Jio who ascended to the third level of Super Saiyan to triumph over the enemy. We still have a considerable distance to traverse. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together, his expression brimming with eagerness as he gazed at Li Jio, the meaning unmistakable. Li Jio immediately declined, stating, if you wish to cultivate without inviting me, I shall not serve as your sparring partner. Ha, ha, ha. Uncle Li Jio's prowess far surpasses ours. Engaging in battle with us offers him no advantage whatsoever. Sun Wukong scratched his head and then clenched his fists, solemnly declaring, however, we will also strive diligently in our training. I too can reach the third level of Super Saiyan. Is Wukong now inclined towards martial arts? Has he abandoned the path of academia? Chi-Chi observed Sun Wukong, sensing a shift in her son's disposition. No, mother, I shall become a scholar of martial arts. I am to integrate the knowledge within my mind into my martial practice, forging a path uniquely my own. After all, the universe conceals unknown perils. Although Uncle Li and my father possess great strength, we cannot afford to become complacent, can we? Son Gohan's gaze was resolute. Chi-Chi observed Gohan at that moment, gradually revealing a warm smile. No matter what, as long as Gohan is passionate, his mother will wholeheartedly support him. In the past, Chi-Chi had envisioned Gohan as a scholar, for scholars can earn substantial income without risking their lives in battle. Of course, the primary reason was that Gohan himself aspired to be a scholar. However, the situation has changed. Gohan now desires more than just scholarly pursuits, and regardless of financial need, Chi-Chi will support him unconditionally. Hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo displayed a smile reminiscent of a proud father. Though peace had returned to Earth, the others remained dedicated to their training, each with their own aspirations. The most formidable among them set their sights on Uncle Li, while Yamcha and others aimed for the Saiyan warriors. They steadily forged ahead on their paths, unlocking their potential step by step, and the road before them widened increasingly. In the blink of an eye, Natasha's time for childbirth had approached. Bulma had summoned the finest medical team available, yet Uncle Li chose to retain only one female physician, dismissing the rest. The Saiyans were not so fragile. They could manage the process independently, with just one physician's assistance deemed sufficient. The manor was devoid of many people, and Uncle Li glanced at the medical team before stating, there is another individual in the manor who is also in labor. You may attend to her. Li Jio led the medical team to the villa where Sun Wukong resided. Although Chi-Chi's pregnancy preceded Natasha's, both were destined to give birth on the same day, likely due to the different constitutions of Saiyans and Earthlings. The delivery proceeded remarkably smoothly. However, an explosive surge of grass-green energy erupted, piercing through the roof. Li Jio stood in stunned silence, gazing at the plump white infant suspended in midair. The little one, still attached to the umbilical cord, floated effortlessly, gnawing on its hand, with a head full of black hair radiating an ethereal green glow. No, it cannot be. Li Jio thought in disbelief, while in West City, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who was accompanying Chi-Chi, abruptly rose to their feet. That energy. Sun Wukong glanced at the pallid-faced Chi-Chi, but ultimately chose to remain. Vegeta directly approached the floating island, standing amidst the estate, his eyes fixed on the soaring grass-green energy pillar. This is the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat, connecting the dots. He could almost ascertain that this not-so-powerful energy belonged to Li Jio's child. At that moment, Li Jio and Natasha were equally mesmerized, staring at the little one flailing in the air, exchanging a glance filled with concern. The attending physician was equally taken aback by the scene, prompting Li Jio to gently pat her shoulder and say, "Do what you must." With that, Li Jio took action, cradling the infant. The little one remained relatively calm, emitting a formidable aura but displaying no signs of aggression. "May all be well," Li Jio prayed, and with the doctor's assistance, proceeded to manage the subsequent tasks. "Natasha, it's a boy." After bathing the little one, he had succumbed to a deep slumber. "Let me see." Natasha exclaimed with excitement, her Saiyan physique allowing her to bypass the postpartum weakness, requiring only a brief period of rest to regain her strength. The child, being a pure-blooded Saiyan, exhibited an extraordinary aura, undoubtedly marking him as a legendary warrior. Chapter 56. The unfathomable event of Borangia. Natasha could discern the child's unusual energy, strikingly reminiscent of Broly's. As she gazed at the peacefully sleeping infant, a hint of worry crept into her voice. "Li Jio, is our child destined to be a legendary Super Saiyan?" Li nodded and spoke. "This aura, along with that formidable energy, unmistakably belongs to the legendary Super Saiyan." Natasha voiced her concerns. "Will our child be like that Broly?" The legendary Super Saiyans are known for their volatile nature, and their immense power often leads them to lose their sanity. "I shall find a way. Our child will not become a mindless slayer like Broly." Li Jio gently stroked Natasha's head, instantly alleviating her worries. "Li Jio, our child still lacks a name," Natasha remarked, gazing at him while cradling the peacefully sleeping little one in her arms. Li Jio pondered for a moment and said, "Do you have any good suggestions?" "If it's a boy, you shall name him. If it's a girl, I will take on that honor." Natasha shook her head, and Li Jio smiled gently. "Then we shall call her Li Luo." "Li Luo? Does it not share a character with your name?" "Indeed. Then it shall be Li Luo. I hope that our Li Luo will grow up untainted by the corrupting influence of power." Yet, Natasha remained troubled in her heart. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Jio immediately reassured, "Rest assured, I shall not allow the legendary power of the Super Saiyan to cloud Li Luo's reason." Natasha, at this moment, could only place her trust in Li Jio. "Take a good rest. I will step outside for a moment," he comforted. With that, Natasha embraced the little one and peacefully succumbed to slumber. Upon exiting the room, Li Jio caught sight of Vegeta in the distance, and soon Trunks hurried over as well. "Mr. Li Jio," Trunks expressed his concern, sensing the overwhelming aura of the Super Saiyan. "It's all right. The situation is still under control. I will find a solution." Li Jio reassured them with a nod. Meanwhile, the house, damaged by the little one's power, began to gradually restore itself, and it would not be long before it returned to its original state. Bulma, having learned about the situation from Vegeta, promptly suggested, "If it involves the dragon, could it not eliminate the power of the legendary Super Saiyan? Why would we wish to eliminate it?" Li Jio shook his head and replied, "That power is far too formidable for the dragon to eradicate." "Very well, I must make a trip to Namek. I shall not keep you any longer." Li Jio spoke as he directly sensed the location of the new Namek planet. Having visited once before, this time he could effortlessly perceive the aura of Neru, making the journey considerably smoother. The sudden appearance of Li Jio took Nyla by surprise. However, he still harbored a sense of gratitude towards the Saiyan, who had once saved all the inhabitants of Namek. "Mr. Li Jio," Nyla began, "I require the Dragon Balls. My child is facing some uncontrollable issues, and I need to beseech the Eternal Dragon for assistance." Li Jio wasted no time, and, upon hearing his words, Nyla immediately replied, "The Dragon Balls have not been used since their last collection. Mr. Li Jio, please follow me." Nyla led Li Jio to the location of the Grand Elder. Previously, they believed Li Jio and his companions would utilize the Dragon Balls, prompting the Namekians to gather them. This has conveniently facilitated their use this time. Upon learning of Li Jio's request, the new Grand Elder promptly summoned the Shinran, simultaneously acting as a translator to make wishes to the dragon. For the first wish, he requested, "Please grant my child the ability to perfectly control the power within without compromising his reason." Although Li Jio felt that the dragon's powers were insufficient to fulfill this wish, he still wished to give it a try. The Grand Elder nodded in response and then made the wish in the Namekian language. The fearsome form of Purunga trembled slightly, its crimson eyes glimmering. And then it spoke. "This wish cannot be granted." The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Li Jio and said, "Mr. Li Jio, I apologize. But Purunga is also unable to fulfill this wish. Thus, he inquired, how can my child perfectly harness that legendary power? Li Jio altered his wish, harboring his own speculations. If the Dragon of Namek cannot fulfill the desire, then surely the Super Dragon Balls can. However, to utilize the Super Dragon Balls, it is imperative to rouse the angels of both universes and even seek their assistance. To tempt us with gourmet food? That is a jest. Angels cannot be easily swayed by mere delicacies. To harness the power of the legendary Super Saiyan requires an extraordinarily formidable will and mental fortitude. Additionally, one must attain a sufficiently elevated realm of existence. Given your child's current level, it is impossible for them to wield the power of the legendary Super Saiyan solely through their own strength. If you wish for your child to remain unaffected in their reasoning, one could wish upon the Super Dragon Balls to control the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Another approach would be to request the Super Dragon Balls to erase the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. Purunga's response aligns closely with Li Jio's conjecture. Both necessitate the use of the Super Dragon Balls. With my strength, how might I gather the 7 Super Dragon Balls? Li Jio inquired once more. He was contemplating whether there existed a method to gather the Super Dragon Balls without alarming the angels or disturbing the gods of destruction. Cold sweat began to bead on Purunga's forehead, as Li Jio's question posed a considerable challenge to answer. One might journey to the realm of the Supreme Kai, where one could earn the Supreme Kai's endorsement, subsequently requesting the Supreme Kai to escort them to the realm of the gods of destruction, seeking the assistance of both the angels and the gods of destruction. Should they be inclined to offer their aid, the Super Dragon Balls could indeed be collected. Li Jio felt a twinge of disappointment. The dragon's response offered him no assistance whatsoever. For his final wish, please help me contact the king of the realm. Li Jiomo's gaze was resolute. The destroyer and the angel loomed above, yet he now found himself compelled to engage with them, braving the circumstances. Apologies, but the realm king has chosen to disregard me. The sweat on Purunga's brow increased, as he sensed that Li Jiomo's mood was deteriorating. Fortunately, Li Jiomo did not press Purunga. Instead, he managed a faint smile and said, "It's all right. Thank you, Purunga." "No need for thanks." The elder felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that Purunga had failed to fulfill even a single wish for Li Jiomo, and that the answers he provided were of little consequence. "You still have one wish left to grant," Purunga said, mustering his courage. Li Jiomo, who had intended to leave, paused momentarily and replied, "Then I would appreciate it if you could take me to the planet Adrat." Li Jio wished to visit the planet Adratlat to seek a mystical technique that might alleviate Li Luo's predicament. This desire was rather simple. Polna felt a profound sense of relief. At long last, this fellow had made a wish grounded in the earthly realm. Chapter 57. The full moon feast. Upon returning to the planet Adratlat, Li Jio was once again greeted warmly by the inhabitants. When they learned of his purpose, Li Jio was escorted to the sacred place of the Adratlations, a realm where even they had yet to fully grasp the secrets held within. "I cannot ascertain whether the technique you require resides here," spoke the guiding Adratlation. Li Jio nodded appreciatively and replied, "Thank you. There is no need for such formality. Esteemed guest, should Adratlat face an insurmountable foe in the future, we hope you will lend your assistance." "Certainly," Li Jio responded without hesitation. As he re-entered the sacred space, Li Jio's selection of mystical techniques became far more targeted. "No, that is not suitable. Li Luo is but a child, and given the nature of the Isaiah people, it is unlikely he would cultivate such a technique. Could it be that only the Super Dragon Balls hold the answer?" Within Li Jio's heart, an inexplicable restlessness brewed, a sentiment he had never encountered throughout his years in the Dragon Pearl world. Or had he? After 3 continuous days of searching, the whites of his eyes began to show veins of crimson. Swiftly, 2 more days slipped away, and just as he contemplated surrendering, a minor secret technique manifested before him. The Tranquility Technique? Li Jio inspected it briefly and, without a trace of hesitation, opted to learn it. This technique was not particularly intricate, yet it possessed the remarkable ability to place the practitioner's mind in a relatively serene state. Furthermore, it could also be applied to others, proving to be exceedingly beneficial for Li Jio at present. The acquisition of this technique consumed merely 3 days of his time, and upon completion, he promptly returned to the floating island. The moment he arrived at the estate, he beheld the little one, Li Luo, flitting about erratically. The child giggled uncontrollably, oblivious to her surroundings, and collided directly into Li Jio. "Oh dear." Li Luo waved his tiny paw, grasping at Li Jio's collar, gazing at him with curiosity. Suddenly, slap, The little paw struck Li Jio's face, leaving him momentarily dazed as he blinked in surprise, while the little creature squinted and chuckled with delight. Hee. Li Jio. Natasha, now fully recovered, looked at Li Luo with a hint of exasperation. This little one flitted about restlessly, refusing to settle down for even a moment, save for the hours spent in slumber. Natasha, has Li Luo posed any issues in recent days? Li Jio allowed the little one to frolic upon him, as long as the child remained within the bounds of control. There were no unforeseen events. Save for the moment when Sun Wukong arrived with his son Sun Wutian yesterday, only for the latter to burst into tears. Li Jio's lips twitched. And then he heard Natasha remark, "It seems we disturbed Li Luo. He expelled an energy orb, startling Sun Wukong greatly." Ha. Who could blame him for disturbing our Li Luo, right? Little one? Call daddy. Li Jio lifted Li Luo by his arms. The little one, brimming with joy, danced exuberantly. And then, with a wide open mouth, a grass-green energy orb struck Li Jio squarely in the face. Li Jio felt somewhat speechless. Did this little one hold a grudge against him? Ha. Li Luo, one must not be disrespectful to your father. Natasha chuckled heartily. Currently, Li Luo's strength was not overly formidable. At least, the few attacks directed at Li Jio and Natasha felt merely like playful tickles. However, entrusting Li Luo to the care of ordinary individuals would be unwise. Should Li Luo inadvertently cause a minor disruption, not everyone would be able to bear the consequences. In the future, if any child were to cry, it was imperative that Li Luo did not hear it. Li Jio gently admonished, tapping the little one's head. Natasha regarded Li Jio, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Jio chuckled softly and reassured, rest assured, even Broly, prior to his maturation, will not exhibit a significant loss of control over his powers. Furthermore, I have learned a calming technique on the planet Adrat, which can help the little one to remain tranquil. Once he matures a bit further, I shall impart the breathing method to him. With this knowledge, he should be able to harness the legendary power of the Super Saiyan on his own. But what if he cannot master it? After all, Li Luo is also a Saiyan, and convincing him to quietly practice the breathing technique may prove to be quite a challenge. Natasha herself struggles to find the serenity required for such training, let alone Li Luo. Yet, Li Jio is a peculiar exception. It may be beneficial for him to initially practice the calming technique before progressing to the breathing method. This approach should alleviate some of the intensity, preventing him from spiraling out of control like Broly. As for mastering the powers completely, solutions will present themselves in due course. It shall not be a prolonged wait. During this period, Li Jio endeavored to enhance his strength to the utmost. If the breathing technique were to fail in enabling Li Luo to harness the powers of the Transcendent, then the only recourse would be to seek the Super Dragon Balls, even if it meant drawing the attention of the angels. However, the paramount concern remains that both Beerus and Whis seem eager to cultivate a few formidable warriors. Otherwise, Son Goku and Vegeta would not have received Whis' tutelage in the first place. On this day, the floating island was abuzz with activity, for it marked the celebration of Li Luo and Goten's full moon banquet. Beneath the floating island, figures soared upwards intermittently. "Hey, Li Jio, Goku. Congratulations!" Krillin exclaimed as he arrived aboard a plane with Master Roshi. Li Jio cast a brief glance at Krillin, nodding slightly. "You've made significant progress lately, Krillin. You must have surpassed Super Saiyan by now." Son Goku twirled around Krillin, holding Goten, playfully pinching and poking him. "Goku, is this how you assess someone's strength?" Krillin remarked, rubbing his bald head, somewhat exasperated. Goku, however, paid little heed to this, turning to Li Jio and stating, "Li Jio's training methods are indeed effective. Otherwise, Krillin's progress wouldn't be so remarkable. Indeed, were it not for Li Jio, I might never have achieved what I have today." Krillin affirmed with a firm nod before glancing at Li Jio's arms, where Li Luo rested, inquiring, "What is Li Jio's child's name?" "And Goku, what have you named your child?" "Li Luo," Li Jio replied, gently brushing his fingers against Li Luo's nose. Li Luo appeared somewhat displeased, yet refrained from unleashing an energy blast at Li Jio. It is Goten, son Goten." Sun Wukong tossed his son Goten lightly, as he had been the one carrying the child lately, while Chi-Chi was occupied with the affairs of the magical beings. Although Goten was not as tempestuous as Li Luo, his occasional bursts of power were formidable enough to overwhelm even Chi-Chi. Ha, truly the offspring of a Saiyan, exhibiting such an immense aura at such a tender age. Krillin cast a keen glance at Li Luo, who, with a gurgling sound, reached out to touch Krillin's bald head. Seeing this, Krillin laughed heartily and leaned in. In the next moment, boom, Li Luo danced with excitement, while Krillin, grimacing and holding his head, clambered up from a distance. Chapter 58. Seeking the Super Dragon Balls. Ouch, that hurts. Krillin clutched his bald head, incredulously staring at Li Luo, feeling little anger at all. Even without preparation, Li Luo's attack did not inflict significant harm upon Krillin. How impressive. This power surpasses even that of Vegeta during his initial arrival on Earth. Does it not? Krillin mused, feeling a chill run down his spine. Do not compare me to that, Vegeta's voice interjected, his gaze fixed on Krillin with a frown. Haha. Vegeta has also arrived. My apologies. I shouldn't have made that comparison. Krillin scratched his head, laughing heartily without a hint of embarrassment. Vegeta snorted, casting another glance at Krillin, remarking, "It seems Li Jio's training methods are indeed effective. Even you have reached the ordinary Super Saiyan level." Krillin's aura was still relatively subtle, but with a deepened perception of energy, Sun Wukong and the others could discern Krillin's underlying strength. He was likely more powerful than when Wukong first transformed into a Super Saiyan, perhaps even catching up to the strength of the android number 17 from back then. Android 17's combat power had been below 300 million, and Krillin was currently at that level. However, Krillin had not transformed. His strength was entirely in its natural state, following a path akin to Yamcha's, striving to elevate his own dimensions and continuously excavate his potential. Apologies for the delay. Two figures flew in. They were Tien and Kaiatsu. Tien appeared somewhat leaner, yet his aura was more profound than ever. Kaiatsu's energy was subtle, significantly weaker than Krillin's, yet still impressive. Welcome, Tien and Kaiatsu. Li Jio greeted, as Tien and Kaiatsu nodded and presented carefully prepared gifts to Li Luo and Goten. It was unexpected that the children of Sun Wukong and Mr. Li Jio would celebrate their feasts on the same day. Tien glanced at Li Luo and then at son Goten, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The offspring of the Scions are astonishingly powerful. Not to mention Li Luo, even Goten's energy is not to be underestimated, and he is still merely a month old. Li Luo is truly remarkable, with his strength increasing daily. Fortunately, there has yet to be a situation of loss of control. Now, everyone, please come in. Li Jio invited everyone inside, and Trunks, who had been diligently training on the floating island, busied himself attending to the guests. It had been quite a while since the island had seen such liveliness, albeit the number of visitors was modest. Android 18 approached and took little Li Luo from Li Jio's arms, allowing Li Luo to settle down and engage in conversation with the others. During the gathering, Yamcha remarked, "It is fortuitous that we unite to celebrate the full moon of my two little nephews. In a few days, there will be a martial arts tournament in the East City, and we can participate together, providing an excellent opportunity to witness everyone's recent advancements in their training." With a confident grin, Yamcha added, If I were to encounter the original Cell now, I might actually have a fighting chance." Cell? That was a being beyond the androids, Krillin interjected. Humph, that was in the past. I wouldn't stand a chance now, a voice interjected coolly. The newcomer appeared with remarkable speed, though he emitted no discernible aura. 17 is here as well, Goku greeted, harboring no particular sentiments towards 17, as 18 had been consistently present on the floating island. Android. Vegeta's gaze sharpened with a hint of frost. 17 merely smiled faintly and offered his congratulations to Li Jio and Goku. "Thank you. A guest is always welcome. There's no need for you to be so wary, Vegeta." 17 is not a villain, Li Jio interjected diplomatically. Shortly thereafter, Piccolo arrived with Dandy, completing the gathering that Li Jio had organized. It appears everyone has made significant progress. "Remember, we all must participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament," he encouraged. The feast continued for half the day, and as Yamcha prepared to depart, he reminded everyone, receiving their responses before soaring into the sky. "It seems Yamcha has surpassed me," Krillin mused, observing his departing figure while rubbing his bald head. "Ha. It's only natural for him to outpace you if you aren't putting in the effort," Master Roshi chuckled, prompting a bashful smile from Krillin. Sensing the curiosity from the group, Krillin decided to reveal, "I had intended to share this at the martial arts tournament, but I'm getting married." His face flushed red, considering he was once a monk. After a wave of laughter, Krillin's announcement was effectively made. As the guests gradually dispersed, Trunks quietly tidied up, his demeanor appearing somewhat despondent. "Are you leaving?" Li Jio inquired. Trunks nodded. "I have already lingered too long. Won't you wait until after the martial arts tournament?" Vegeta approached, causing Trunks to stiffen slightly. "Then I shall wait until the tournament concludes before I depart." "Humph, let me see how much you have improved during this time." Vegeta scoffed before turning to leave. Li Jio, will you be participating in the martial arts tournament as well? Goku asked, stepping forward. Upon hearing this, Li Jian pondered for a moment and replied, I shall not partake. I intend to depart today. Li Jiao inquired, leave? Where to? Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta turned their gazes towards him. The departure Li Jiao referred to was certainly not a mere outing. It implied a departure from Earth itself. As you have observed, the aura of Li Luo is akin to that of Broly. Despite only being a month old, Li Luo's innate energy is already formidable. I fear that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Li Luo may struggle to control his transcendent power. The legendary strength of a Super Saiyan is indeed notoriously difficult to manage. This power is invincible, yet exceedingly ferocious, capable of driving one to madness. Uncontrolled power leads to boundless destruction. Vegeta's gaze settled on Li Luo, who, though still relatively docile, emanated an aura of considerable potency. Thus, I must seek ways to assist Li Luo in mastering this power. Li Jiao nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong, scratching his head in exasperation, remarked, this sounds quite troublesome, but if you need our assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will, Li Jiao assured. The following day, Li Jiao departed from Earth aboard a spacecraft, placing a formidable energy source on a desolate planet. This energy source, crafted by Bulma to replicate the essence of life, enables Li Jiao to traverse vast distances instantaneously through his perception of energy. He embarks on a quest for the Super Dragon Balls, unperturbed even by the attention of angels. Li Jiao's plan was thus, to engage in rigorous training while searching for the Super Dragon Balls. Chapter 59, The Stirring of Whis. The peaceful ship traversed the cosmos at an astonishing speed. While Bulma's research on the Super Dragon Ball radar enabled it to scan the entirety of the Milky Way galaxy and beyond to an entire star region. However, the universe is vast, harboring countless galaxies, and discovering the Super Dragon Balls would undoubtedly require considerable time. Within the peaceful ship, Li Jiao sat cross-legged, immersed in his training. At that moment, he had been maintaining the second transformation of Super Saiyan for 7 consecutive days, having fully harnessed the potential of the Super Saiyan 2 state. Although the full power state did not significantly surpass the ordinary transformation, it exhibited greater endurance and a more refined mastery over strength. Very well. The next step is the third transformation, Li Jiao mused, slightly furrowing his brow, and in the next instant, he transitioned into the Super Saiyan third stage. Bolts of lightning danced within the confines of the ship as Li Jiao endeavored to contain his energy. The aura of the Super Saiyan third stage was still too volatile. Yet Li Jiao's extraordinary control over his energy was not mere words. Gradually, the electric currents subsided, and the atmosphere within the chamber began to stabilize. The physical strain imposed by the Super Saiyan third stage far exceeded that of the second stage. Should he achieve the full power of this transformation, his baseline combat prowess would undoubtedly experience a substantial leap. Nearly a year had elapsed since the Cell Games. Li Jiao's baseline combat power has escalated from 20 million to 25 million. However, such an increase is evidently insufficient for him. Merely relying on transformation to attain formidable strength is inadequate. A realm akin to the godly form of Sun Wukong is the epitome of perfection. Li Jiao reminisced about the godly form of Sun Gohan in the original narrative, a state that approaches divinity, allowing one to possess power comparable to that of Super Saiyan 3 in their normal form. It is imperative to completely integrate the might of the Super Saiyan into his baseline state, with his objective firmly established. The subsequent task is to unleash the full potential of the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. As time elapsed, 6 months passed, and Li Jiao gradually acclimated to the burdens of the Super Saiyan 3. His current combat power stands at an impressive 50 million. Li Jiao withdrew from the transformation into a Super Saiyan, sensing the latent power within his normal state. However, how could one integrate the might of a Super Saiyan into this ordinary form? Li Jiao found himself devoid of any clues. Moreover, his training in the art of breathing seemed to have reached an insurmountable bottleneck, leaving him unable to progress further. What was to be done? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, the small sprite suddenly darted into the control room. Master, I have detected the signal of the Super Dragon Balls. The peaceful vessel is currently proceeding at full speed and will arrive in a day and a half. A day and a half, you say? Perhaps I should rest. Li Jiao felt weary. For the past 6 months, he had relied solely on the breathing technique to recuperate his energy and stamina, never having slept a wink. The interior of the peaceful vessel was spacious and abundantly stocked with provisions. 2 hours later, after a hearty meal, Li Jiao succumbed to slumber. As the spaceship traversed the cosmos at remarkable speed, on Earth, Natasha was imparting the breathing technique to Li Luo. Although still quite young, mastering the art of breathing required a considerable investment of time. When Natasha herself had learned, it had taken her several years to barely grasp the fundamentals. Li Luo, you must study diligently. Your father's breathing technique is quite formidable. Perhaps, without the need for other methods, you could harness the legendary power of a super scion through this very technique. Natasha gazed into the vast expanse of the sky, her eyes brimming with longing. Li Jio had been away for over half a year, uncertain whether he had discovered the Super Dragon Balls. The peaceful starship gradually docked, revealing an unremarkable, desolate planet before him. This was indeed the one indicated by the radar. Stepping out of the cabin, he retracted the peaceful starship. He approached the rocky terrain of the planet, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast. The blast shattered the summit of a mountain, unveiling a glimmer of golden light. This was it. Li Jio felt a surge of excitement. After a half-year journey through the stars, he had finally found the Super Dragon Balls. Now, it was time to see if he could take them with him. Li Jio positioned the artificial energy source within a desolate expanse of stellar realms, where even the sudden emergence of a planet-sized Super Dragon Ball would not disrupt the celestial equilibrium. Maintaining his Super Saiyan 3 form, Li Jio descended onto the exposed surface of the Super Dragon Ball, his palm making contact with its surface. With a surge of energy, he locked onto the entirety of the Super Dragon Ball. Excellent. Now, instant transmission. Li Julian, accompanied by the Super Dragon Balls, vanished and reappeared in a desolate expanse of the starry realm. Yes, this is the place. Li Jio cast a glance at the energy source he had positioned atop a massive rock the size of a satellite. As the planet-sized Super Dragon Ball emerged, the great rock transformed into a satellite, orbiting the Super Dragon Ball with grace. This fortuitous turn of events spared him the need for repositioning. Li Jio chuckled softly, eyeing the Super Dragon Ball, one every 6 months. At this pace, I should be able to collect them all within 2 years. Suddenly, just as Li Jio was preparing to embark on his journey anew, a gentle and unassuming voice resonated in the air. Li Jio was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Who could appear behind him without his notice? Even when they spoke, Li Jio remained oblivious to their presence. May I inquire who you are? Li Jio slowly turned, and upon seeing the true form of the speaker, the brilliance in his eyes flickered and vanished. You are aware of the existence of Super Dragon Balls, so you must also know of my existence, the angel Whis stated calmly, holding a staff and regarding Li Jio with a smile. Indeed, are angels omniscient? Li Jio smiled awkwardly, taking a few steps back to regain his composure while gazing at Whis. At least, in this 7th universe, many matters cannot be concealed from me. For instance, your child is the legendary Super Saiyan. Whis observed Li Jio with keen interest, while Li Jio scrutinized Whis in return, before speaking again. So, dear angel, is there a way to assist my child in mastering that power? You may simply call me Whis. The power of the legendary Super Saiyan is indeed challenging to control. Such an existence is a calamity. When a disaster becomes unmanageable, it necessitates the destruction of the god of destruction to obliterate it. As Whis spoke, he keenly observed Li Jio's expression. Li Jio's expression remained relatively calm as he nodded slightly and said, Thus, I wish to harness the power of the Super Dragon to aid my child in mastering the forces within him. The Super Dragon Balls can indeed grant your wish. Yet your method of collecting them is futile, came the reply. There are several Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe. Even if you manage to traverse the boundaries of universes, the angels of the 6th universe will undoubtedly sense your presence. The Super Dragon Balls are not typically bestowed upon just anyone. The stakes are too high. Whis spoke in a tranquil tone, merely recounting the facts. Li Jio is aware of this. Thus his collection of the Super Dragon Balls is merely a form of cultivation. However, with the involvement of Whis, he feels that there is now a glimmer of hope regarding the Super Dragon Balls. Chapter 60, Arrival at the God of Destruction Realm. I simply wish to save my child. Whis would surely not desire the emergence of another legendary Super Saiyan who knows only destruction in the universe, would he? Li Jio gazed at Whis, pondering the possibility that if this angel were willing to assist, the Super Dragon Balls would undoubtedly be within reach. Do you wish for my help? Whis regarded Li Jio without revealing any emotion, responding instead, What makes you think I would aid you? This led Li Jio to counter with a question of his own. Then why are you here? At this, Whis paused momentarily, then chuckled softly twice. You truly are an intriguing individual. Your strength, your insight, and your audacity place you among the elite of this universe. Li Jio surmised that Whis must have a purpose for seeking him out. Whis nodded in affirmation as Li Jiao spoke. Since you are aware of the god of destruction and the angels, you should also know that the god of destruction is trained by the angels. I am aware. Li Jiao's mind stirred with conjecture, though he refrained from voicing it. Do you have any desire to become a god of destruction? Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Li Jiao intently. Li Jiao was not surprised, for in the realm of angels, any decision they made was conceivable. In the original narrative, Vis had contemplated molding Sun Wukong into a god of destruction. However, due to Sun Wukong's inherently benevolent nature, he was deemed unsuitable. Nonetheless, nurturing a cadre of superlative beings within a single universe would undoubtedly yield benefits for that very cosmos. Li Jiao was not surprised that Whis would entertain such an idea. Would Lord Beerus consent? Li Jiao inquired, for becoming a god of destruction was not without its merits, at the very least, from that point onward. Aside from the foolish Zeno, no one could threaten his safety. Of course, Li Jiao would not foolishly confront the Grand Priest head-on. Ho ho ho. Perhaps Lord Beerus would be quite pleased to have someone succeed him. However, with your current strength, you are still not adequate to become a god of destruction. Whis remarked with a smile, indirectly obtaining Li Jiao's response. Then, could Whis assist me in gathering the Super Dragon Balls? At this moment, Li Jiao's objective remained the collection of the Super Dragon Balls. Although the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was challenging to control, it was not yet out of hand. While the Super Dragon Balls could perfectly resolve this issue, do you not sense that this so-called perfection has its own flaws? Furthermore, even without the Super Dragon Balls, do you not possess a certain confidence that your offspring could harness that power? Whis said, casting a meaningful glance at Li Jiao. Li Jiao was filled with astonishment. Gazing at Whis in disbelief, Whis chuckled softly, stating, your cultivation method differs significantly from that of the Saiyans. Moreover, your mental strength is remarkably potent, rivaling that of certain practitioners of supernatural abilities. Were the legendary power of the Super Saiyan to be bestowed upon you, I believe you would wield it with great control. However, not all Saiyans can cultivate in accordance with my methods. Mastery of oneself is essential to fully harness the purported strength of the Super Saiyan. Perhaps your offspring will astonish the entire universe. Whis's words began to transcend Li Jiao's comprehension. Yet, a bold notion took root in Li Jiao's mind. Did the ancient Saiyans hold a significant position throughout the universe? Might this position bear resemblance to that of the Grand Minister? Thus, the path ahead was clear. Cultivation was imperative. Your strength already occupies the apex of the cosmic hierarchy. Yet within the vast universe, many formidable beings exist, some even surpassing the strength of the gods of destruction. Therefore, prepare yourself to grow stronger with unwavering resolve. Whis set a goal for Li Jiao, and then glanced at the Super Dragon Balls, adding, when the time truly comes, I shall lend you my assistance. Thank you. Li Jiao replied. Li Jiao bowed respectfully, and Whis nodded before speaking. Tell me about the cultivation path you intend to follow. I sense that you have likely discovered your own method of training. If I were to hastily impose a special training regimen upon you, it might disrupt your rhythm. With a gentle motion of the staff in his hand, Whis swiftly whisked Li Jiao away, at a speed surpassing that of Li Jiao's spacecraft by an unfathomable magnitude. I am preparing to develop a new transformation method, merging all the powers acquired from transformations into a state of normalcy. However, I am yet to conceive how to integrate the strength of a Super Saiyan into this baseline. Li Jiao spoke, and Whis nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. True strength lies in the elevation of one's realm. When the realm is sufficiently powerful, it manifests as an invincible existence in its natural state. The power gained through transformation is merely a transient surge. While formidable, it carries with it the inherent drawback of burden. Even you, who have now adapted to the third transformation of the Super Saiyan, still bear the weight on your physical form. Only by normalizing all power can one achieve the most perfect form. However, it appears you have already discovered a new method of transformation. And I am curious, what lies beyond the third transformation of the Super Saiyan? If my estimations are correct, the initial third transformation has already reached the limits of what the human body can endure. The next transformation will undoubtedly impose an even greater burden. For with powerful transformations come even greater enhancements and, naturally, heavier loads. Whis, true to his angelic nature, gleaned so much information from Li Jiao's brief remarks. Who says the third transformation represents the ultimate burden? Furthermore, if one were to undergo transformation in a different form, might the results be distinct? Li Jiao pressed her lips together, having contemplated the transformation into the Super Saiyan 4 for quite some time. Once she confirmed its feasibility, it was time to attempt it. Oh, a change of body? The Saiyan, the Great Ape transformation? Such an unsightly metamorphosis, it seems the enhancement is not overwhelmingly potent. A tenfold increase from the original level is hardly sufficient for you, is it? The precise magnitude of the augmentation remains to be discovered through experimentation. Li Jiao herself was uncertain about the true strength of the Super Saiyan 4, as there was no explicit comparison between it and the Super Saiyan Blue. As for elements from the movies and games, some lacked official endorsement, leaving their viability in question. Here we are. Whis announced as a dark purple tetrahedral shape materialized within Li Jiao's field of vision. Lord Beerus was still in slumber, requiring a considerable amount of time before awakening. During this interval, she could cultivate in the realm of the god of destruction. She could follow her own training regimen, and should any deficiencies arise, Whis would offer guidance. He was eager to witness the form of Li Jiao's so-called fourth transformation. Chapter 61. A drastically different transformation, all right. I won't keep Whis waiting for too long. Li Jiao felt assured, and Whis's anticipation grew. He had been observing Li Jiao for some time, curious about the heights she could achieve. At the very least, she would not fall short of Lord Beerus. Whis mused, harboring great expectations for Li Jiao. On Earth, since Li Jiao's departure, the 5 great clans of East City had also stirred considerable commotion. The arrival of Bojack and his ilk disrupted the rhythm of the martial arts tournament. However, this tournament featured 4 Super Saiyan second-stage prodigies, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, and Sun Gohan. Moreover, Piccolo had made significant strides recently, his combat power brushing against the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. The moment Bojack and his companions appeared, they were swiftly dealt with, and the emergence of the golden-haired warriors incited cheers from the multitude of spectators. It could be said that due to Li Jiao's influence, the trajectory of Earth's development had undergone substantial changes. As for Satan, having made an appearance during the battle with Cell and frequently appearing on television, he had garnered a modest degree of fame. Li Jiao. Natasha was routinely standing atop a mountain, gazing at the starry sky, countless stars twinkling. Yet she remained unaware of which celestial domain Li Jiao currently occupied. Li Jiao, it's been over 6 months. I wonder when you'll return. Natasha expressed her discontent, as the little one in her arms fidgeted restlessly. After gently tapping the child a couple of times, he settled down a bit. Mama, Mama. Li Luo called out in a tender voice, her small hands reaching aimlessly towards the sky. Daddy, Daddy. Suddenly, the little one's breath grew erratic, and her already potent energy surged rapidly, her hair standing on end and radiating a vibrant green glow. Daddy. All right, Li Luo, be good, be good. Daddy will return shortly. Natasha employed a calming technique, having learned it during Li Jiao's absence. This little secret art proved to be immensely beneficial for Li Luo. Gradually, her turbulent heart began to settle. Only then did Natasha breathe a sigh of relief, increasingly eager for Li Jiao's swift return. The quest for the Super Dragon Balls was secondary. What truly mattered was that the little one incessantly yearned for her father. Little Li Luo needed to grow up quickly, for her father had ventured forth in search of the Super Dragon Balls that could aid her. If Li Luo diligently practiced the Xian Huang breathing method, perhaps her father would not need to seek the Dragon Balls at all. Although Natasha had no clear image of what the Super Dragon Balls resembled. From Li Jiao's demeanor back then, it was evident that gathering them would not be an easy feat. The realm of destruction was too distant from Earth. Even Li Jiao could not perceive the aura that Li Luo unleashed. Otherwise, he would surely have returned to check on her. He had instructed Natasha that when he needed to come back, she should unleash a formidable aura, and he would sense it and return. Beneath a towering tree in the realm of destruction, Li Jiao had been sitting cross-legged for half a month. He was mentally simulating the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, striving to accomplish it in one attempt. Yet, despite countless simulations, the true test awaited. In the distance, Whis observed Li Jiao with nothing to occupy his time. With Beerus deep in slumber, having entrusted the management of the universe to Whis, the latter felt somewhat helpless. Faced with such a lackadaisical destroyer god, Whis could only diligently seek a successor. At last, Li Jiao slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the stars above with a furrowed brow. There was no planet resembling the moon. Was it finally time to begin? Whis felt a tinge of impatience as well. Then, I shall rely on Whis to create the Blutz wave that enables the Saiyan transformation into a great ape. Li Jiao could indeed expend some of his energy to create it himself, but wasn't Whis available? Oh, you wish to transform into a great ape? Your attire may not withstand it. Whis's focus seemed somewhat misplaced. Allow me to change your outfit. With a gentle tap of his staff, Whis transformed Li Jiao's training uniform slightly. It remained black trousers and a red shirt, but the material had changed. Immediately after, Whis lightly pointed to the sky. and a brilliant source of light emerged. Li Jiao lifted his gaze towards the source of light, no longer suppressing the urge to transform into a gigantic ape. Gradually, his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Thud, thud. The powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonated clearly in the air, while the force within Li Jiao became increasingly chaotic and volatile. His muscles swelled and bulged, stretching his training attire to its limits. Yet, the garment, reinforced by this, remained resilient and remarkably elastic. Oh, it appeared that the enhancement was not merely tenfold. This, taken aback, noted that Li Jiao's transformation into a giant ape seemed to have surpassed the previously anticipated increase in strength. His golden fur glimmered. Vis nodded slightly. Li Jiao's current transformation was distinctly different from the ordinary giant ape transformation. It appeared that the genetics of the Super Saiyan had influenced this metamorphosis, rendering the giant ape's power more ferocious and increasingly uncontrollable. However, at this moment, Li Jiao still retained a modicum of reason. His height, originally under 2 meters, surged rapidly to 10 meters, transforming him into a colossal gorilla. The golden fur set him apart from an ordinary gorilla, with even the hair atop his head standing upright in golden spikes. Indeed, it was different, yet it remained rather unsightly. His massive form was also a significant drawback. Vis commented, confident that Li Jiao could hear him. But that was not the end. The eyes of the golden gorilla glimmered with a crimson hue, and his voice rumbled like distant thunder. Li Jiao stood motionless, and until this moment, his transformation was still within his expectations. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Li Jiao's form remained unchanged, though his aura gradually stabilized. It was difficult to fathom such a transformation. Weiss observed Li Jiao's metamorphosis, contemplatively shaking his head. However, suddenly, Li Jiao's figure began to shrink, and the speed of this contraction was astonishingly quicker than that of his previous expansion. The gorilla's physique gradually morphed into that of a towering man nearly 2 meters tall, with a thick mane of long black hair and a body adorned with dense short red fur, muscular and solid as rock. As the gorilla underwent this transformation, Li Jiao's aura surged once more, the previously chaotic energy now becoming orderly and once again under his control. Oh, Weiss remarked, visibly astonished by the scene unfolding before him. An unexpected turn of events. Is this what you meant by exchanging bodies? As Li Jiao had stated, at this moment, his appearance was akin to having acquired a new corporeal form. To endure the burden of the Super Saiyan 4th stage in the body of a giant ape required an extraordinary individual to conceive such a transformation. Weiss regarded Li Jiao as one might gaze upon a prodigy. This power transcended the confines of dimensions, utterly unfathomable. Weiss spoke, while Li Jiao slowly pressed his lips together. The transformation into a Super Saiyan 4th stage was indeed feasible. Moreover, this power exceeded all imagination. Chapter 62. Super Saiyan 4. Weiss quietly observed Li Jiao, whose transformation truly surpassed his expectations. He initially believed that even in the golden great ape form, Li Jiao's combat prowess would merely be 10 times that of a Super Saiyan 3. Yet, upon completing his transformation, Li Jiao's strength had astonishingly reached 50 times that of a Super Saiyan 3. This transformation could be interpreted as an alternative form of Super Saiyan. Transforming from the great ape form allowed him to bear the burdens of the transformation with the physique of a giant ape. This transformation, from its initial state, was already 50 times that of the Super Saiyan 4th stage. Weiss had a clear understanding of Li Jiao's battle capabilities. The Super Saiyan 4th stage had entirely surpassed the 3rd stage. It represented an independent transformation system. After morphing into a giant ape, he could harness all the power that came with it. Super Saiyan 4? It was a misnomer, Li Jiao murmured softly. For this was not an advancement beyond Super Saiyan 3, but rather an entirely different path of transformation. In the ordinary state of Super Saiyan 4, the energy consumption was merely equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan 1st stage. This state was vastly more powerful than Super Saiyan 3, with considerably lesser energy expenditure. And the burden was virtually non-existent for Li Jiao. Thus, categorizing it as Super Saiyan 4 was rather inappropriate. However, it was merely a name. Li Jiao was too indifferent to amend it. Such a transformation was indeed remarkably powerful. Although devoid of any divine aura, the power was sufficient to compensate for everything. Vis gazed at Li Jiao, then momentarily paused, turning his attention to what lay behind him. Oh, how surprising. Lord Beerus has awakened? Behind Li Jiao, a large cat, a being resembling Beerus, stood quietly. Just as when Li Jiao first encountered Whis, this entity appeared behind him without a whisper. Lord Beerus, Li Jiao slowly turned around. Noticing Beerus rubbing his chin and gazing intently at him, to which he offered a slight bow. Is this the god of super science? Beerus nodded slowly, circling around Li Jio twice. However, he soon shook his head, stating, No, while your power is formidable, it lacks a divine essence. Young man, what is your name? Beerus stretched languidly, resembling one just awakened from slumber. No, it should be noted that it was Li Jio's aura that roused Beerus from his repose. Li Jio. Indeed. I have yet to witness such a transformation of a scion. Beerus's gaze toward Li Jio gradually became perilous, and suddenly, he struck with astonishing speed, sending Li Jio hurtling away. Lord Beerus. Li Jio was flung over 100 meters but managed to regain his composure, realizing how swiftly Beerus had acted, leaving him no time to react. Come, let me see just how powerful this transformation of yours truly is. Beerus picked at his nails, revealing a chilling smile. Should it fail to satisfy me, then the blame for disturbing the god of destruction's slumber will rest squarely upon your shoulders. Li Jio found himself speechless. This cat truly had no shame. In that case, Lord Beerus, I must apologize. Li Jio felt little fear, for although Beerus was indeed shameless, his presence in the realm of the god of destruction assured that he would not easily meet his demise. Unlike the unpredictable Zeno, who could annihilate an entire universe at any moment. Bring it on, Li Jio declared, as Beerus regarded him with hands clasped behind his back. Li Jio's gaze gradually sharpened, suppressing his habitual sensitivity to energy. In previous battles, he had relied solely on his perception of energy, yet now, there was no aura emanating from Beerus. He had no choice but to rely on his sight. Li Jio fixed his eyes on Beerus and, with a flicker of thought, instantly appeared before him. He unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a sandbag striking down, but Beerus merely sidestepped gracefully, evading the blow. Immediately following, Li Jio executed a swift and precise kick. Yet Beerus effortlessly dodged again. Suddenly, Li Jio's aura surged explosively, creating a terrifying shockwave. Beerus paused momentarily, and Li Jio seized the opportunity to grasp Beerus's shoulder and thrust his knee upward. A resounding thud erupted as Beerus, bending forward in disbelief, unleashed his left hand from behind his back and delivered a punch to Li Jio's abdomen. The crimson figure was sent hurtling backward, landing hundreds of meters away. Gah. That hurts. Li Jio grimaced. What was merely an ordinary punch from Beerus had inflicted unprecedented pain upon him. On the opposite side, Beerus revealed a set of sharp teeth, grinning dangerously. Oh ho ho, is Lord Beerus being somewhat stingy? Yet you invited me to unleash my full potential. Whist discerned Beerus's condition, clearly noting that Li Jio's strike had caused genuine harm. The extent of the damage was uncertain, but the pain was undoubtedly real. Humph, I underestimated this young man. Very well, I shall engage you with just one hand. Beerus shook his left hand before retracting it and extending his right hand. Oh, it seems Lord Beerus holds Li Jio in high regard. Whist interjected, glancing at Li Jio. This is a rare opportunity. Who knows when you will get another chance to receive guidance from Lord Beerus. All right, I will take this seriously, with all my might. Li Jio's expression grew increasingly solemn, his dark eyes shimmering with brilliance, while the blood-red rims around his eyes exuded a fierce intensity. Hey, kid, what transformation is this? Beerus, well acquainted with super science, had never witnessed Li Jio's particular transformation before. It is the transformation of Super Saiyan Stage 4, Lord Beerus, Li Jio replied, suddenly springing into action, his form moving with the speed of lightning, leaving behind only an afterimage. Boom. Before he could be seen, Beerus raised his hand to block Li Jio's strike. Li Jio vanished again, reappearing behind Beerus to deliver a kick. Bang. The shockwave surged forth, but Beerus calmly deflected Li Jio's attack, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. The force is lacking. Before he could finish, Li Jio expelled an energy blast that struck Beerus squarely in the back. The purple figure was propelled away, and Beerus's expression darkened as he turned midair to glance at Li Jio. Li Jio smiled sheepishly before launching another attack. Beerus no longer acted arrogantly. Although Li Jio's strength might not surpass his own, he was now capable of shaking him. Above the realm of destruction, violent waves of energy surged, causing the entire domain to tremble. Indeed, he was swiftly adapting to his newfound power, exhibiting a talent that was, at least, somewhat superior to that of Lord Beerus. Whist observed the duel with a smile, his appraisal of Li Jio elevated further. On Earth, in the western part of the floating island, the training ground was a scene of disarray. Son Goku and Vegeta appeared battered, their garments in tatters, both panting heavily and stained with blood. These two engaged in combat every 6 months, albeit in a casual manner. To To avoid damaging the Earth, they opted for the floating island as their battleground. At that moment, their battle reached a fever pitch when Son Goku abruptly halted his movements. Chapter 63, Perilous Yet Thrilling Kakarot. Vegeta screeched to a halt, mirroring Son Goku's stun stance. What a formidable aura! Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as he gazed incredulously at the horizon. Son Goku felt similarly. This presence is distant. Indeed. There are powerful beings in this universe, Vegeta. His excitement was palpable, but Vegeta retorted angrily, Baka, do you not recognize this aura? It feels familiar. Familiar? Son Goku scratched his head, then refined his perception. Yes, it's Li Jio? He uttered in disbelief, then continued, could it be that Li Jio has grown stronger? However, this power is astonishingly overwhelming, even surpassing the third stage of Super Saiyan. The third stage of Super Saiyan was inherently a flawed transformation. That fellow, Li Jio, must have developed a far more potent transformation. But why can I not sense his opponent's presence? Vegeta rapidly analyzed the situation. While Son Goku mischievously retrieved 2 Senzu beans from his pocket, offering one to Vegeta. Senzu beans? How do you still possess these? Vegeta took the bean, then seemed to recollect something, the corner of his mouth twitching. This is not like you. Hey, Vegeta, I didn't steal them. They were given to me by Li Jio during our encounter with the androids. This is all that remains. I only have 3 left, and if I use this, there will be just 1 left. You wish to investigate, do you? Vegeta snorted, understanding Son Goku's intentions, and consumed the Senzu bean, fully recovering from his injuries. Let us go, Vegeta. Son Goku extended his hand, and Vegeta placed his hand on Goku's shoulder without hesitation. In an instant, they vanished. Meanwhile, in the eastern estate of the floating island, Natasha cradled the excited Li Luo. Good, good, good. Has Li Luo sensed his father's aura too? Mother will take you to find father. In the next moment, Natasha vanished. Meanwhile, the head duo of Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already arrived at the God of Destruction's realm. Abruptly, 2 figures appeared, and without any precaution. Li Jio and Beerus were each sent flying by a kick. What was that? Beerus felt as though he had kicked something away. Yet he could not discern what it was. At that moment, Li Jio paid no heed to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He was gradually entering his state. The power of Super Saiyan was surging forth, and his combat prowess was ascending in a linear trajectory. Cough, cough, it hurts. Sun Wukong clutched his face. Having been struck directly by Li Jio's kick, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a faceplant. Vegeta was not faring much better. He had been kicked in the waist by Beerus and was now curled up, unable to rise. Oh ho ho ho, 2 guests have arrived. The Angel Whis exhibited little surprise. He had naturally been observing Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In midair, the battle raged on fiercely, unbeknownst to him. Beerus had already used both hands, his expression growing increasingly grave. Li Jio struggled to maintain perfect control over the power of Super Saiyan 4th stage. Yet as the battle progressed, his mastery over it became more refined. Furthermore, the distinction of Li Jio's techniques from those of the Dragon Ball world compelled Beerus to approach the situation with heightened caution. Kid, not bad, but it's merely that. Beerus licked his hand and touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Since becoming a god of destruction, he had seldom experienced such a thing. Lord Beerus, my limits extend far beyond this. Li Jio felt that he had yet to reach his peak. There remained boundless power within him to harness. Oh? Are you suggesting that I should unleash my full strength? Beerus revealed a cold smirk, and his figure abruptly vanished. Li Jio's gaze sharpened. A chill creeping down his spine as he formed his fingers into a sword and struck decisively towards the rear. The clash of metal resonated through the air, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Beerus's forehead. In an instant, Li Jio's expression paled further. At that moment, Beerus effortlessly blocked Li Jio's blade with a single finger, while Natasha appeared abruptly at his side. In the profound silence that ensued, a drop of heavy purple blood fell to the ground. Entered again. Beerus glanced at his bleeding finger, then cast a sidelong glance at Natasha, snorting coldly, Boy, how do you intend to express your gratitude? He had certainly noticed the arrival of Son Goku and Vegeta earlier, yet Li Jio showed no signs of halting his assault. And thus Beerus felt no inclination to intervene. However, Natasha's perilous timing and position compelled Beerus to instinctively defend against Li Jio's strike. As Li Jio's terror gradually subsided, a cold sweat broke out upon his brow. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of his sword. Even if Natasha were to exert herself to the utmost, she could not hope to withstand it. If Beerus chose not to defend himself, the the consequences would be dire. Thank you, Lord Beerus, Li Jiao murmured, his hands trembling with trepidation. Despite the presence of the divine dragon, the unbearable sensation of having slain his own wife and child would plunge Li Jiao into the depths of madness. Humph, intruding upon the realm of the god of destruction. Is this not a grave disrespect to my authority? Tell me, should I annihilate them all? Beerus stood with his arms crossed, while Whis appeared beside him. Casting a glance at Natasha before shifting his attention to the child, Li Luo, cradled in her arms. Indeed, the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan is present. What? Beerus exploded with indignation upon hearing Whis's words, staring in disbelief at Li Luo, who was playfully waving his little paws at Li Jiao. A legendary Super Saiyan? Li Jiao remained silent, still haunted by lingering fears. Natasha, too, was drenched in cold sweat from the fright. Only the carefree little one chirped merrily, calling out, "Daddy! Daddy!" Li Jiao extended his hand, and the little one immediately wriggled free from Natasha's embrace, diving into Li Jiao's arms. Despite the profound transformation in Li Jiao's appearance, the little one could still discern his familiar aura. Natasha, feeling the weight of the moment, was enveloped in Li Jiao's embrace as he reverted from the ultra-instinct state. Their hearts gradually calmed, and Natasha released a long sigh of relief. That was close. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Once composed, Natasha respectfully bowed to Beerus. I will let you off this time for Li Jiao's sake. Should there be a next time? Suddenly, a pained voice interrupted the tension. Ouch, that hurts. It was Sun Wukong, who glanced around to assess his surroundings. At this moment, Vegeta was also slowly rising to his feet. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Li Jiao emerge from a new transformation. But that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was, BB Beerus, my lord. Vegeta was struck dumb, for he recognized Beerus. He recalled the time before Vegeta's planet met its demise. Chapter 64, The Creation Platform. Beerus, the unequivocal strongest being in the universe. You are. Beerus cast a glance at Vegeta, finding him somewhat familiar. I am Vegeta. I had the fortune of meeting you on planet Vegeta. Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat, grappling with disbelief that Li Jiao had just engaged in combat with Lord Beerus. Had Li Jiao truly become powerful enough to contend with Beerus? Oh, Beerus scratched his face, recalling the true reason behind the destruction of planet Vegeta. I am hungry, Whis. Beerus stood tall, directing his gaze toward Whis. Lord Beerus, I currently have no food to offer you, Whis replied, shaking his head. It was a constant source of concern for Whis to be associated with a destroyer of Beerus's caliber. Food? I have plenty. Li Jiao opened a dimensional rift, retrieving a mountain of food from within. Most of it was pre-packaged food from Earth, but it was sufficient to tantalize Beerus's palate. I won't eat anything that tastes bad. Beerus raised an eyebrow, picking up a chicken leg without even tearing off the packaging. He took a bite. Ugh, what is this? It has no flavor at all. Disgusted, Beerus discarded the entire chicken leg, including the plastic wrapping. Li Jiao found himself at a loss. And in a moment of desperation, he picked up a packet of spicy strips, tore open the packaging, and offered 2 pieces to Beerus. Lord Beerus, the takeout bag is inedible. Of course, I am aware of that. That chicken leg is clearly unappetizing merely by its scent. Beerus retorted, his temper flaring. However, upon tasting the spicy strip, he transformed into a rather docile creature. The flavor is delightfully piquant, perfectly balanced, tender yet resilient, truly delectable. Was also indulged without reservation. Li Jiao cradled Li Luo in his arms and glanced at Natasha, inquiring, how has Earth been faring lately? It's been well enough, though following your departure. There was a martial arts tournament where warriors from the galaxy attempted to seize control of Earth. Fortunately, their strength was not particularly formidable. Oh? Li Jiao expressed mild surprise but refrained from probing further. It was likely the likes of Bojack and his cohorts, however. With Goku still alive and a plethora of Super Saiyan-level warriors around, Bojack and his associates would hardly pose a threat. Has Li Luo been temperamental? Li Jiao playfully asked. Generally, she is fine. Occasionally, when she misses you, she may throw a tantrum, which takes a while to settle down, came the reply. That's a relief, Li Jiao said, feeling considerably more at ease. He then noticed the peculiar rhythm of the little one's breathing and remarked, the Xian Huang breathing technique? You've grasped some of it at such a tender age? Indeed, the little one appears to be quite talented. Moreover, since practicing the Xian Huang breathing technique, her control over her strength has improved significantly. At least she no longer inadvertently causes destruction. Is that so? It seems the Xian Huang breathing technique truly benefits Li Luo. In that case, we temporarily want you need to summon the Eternal Dragon, Lee Jio stated, turning to Goku and Vegeta. Since you two are here, seize the opportunity. If you can gain permission from Whis and Lord Beerus to train here, it would be an extraordinary chance for you. Really? We can train here too? Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he approached Whis and Beerus. Lord Beerus and Whis, right? I'm Goku, a friend of Lee Jio, he introduced himself, his straightforward nature evident. Vegeta, on the other hand, looked on in disbelief at this scene before steeling himself to step forward. I implore Lord Beerus to grant us permission to train here. Vegeta certainly had reservations about training alongside a being as formidable as Beerus, as it could easily lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, if Kakarot were to remain, he felt compelled to stay as well. Though Lee Jio may surpass him, the disparity is simply too vast. However, Vegeta will not permit Goku to exceed his strength. You? If you can present dishes more delectable than these, I shall allow Whis to instruct your training. Beerus reclined on the ground, crossing his legs, with a blade of grass curiously lodged between his lips. Delectable food? Vegeta found it hard to believe that the condition for training here was the provision of delightful cuisine. He cast a glance at the instant meals. While convenient, they could never rival the taste of freshly prepared dishes. Food superior to these? There are plenty on the floating island. If Lord Beerus is inclined, I could escort him to indulge in them right now. Goku scratched his head, causing Vegeta to break into a cold sweat. Indeed, Lord Beerus, we possess an abundance of exquisite delicacies. If you permit, Kakarot and I could return with some for you. Vegeta contemplated far more than Goku. It would be prudent for Beerus to avoid Earth. Should some ignorant beings offend him, the entire planet would face annihilation. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Goku and Vegeta, stretching lazily. Do not deceive me. Of course not. How could we dare to deceive Lord Beerus? Whis, I am weary. Let me awaken once more to savor even more delightful food. With that, Beerus retreated into the God of Destruction's temple, leaving Whis, Lee Jio, and the others behind. May I also remain here to train? Since Natasha became a mother, she has scarcely trained. Yet even so, her strength surpasses both Goku and Vegeta. Congratulations! Lord Beerus has granted you permission to train in the realm of destruction. Lee Jio, you have found your own path to cultivation, and the only assistance I can provide is the God creation platform. If you can ascend to the pinnacle of this platform, your strength should rival that of Lord Beerus. As Whis spoke, he gestured with his staff, and a magnificent pyramid-shaped celestial body materialized in the skies above the realm of destruction. The God creation platform consists of a total of 999 tiers, and it can aid you in integrating your transformation powers into your normal state. Whis continued, then turned his gaze towards Li Luo, nestled in Lee Jio's arms, and said, leave the cultivation of Li Luo to me. Of course, your mysterious cultivation method can also be imparted to him. Thank you, Whis. Lee Jio nodded, reassured that with Whis's guidance, Li Luo would be far better cared for than if under Natasha's supervision. Natasha, let us train together. Lee Jio looked at Whis, who slightly nodded in response, saying, it seems your transformation requires a tail. I am aware, Whis. Lee Jio nodded but still took Natasha along. The God creation platform. First tier. Upon stepping onto this first tier, Lee Jio immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, more oppressive than being under 500 times normal gravity. Natasha felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, alleviating the burden. Chapter 65, Cultivation, 7 years in the blink of an eye. Here, the pressure from being a Super Saiyan seemed to be absorbed by their bodies. Natasha felt this, and a look of delight spread across her face. If one could possess the battle prowess of a Super Saiyan in their normal state, then transforming further on that foundation would undoubtedly render one even more powerful. An infinite nesting doll, perhaps? That seems impractical. After all, the power of a Super Saiyan has already been integrated into your normal state. Even with a transformation, it should only result in a change of hair color. Of course, if it were a different type of transformation, that would be an entirely different matter. Lee Jio pursed his lips, contemplating that the transformation into Super Saiyan 4th level equates to a 50-fold amplification over the Super Saiyan 3rd level. The enhancement of the Super Saiyan 3rd level is 4 times that of the 2nd level, 8 times that of the 1st level, and an astonishing 400 times the base state. Thus, by this calculation, the amplification of Super Saiyan 4th level amounts to an incredible 20,000 times the normal state. What a terrifying figure. This is the very foundation that enables Super Saiyan 4 to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Super Saiyan Blue, who possesses the essence of divinity. Most importantly, The state of Super Saiyan 4 is entirely distinct from the transformations of the previous Super Saiyan forms. They are two divergent paths that can be explored further. However, my tail Natasha cast a glance at her own tail, casting a resentful glare at Li Jie. It was he who had severed her tail when she transformed into a great ape. Surely, it must be able to regrow, right? If all else fails. I could attempt the 100,000-fold Blutz wave. Li Jie directed his gaze towards the pinnacle of the divine creation platform and stated, "Let us first integrate the power of Super Saiyan into the base form. The higher we ascend, the greater the pressure should become. Yet the efficiency of cultivation will also increase. My recent training has been neglected, and I can barely sustain the transformation into Super Saiyan 3rd level for a brief period. It is exhausting." Natasha, expressing her dissatisfaction, took a deep breath and transformed into Super Saiyan 2nd level, striving towards the 2nd stage. The pressure of the 2nd stage is somewhat more formidable than that of the 1st, but not excessively so. After a moment's hesitation, Natasha ascended once more, pausing only at the 10th level, for any further ascent would render her unable to remain for an extended duration. Natasha possessed a keen sense of moderation. Li nodded and continued his ascent. At this moment, he still maintained the 1st stage of Super Saiyan. Li Jie ascended 5 steps before finally settling into a meditative posture, quietly engaging in his training. Natasha, embodying a harmonious balance of motion and stillness, refrained from disturbing him, allowing time to pass imperceptibly. In the realm of the Destroyer Gods, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were immersed in rigorous training. At this moment, they found themselves nearly aligned on a parallel starting line, subtly competing against one another, thus sparing Whis the necessity of applying pressure. The atmosphere in the Destroyer God realm suddenly became lively. Whis chuckled, teasingly engaging with Li Luo while imparting some specialized training. According to legend, should the Super Saiyan master this power flawlessly, the 7th universe would ascend to supremacy over the others. Whis' ambitions were undeniably grand. Additionally, he expressed keen interest in the breathing techniques mentioned by Li Jie, for even he could not discern their intricacies. On Earth, Chi-Chi clutched Goten as they scoured the floating island, yet Sun Wukong was nowhere to be found. Even Gohan could not sense his father's energy, let alone locate him. It had been a year since Wukong's last return. As Chi-Chi watched little Goten, now capable of running about, her heart was heavy with melancholy. Mama, Aunt Natasha and Uncle Li Luo have not returned to the floating island either. They must have left Earth with father, she lamented. Gohan attempted to console her. There should at least be some word from them. The universe is perilous. Chi-Chi covered her face, her mind conjuring images of Sun Wukong falling victim to extraterrestrial foes. Gohan chuckled awkwardly. Mama, there may very well be beings in this universe more formidable than father, but we still have Uncle Li Jie, don't we? Gohan had his own suspicions. When Li Jie's energy first reached Earth, he had sensed it as well. However, just as he intended to inquire about Sun Wukong, both Sun Wukong's and Vegeta's energies vanished from Earth, followed shortly by Natasha's departure. It seemed Uncle Li Jie had discovered a new training ground, and they would surely return upon completion of their training. Gohan's conjecture was likely accurate. Father truly is something else, leaving home for so long without even a phone call. He mused, noting that Goten was not brought along. Gohan was now on a path of well-rounded development, steadily advancing in his training, with Chi-Chi providing her unwavering support. Mama, everyone has their own method of training. I'm progressing just fine on Earth, he replied, scratching his head. Uncle Piccolo was aware that father had left Earth. Yet he remained on the floating island, committed to his own training. Furthermore, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien Shannon, and Din were all training on Earth, making commendable progress. Gohan had carved out his own training path, no longer needing to exhaust his potential in the same manner as Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Such a path was suited for those less refined. Time in the mountains is timeless, and training knows no age. Li Jie was acutely aware of his continuous progress, as his combat prowess steadily ascended. From an initial 30 million, it surged to 100 million, and then to 200 million. Presently, his fighting capacity seemed beyond measurement. At this moment, the golden hair cascading down his back gradually faded, giving way to his usual appearance. His breathing, melodic and elongated, fluctuated in rhythm, while his visage matured, no longer resembling the youthful innocence he possessed upon his arrival on Earth. On this particular day, Li Jie slowly opened his eyes, and his obsidian irises instantaneously radiated a piercing brilliance, shattering the very fabric of space before him. Upon reflection, he found himself standing on the mountainside. The Divine Ascension platform consisted of a total of 999 steps, and Li Jiao had already reached the 500th step. The ascent grew increasingly arduous, demanding more time, yet such progress astonished the angelic being Weiss. After all, it had taken Beerus centuries to achieve what Li Jiao had accomplished in this moment. Natasha's progress was considerably slower. She was currently positioned on the 300th step, with her Super Saiyan Level 3 power having stabilized, allowing her to maintain it for extended durations. Meanwhile, on the 50th step, two Super Saiyans were training in harmony, their transformations not yet integrated into their base forms. Instead, they had honed their Super Saiyan Level 3 to a state nearing full capacity, and their base combat abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. Li Jiao descended into the realm of the Destroyer God, and instantly, a diminutive figure darted into his embrace, moving with such swiftness that even the once feared Cell would have been left in the dust. Chapter 66. Returning to Earth Father. Li Luo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with vitality, the depths of their ebony hue shimmering with the light of wisdom. At that moment, Li Luo practiced the Xian Wang breathing technique and had also cultivated the Tranquility technique, preventing any recurrence of the uncontrollable state of transcendent power. Of course, it is also plausible that Li Luo had not experienced excessive anger lately, allowing his power to increase within a manageable range. Though Li Luo had yet to touch the divine realm, his strength was already remarkably close. He was no weaker than when you first arrived in the realm of the Destroyer God. Whis had devoted himself wholeheartedly to Li Luo's training, especially after Li Luo demonstrated his absolute mastery over transcendent powers. Whis' eyes brightened with renewed vigor, prompting him to take Li Luo as his disciple. The relationship between an angel and his disciple was of great significance. Even should the Destroyer God Beerus awaken, Li Luo could confidently refer to him as senior brother. Had he perfectly integrated the power of the Super Saiyan into his normal state? What of the strength of the Super Saiyan's fourth transformation? Whis observed Li Jiao. The current Li Jiao was utterly transformed from the one who first achieved the Super Saiyan fourth stage. The disparity in their powers was monumental. The transformation into Super Saiyan fourth stage could not be assimilated into the normal state. Li Jiao shook his head slightly, a hint of regret apparent. Nevertheless, even in his normal state, his power could easily overshadow that of the former Super Saiyan 3. What of the enhancement effect? Was it still the 20,000-fold in his normal state? Whis' primary concern was the magnitude of the enhancement Li Jiao received upon transformation. If it remained at 20,000 times, it would be truly terrifying. Not quite, Li Jiao replied with a smile. It is only 1,000-fold now. 1,000-fold? This indicates that your current strength has increased 20-fold compared to 7 years ago. Whis was astonished. Even 1,000-fold was an extraordinary feat. Li Jiao nodded slightly, and then his gaze sharpened, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan God. His towering physique exceeded Whis by a head's height. Yet his once ebony hair now radiated a shimmering crimson glow, harmonizing beautifully with the dense red fur adorning his body. This aura. If Lord Beerus were to behold it, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of pressure. At this moment, you are indeed capable of assuming the role of a divine destroyer of some universe. Whis' words were astonishing, and Li Jiao found it hard to believe. Did not Whis say that only upon reaching the pinnacle could one rival Lord Beerus? Li Jiao inquired. That refers to rivaling Lord Beerus, not merely a destroyer. Although Lord Beerus may be somewhat indolent, he is among the few destroyers who possess an incomplete mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique. His power may not be the absolute strongest in the universe, yet it ranks among the highest. Ultra Instinct, you say? Li Jiao nodded. Whis had previously imparted to him the essentials of Ultra Instinct, yet Li Jiao had never found the time to comprehend it. Ultra Instinct is akin to a state of being, rather than a transformation. However, its demands on the body are substantial. If you can wield Ultra Instinct in Super Saiyan 4th stage, then you would undoubtedly surpass Lord Beerus. Whis gazed at Li Jiao with profound meaning, harboring an intuition that should Li Jiao cultivate Ultra Instinct, it would surely yield a remarkable surprise. You must have touched upon the realm of the divine, have you not? It seems your dimension has unwittingly transcended. Whis observed Li Jiao, whose dimension now equated to that of the Grand Kai. Though there remains a considerable distance to the realms of the Kaioshin and the Destroyers, it is already sufficient for Li Jiao. Are you referring to the Super Saiyan God transformation? This transformation appears quite formidable as well. Li Jiao has relinquished the state of Super Saiyan 4 and has transformed into a Super Saiyan God. In comparison, the latter emanates a more enigmatic aura and possesses superior regenerative abilities. However, in terms of combat prowess, Li Jiao believes the former remains more formidable. Indeed. Yet, I wonder, Have you ever attempted to achieve the divine transformation while building upon the foundation of Super Saiyan 4? Whis inquired. Li Jio returned to his usual demeanor, shaking his head and stating, I have made attempts, yet the transformations of these two are fundamentally contradictory. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is characterized by a ferocity. It draws from the primal might of the great ape, embodying the savage essence of the Super Saiyan lineage, manifesting outwardly. Conversely, the power of the Super Saiyan God is profoundly restrained to the extent that it becomes imperceptible, evoking a divine aura. The disparity between the two is too vast. Reconciling them is not a matter that can be resolved swiftly. I was overly eager. Nonetheless, even so, Lord Beerus will surely be astonished upon awakening. Weiss expressed his satisfaction with Li Jio's training progress while gently ruffling the hair of Li Luo, remarking, Li Luo's talent appears to have inherited from you. It seems the Super Dragon Balls may no longer be necessary. Li Luo's command over the legendary power of the Super Saiyan indeed surpasses my expectations. Thus, it appears that the Super Dragon Balls are, in fact, redundant. Li Jio and Weiss often engage in discussions regarding various cultivation issues. Recently, Li Jio's strength has surged at an astonishing pace, leading him to encounter numerous perplexities throughout his training. As his comprehension of the Xian Huang breathing technique deepens, his desire to explore the profound truths of the universe intensifies. In this regard, Weiss serves as an excellent guide. At some point, Vegeta and Son Goku, who had been in a state of cultivation on the God-making platform, emerged from their meditative trance, although their appearances remained largely unchanged. The latent power within them was undeniably formidable. The two fervent cultivators realized it was time to take a break. Li Jio remarked, It seems these two fellows sensed my aura and came rushing over, having touched upon the realm of divinity many years in advance. Humph, how can you even mention us? Vegeta scoffed, You have been seated on the God-making platform for a whole year, and each time you descend, your strength sees a tremendous enhancement. 7 years have passed. Perhaps it's time for us to return to Earth. Li Jio calculated the time. Since his departure, 7 years had indeed elapsed. While Earth might not have encountered any significant issues, Li Jio felt an urge to return and showcase his prowess. Moreover, Majin Buu was likely on the verge of appearing. 7 years? Huh? Son Goku scratched his head and glanced at Li Jio, then at Vegeta, exclaiming with exasperation, Oh no, Chi-Chi will kill me. Are you all planning to return? He asked. However, Lord Beerus has yet to awaken, so I shall not accompany you to Earth. But do remember to bring back some delicious treats. Li Jio's supplies had been unknowingly consumed by Weiss. Rest assured, Weiss, I shall not forget. However, I must establish an energy source here, otherwise, returning may prove to be quite troublesome. Li Jio spoke as he retrieved a spherical metallic object, tossing it near the colossal tree of the destruction god. Upon striking the ground, the metallic sphere underwent a transformation, extending metallic claws that anchored it firmly to the earth, while several antenna-like iron rods emerged. Chapter 67, The Greatest Martial Arts Tournament. Seeing this, Weiss did not intervene, deeming it merely a trivial matter. However, when Li Jio prepared to utilize his instant teleportation back to Earth, he found himself momentarily bewildered. What's wrong? Weiss inquired, observing Li Jio's perplexity. With an awkward smile, Li Jio replied, Weiss, could you assist me in contacting Son Gohan on Earth? Gohan? Why would you want to reach out to him? Sun Wukong, who was originally preoccupied with how to explain matters to Chi-Chi, now felt a surge of curiosity. You fool, it's obviously so Gohan can release his energy. Otherwise, how will you execute your teleportation? Vegeta remarked, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, utterly baffled by Kakarot, who often surpassed him in training, yet could display such foolishness at times. I see, Sun Wukong scratched his head, while Weiss observed the crystal orb atop his staff for a moment, successfully locating Son Gohan. At that moment, Gohan appeared to be in the midst of training. All right. Li Jio, you can now speak with him, Weiss announced. Li Jio immediately called out, Gohan, on a mountaintop of the floating island. Son Gohan had matured into a young man, his short, neatly kept hair complementing his simple white attire and black trousers. Uncle Li Jio? Gohan looked up at the sky, sensing Li Jio's aura, yet finding little to grasp. Gohan, I am speaking to you from a great distance. Now, please release your energy. Your father and I need your assistance to return to Earth. Li Jio got straight to the point and spoke directly. Ah, very well. Sun Wukong nodded, a sense of joy swelling within him, as he instantly transformed into the first stage of a Super Saiyan, his aura fully unleashed, causing the entire floating island to tremble ever so slightly. That is sufficient. The voice of Li Jio resonated, And in the next moment, Li Jiao appeared beside Sun Wukong, accompanied by Li Luo. Li Luo gazed curiously at Sun Wukong, blinking his eyes in contemplation. He found the figure somewhat familiar yet could not quite place him. Having spent merely a little over a year on Floating Island, the majority of his upbringing occurred in the realm of the god of destruction. Is this Li Luo? Sun Wukong inquired, observing the boy who bore a striking resemblance to Li Jiao, though his hair was notably longer. Yes, Li Luo, please call me Brother Wukong. Li nodded and addressed Li Luo, Brother Gohan. Although Li Luo still felt somewhat awkward, he was not afraid, as Gohan's aura at that moment posed no threat to him. Hello, Li Luo, Gohan said, scratching his head in greeting. Shortly thereafter, Goku and Vegeta appeared beside Gohan. Hey, Gohan, you've grown quite a bit, Goku remarked, noticing Gohan's slightly bashful demeanor, though it was merely a hint of embarrassment. Yes, Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Gohan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Goku. However, his expression soon turned pensive as he said, Uncle Li Jiao, I have a friend. Is it the presence climbing the floating island right now? Li Jiao also sensed it. There was indeed someone ascending the steps connecting the floating island to Earth. Yet, not everyone could endure the 50-fold gravity. Do you wish for her to come up? Have you revealed your identity on Earth? Li Jiao inquired with a smile, observing Gohan's awkward nod, and did not press further. Saying, go ahead, Gohan is no longer a child. Huh? Gohan was momentarily taken aback before blushing and departing. All right, let's all return to our own homes. Li Jiao gently patted Li Luo's head and said, this is truly our home. Let us go. Under the nurturing guidance of Whis, Li Luo's temperament has become notably composed, at least outwardly concealing the impulsive and violent tendencies characteristic of Saiyans. Li Luo inquisitively inquired about various matters along the way and soon became well acquainted with his home. Li Jiao paid no heed to him. Within mere hours, Li Luo inexplicably found himself entangled with Sun Wutian. The two little fellows, upon their first encounter, engaged in a skirmish, however. It was abundantly clear that even with Sun Wutian's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he stood no chance against Li Luo. Their clash utterly shattered Biddy Li's worldview. Sun Wufan scratched his head while trailing behind Biddy Li, who, equipped with a gravity bracelet, was able to navigate the floating island with ease. Sun Wufan. Who is that child? He seems even more formidable than Wutian, Biddy Li inquired, her curiosity piqued as she struggled to accept the might of the golden-haired warrior. Are you referring to Li Luo? He is the child of Uncle Li Jiao, the very person who vanquished Cell. Surely, there must be footage of Uncle Li Jiao on television? He surpasses my father by a great margin. Li Jiao? So, the hero who defeated Cell is named Li Jiao. Biddy Li gazed in astonishment at Sun Wutian and Li Luo, who had just finished fighting and were now frolicking together, her mind swirling with confusion. Her father, Satan, was also a hero who had defeated Cell, and all those who appeared on television were bestowed with the title of hero. Yet, upon uncovering Sun Wufan's true identity, she realized that the battles of the past were beyond her father's reach. Perhaps her father merely had a fleeting presence in those encounters. Later, she beseeched Sun Wufan to teach her the art of cultivation. He instructed her on the mastery of Qi, but then challenged her to endure 50 times the normal gravity. However, for Biddy Li, that level of gravity was insurmountable. Even now, she could not ascend to the floating island using her own strength, let alone keep pace with Sun Wufan and others who had resided there for years. And then there was the master of the floating island. The World Martial Arts Tournament was on the verge of commencement. They must be participating, right? Biddy Li turned to Sun Wufan, her uncertainty palpable. I'm not sure. Uncle Li Jiao and the others prefer to remain low-key, Sun Wufan mused, pondering the likelihood of Li Jiao's participation in the tournament. Hey, Wufan. Suddenly, a figure of a muddy yellow hue sprang up from the edge of the arena. Sun Wufan turned at the sound, breaking into a smile. Uncle Krillin. Oh, Wufan. Quite impressive. You've even found such a lovely girlfriend, Krillin remarked. Glancing at Biddy Li before his gaze shifted to the two small figures sparring in the center of the arena. Is that Wutian? And the other one? Li Luo? Has Li Jiao returned? Recognizing Li Luo, Krillin immediately deduced his identity. For only Li Jiao's child could so effortlessly overpower Super Saiyan Wutian at such a tender age. Moreover, Li Luo bore a striking resemblance to Li Jiao. Yes, Uncle Li Jiao has returned. Did you come to the floating island for the World Martial Arts Tournament? Sun Wukong scratched his head, while Biddy Li, blushing profusely, stole a glance at him, growing increasingly bashful. Well, I have agreed with Tien and the others to meet at Floating Island. Since Li Jiao has returned, I shall pay him a visit, Krillin remarked, waving his hand before heading towards Li Jiao's estate. After Krillin departed, Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards Bidalai. Noticing her face was flushed to the point of almost bleeding, he promptly explained, Bidalai, Uncle Krillin is rather fond of joking. Please do not take it to heart. Wukong, isn't it necessary to ascend the stairs to reach Floating Island? Bidalai queried, clearly having seen Krillin flying directly up from beneath the island. Well, that's because for Uncle Krillin and the others, the 50-fold gravity is inconsequential, Sun Wukong replied softly. Bidalai, you still need to train harder. Upon hearing this, Bidalai immediately stood up. Then, Wukong, please start training me now. Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat troubled, looked at her and reluctantly nodded. Over the next 2 days, Floating Island gradually became lively. Yumcha, Tien, and Chaozu arrived one after another, each brimming with confidence, believing that their 7 years of training had surpassed that of others. Eager to seize the opportunity presented by the World Martial Arts Tournament to measure their strength. The venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament may not suffice for all of you to showcase your abilities, Li Jiao remarked as everyone gathered for a meal. Haha, well, there is nothing we can do about that. Everyone should moderate themselves. Participation is what truly matters, and it's still quite enjoyable, Krillin chuckled. Li Jiao nodded in agreement, saying, I shall participate as well. What? Everyone looked at Li Jiao in disbelief. He was actually going to take part in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Rest assured. I want to transform, Li Jiao said with a meaningful smile. He then added, I will contact the organizers of the World Martial Arts Tournament to expand the venue 10-fold and increase the prize money 100-fold. Those who place in the top 10 will receive a reward. Li Jiao, with his extravagant generosity, instantly ignited excitement among the crowd. Although Krillin and his companions possessed formidable strength, they found themselves lacking in financial resources. While their basic needs were met, acquiring luxurious items remained a challenge. Will the top 10 receive monetary rewards? Isn't that Li Jiao bestowing us with wealth? Yamcha exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Since embarking on his own path, Yamcha had devoted himself entirely to martial arts cultivation, now achieving an impressive level of power. Let me ponder for a moment. Among the top 10, we have Li Jiao, Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, and will Natasha possibly participate? Krillin mused, recalling that he had yet to see Natasha since arriving at Floating Island. She was engrossed in her training and would not partake in this martial arts tournament. Li Jiao shook his head and added, Krillin, do not forget that there are still formidable individuals on Earth who might join the World Martial Arts Tournament. Is Li Jiao referring to Android 17 and 18? Krillin pondered, realizing that this indeed posed a significant challenge. He rubbed his bald head, feeling the pressure of potentially being outperformed. Oh, and there are 3 little ones, Li Jiao remarked, glancing at Gohan, Liro, and Trunks, who were indulging in a feast. But aren't there separate competitions for children? Yamcha interjected, directing his gaze towards Liro. Recognizing him as the most formidable among the trio, Li Jiao, Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Gohan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, Android 17, Android 18, Liro, Trunks, and Goten. Krillin counted on his fingers, and to his surprise, there were 14 participants when including himself. For individuals won't be receiving prizes, this is quite perilous, he remarked. Scratching his head, suddenly feeling the weight of expectations. Who wouldn't desire a commendable ranking? Even if not for the prize, everyone would undoubtedly strive with all their might. Li Jiao chose not to personally contact the organizers of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Such trivial matters were more suitably entrusted to Bulma. Without hesitation, Bulma made a call to the organizers, altering both the rules and the venue of the tournament. Such is the capriciousness of the world's richest individual. However, the most valuable asset remains the fame of those who had previously triumphed over Cell, as they would participate in this prestigious event. This iteration of the World Martial Arts Tournament is destined to be unprecedented in scale. After 7 years, the reunion naturally prompted everyone to take a few days off, including even Vegeta and Son Goku. Their training in the realm of destruction had been arduous, yet the rewards were unparalleled. Had they been honing their skills alone, they would never have reached such heights. Krillin's singing, albeit lacking in grace, compelled the others to feign indifference in order to spare his feelings. However, if they were to offer praise, it would be a challenge to refrain from delivering a reprimand instead. The floating island buzzed with life once more, with the 3 little ones brimming with energy, and Li Luo finally found a companion in their midst. Simultaneously, Li Jiao sensed a remarkably subtle presence descending upon Earth, an aura of divinity. Did you feel it, Vegeta? Son Goku inquired, his expression growing grave. While Vegeta wore a look of skepticism. Why does Earth always seem to attract such chaotic elements? This time, even the essence of a deity had been summoned. Upon reaching the divine realm, one naturally attains the ability to perceive such divine auras. Surely, Lee Jio sensed it as well. Should we investigate? Son Goku harbored concerns over the potential arrival of malevolent forces on Earth. Lee Jio shook his head and said, "Let us wait in silence. Nothing shall go amiss." Lee Jio spoke, and naturally, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had nothing further to say. Nevertheless, they remained fixated on the two powerful presences, causing the East Kaioshin, Ashen, and Jebet, who had descended upon Earth, to feel an impending sense of dread. Someone has detected our presence and pinpointed our energy signatures. Such formidable beings exist on Earth? Could it be that Lee Jio? Sweat trickled down Ashen's face as he realized he could not trace those energies back. Lord Kaioshin. Should we proceed directly to that floating island? Jebet inquired. No, we must wait for the World Martial Arts Tournament. They will make their appearance then, Ashen replied. Shaking his head, his expression grave as he gazed toward the direction of the floating island, a glimmer of anticipation beginning to emerge on his face. It seems we have come at the right time. Due to Bulma's intervention, this edition of the World Martial Arts Tournament was held in West City. It was still divided into youth and adult categories. However, after the youth category's preliminary matches, the top 3 contenders would be allowed to compete in the adult bracket. The tournament venue was bustling with people, as Lee Jio had increased the prize money by 100-fold, drawing even more participants to the competition. At the registration desk, Lee Jio and the others signed up in turn before entering the arena for the first round of strength testing. This round of strength testing attracted considerable attention, taking place once again in the fighting arena. The tiered stands were packed with spectators, and in front of a testing machine, Satan was flamboyantly showcasing his antics. Hello everyone. I am Mr. Satan. Though many martial artists had previously appeared during the Cell Games, aside from Lee Jio and his companions, Satan was the most formidable among them. Over time, his fame continued to grow. Chapter 69, Kaioshin. Ashen. Although people were aware that there were individuals stronger than Satan, those who were the true heroes who vanquished Cell, they were unable to locate them, and could only bestow their admiration for heroes upon Satan. Fortunately, Satan did not disappoint, securing a championship title at the martial arts tournament in which Lee Jio and the others did not participate. Satan. Yes. Satan. Yes. Fool. Yes. The stands were filled with banners, yet discerning eyes would notice that these banners were not actually dedicated to Satan. The names inscribed upon them prominently featured Lee Jio, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. Standing together at a distance, Bidalai and Son Gohan watched in embarrassment as Satan shamelessly performed for the crowd, covering their faces in disbelief. Thus far, the strongest contender had been a sumo wrestler, boasting a weight of 106 pounds. Now, could our previous World Martial Arts Tournament champion, the one who had once battled Cell, Mr. Satan, perhaps break the sumo wrestler's record? Now, let us welcome Mr. Satan to undertake the strength test. The voice of the veteran host remained resoundingly high, his gaze briefly darting towards the entrance, where Lee Jio and others were gradually making their way in. He immediately interrupted Satan's performance, urging him to hasten his act and exit the stage, lest the ensuing embarrassment befall someone else. Cough. If that is the case, allow me to mesmerize him, the fool, and create a miracle. Given that Lee Jio and his companions seldom appear before the public eye, Satan's confidence has surged rapidly in recent years. To speak a heartless truth, apart from Lee Jio and his companions, Satan is indeed quite formidable. Uncle Lee Jio, should we perhaps wait a while before approaching? Sun Wukong suddenly stepped forward, scratching his head and making a request to the group. Upon hearing this, Lee Jio cast a glance at Sun Wukong and then at Biddy, nodding in acknowledgement. Wukong is indeed quite attentive. Lee Jio halted at the entrance to the arena, causing the crowd to pause in their advance. At that moment, 2 figures entered the waiting room. One strode firmly on the ground, while the other floated effortlessly in the air. It was he. The presence of Sun Wukong immediately honed in on the god of the king, Axin, and Jebet. In the original tale, Sun Wukong had speculated about the mysteries surrounding the god of the king and Jebet. Yet the current Sun Wukong had pierced through their enigmas with clarity. We mean no harm. Mr. Sun Wukong need not focus on our presence, remarked the god of the king, Axin, casting a glance at Lee Jio. We have come to propose a collaboration with you, Mr. Lee Jio, and the others. Collaboration is acceptable, but let it await the conclusion of the martial arts tournament. I am already aware of your intentions. Lee nodded, while the god of the realm, Asen, stood in shock, stammering. You You are aware of our purpose for coming here? Of course, Li replied. The unexpected visitors on Earth are not merely limited to the two of you. Moreover, it seems that the god of the realm is perhaps meddling in affairs that do not concern him. Li Jiao gazed at Axin, contemplating that tasks akin to eradicating malignant entities like Mage and Bu seem to predominantly fall under the purview of the god of destruction, Beerus. The Kaishin does not necessarily require formidable combat prowess. Kaishin Axin, however, appears to have strayed from the intended path, although he has cultivated considerable fighting abilities. It is evident that he has misplaced his priorities. Axin, with an incredulous expression, regarded Li Jiao. After all, he occupies the highest divine rank in the entire universe. Is it truly meddling to oversee matters within his own cosmic jurisdiction? Upon hearing this, Jebet raised his brow in disapproval and cast a cold glance at Li Jiao, admonishing him, "Impudence! Do not show disrespect to the Kaishin. The Kaishin remains rather youthful. If time permits, I could introduce you to someone. Or perhaps assist you in meeting an individual of significance." The words of Li Jiao left the Supreme Kaiasin utterly bewildered. However, at this moment, Li Jiao had already regained his composure and was striding confidently toward the arena. Satan had finally completed his strength measurement and was eager to showcase his prowess once more, but was abruptly interrupted by the referee, who exclaimed loudly, "The next contestant for the strength test is someone you would never expect." Reflecting on the past, one recalls how the demon cell mercilessly slaughtered countless humans, yet there were those who bravely faced death, engaging in a fierce battle against Cell and ultimately vanquishing him. Some of these warriors had never appeared on the big screen, while others were champions from 3 tournaments ago. Now, let us welcome with the most fervent applause and cheers, Mr. Li Jiao, Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Sun Gohan. Each name was called out with exuberance by the host, inciting a wave of cheers with every utterance. One might recall that Mr. Sun Wukong was the first to confront Cell. In his youth, he had triumphed over the demon King Piccolo. His son, too, was the second young warrior to battle Cell, having once been merely a child who has now matured. As for Mr. Li Jiao, there is no need for an introduction. His visage is undoubtedly etched in the hearts of all present. Satan had initially wished to demonstrate his strength further, for he had just showcased an impressive force of 127 pounds. Yet, upon hearing the host's voice, he realized that he could no longer afford to display his abilities. Continuing to do so could jeopardize the fame he had built over the years. Not only could he not showcase his skills, but he also had to decisively retreat. With astonishing speed, Satan approached Li Jiao without delay. "Mr. Li Jiao, it has been a long time. I have missed you greatly. I am Satan, and we once fought side by side. Do you remember?" His tone was filled with utmost respect, loud enough to ensure that everyone could hear him. Meanwhile, Videl, who trailed behind, covered her face, and Son Gohan kept his head down, embarrassed and unable to face anyone. How could Li Jiao possibly know Satan? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Li Jiao extended a hand and shook hands with Satan, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Satan. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Li Jiao maintained a smile, albeit a mere facade. Were it not for the lifelong happiness of his beloved nephew Sun Wukong, he would not have comported himself in this manner. Upon witnessing this, Satan's gaze instantly brightened, yet the profound smile of Li Jiao conveyed to Satan that he could no longer afford to indulge in theatrics. It is an honor that Mr. Li Jiao still remembers a humble figure such as myself. However, I believe Mr. Li Jiao should first conduct a power assessment. I shall not intrude further. With an astute understanding of the situation, Satan took his leave, much to the relief of both Li Jiao and Bidalai. Bidalai? Upon noticing Bidalai at the rear, Satan was taken aback, only to then observe Sun Wukong standing quite close to her. "Sun Wukong? Greetings." Satan immediately performed a deep bow, and then, with an air of confidence, wrapped his arm around Sun Wukong's shoulders and inquired, "Wukong, when do you and Bidalai plan to wed?" Bidalai could no longer tolerate her father's antics and, with a combination of pushing and pulling, urged him away, thus restoring a semblance of tranquility to the arena. It is indeed a privilege for Mr. Li Jiao to participate in this martial arts tournament. Initially, we considered exempting Mr. Li Jiao and the others from the power assessment. But to avoid any perception of favoritism, it remains necessary to trouble Mr. Li Jiao for a test. Chapter 70, Li Luo vs. The Two Great Superiors. No worries. We may commence. Li Jiao nodded with a smile. This host, who began presiding over the World Martial Arts Championship since the days of the young Sun Wukong, had remarkably survived the destructive force of the energy cannon, undoubtedly a person blessed with great fortune. The strength testing proceeded in an orderly fashion, And even though the participants endeavored to control their power, the numbers still inspired exhilaration. 370. The contestant known as Dumpling delivered a punch with an astonishing force of 370 pounds. Advancement secured. The host wiped the cold sweat from his brow as cheers erupted once more from the audience. No one doubted the authenticity of the feat. For Li Jiao and his companions had battled Cell live on air. Such cataclysmic power could not possibly amount to merely hundreds of pounds. The only plausible explanation was that these superheroes were consciously restraining their strength. As for tricks, what a jest! What illusion could possibly shake the very earth? What trick could obliterate mountains in an instant? In the stands, countless spectators were animatedly expressing their excitement. Li Jiao and his companions did not linger for long. They merely waved symbolically at the audience before departing the arena. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, Xin, and Jebit were also engaged in their evaluations. Back in the waiting room, Li Jiao encountered the tardy number 17. "So, you are participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament as well?" Krillin inquired, his familiarity evident. Number 17 nodded in acknowledgement but remained silent. The strength assessments for the adult group continued. Yet Li Jiao and his companions found little interest in watching the evaluations of ordinary individuals. The battles in the junior category were soon to commence. This edition of the World Martial Arts Tournament had attracted numerous martial artists, yet the junior competition remained unaltered. For Li Jiao and his peers, the truly captivating matches would be those involving Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Li Luo. It was an unspoken understanding among them that Li Luo was destined to be the champion. Given the considerable disparity in prowess between him and Trunks, as well as Sun Wukong, Li Luo's prowess undoubtedly places him among the upper echelons of their ranks. After all, he is a legendary Super Saiyan, and even without rigorous training, his innate growth would endow him with formidable strength. After the three young warriors each vanquished two opponents, they swiftly advanced to the finals. The ensuing battle among the trio was, predictably, a chaotic melee, much like in the original narrative. Following the departure of Goku and his companions, the fray involving Satan, Android 18, and the disguised Trunks unfolded in a similar fashion. Li Luo. "Neither Goten nor I will show any mercy," Trunks proclaimed, establishing the alliance between himself and Goten. Li Luo gazed at the two individuals standing side by side, furrowing his brow as he mused, "Which one of you should I eliminate first?" "Do not underestimate us, Li Luo." Sun Wutian replied with a hint of melancholy in his voice, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. "Count me in as well." Trunks' eyes sharpened with intensity, his previously drooping hair now standing upright in response. The youth division's host was no longer the renowned commentator of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet he possessed a keen insight. They had transformed into golden-haired warriors, reminiscent of those who had once triumphed over Cell and possessed the ability to transform. Were Sun Wutian and Trunks the progeny of those legendary golden-haired warriors? The host's voice rose in excitement as he had thoroughly prepared for this competition. His preparations targeting the great heroes of 7 years past. Now, assigned to preside over the youth division, he found himself officiating the battle of the golden-haired warriors. The audience was even more exhilarated than the host, for there was no denying the authenticity of the golden-haired warriors' existence. "Ha ha, after this martial arts tournament, we will truly be famous," Krillin remarked with a resigned smile. Although fame was not entirely detrimental to them, they genuinely disliked the feeling of being in the spotlight. "That fool Bulma," Vegeta scoffed, irritated that Bulma had taken matters into her own hands. Upon learning of Li Jiao and the others' participation in the tournament, she had indiscreetly revealed their identities to the organizers. This disclosure had effectively made their identities known across the entire planet. "It's not a catastrophe, we rarely venture outside." Piccolo interjected, his mood sour, as he felt slighted that the host of the adult division, an old acquaintance of his, had included himself among the heroic deeds of Goku. Goku, the hero who had vanquished King Piccolo in his youth. Piccolo now regretted not having spat on the host when he had the chance during the last World Martial Arts Tournament. Even though Wutian and Trunks could transform into Super Saiyans, defeating Li Luo was an insurmountable challenge. Goku spoke up, recalling their first-hand experience of Li Luo's power during the God of Destruction's realm. Once the legendary Super Saiyan's power was under Li Luo's control, even Vegeta and Goku could not guarantee that they would not be surpassed without their knowledge, let alone the two young boys, Wutian and Trunks. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the three youngsters had already begun to engage in combat. Li Luo's aura differs from that of Sun Wukong and Trunks, exuding a subtle shade of grass green. Li Luo did not opt to transform, even though he had the capability to become a Super Saiyan. Such a choice would render the encounter devoid of intrigue. Even in his normal state, it was hardly a challenge for Li Luo to take on two Super Saiyan simultaneously. The battle erupted in an instant, leaving the commentator momentarily speechless. The movements of the three were so swift that he could hardly discern their actions. All he could perceive were fleeting shadows accompanied by the sounds of slicing air and violent collisions. They soared into the air. Contestants Li Luo, Son Goten, and Trunks ascended with astonishing speed, rendering their motions nearly invisible. Was Li Luo truly facing two opponents alone? The commentator endeavored to provide an explanation. Yet the unfolding combat required no such narration. With a dazzling flash of light, one figure was suddenly sent crashing onto the arena, leaving behind a human-shaped dent. Son Goten emerged from the crater, clutching his head, and cast a resentful glance skyward. That hurt. I'm really angry now, he exclaimed, unleashing a golden aura that surged with intensity. How is this possible? Vegeta stepped forward, captivated by Son Goten's transformation, his expression a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Flickers of lightning danced around as Son Goten's hair stood defiantly upright, with a stubborn tuft of bangs jutting forward. The youthful visage of Son Goten matured in an instant, his expression growing somewhat aloof. Li Luo, be careful, Son Goten warned, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Li Luo, delivering a powerful punch with great force. Chapter 71. Do not anger the Son family Super Saiyan, Level 2. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, recalling the immense effort and sacrifice he had invested to reach this stage. Yet here was Son Goten, merely 7 years old, showcasing such remarkable prowess. Wow, when did Goten become this formidable? Son Gohan expressed his surprise. Although he frequently trained alongside Goten over the years, he had not imposed rigorous expectations due to Goten's youth. Moreover, Goten had never previously exhibited the transformation into Super Saiyan second stage. This appeared to be his debut. Li Jio observed with a peculiar expression, contemplating whether his presence had truly instigated such a profound change. Logically, Son Goten and Trunks should not have been overly affected. Li Luozuo was unexpectedly struck by a powerful punch from Sun Wutian, crashing onto the arena floor, his feet sinking heavily into the ground. Huh? Wutian, what just happened? You seem really impressive, exclaimed Trunks, astonished as he gazed at Sun Wutian. In turn, Sun Wutian looked bewildered, glancing around before scratching his head and replying, I don't know either. Li Luo hit me so hard just now, and in my anger, I transformed like this. Anger. Vegeta's lips twitched. Sun Wukong transformed out of rage, and Gohan's anger was even more monstrous. And now, Wukong, it seems that your family's anger is quite formidable. It appears we must avoid provoking the Sun family in the future, Krillin jested. Sun Wukong chuckled while scratching his head. Ha ha ha. I never expected Wutian's training talent to be so extraordinary. Anger? Is it truly possible to become this powerful just from anger? Trunks clearly found it hard to believe. But soon he distanced himself and adopted a serious expression. Very well, then I shall be angry too. Ha! Trunks' aura began to surge, though his transformation was evidently not as smooth as Sun Wutian's. Damn it, if Wutian can do it, then I must be able to as well. After all, I am a year older than him. If I can't do it, Dad will surely be upset. Transform now? Trunks roared, and in an instant, the sky darkened, and violent bolts of lightning erupted forth. His transformation was even more fierce than that of Sun Wutian. Impressive, Trunks. Sun Wutian genuinely congratulated him. Meanwhile, Li Luozuo leisurely returned to the air. Not bad at all. You have transformed into a Super Saiyan too. However, you are still no match for me. Li Luo gazed with a serious expression at the two individuals who had completed their new transformations. Indeed, if Li Luo refrained from transforming, there might be a possibility. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Without Li Luo's transformation, the combined efforts of Sun Wukong and Trunks could potentially defeat Li Luo. What nonsense is this? You have all transformed into Super Saiyan second form, and yet I am unable to transform? Li Luo would never be so foolish as to confront two Super Saiyan second stages in his normal state. Goten and Trunks' transformation into Super Saiyan second stage is indeed genuine. Although their transformation process may appear effortless, their power remains undiminished. Furthermore, Goten and Trunks possess a foundational combat strength that surpasses even that of Goku during the Cell games. Such formidable power renders it impossible for Li Luo to engage in combat while remaining in his normal state. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength really is. Li Luo clenched his fist at his waist, and his eyes instantly transformed into a vibrant emerald green, while his once black hair shifted to a brilliant golden green. A terrifying aura surged forth, enveloping the surrounding area for miles, causing even the spectators outside the arena to feel an unsettling anxiety, as if an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves on the ground had overtaken them. Upon witnessing this, Li Jiao promptly cautioned, "Li Luo, be mindful to conceal your presence." "Yes, Father." Upon hearing the words, Li Luo felt the legendary aura of the Super Saiyan dissipate immediately. However, at that very moment, two figures suddenly soared into the air, hurtling towards Li Luo in the sky. Such immense energy would undoubtedly bring great joy to Lord Babidi. The two individuals ascending resembled muscular giants, bald-headed with magical markings adorning their foreheads. "Be cautious," Trunks warned as he noticed the two figures approaching Li Luo. Yet, there was no need for Trunks' caution. Before the two brutes could even reach Li Luo, he had already vanished from the spot. Reappearing, Li Luo regarded the container in his hand, which resembled a nocturnal vessel, and coldly inquired, "What is this object?" Li Luo's demeanor was indifferent. He possessed the ability to command the power of the transcendent. Yet his emotions could still be swayed to some degree, much like the transformation of a Super Saiyan. The expressions and emotional fluctuations before and after the metamorphosis were distinctly different. How could this be? When did this happen? Bobo Bitch gazed in astonishment at the energy collector that appeared in Li Luo's hands, then glanced at his own empty palms, momentarily rendered speechless. "Hey, this is the world's foremost martial arts competition. Intervening without permission is..." Huh? Li Luo was initially engaged in conversation, but suddenly, an unseen force bound him, rendering his body immobile, causing the energy collector in his hand to fall to the ground. Observing this, Baba Bichi hastily caught the energy collector and simultaneously plunged it towards Li Luo's waist. Another individual clung tightly to Li Luo, preventing any movement. How infuriating. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Li Luo, incensed, abruptly broke free from his restraints, shattering the invisible force with a surge of power. In that instant, he delivered a series of kicks, sending the two burly men crashing into the arena floor. I can sense the murderous intent. Li Luo's gaze was devoid of warmth. He had completely shed the composure he usually exhibited, replaced by a chilling indifference, void of emotion. He retained control over his power, without losing his rationality. Yet his demeanor was merciless. The grass green energy orb penetrated the earth, and in an instant, the arena was reduced by more than half, along with the two subdued demons vanishing without a trace. Having eliminated the demons, Li Luo turned his attention to Li Jiao. Noticing Li Jiao's lack of reaction, he then glanced at Sun Wukong and Trunks, stating in a calm voice, "I shall now take this seriously. You two should be cautious." Sun Wukong and Trunks exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with concern as they beheld the devastated arena below. "Come on, Li Luo," Trunks exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Although they were not pure-blooded Saiyans, the thrill of battle ignited their passion. The three engaged in combat once more, and Li Luo's power, after transforming, surged to a level far beyond that of the Super Saiyan's second stage. Even with the combined efforts of Wukong and Trunks, they could only endure a few more rounds at Li Luo's hands. So be it. The voice of Li Luo resonated as two figures plummeted outside the arena. Chapter 72. Li Luo vs. Klin. Out of bounds. The match concluded, and the champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament for the youth category is none other than contestant Li Luo. The exhilarating proclamation incited another round of cheers from the audience below. They had the extraordinary fortune of witnessing the clash of the golden-haired warrior up close. This year's ticket to the World Martial Arts Tournament was undoubtedly worth every penny. Trunks and Goten crawled out of the deep pit, clutching their necks, gazing at Li Luo suspended in midair. "Li Luo is incredible. We simply cannot compete. Li Luo, Goten, Trunks, please return. The adult division's matches are about to commence." Li Jiao exclaimed, and after the three little ones joyfully joined the crowd, Li Luo turned to the Supreme Kai, AXIN, and said, "Supreme Kai, it would be prudent for you to quietly await the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament and refrain from causing any further disturbances." Just moments ago, Li Luo had been under the control of the Supreme Kai, AXIN, and narrowly escaped having his energy siphoned by Bobo Biji. Li Jiao had witnessed the entire episode. "Mr. Li Jiao, I too have my own burdens," the Supreme Kai AXIN replied, shaking his head in resignation. He did not wish to antagonize Li Jiao and the others. "I am aware, yet the Supreme Kai must keep his thoughts well guarded. The so-called cataclysm you speak of may very well appear manageable to others." "Manageable?" AXIN gasped. "Who among the universe dares to claim such control aside from myself?" "Patience is key," Li Jiao stated succinctly, joining the others at the adult competition arena. Only a little over 30 competitors advanced to the second round. But thanks to the covert machinations of Jiaozi, Li Jiao and his companions deftly avoided their own kind, all advancing with ease. The subsequent matches unfolded entirely as an internal contest among Li Jiao's group. In the first match of the third round, Krillin versus Li Luo. How unfortunate. My opponent is none other than Li Luo, Krillin lamented, wishing instead to face Jiaozi or Goten. Although Goten and Trunks had both achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan's second stage, Krillin still felt a sense of confidence in securing victory. However, at this moment, Li Luo surpassed even the power of a Super Saiyan's second stage. My luck is even worse, Jiaozi murmured, preparing for his match. Only to discover that his opponent was Li Jiao. Tian Xinhan, observing Jiaozi's dismay, patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. Do not worry, Jiaozi. Simply give it your all in battle. The outcome is secondary. Indeed, Jiaozi felt a fleeting disappointment, yet he recognized that losing was no disgrace. After all, anyone among them stood a chance of defeat against Li Jiao. Perhaps it would be more accurate to omit the chance altogether. I find that my opponent is number 17. Yamcha glanced at his draw, scratching his head. In the face of number 17, he displayed little sign of fear. Number 17 remained impassive, although Yamcha's energy was subtle, giving an impression of unfathomable depth. Number 17 had not been idle over the years. My opponent is Uncle Tian Xinhan. Goten raised the draw in his hand and looked towards Tian Xinhan. Tian Xinhan smiled and nodded. Goten is formidable. I must tread carefully. He affectionately ruffled Goten's hair, reminiscent of the way he had with Sun Wukong in the past. Back then, I could still somewhat suppress Sun Wukong. Now, I find myself needing to exercise caution even against Goten. Tianjin Fan felt a sense of nostalgia, and both Krillin and Yamcha couldn't help but smile. In their prime, they were not much weaker than Sun Wukong. Amidst their conversation, the names of Krillin and Liro were called. Hey, Liro, do be gentle with me later, Krillin remarked while making his way to the arena. Li Luo has returned to his usual state, his demeanor now exuding a newfound composure. He shyly scratched his head and remarked, Uncle Klin must be incredibly powerful, don't you think? I fear I may not stand a chance against him. Though young, Li Luo has been nurtured by Wise since childhood, making his combat skills comparable to those of martial arts masters. Even seasoned fighters like Shen Di may not surpass Li Luo in terms of technique. Hey, Li Jiao, who do you think has a greater chance of winning between Krillin and Li Luo? Sun Wukong inquired curiously, unable to discern who among them was stronger. Can't you see for yourself? Li Jiao glanced at Sun Wukong. I can't tell. Krillin has made significant progress lately, and I can't gauge his depth anymore. Sun Wukong scratched his head and then looked at Tianjin Fan and the others, saying, Li Jiao truly is suited to be a teacher. It seems Tianjin Fan and Yamcha have made great strides. Indeed, although Li Jiao had only guided them a few times, he had opened a gateway to profound growth. Over the years, while you may have ventured away from Earth to train elsewhere, our progress has not been lacking. Tianjin Fan was filled with confidence, harboring a subtle yet potent energy within, which only Li Jiao, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta could sense. Tianjin Fan's strength should surpass that of Li Luo. Li Jiao spoke, always keenly aware of power dynamics. At present, Tianjin Fan had likely fully awakened the strength of his bloodline, though the true extent of the mysterious three-eyed warrior's power remained unknown. From the latent energy within Tianjin Fan, it seemed his prowess surpassed that of Li Luo at this moment. However, Li Luo possesses an inherent advantage that may alter the outcome in a real confrontation. Is that so? Tianjin Fan shifted his gaze to the two confronting each other in the arena. Li Jiao claimed his power was merely a shade greater than Li Luo's, but Tianjin Fan felt somewhat unconvinced, especially considering Li Luo was only 7 years old. Humph. Don't be so doubtful. The legendary Super Saiyan is an invincible warrior. Not just you. Even I and Kakarot might soon be surpassed, Vegeta interjected, unwilling to be outdone. As the match commenced, both Li Luo and Krillin remained extremely cautious. Krillin held a defensive stance, motionless as he searched for a flaw in his opponent's technique. Meanwhile, Li Luo stood quietly, hands relaxed at his sides, fists clenched, muscles taut. When he moved, it was like thunder, swift and decisive. The audience was divided. Some cheered while others held their breath, as if they could comprehend the fierce battle unfolding before them. In the face of superheroes, human patience knows no bounds. Even as the contest began, both Krillin and Li Luo remained still, with no audience member daring to disrupt the tension. Should anyone dare to, they would be silenced. The clash between these titans was no trifling matter. A single misstep could spell doom for the Earth. Do you truly understand? They are merely observing their adversaries. It must be said that some individuals, upon opening their mouths, inadvertently strike the mark. Chapter 73, Qin's New Technique. Gradually, a bead of sweat trickled down Qin's forehead. He found himself ensnared by Li Luo's aura. Despite Li Luo merely standing there, he seemed utterly impenetrable. Was I too anxious for what was merely a simple spar? After a considerable time, Qin smirked slightly, then abruptly withdrew his defensive stance. Li Luo, be cautious, Qin declared. And in an instant, his form vanished from sight. He has vanished. The host finally seized an opportunity to comment. Yet Qin's disappearance left him with no choice but to speak the truth. The speed of Qin was astonishing. His movements were beyond our comprehension. He has disappeared and could materialize behind Li Luo at any moment. Li Luo must remain vigilant. The host, a true master of his craft, had honed his eloquence through previous martial arts events, able to articulate even the most obscure details. Nonetheless, his words were impeccably accurate. At this moment, the audience was enveloped in silence, their eyes fixated on Li Luo, for Qin was set to reappear, preparing to strike. Li Luo's expression remained unchanged, exuding a calmness akin to that of a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. He displayed no superfluous movements. His left arm abruptly lifted, shielding his side. Bang! The floor beneath Li Luo's feet suddenly, and Qin materialized. His simple yet forceful strikes were effortlessly parried by Li Luo's raised hand. However, having engaged in combat, Qin had no intention of retreating. A tempest of relentless attacks ensued. Strike, strike, strike. Qin's fists moved like the wind, each blow imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing the very air to tremble. Yet, Li Luo remained composed, skillfully deflecting the blows with his hands while strategically retreating. Behind you. Qin vanished once more, delivering a swift kick aimed at Li Luo's shoulder. Li Luo turned, his arms resting upon his shoulders, bracing himself to absorb the blow. Thunderous impact. The tremendous force caused Li Luo's legs to sink deep into the arena floor. The host's eyes widened in astonishment, eager to comment, yet the movements of the two combatants eluded his comprehension. Before he could utter a word, yet another round of fierce engagement commenced and concluded. My goodness, the strength of contestant Qin is overwhelming. Our arena is constructed from premium granite, with slabs 30 centimeters thick. Yet before these two competitors, it resembles mere tofu. The fighter Li Luo appears remarkably composed, consistently defending against and repelling the onslaughts of his opponent, Qin. He seems rather youthful. Could he possibly be the offspring of Mr. Li Jiao, who once triumphed over Sheru? To elucidate such a fierce battle, one must rely on the prowess of the host. Clearly, this host, who has been narrating the World Martial Arts Championship since the childhood of Sun Wukong, possesses a remarkable talent for embellishment. Unable to discern the swift movements of Qin and Li Luo, he resorts to describing the devastation wrought by their clash. Nevertheless, the audience remains fervently engaged, erupting in cheers, for the destruction caused by their confrontation is palpably real. If the previous live broadcast had been intermittent and not witnessed firsthand, could the integrity of this World Martial Arts Championship be called into question? The once unyielding arena now bears deep fissures, resembling mere tofu. Can such a facade be maintained? During the last World Martial Arts Championship, the absence of Qin and his peers meant that the arena remained unscathed. Yet now, the Juvenile Division's arena has suffered significant destruction, and the Adult Division's arena is already in disarray before it has even commenced. Sigh, don't these individuals know to temper their ferocity? Restoring the arena will undoubtedly require considerable time and effort. Ha ha ha, Li Luo, you are quite impressive. I shall need to intensify my efforts. With that, Qin widened the distance once more, feeling the fervor within him ignite. Excellent. Li Luo spoke little, embodying the same composure and enigmatic aura that characterized the former Li Jiao. A tiger begets no dog. Qin's expression grew increasingly grave, his aura intensifying as he gradually ascended into the air. Li Luo also ascended, realizing that a more intense battle could only unfold in the skies above. Otherwise, even a slight increase in power might utterly devastate the arena and endanger the spectators beyond its confines. As the two combatants rose into the air, their skirmish became increasingly unrestrained, yet the aftermath of their clash bore down upon the ground like a tempest, making it difficult for even the host to maintain his footing. Allow me to shield them, the Supreme Kai declared, stepping forward to raise his hands, conjuring a formidable energy barrier over the audience. However, the host, positioned at the edge of the arena, remained unprotected, struggling to withstand the overwhelming pressure. The spectators, though shielded from the force, could discern the host's precarious stance, a clear indication of the ferocity of the battle raging above. Thunder rumbled as the clouds parted, revealing two figures flickering in and out of sight, their movements reminiscent of a dazzling fireworks display in the sky. With a resounding crash, one figure plummeted from the heights, crashing directly into the earth below. Suspended in midair, Krillin gazed intently at the arena, calling out, "Li Luo, come forth. I know you are unharmed. Behind you, Uncle Krillin." The voice of Lilo suddenly erupted from behind Klin, followed by a violent blow to Klin's neck, propelling him like a cannonball out of the arena. Li Luo's instantaneous counterattack caught Yamcha and the others off guard, and as they watched Krillin poised to tumble out of the ring, a palpable tension gripped their hearts. Was this how the battle would conclude? Clearly, Krillin had yet to fully harness his strength. The restrictions of the World Martial Arts Tournament were excessively stringent, rendering it nearly impossible to unleash one's full potential in combat. How infuriating. Stop right there. Just as Krillin was about to touch the ground, he managed to regain his balance, thrusting his hands outward to create a gust of wind that halted his descent. At that moment, he was merely half a meter from the edge of the platform. That was close. Krillin ascended back into the air, while Li Luo patiently awaited, refraining from pressing the advantage. Impressive, Li Luo. This is merely your standard strength. If you were to transform into a Super Saiyan, you would undoubtedly be even more formidable. I might truly not be your match. Krillin exhaled deeply, and Li Luo responded, Uncle Krillin still has untapped strength. The constraints of this tournament are indeed numerous. If we were on Floating Island, I might not stand a chance against Uncle Krillin. Li Luoxin felt a stirring within, although his current strength was formidable. The hidden power within Klin was equally impressive. Ha ha, is that so? However, even if we cannot unleash our full strength, we can still determine a victor. Li Luo. There remains much for you to learn. Klin spoke, and Li Luo was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Be cautious, Li Luo. Klin suddenly clasped his hands together, channeling the energy within him to converge upon his palms, releasing a crackling surge of electricity. What technique is that? Why does it seem so familiar? The elderly host spoke, straining to lift his head. The silhouettes of the two combatants appeared like mere ants in the vastness above. Yet, the host's vision had clearly not diminished, for he could still discern Klin's movements with clarity. Chapter 74. May Lord Kaioshin acknowledge defeat. What technique is that? It does not resemble the Kamehameha. Li Jiao was perplexed, unable to discern the technique that Klin was currently executing. It is Master Wu Tian's World Shocking Palm. Tianjin Fan interjected, subsequently adding, It must be a modified version of the World Shocking Palm. Tianjin Fan himself was acquainted with this technique, yet he had never employed it. Although this move was formidable, it bore a certain redundancy, as it was excessively taxing and difficult to master. The World Shocking Palm, you say? Li Jiao retained a faint recollection of this technique's name, yet his familiarity with it was superficial. Li Luo assumed a defensive posture, simultaneously mobilizing the energy within him in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, Klin maintained a confident smile, stating, Li Luo, I must apologize. While the outcome may not hold great significance, I still wish to advance to the next stage and engage in battle here once more alongside Tenshinhan and the others. Klin's gaze was resolute. The martial arts tournament was not their sole opportunity for sparring. However, it embodied an irreplaceable sentiment. Once, they had all fought here. Universal, earth-shattering palm. With an immense concentration of energy, Klin thrust forth his hands, unleashing golden lightning that surged toward Li Luo at blinding speed, instantly engulfing him. Li Luo winced in pain as the powerful current, accompanied by a paralyzing effect, caused the breath he had previously summoned to dissipate instantaneously. Li Luo struggled violently, unable to summon the energy within him, yearning to break free from the electric currents with sheer force. Yet, could Klin allow him such an easy escape? In a fair confrontation, Li Luo would undoubtedly hold his own against me. However, this is the martial arts tournament. You have been defeated, Li Luo. Klin waved his hands, manipulating the electricity to hurl Li Luo down. Such decisiveness. A remarkably astute choice. Vegeta scoffed, acknowledging that Klin's earth-shattering palm was indeed unexpectedly formidable. But it was merely a sudden assault, and Li Luo had granted Klin ample time to gather his strength. Furthermore, Klin's initial control had deprived Li Luo of any opportunity to react, directly casting him off the stage, completely catching Li Luo off guard. Given just a little more time, escaping the grasp of the earth-shattering palm would have been entirely feasible. Out of bounds. The host gazed in disbelief at Li Luo, still crackling with electric sparks, before turning to the slowly descending Qin on the arena. The match is over. Qin is the victor. The host took a considerable time to process the fact that what had once been an intensely fierce battle had concluded in the blink of an eye. The audience remained momentarily stunned, before erupting into cheers reminiscent of a network delay. Qin descended from the stage and approached Li Luo, who was still shimmering with arcs of electricity. However, those arcs no longer posed any threat to him. "I apologize, Li Luo." Qin extended his hand, helping Li Luo to his feet. Li Luo shook his head. "What kind of technique was that, Uncle Qin? I couldn't even react before the energy within me spiraled out of control." Li Luo scratched his head. For him, the outcome was not of paramount importance. He was merely here to join in the excitement. Haha, even Li Luo didn't see that coming. That was Master Wu Tian's ultimate technique, which I have modified to enhance its power, similar to the magical cannon of Dind, requiring a brief moment to charge. That is indeed impressive. Li Luo nodded emphatically. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he was unscathed, having been caught off guard by Qin, who had not exerted his full strength. Upon returning to the lounge, Sun Wukong approached immediately. "Not bad, Qin. Li Luo's strength is far superior to that of the former cell." "Ha ha ha, pure luck." Laughter erupted among the crowd, while the host seized the opportunity to enter the lounge and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the arena has sustained damage and requires repairs. The upcoming matches may need to be postponed." "It cannot be postponed." Before Li Jiao and the others could voice their thoughts, the voice of Caishen Asin rang out. "Allow me to assist you in restoring the arena. I shall reinforce it instantly." As Caishen stepped out of the lounge and ascended to the arena, he turned to the host and inquired, "The next match happens to be mine. Can we commence promptly?" "But the arena has not been repaired. It has already been restored." With a wave of his hand, Caishen Asin revitalized the damaged arena, transforming it into a pristine state. The host, taken aback, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The audience, who were initially prepared to leave, found their seats once more at the sight of the arena's miraculous restoration. "Is this some sort of magic?" the host instinctively exclaimed, glancing at Li Jiao and then at Caishen Asin, before awkwardly chuckling. "We thank contestant Asin for his assistance. Let us proceed with the match." "You're welcome." Caishen Asin smiled, casting a glance at Dind, who had remained silent in the corner for quite some time. Dind's adversary was none other than Caishen Asin himself. However, Li Jiao noticed that Dind did not seem overly anxious. He was simply more cautious than usual. "Go for it, Uncle Dind," Sun Gohan encouraged, to which Dind merely nodded solemnly as he ascended to the arena. A familiar visage, Dind's white cloak had become popular in recent years. Yet few had truly encountered the original Dind. "Please guide me, Mr. Dind." Caishen Asin hovered calmly in midair. After the host announced the commencement of the match, Caishen remained motionless. In his view, Dind, once a deity of this planet, should be able to discern his true identity. Moreover, significant dimensional disparities could impose dimensional suppression. Of course, with sufficient power, one could transcend all obstacles. Dind gazed intently at Caishen Asin, having listened closely to the exchange between Li Luo and Asin. "Lord Caishen, what brings you to Earth?" Dind was uncertain about the specific rank of the Supreme Kai. He only knew that the realm of the Supreme Kai far surpassed his own. However, at this moment, Dind had no intention of surrendering. The present circumstances were vastly different from the original narrative, as the arrival of Li Jiao had already altered the course of events. Dind's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. His capabilities were no longer confined to that of an earthly deity. A formidable entity was on the verge of resurrection, and I must eliminate him before that occurs. Yet, it seems that you all are reluctant to cooperate. Moreover, your power appears to surpass mine, leaving me at a disadvantage. Are those two individuals who emerged from the youth group involved in this? Dind swiftly identified the crux of the matter. Indeed. However, you should not use Li Luo as bait. Furthermore, I do not believe there exists any threat capable of endangering the safety of Earth. Therefore, I must respectfully decline to cooperate with you. In this contest, may the Supreme Kai concede defeat willingly. Chapter 75, Sun Gohan vs. Jebit. What? Supreme Kai Ashen could hardly believe his ears. Dind was suggesting he concede defeat? Not only was Ashen taken aback, but Jebit and the North Kai, who was secretly observing Earth, were equally startled by Dind's declaration. Oh? Upon hearing Dind's words, Li Jiao was also momentarily taken aback. However, considering the vast improvements Dind had made compared to his former self, he quickly regained composure. Supreme Kai Ashen scrutinized Dind, who, despite his serious expression, seemed resolute. You dare. Ashen felt deeply insulted. Yet Din remained unfazed, retorting, "Do you truly believe that a higher dimension grants you the power to suppress me? In the face of absolute strength, all else is but an illusion." With that, Din unleashed a powerful roar, his aura erupting as fissures rapidly spread across the recently repaired arena. Solid bricks levitated and trembled violently. Heavens, what an overwhelming presence! Did Din intend to resolve this in a single blow? The host was at a loss for words, yet his commentary inadvertently stirred the emotions of the audience. Cheers erupted, and Ashen's expression darkened further. In this diminutive realm of Earth, he had been repeatedly disregarded. Now, the once divine Din was poised to confront him. However, the power emanating from Din was vastly superior. Even at this moment, the strength Din unleashed was beyond Ashen's capacity to contend with. I concede, though reluctant. Supreme Kai Ashen decisively acknowledged his defeat and stepped down from the arena, reflecting, "Indeed, I have overstepped my bounds. The catastrophic disasters I speak of may indeed be beyond the capacity to alter the fate of Earth." The Kaioshin, Asen, gazed at Li Jiao, then cast his gaze over Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others. "Your power surpasses my imagination. You are still too young," Li Jiao replied with a smile. "The dangers within this universe do not require your intervention. As the Kaioshin, it is my duty to oversee the cosmos." Asen remained perplexed, utterly unaware of the existence of the god of destruction, Beerus. "You will come to know in due time," Li Jiao thought, not wishing to elaborate further. Asen furrowed his brow but refrained from asking more questions. He was to observe how Li Jiao and the others would deal with Majin Buu on Earth. Although Piccolo had lifted a layer of the arena's tiles, he restored them before leaving, thus not delaying the third match. Am I to compete against Uncle Tien? Son Goten felt a tinge of trepidation, given that Tien was a figure from his father's generation. "Goten, give it your all," Son Gohan encouraged as he ruffled Goten's hair. "All right." Son Goten and Tien ascended the stage, taking their positions on either side. Once settled, Goten clasped his hands together and respectfully bowed to Tien. Tien, witnessing this, appeared momentarily dazed, reminiscent of days gone by. Despite his confidence in victory against Goten, Tien dared not underestimate him. After returning the gesture, Tien locked onto Goten with his energy. Instantly, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. "What a little rascal!" Tien smirked, acknowledging that Goten's immediate transformation was indeed a wise choice. "Goten, I shall not hold back." Tien's energy began to surge, his skin reddening, muscles bulging, and veins protruding, presenting a rather formidable appearance. "Is that the transformation of a three-eyed warrior?" Li Jiao observed Tien's form for the first time. While the change was not particularly drastic, the augmentation in power was substantial. It barely amounts to a 30-fold increase," Vegeta scoffed. Were it not for Tien's exceptionally high base combat power, this transformation would hardly suffice to defeat Son Goten. After all, the second stage of Super Saiyan transformation boasts a 100-fold increase. Tien's combat prowess was already considerable. Even without transforming, he would not fall short of Goten. Yamcha remarked, with the others nodding in agreement. At this juncture, Tien was harnessing the power of his bloodline and ought to proceed cautiously. After all, being bested by a mere 7-year-old Goten would indeed be a source of embarrassment. One could only say that Goten and Trunks were remarkably formidable. Were it not for my surprise tactics, I might have faced defeat as well. Krillin scratched his head, casting an apologetic glance at Liluo. Liluo, however, did not exhibit any signs of frustration. He remarked, "Even if I were to exert my utmost strength, I might still not be a match for Uncle Klin. Just as Uncle Klin mentioned, while my power is considerable, I still lack the tactical experience that is somewhat trivial." Li Luo possesses remarkable comprehension of martial arts and exceptional combat skills. However, the essence of battle encompasses far more than merely these two elements. Li Luo has much to learn. On the arena, Sun Wukong has already launched his offensive. Although Sun Wukong still has numerous deficiencies in combat skills, his strength and speed are undeniable, requiring Tien Shinhan to concentrate fully. It is yet another visual feast. The audience outside feels as though their throats are on fire. Yet they fervently cheer on. The tickets for this martial arts tournament were indeed worth every penny. Moments later, Sun Wukong amplifies his energy once more, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. A fierce aura emanates from him, and although it is not the first time witnessing this, Tien Shinhan cannot help but express his awe. Scions are truly extraordinary. Sun Wukong exerts all his might, and Tien Shinhan no longer holds back. After several exchanges, Sun Wukong tumbles from the stage, scratching his head and laughing. "Uncle Tien, you are amazing. I am no match for you." Tien Shinhan lands and helps Sun Wukong up. Wukong is formidable as well. You must diligently train to protect the earth. Indeed. Sun Wukong nods vigorously. Their battle, though contained, has left the arena in ruins. This time, the Kaioshin does not intervene. Instead, Piccolo steps forward and raises his hand to restore the arena. Such powers are indeed remarkable. Legio feels a twinge of envy. But Piccolo scoffs lightly. I envy absolute strength. With diligent training, you shall attain it. Now, it is my turn. Son Gohan glances at Jebbet, his expression tinged with seriousness. Jebbet, full of pride, is indeed a deity's attendant. The two ascend the arena, immediately inciting cheers from the crowd. Go, Gohan. A voice calls from the audience. And upon hearing his name, Son Gohan slowly looks over to see several classmates from his school. Haha, I can't hide it anymore. Son Gohan waves cheerfully. Dressed not in the Saiyan superhero costume as in the original narrative, but in a brown martial arts GI, identical to that of Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. As everyone can see, contestant Son Gohan is indeed the son of contestant Sun Wukong. He had once battled Cell 7 years ago. And his strength must surely have grown since then. The host seizes the moment to announce this, once again stirring the audience into a frenzy. Chapter 76. Divine Gohan. Unlike Vegeta and the others, Son Gohan shares a commonality with Sun Wukong. Both have faced Cell in true combat. Let me see your strength. Those who fought before cannot have been your equals, correct? Jebbet maintains an air of superiority. But Son Gohan furrows his brow and poses a question that leaves Jebbet momentarily speechless. However, to deal with you, it does not require overwhelming power. This kid. Gohan. Vegeta smirks, finding Jebbet's haughty demeanor rather displeasing. What does he have that surpasses the god of destruction? I shall not engage in combat with you, yet if possible. I yearn to witness the true extent of your power. After all, a formidable demon has indeed descended upon Earth, potentially bringing calamity to the entirety of the universe. Jebbet's tone softened somewhat, and Gohan contemplated. I am unaware of this demon, but I do not believe any adversary is insurmountable. Since you desire to see, allow me to oblige. Gohan gradually elevated his energy. A golden aura erupted instantaneously, followed by arcs of lightning enveloping his form, before settling into tranquility. Oh. Gohan has mastered the Super Saiyan second stage remarkably well, nearly approaching full power, mused Goku with delight at Gohan's progress. After all, given Gohan's previous disposition, it seemed unlikely he would have advanced. Rather, he appeared to regress. This lad must not have trained diligently. Otherwise, how could he have achieved so little? Vegeta, however, was dissatisfied. He held Gohan in high regard, recognizing his innate training potential. After all, he is a Saiyan, albeit not a pure-blood one. Vegeta's expectations were exceedingly high. The strength of the Super Saiyan second stage is already formidable, and attaining full power is no small feat. Gohan's achievements are commendable. Goku believed Gohan's progress was sufficient. Surely, he has improved beyond this. Achieving full power in Super Saiyan 2 is indeed more challenging than reaching Super Saiyan 3. Legio expressed his thoughts, as everyone turned their attention to Gohan's strength. After all, Gohan had once surpassed both Goku and Vegeta. During these 7 years, if he had trained diligently, his growth must have been substantial. Indeed, these years represent Gohan's formative period, and his strength should have escalated swiftly. Gohan's progress cannot merely be this modest. Among those present, only Piccolo understood Gohan most profoundly. After all, as his father, he had continually monitored Gohan's training on Earth, even away from the floating island. Jebbet's gaze was fixed intently upon Gohan. Truth be told, he was already awed by Gohan's power. However, it is still insufficient. The terror of the demon is beyond your imagination. Jebbet had not faced Majin Buu, yet the Kaioshins of the East, West, North, and South had all fallen victim to him, an undeniable record that left the East Kaioshin and Jebbet utterly intimidated. Is it inadequate? Gohan displayed a hint of seriousness, then gradually retracted his Super Saiyan transformation. How much further must I go? Gohan inquired, his confident smile unwavering. I do not know, but even if it is insufficient, it cannot be far off. I believe the sword of the Kaioshin can aid you in vanquishing the demon. Jebbet believed that Sun Wukong's limits were reached, and he offered a brief consolation. The sheer strength of Sun Wukong was, at the very least, a favorable omen for their endeavor. Oh, it seems that the so-called demon you mentioned is nothing extraordinary after all. Just as Jebbet was preparing to concede and depart from the arena, Sun Wukong spoke suddenly. Jebbet stared in astonishment at Sun Wukong, pondering the implications of his recent statement. Could it be that there remains untapped power within him? Jebbet regarded Sun Wukong with disbelief. as the strength he had already exhibited far exceeded the expectations of both Jebet and the Kaioshin. Yet, could this truly be all of his potential? Is there still power yet to be revealed? Even Sun Wukong was taken aback, for Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form had already been remarkable. Moreover, Sun Wukong's foundational combat prowess had undergone a qualitative transformation compared to 7 years prior. Indeed, Sun Wukong returned to his normal state, his fists gently clenched, murmuring, "Uncle Krillin and the others have forged their own paths in training. How could I tread the same path as my father? The next realm I shall refer to as the Divine." Divine? Jebet's lips twitched, and he scoffed. "Sun Wukong, I acknowledge your formidable strength. But the realm of the Divine is not one that mere mortals can aspire to. Let me show you." As Sun Wukong's words echoed, his aura suddenly transformed into something enigmatic, his once short hair turning sleek and dark, a radiant white energy rising around him. It was indeed the realm of the Divine. It could be unequivocally described as a divine state. Li Jiao sensed Sun Wukong's aura at that moment, and it was no exaggeration to proclaim it a divine realm. Li Jiao was uncertain about the distinctions between the divine rice in the original narrative and the current version. However, at this moment, the aura emanating from Sun Wukong felt to Li Jiao as if it could subtly rival the ultra instinct of Sun Wukong himself. "I remain oblivious to where my father has been training over these years or the accomplishments he has attained, yet I refuse to be easily distanced from him." Sun Gohan's voice took on a somewhat ethereal quality, his gaze sharp and penetrating, while a lock of short hair danced gently upon his forehead. The realm of the Divine, this young man. Vegeta stared at Sun Gohan in astonishment. He had initially believed that Sun Gohan might have merely reached the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan. However, he never anticipated that Sun Gohan had also touched upon the Divine realm. No, Gohan's divine state is indeed more profound than your realms. Given time, the power of the Super Saiyan could very well be entirely assimilated by his divine state. "Gentlemen, do you feel the weight of the pressure?" Li Jiao gazed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, observing that despite nearly 7 years of rigorous training in the realm of destruction, they had not managed to create a significant distance from Sun Gohan. "My own divine state, alongside Vegeta's, was distinctly different from Gohan's. As we pursued power and incorporated the transformations of a Super Saiyan." Sun Wukong scratched his head, his smile radiant. He felt an immense joy at Gohan's prowess, even experiencing an urge to challenge him. To the discerning eye, the subtleties were evident. Yet the casual observers remained perplexed as to why the formidable golden-haired warrior had not transformed. Meanwhile, Jebet was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the immense pressure radiating from Sun Gohan, rendering him momentarily speechless. Chapter 77, God and Gods? Can this realm truly be deemed divine? Upon transforming into God Gohan, his entire demeanor elevated to a majestic stature. But what could Jebet possibly say? He sensed that uttering another word of defiance would result in Gohan effortlessly striking him down. Shall we continue the match?" Gohan inquired, fixing his gaze upon Jebet, who found himself at a loss for words. No need. I concede." With these final words, Jebet relaxed, his body drenched in perspiration. The host widened his eyes in astonishment at Jebet's sudden admission of defeat, having maintained an air of superiority since his entrance. Jebet concedes. The match is concluded. Sun Gohan emerges victorious. Although the host remained somewhat bewildered, witnessing Gohan display 3 distinct transformations was more than sufficient. Was the concession anticipated? Vegeta cast a disdainful glance towards the Kaioshin, still oblivious to the true nature of the Kaioshin's divine rank. At that moment, the Kaioshin observed Gohan, noting the sacred aura that enveloped him, a true essence of divinity. Indeed, Gohan's progress over the years had been remarkable. Krillin and the others, recognizing Gohan's extraordinary strength, displayed little surprise. After all, Gohan had far surpassed them 7 years prior. Truly a warrior race, Yamcha remarked with envy, acknowledging that Li Jiao's guidance had opened a pathway to his own cultivation. Despite his rapid advancement over the years, surpassing these Saiyans still felt somewhat unrealistic. Who will compete next? Gohan pondered as he returned to the resting area, turning his attention to Yamcha. Yamcha chuckled awkwardly, admitting, "My opponent is Vegeta. It's quite a headache." "Worry not. I shall show restraint," Vegeta replied, his tone brimming with pride. Yamcha shrugged, tightening his belt. "Thank you. I will give it my all." Even though he was aware of the slim odds of victory, Yamcha approached the arena with an air of calmness, gazing at Vegeta and stating, "Vegeta, I concede that you are formidable. However, I have not squandered the years that have passed. You all claim that Li Jiao has opened up a new path for your training. I am rather curious to know just how powerful this path can make you. Vegeta, too, was intrigued. Was Lee Jio's guidance truly so effective? He had witnessed Krillin's progress, although Krillin had yet to unleash his full strength for Vegeta. Discerning the changing seasons from a single falling leaf was not a challenge. Vegeta, you are mistaken. Lee Jio has opened a path for me, not for all of us. While each of our training journeys shares commonalities, they are by no means identical, Yamcha corrected him. I care not for your training paths. Before true power, all must bow. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, a golden aura surged upward. Is the first level of Super Saiyan sufficient? Vegeta was not arrogant enough to confront Yamcha in his base form. Much of a Saiyan's power stemmed from transformations, and the enhancement in their base form was gradual. Yamcha and his companions, however, were different. Like Krillin, if he maximized his energy, he could rival even a Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Not enough. Yamcha crossed his arms before him, momentarily gathering his energy, and then let out a roar as his body expanded. A radiant white aura, reminiscent of Gohan's, emanated from him, yet Yamcha's divine essence appeared even purer than that of Son Gohan. This was a manifestation of pure divine power, akin to that of the Supreme Kai, yet tinged with a hint of earthly essence. How is this possible? His dimension. Yamcha's display shattered Supreme Kai Asen's understanding. For a mere mortal's dimension had ascended beyond the realm of the Supreme Kai. Indeed, while Yamcha's dimension had not yet reached that of the Supreme Kai, it stood above that of the King Kai, on par with the Grand Kai. This was a matter of dimensional hierarchy. Yamcha was tapping into his latent potential, maximizing every stage of his development. At this moment, the God of Tea possessed battle prowess that could easily overwhelm a Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Is divine power so commonplace? Vegeta gritted his teeth. He and Son Goku had endured nearly 7 years of hardship in the God of Destruction's realm to unlock their divine transformations. Yet, Son Gohan and Yamcha had both achieved such transformations. Vegeta categorized Yamcha's divine state as a transformation as well, for Yamcha could not maintain this state indefinitely. Gohan refers to his level as divine. I wonder if I could also call my state divine. God of Tea. Yamcha gazed at Vegeta's astonished expression, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction within. After all, the power of divinity is undeniably more formidable than ordinary energy. Once one is associated with the divine, their aura can be said to be entirely repressed. Even when standing close by, it may not be perceptible. No wonder, when Gohan transformed into a divine state, the focus was not on the energy aspect. Everyone must have touched upon the divine state, right? Lee Jio glanced at Krillin and Tien. Conventionally, when a divine Gohan appears, Son Gohan's aura would completely vanish. Yet, Tien and the others were not startled by this phenomenon. Indeed, they had deduced it. Tien and Krillin naturally did not conceal their thoughts. The progress everyone has made surpasses my expectations. I never imagined that my few words could lead to such remarkable changes in Tien and the others. Judging from the power Yamcha displayed at this moment, even Super Saiyan Vegeta would not stand a chance. Even against Super Saiyan 2, victory would seem improbable. Vegeta, too, discerned this. Gazing at Yamcha for a considerable time before letting out a light chuckle, is this a divine showdown? Vegeta's original Super Saiyan form instantly dissipated, and Yamcha quietly observed Vegeta's actions, revealing a knowing expression. Has everyone reached this realm? Yamcha contemplated Vegeta's demeanor and realized he was also preparing for a divine transformation. Could Vegeta undergo a transformation akin to Gohan's? Although the match had commenced, their dialogue did not provoke the audience's displeasure. After all, when the fight truly begins, the audience would find it incomprehensible. At this moment, the divine transformations discussed by Yamcha and Vegeta genuinely captured the spectator's attention. Chapter 78. The appearance of Lee Jio casting aside the transformation of Super Saiyan is not what I, Vegeta, desire. What you will witness next is the Super Saiyan God. As Vegeta's words resonated, a crimson aura surged like flames, transforming his hair and eyes to a vivid red. Simultaneously, Vegeta's original aura vanished completely, replaced by a divine essence. This transformation, while lacking the striking allure of Super Saiyan Blue, paled in comparison to Goku's Super Saiyan God form. Lee Jio spoke with a smile, prompting the onlookers to gasp in surprise. Shouldn't they be marveling at the formidable transformation of Vegeta at this moment? Everyone present, having touched the realm of the divine, could undoubtedly sense Vegeta's immense power. Yet, Lee Jio chose to compare the aesthetic appeal of Goku's and Vegeta's transformations instead. Could Father also assume the form of Uncle Vegeta? It appeared to be even more formidable than my divine state. Gohan turned to Goku and inquired. Indeed, This is the Super Saiyan God form, a state that Vegeta and I have labored for quite some time to develop. However, in terms of power, it likely pales in comparison to Gohan's, Goku replied candidly. While Gohan displayed a measure of modesty, there exists a significant disparity in strength between the Super Saiyan God and the Super Saiyan Blue forms. Though the stability of the former is notably superior, Gohan's divine state rivals the strength of Super Saiyan Blue and matches Super Saiyan God in stability, rendering it a more perfected form. Then, Uncle Li Jio must possess an even more potent transformation, Gohan remarked, gazing at Li Jio, although he had transcended the divine realm. Looking at Li Jio felt akin to peering into an unfathomable abyss, obscured and enigmatic. Li Ji nodded slightly, and the onlookers turned their gazes towards her, all harboring a sense of curiosity. However, Li Ji offered no further elaboration, merely stating, the transformation is quite similar to that of Vegeta, with the addition of an alternate path. The power of the two transformations is not vastly different, and I am still in search of a method to merge the two. Li Jio's current objective is to apply the realm of Super Saiyan to the form of Super Saiyan 4. Through Li Jio's research, it has been ascertained that Super Saiyan 4 serves as a foundational transformation. Super Saiyan 4 can be regarded as a state of normalcy. Thus, when contemplating transformations beyond this state of normalcy, one might naturally consider the divine form of Super Saiyan 4. Li Jio did not contemplate the Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Although it might present an easier path to breakthrough, the Super Saiyan 4, revered as the deity of strength, evidently serves as the most direct route to unparalleled power. Achieving the Super Saiyan 4th transformation appears to be an arduous endeavor for Li Jio. Vegeta attempted it once but failed to complete the transformation, as that formidable power proved exceedingly difficult to control. For me, achieving such a transformation would lead to an immediate loss of rationality. Sun Wukong also harbors envy for Li Jio's Super Saiyan 4 transformation. However, lacking a tail, he can only transform under the overwhelming brilliance of Bulma's light. And while becoming a gigantic ape is the simplest step, mastering the power of the giant ape is the true essence. The path to greatness may not be suitable for everyone. Only the journey that aligns with one's own essence is the most righteous. Li Jio glanced at the crowd, and Tianjin Fan and the others nodded in agreement. Though the words of Li Jio may appear simple at first glance, it is only upon reflection that one realizes they embody profound truths on the path of cultivation. Much like the initial, seemingly straightforward guidance offered by Li Jio, which bestowed upon them a fresh perspective on their practice. Truly, one cannot underestimate Vegeta. I had thought that by transcending the divine realm, I could narrow the gap between us. However, it is evident that the disparity remains vast. Yamcha slowly assumed a combat stance, while Vegeta offered a slight smile. 7 years of progress is commendable. Vegeta could not help but admire Li Jio, whose earlier insights had transformed Yamcha and the others into such formidable warriors. Thus, the battle commenced. Despite being acutely aware of his inferiority to Vegeta, Yamcha resolved to engage nonetheless. Vegeta also responded with action, exercising restraint yet refraining from yielding unnecessarily. In Vegeta's eyes, deliberately suppressing one's own strength to spare the pride of a martial artist is, in fact, an affront to the opponent. By unleashing his full power, even in defeating his adversary, he could convey a sense of respect. Therefore, merely after a few dozen exchanges, Vegeta's energy surged to a new height, his crimson hair instantaneously transforming to a striking blue. This was far more aesthetically pleasing. Li Jio nodded in acknowledgement, and the crowd concurred with a collective nod. Setting aside sheer power, the Super Saiyan Blue indeed appeared more aesthetically pleasing than the Super Saiyan God. This was particularly true for Vegeta, for whom the crimson hue did not suit him. Dend pursed his lips, while the others envisioned Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan God. Agreeing with Dend's assessment, with the emergence of Super Saiyan Blue, Yamcha was swiftly defeated. Outside the arena, Yamcha brushed off the dust from his attire, sustaining no serious injuries. What transformation is this? Yamcha inquired. Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta declared as he descended onto the stage, departing alongside Yamcha towards the resting area. It was only after Vegeta's exit that the announcer regained his composure and proclaimed the outcome of the match. The next contest is. The crowd turned their gaze towards Li Jio, for the upcoming bout would be between him and Dumpling. Dumpling's already pale complexion grew even more ashen. Among the assembled, he was perhaps the weakest. Fear not, Dumpling. Mr. Li Jio will guide you, Tianjin Han encouraged him. Yes, Dumpling acknowledged, fully aware that Li Jio would not strike with undue force, Yet he found himself lacking the courage to even launch an attack against Li Jio. Ascending to the arena, Li Jio observed Dumpling with quiet intensity, while Dumpling braced himself, immediately elevating his aura to its peak. Dumpling's combat prowess had reached a level comparable to that of the former Cell. Gohan remarked, "Over the years, everyone has truly made remarkable progress. Indeed, we have not been idle," Tianjin Han replied, casting a glance at Android 17. The next match would be a showdown with 17. Has Dumpling not touched the realm of the divine? Krillin asked Tianjin Han. Once, Dumpling had not been weaker than Krillin, and his psychic abilities had often troubled Krillin significantly. Dumpling has subtly grazed the threshold, yet has not truly stepped into the divine realm. However, his psychic abilities have indeed been extensively developed, Tianjin Han explained. Psychic powers are truly a boon. The crowd recognized Dumpling's expertise and psychic abilities, so despite his somewhat diminished combat strength, he was not underestimated. Meanwhile, Li Jio stood silently in place, igniting a frenzy among the spectators. For on the stage stood the very individual who had once vanquished Cell. 7 years ago, as today, two figures gradually merged. This was the true hero who had defeated Cell. Li Jio, Li Jio, Li Jio. Countless voices resounded, shaking the very heavens and earth. Chapter 79. All have grown stronger. P.S. Some readers have remarked that the constant battle prowess of Krillin and others seems to surpass the rapid advancement of the Scions, which appears unreasonable. Allow me to clarify. Krillin and his companions have transcended dimensional barriers, unlocking new potential. Conversely, the Scions inherently possess boundless potential, making it more challenging to break free from dimensional constraints. Every situation bears its advantages and disadvantages. While Scions can unleash powers surpassing those of deities from a lower dimensional existence, they must also pay a certain price. If there are any suggestions regarding perceived inconsistencies, please feel free to leave a comment. I will take note. Dumplings, take action. Let me witness the progress you have made over the years. Li Jio gestured towards Dumpling, who immediately nodded in response. All right, Mr. Li Jio, I shall make my move. The competition had long since commenced, and Dumpling's aura surged to its zenith, stabilizing at an unparalleled peak. Aware that he was no match for Li Jio, he sought to unleash his full potential in a brief moment. Though Dumpling's high-pitched voice lacked any semblance of intimidation, the force he unleashed was undeniably formidable. His slender fist struck Li Jio's shoulder, yet Li Jio remained unmoved, while the arena floor cracked beneath the impact. Without a trace of hesitation, Dumpling launched a relentless assault, his fists and feet raining down upon Li Jio, who neither dodged nor flinched. Was even defense beyond his reach? Tianjin Fan's three eyes widened as he observed the scene on the stage. Dumpling had undoubtedly unleashed all his strength, yet he could not even breach Li Jio's defenses. Well, that seemed rather expected. Li Jio's normal state should have surpassed that of the Super Saiyan third stage. Sun Wukong nodded. Having trained alongside Vegeta in the realm of the God of Destruction, he was naturally aware of Li Jio's progress in his cultivation. Li Jio has seamlessly integrated all three transformations of Super Saiyan into his normal state. Thus, even in his regular form, his true power undoubtedly surpasses that of the original Super Saiyan 3. Has Li Jio truly become this formidable? This is merely the strength of his ordinary state. Sweat beads trickled down Piccolo's forehead, astonished by Li Jio's might. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai and Jebbet are overwhelmed with excitement. Li Jio's strength is formidable even without transformation. One can only imagine how easily he would handle Majin Buu if he were to change. The Supreme Kai, Shin, remains oblivious to the true extent of Majin Buu's power and is unable to discern the strength of Li Jio and his companions at this moment. He is aware of Majin Buu's might, but remains unaware that the participants of this rather tedious world martial arts tournament are, in fact, the true powerhouses. Among the dozen or so individuals present, the number capable of defeating Majin Buu exceeds mere fingers on one hand. At some point, Biddy arrived in the lounge and tugged at Gohan's sleeve, inquiring, "Is that Mr. Li Jio?" Gohan nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, Mr. Li Jio's prowess has far surpassed my expectations." Unable to comprehend, Biddy asked, "Who is stronger, Li Jio or Cell?" Gohan replied, "As for Li Jio, his current strength has undoubtedly eclipsed that of the former Cell. However, his greatest prowess lies in his psychic abilities." As Gohan finished speaking, Li Jio abandoned his physical assault. With his meager strength, he was simply incapable of shaking Li Jio. Li Jio then directed both hands towards him, unleashing his psychic power, and Li Jio immediately sensed a force penetrating into his being. Li Jio did not immediately seek to eliminate the threat. Instead, he granted Dumpling an opportunity to showcase his skills. Soon after, a sharp cramp seized Li Jio's abdomen. He raised an eyebrow. Such pain was trivial for him. However, for individuals like Clint and others, it would prove far more arduous to endure and overcome. Indeed, Dumpling, do you possess any further techniques? Li Jio spoke, and the dumplings also withdrew their hands. He then activated his supernatural abilities once more, enveloping himself in concentric circles of intangible force, seemingly intent on ensnaring him. Li Jio's body trembled violently, causing the invisible force field surrounding him to dissipate instantaneously. My array of superpowers is predominantly not intended for combat. Dumpling spoke, and upon hearing this, Li Jio chuckled. That is indeed remarkable. Although it may not serve much purpose for me, if it were Clint, he would certainly face quite a challenge. Well, I concede. Dumpling directed his gaze towards the referee. It was already quite generous of Li Jio to grant him the opportunity to strike. Even though Li Jio refrained from making an offensive move, his formidable strength remained indisputable. After conceding, Dumpling raised his hand to restore the arena. The next match was between Trunks and Android 17. As the battle commenced, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan at the very first moment, followed by a fierce shout as he ascended to Super Saiyan second grade. In an instant, the two figures vanished from sight. Li Jio and the others gazed into the half-empty sky, their eyes shifting from time to time. However, the ordinary spectators below were utterly oblivious to the unfolding spectacle. They could only catch fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures and the occasional energy blasts. Yet, this did not hinder the host's commentary, which flowed effortlessly as he simply waxed lyrical. Indeed, such a battle did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the audience. Over the years, number 17 had not relaxed his training, and his prowess had reached unprecedented heights. Sun Wukong rested a hand on his brow, reflecting that had it been the old number 17, Trunks would have undoubtedly claimed victory. However, it appeared that Trunks had remained in a state of constant defense. Truly a scion, yet I too have not been remiss in my training over the years. Number 17 spoke, exerting a modicum of strength. After a few exchanges, he managed to send Trunks tumbling off the stage. Humph, truly pathetic, unable to hold his ground. Trunks rose from the ground, dusting himself off. Number 17 had been considerate, merely knocking Trunks off the platform without inflicting any harm. You three young ones have already grown quite formidable, with diligent training. It won't be long before you catch up to us, Krillin remarked, noting that Li Luo was no less capable than their elder generation. Son Goten and Trunks were slightly behind, but with dedication, they too would surely bridge the gap. As for the bout between Sun Wukong and number 18, there was little need for elaboration. Given Sun Wukong's nature, a 17-minute combat session was already remarkably swift. However, number 18's strength was indeed beyond anyone's expectations. Even Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan third level failed to overwhelm number 18. And it was only upon ascending to the form of a Super Saiyan god that he finally managed to dislodge her from the ring. Number 18 had also not ceased her training of late. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Having thought his time spent training in the God of Destruction's realm made him immensely powerful, only to realize that those on Earth had evolved beyond their former selves. The arrival of Li Jio has transformed everything. Humph. The 18th, with a soft snort, cast a glance at Li Jio before silently retreating to a corner. Chapter 80, Li Luo vs. Depura. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament continues. The participants who have advanced still need to establish their rankings. While the competitors may not fight with all their might, they relish the atmosphere of camaraderie and exchange. Meanwhile, the scene of the martial arts tournament is vividly displayed within a crystal ball. Inside a colossal spaceship, Babidi, drenched in cold sweat, anxiously observes the unfolding events. The energy detector beside him intermittently emits alarming beeps. Yet, the divine power remains elusive to detection. Thus, the strongest aura Babidi can perceive is merely at the level of Super Saiyan 3, or perhaps even weaker. We must act swiftly, otherwise the Supreme Kai will undoubtedly lead them to obliterate Majin Buu, Babidi remarks, glancing at Depura beside him. The Demon Realm King Depura's combat prowess fails to secure even a top 10 position in this martial arts tournament. How terrifying. Babidi's foremost desire is to awaken Majin Buu. For only Buu can restore his confidence. Depura, I shall transfer you to another planet, where you will gather the energy necessary to awaken Majin Buu. With the demise of the Babidi brothers, Babidi dares not wreak havoc on Earth. Do you intend to awaken Majin Buu on another life-bearing planet in the universe, Master Babidi? No, the spaceship remains here, You will collect energy, and I shall assist you. With that, Babidi began to chant incantations, teleporting Depura and all the minions aboard the spaceship away. He is determined to awaken Majin Buu in the shortest time possible. With Babidi's cooperation, the energy collection for Majin Buu proceeds with remarkable speed. The martial arts tournament in West City is in full swing, transforming into a collective showcase for the Z Warriors. The battles are not excessively fierce. Even in evenly matched contests, one side often concedes voluntarily. They bask in the nostalgic atmosphere of yesteryears. Under Li Jio's influence, the martial arts scene on Earth has reached new heights. Following the tournament, various training academies have flourished across the planet. Yet the true transmission of energy and cultivation remains scarce. Rankings do not entirely reflect strength. Yet Li Jio ultimately secured the first position, followed closely by Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan. The tournament concluded at dusk, with many spectators reluctant to leave, dozing off in their tiered seats after a day filled with enthusiastic cheers. Exhausted, they had shouted their hearts out. "Everyone, could I kindly request your assistance?" Supreme Kai Ashen addressed the crowd, noticing their inclination to depart. "Are you referring to Majin Buu?" Li Jio gazed at the Supreme Kai Ashen. Ashen promptly nodded, then courteously remarked, "Mr. Li Jio, I understand that you may not regard Majin Buu as a significant threat, as his power might not match yours. However, Majin Buu is nearly indestructible. Should he wreak havoc on Earth, he could inadvertently annihilate the entire planet." Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to Li Jio, and Gohan interjected, "Well, it seems we don't all need to confront Majin Buu, right? How about I accompany Lord Supreme Kai to assess the true extent of Majin Buu's strength?" The Supreme Kai was overjoyed at this suggestion, although Gohan was not Li Jio. He possessed considerable power and should be capable of subduing Majin Buu. Perhaps Majin Buu could even serve a different purpose. Li Jio pursed his lips, and suddenly, everyone directed their gaze towards a certain direction. In the distance, an overwhelming energy surged forth. What a formidable presence, rivaling that of a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, Goku remarked after sensing the aura. However, if this energy is indeed the case, it should not pose a significant challenge. Krillin chimed in, claiming he could handle such a presence. The Supreme Kai mentioned that this creature is indestructible? Yamcha inquired. "If it cannot be killed, we will resort to the Mafuba technique for sealing it," Piccolo asserted, though it was evident that the group was skeptical of the existence of an indestructible monster. Nonetheless, this aura did not seem overtly malevolent, lacking the wickedness of the previous Vegeta. Suddenly, Goku spoke up, drawing a comparison to Vegeta. Vegeta, upon hearing this, seized Goku by the collar, exclaiming in anger, "Kakarot, what do you mean by that?" "Ha, ha, Vegeta, there's no need to be so fierce. I'm merely stating facts," Goku replied, scratching his head, prompting laughter from the group. Goku seemed concerned that his previous remarks might not have been damaging enough. "Nonetheless, I suggest we investigate further," Tien Shinhan proposed. The energy indeed felt potent, and if it proved difficult to eliminate, sealing it would be imperative. Naturally, this was contingent upon the assumption that Majin Buu was indeed a villain. "Then let us proceed to investigate." Li Jio spoke and then utilized instant transmission, bringing everyone directly outside Babidi's spaceship. At that moment, Babidi and Dabra stood with a throng of minions by the spacecraft. While a chubby pink figure was still learning to walk, Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai pointed at Majin Buu and declared, "Ho ho ho, the Supreme Kai has arrived." Upon seeing the Supreme Kai accompanied by a group, Babidi displayed a confident smile, feeling no surprise. For the energy emanating from Majin Buu had surpassed that which he had sensed from Li Jio and the others. This Babidi was certainly no benign character. Li Jio remarked that Babidi's magic was exceedingly treacherous, and even he could not afford to be careless. The Supreme Kai glanced at Li Jio and remarked, "Babidi possesses the incantation to seal Majin Buu. Mr. Li Jio, it is best to eliminate him." Li Jio then turned to Li Luo and said, "Go. Eliminate that little fellow, but be cautious." "Yes, father." Li Luo stepped forward, and the Supreme Kai immediately sought to intervene. Yet, how could he possibly hinder Li Luo? Babidi seemed to overhear Li Jio's command and was taken aback. "You scoundrel! Dabra, that boy's power is nearly on par with yours. You must obstruct him." "Understood, Master Babidi." At that moment, Babidi was still unable to command Majin Buu. Thus he dared not take any reckless risks. Dabra positioned himself before Li Luo, drawing a long blade. "Humph. Little brat, I shall not allow you to pass. Li Luo, be wary of his saliva. It can petrify." Li Jiao offered a warning, to which Li Luo slightly nodded. She then turned to Dapula and declared, "Should you obstruct my path, you shall meet your demise." Ha ha ha, such audacious bravado from a little one. Behold my blade. Dapula suddenly lunged, his long knife descending towards Li Luo's head. Li Luo's expression transformed instantly into one of fierce intensity, his flowing black hair dancing around him, emanating a verdant luminescence. With a sharp clang, Dapula's long blade was halted by a mere finger of Li Luo. In the next moment, cracks began to spread from the point of contact at his fingertip. "I have heard that your saliva possesses the power to petrify. I shall not grant you the opportunity to demonstrate." Li Luo's demeanor was indifferent, and in the next moment, a vibrant green luminescence began to swell, transforming both his hair and eyes into a resplendent golden green. Chapter 81. The Might of Transmission. Haha. Then I shall let you witness. Dapper began with a hearty laugh, yet before he could finish his sentence, Li Luo abruptly appeared merely a foot away from him, delivering a powerful blow with his not-so-mighty fist straight into Dapper's chest and abdomen. "I said, I won't grant you the opportunity. Therefore, you shall not witness it." Li Luo slowly retracted his fist, while Dapper, akin to a shrimp, staggered backward, his mouth agape, unable to close. However, Li Luo's assault did not conclude there. He launched another kick, striking Dapper squarely on the chin, propelling him skyward. "You successfully blocked me for 3 seconds," Li Luo whispered, his 5 fingers poised towards Dabura, unleashing a powerful energy blast that effortlessly lifted Dabura away. As the smoke dissipated, Dabura vanished completely, and from the moment Li Luo struck until the conclusion of the encounter, scarcely 3 seconds had elapsed. The entire combat sequence could be described as swift, precise, and ruthless, an exquisite display of prowess. Vegeta did not hesitate to commend him, a proud smile gracing his lips as though Li Luo were his own son. This was the ferocity befitting a scion, unlike Kakarot, who meandered with indecision, wasting precious time. Vegeta's praises were unending, while Krillin and the others were equally astonished by Li Luo's brutal efficiency. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that Li Luo would handle his adversaries with such decisiveness. Krillin chuckled, yet Li Luo remained unfazed. In his eyes, the Z fighters had been led astray by Son Goku. Confronting foes should always aim for their annihilation. "Father, should we eliminate Majin Buu as well?" After vanquishing Dabura, Li Luo raised his hand, launching energy orbs that obliterated all of Babbidi's minions. Those servants were hardly virtuous. This display, however, left the Supreme Kai and Kibito utterly astounded. Who were Babbidi's subordinates? Each one was an exceedingly formidable demon. To see them dispatched so effortlessly, and for Li Luo to contemplate the eradication of Majin Buu as well? Could it be that a mere child from Earth could defeat the entity that had instilled fear for countless ages? Majin Buu was not so easily vanquished. You may certainly attempt it. However, I intend to tame Majin Buu, Li Jiao remarked, and upon hearing this, Li Luo immediately became exhilarated. Then I shall not hold back. With that, Li Luo advanced step by step towards Babidi. He recalled the task assigned to him by Li Jiao, which was to eliminate Babidi. "Mr. Li Jiao, the demon Majin Buu is certainly not a foe that a mere child like Li Luo can contend with. Moreover, if we were to slay Babidi, rest assured." "Lord Kaioshin," Li Jiao interjected, "at this moment, Majin Buu is merely at the level of a Super Saiyan in its 3rd stage. Although Lilo may not be able to defeat him, he poses no real danger. At this moment, everyone is quietly observing. Any one of them who confronts the demon Buu, even without gaining the upper hand, would not be easily defeated in a short span of time. Therefore, as Lilo makes his move, there is no concern among the onlookers. They are merely spectators. Why does Li Jiao wish to tame the demon Buu? Is he not a villain of unspeakable evil?" Krillin is somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend Li Jiao's reasoning for keeping such a potential threat close at hand. Li Jiao furrowed his brow and remarked, after absorbing several Supreme Kai, "Majin Buu's inner malevolence has indeed been eradicated. You can sense it too, can't you? At this moment, Majin Buu's aura is devoid of any wickedness. As Son Goku mentioned, he is not as sinister as the Vegeta of old." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, as they were all capable of discerning this change. Casting doubt on the Supreme Kai's description, such power, if exploited by Babidi, would undoubtedly be destructive. However, if we were to tame it, we might gain a formidable force in battle. Li Jiao's plan was thus, but can Majin Buu truly be tamed? In the original narrative, although Majin Buu transformed into a benevolent being, he remained rather naive, and this naivety could easily revert to malevolence. Furthermore, it was only after Majin Buu shed his evil nature that he became kind. If today it proves impossible to defeat Kid Buu, Li Jie would opt for the direct annihilation of Majin Buu. If it becomes too troublesome, the endeavor would be deemed not worth the effort. Li Jie, in his languid demeanor, was abruptly interrupted by Vegeta. What about this Lord Supreme Kai? Did you not assert that Majin Buu is indestructible? Vegeta inquired. To which Supreme Kai Shen promptly nodded, stating, Majin Buu possesses an extraordinarily robust vitality. Even if he were to be shattered into pieces, he could regenerate. Moreover, Majin Buu wields both black and white magic, and one must be cautious not to fall prey to it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned slightly grave. They were attempting to gauge their ability to vanquish Majin Buu based on the aura he exhibited. After learning of Majin Buu's tenacious life force, Krillin and the others could only shake their heads in resignation. Even Din, among them the most formidable, lacked absolute certainty in completely eradicating Majin Buu. This indeed posed a formidable challenge. Only an overwhelming force could hope to defeat Majin Buu. I believe we shall require the intervention of Goku or Gohan. Erlangchen, too, felt uncertain. While he could suppress Majin Buu for a time with his utmost effort, he was still far from being able to obliterate him entirely. Humph. You all underestimate the legendary Super Saiyan, Vegeta scoffed, casting a glance at Li Luo. That is the legendary Super Saiyan, an invincible warrior. Even though Li Luo is merely 7 years old at present, Vegeta harbored sufficient confidence in Li Luo's potential to slay Majin Buu. Then let us first eliminate Babidi, Li Luo declared, raising a finger to unleash a verdant beam of energy. His target was Babidi, who at that moment was still attempting to persuade Majin Buu, who was behaving like a child, humming to himself. The attack from Lilo arrived in an instant, and although Majin Buu sensed it, he did not make a move to defend himself, allowing the beam to pierce Babidi's heart. Babidi, whose size was scarcely larger than a fist, had his entire left chest explode, yet he did not perish immediately. Instead, he struggled to utter, Majin Buu, save me quickly, or I shall seal you away. Upon hearing this, a chilling glimmer appeared in Majin Buu's eyes, but he nonetheless extended his hand to lift Babidi, emanating a soft pink glow. In the next moment, Babidi's wounds healed, and a pure smile spread across Majin Buu's face. All better, he declared. Babidi then exclaimed, Hooray! Majin Buu is truly remarkable. Now, Majin Buu, eliminate all those people, especially that child, kill him first. Chapter 82. Lilo vs. Majin Buu. Babidi pointed his staff at Lilo, well aware that it was Lilo's attack that had nearly claimed his life moments earlier. Majin Buu, gazing at Babidi suspended before him, felt his smile vanish once more. His eyes narrowed to slits as he suddenly struck, seizing Babidi by the throat. Majin. Babidi struggled to produce a sound, his voice barely escaping his lips. Without your voice, you cannot cast your spells, Majin Buu remarked with a satisfied grin, and then Babidi's form dissolved into a swirl of pink energy. Li Luo quietly observed the scene before him. Babidi was dead. Although he was not the one to have ended his life, it mattered little now. Yoo-hoo! I am free. Majin Buu paid no attention to Li Luo or the Kaioshin. Instead, he joyfully dashed about, tripping over a stone and rolling several times. This hardly resembled the actions of a malevolent being. Son Gohan scratched his head, bemused by Majin Buu's antics, while Li Luo regarded him with a mix of confusion and disbelief. This Majin Buu exhibited no signs of destruction and lacked any malevolent aura. How could one possibly engage him? After watching for a while, Majin Buu suddenly halted, slowly turning to face Li Luo and declaring, I am hungry. Hungry? I have nothing to offer you. Li Luo narrowed his eyes. When Majin Buu gazed in his direction, Li Luo instinctively sensed a hint of danger. What to transform into? Perhaps chocolate? Majin Buu pondered for a moment before breaking into a childlike grin. His antennae swayed gently as he declared, let us turn into chocolate. A beam of pink light shot forth from his antennae, causing Li Luo to shudder involuntarily. With a sharp exclamation, he activated his protective shield. The grass-green barrier intercepted Majin Buu's magic, and beads of cold sweat formed on Li Luo's brow. How infuriating! That spell was perilous, although it had been thwarted. Li Luo's instinctive reaction was never mistaken. Had he not possessed a protective shield, he might have truly been transformed into chocolate. Why didn't you turn into chocolate? Is it impossible? Majin Buu inquired, puzzled as he looked at Li Luo. At that moment, Li Luo felt a flicker of anger. Are you suggesting you would consume me as chocolate? Li Luo's aura began to ascend. He now possessed ample justification to eradicate the demon Majin Buu. Transform once more. Majin Buu cast his magic again, but this time, Li Luo effortlessly dispersed it with his energy. What sort of magic is this? A mere matter of caution suffices. A slight smile graced Li Luo's lips as he stepped forward into the void, advancing step by step towards Majin Buu. Allow me to witness the true extent of your power. The aura of Liro continuously escalated, as he had yet to unleash his full potential. Do you wish to engage in combat with me? The demon Majin Buu retorted. However, Liro, disinterested in a verbal exchange, advanced and delivered a powerful punch to Majin Buu's face. The impact caused Majin Buu's round visage to indent deeply. His head seemingly on the verge of detachment while his body remained stationary, his neck stretched unnaturally. Were it anyone else, such a blow would have surely been fatal. Yet Majin Buu was no ordinary being. Nonchalantly, he reshaped his face and restored his neck to its original form, gazing vacantly at Liro. Now it is my turn, Majin Buu declared, swiftly unleashing a punch aimed directly at Liro's face. Nevertheless, Liro would not permit him an unopposed strike. He raised his arm to block the demon's formidable blow, immediately retaliating with a forceful kick to Majin Buu's ample abdomen. This kick punctured a massive hole in the demon's belly. Lilo withdrew, observing the formidable Majin Buu. He had come to understand that Majin Buu possessed a regeneration ability surpassing that of the Namekians. He was curious to discover the limits of this extraordinary capability. Lilo was indeed impressive, yet Majin Buu appeared considerably weaker. Krillin, puzzled, noted that while Majin Buu wielded immense power, he seemed somewhat inept in its application. He resembled an infant, endowed with strength, yet lacking the skill to utilize it effectively. At this moment, Yamcha also recognized the peculiarities of Majin Buu. The onlookers silently watched the clash between Lilo and Majin Buu. Soon, Majin Buu showcased his astonishing regenerative prowess. A gaping hole, large enough to pass through a basketball, astonishingly healed in an instant, and his energy remained undiminished. You hurt me, Majin Buu exclaimed, visibly enraged, as his rotund form swiftly moved to confront Lilo once more, launching an attack. However, Majin Buu was merely flailing wildly. Though rapid and powerful, his strikes appeared rife with openings to Lilo. After a brief skirmish, Majin Buu had not even grazed Lilo's attire, instead finding himself repeatedly outmatched. Yet, even if Lilo shattered Majin Buu into fragments, without sufficient force to obliterate him entirely, it would bear no consequence. In mere moments, Majin Buu restored himself completely, his energy unscathed. After a series of confrontations, Lilo found his own strength significantly sapped. Yet Majin Buu showed no signs of depletion. Majin Buu not only boasted an extraordinary capacity for recovery from injuries, but also possessed remarkable stamina. Therefore, if possible, I would like to request Mr. Li Jiao to personally intervene and eliminate Majin Buu. As you have observed, while Majin Buu may seem simple, this simplicity constitutes a significant source of his danger. The Supreme Kai once again suggested that Li Jiao should strike down Majin Buu. However, Li Jiao remained unmoved. Perhaps he could not harness Majin Buu's strength for his own, but it would certainly provide Lilo with a valuable opportunity to hone his skills. Li Jiao still had no intention of intervening. Even if he wished to eliminate the demon Majin Buu, there was no necessity for him to act personally. A mere strike from any one of the trio, Son Gohan, Son Goku, or Vegeta, would suffice to vanquish Majin Buu in an instant. No, that is not quite right. It was truly terrifying. Krillin suddenly spoke, and his expression when he gazed at Majin Buu had transformed. Li Jiao was slightly taken aback, glancing at Klin and inquiring, "What is the matter?" Majin Buu was emulating Li Luo's combat style, and his fighting prowess was on the rise. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Li Luo to suppress Majin Buu, although Klin was not the strongest among them. His extensive experience in various battles granted him unique insights into the art of combat. Li Jiao cast a glance at the distant battleground. A once desolate expanse of hills now transformed beyond recognition. Li Luo's expression grew increasingly grave. The demon Majin Buu seemed to be adapting to his fighting techniques. Although Li Luo held the advantage in strength, Majin Buu's grotesque regeneration was sufficient to offset this disparity. Should their combat skills reach parity, Li Luo would find himself at a disadvantage. Darn it, I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you. Li Luo's temper flared, and the aura surrounding him grew increasingly potent. With an inexhaustible force surging within him, manifesting a remarkable escalation. Chapter 83, Changing the Battlefield. Upon sensing Li Luo's surge in power, Klin and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Such a rate of enhancement was beyond their imagination. After years of arduous cultivation, they had never experienced such a rapid advancement, let alone an ever-increasing prowess in battle. Their own growth had been the result of steady accumulation, while Li Luo's abilities appeared to blossom effortlessly during combat, a phenomenon they could only envy. As Lilo's fighting spirit soared, the demon Majin Buu had nearly mastered Lilo's techniques. In terms of skills, Lilo found it increasingly challenging to gain the upper hand. The battle, now evenly matched, grew more intense, and Lilo began to sustain injuries. Yet, paradoxically, his aura surged even higher, his strength continually amplifying, subtly hinting at the possibility of suppressing Majin Buu once more. Lilo's innate talent was nothing short of terrifying. Gohan expressed his admiration, while Krillin and the others were left speechless. Gohan's own talent had already placed him in a realm far beyond their reach, let alone Lilo. Indeed, the comparison of individuals could be quite demoralizing. At that moment, the Supreme Kai and Jebbet found themselves at a loss for words. Their eyes wide in disbelief as they witnessed the clash between Lilo and Majin Buu, their worldview shattering before them. A mere child could engage in combat with Majin Buu to such an extent. Majin Buu's aura showed no signs of waning. On the contrary, as he endured more blows, he began to fight back in earnest, unleashing an even greater surge of power. Nevertheless, Lilo remained steadfast, refusing to yield. Jebbet and Supreme Kaiasin exchanged glances, and Jebbet silently nodded. Jebbet, please lead everyone to the Supreme Kai realm. This battle cannot continue here. Majin Buu lacks any concept of power control. While it may not seem significant to the others, the Earth simply cannot withstand such intense forces. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for the entire planet. Jebbet, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Supreme Kai, I cannot even approach their battle. Supreme Kaiasin felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned to Lilo, saying, surely, Mr. Lilo would not wish for the Earth to be destroyed? Of course not, Lilo replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Without warning, he vanished from sight, only to reappear instantaneously before Majin Buu. Li Luo was engaged in combat, but the sudden appearance of Li Jiao caused him to cease his attacks. Father, I have not yet been defeated. Lord Kaioshin, please escort Vegeta to the Kaioshin realm. The Kaioshin turned to Jebbet, who immediately looked at Vegeta, with a disdainful snort. Vegeta replied, I have no desire to be your pawn. Let Son Gohan go to that Kaioshin realm instead. Once there, he merely needs to unleash his energy. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately understood the intentions of Li Jiao and his companions, and he joined Jebbet in traveling to the Kaioshin realm, where he would release the energy of Super Saiyan second stage. Li Jiao firmly grasped the antenna atop Majin Buu's head, then, in a flash, transported Li Luo along with him. Meanwhile, Son Goku took the others with him. The Kaioshin realm was vast and spacious, its expanse countless times greater than that of Earth, and its resilience far surpassed that of the terrestrial sphere. Here, Li Luo and Majin Buu were free to unleash their full potential. Humph. I shall unleash my utmost power now. Li Luo, unrestrained and liberated from all reservations, experienced a remarkable surge in combat prowess. The energy blasts cascaded forth as if they were devoid of cost, puncturing the form of the demon Majin Buu with a multitude of transparent holes. Truly, what formidable strength! Krillin and the others were left in awe. Li Luo's full-force manifestation of power had evidently escalated by at least 30%. The legendary Super Saiyan was inherently ill-suited for timid skirmishes. They are born destroyers, excelling in a frenzied style of combat. The extraordinary physical capabilities of the legendary Super Saiyans are nearly monstrous, seemingly untouched by the burden of fatigue. Li Luo naturally possesses such extraordinary attributes. As the true battle commenced, the entire realm of the Supreme Kai trembled. Majin Buu gradually found himself at a disadvantage, while Li Luo grew ever more formidable with each passing moment. Goten and Trunks looked on with excitement, their spirits ignited by the prospect of joining Li Luo in his confrontation against Majin Buu. However, their strength was evidently insufficient, rendering them incapable of participating in such a fierce struggle. If Goten and Trunks wished to engage, they would need to exercise caution. Goku discerned the intentions of the two young ones. Goten then inquired, is it really possible? To which Goku replied, if you wish to join, then go ahead. But do not weep if you find yourselves injured. Li Jiao smiled, realizing that Sun Wukong intended to use Majin Buu as a sharpening stone for Son Goten and Trunks. Of course, Li Jiao had similarly regarded Majin Buu as a tool for honing Li Luo's skills. Oh yeah, Goten, let us go. Trunks instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, further ascending to Super Saiyan second grade, and charged directly toward Majin Buu. As he flew, he shouted, Hey Li Luo, let us have a go as well. Li Luo glanced back at Trunks without uttering a word, yet he did not impede Trunks' participation. At this moment, he needed to exert full control over the immense power within him to prevent it from spiraling out of control. The legendary strength of the Super Saiyan was notoriously difficult to harness, were it not for his mastery of the Xianhuang breathing technique and his formidable mental fortitude. His command over such power would be far inferior to that of others, and he might have succumbed to uncontrollable rage long ago. Goten and Trunks inflicted minimal damage on Majin Buu, yet their persistent assaults were undeniably irksome to the formidable foe. However, Li Luo's presence thwarted any opportunity for Majin Buu to decisively eliminate Goten and Trunks. Even though there were fleeting moments when Majin Buu could seize the chance to strike them down, it did not deter the two young warriors from rising once more to re-engage in battle. "I am furious," Majin Buu exclaimed, steam billowing from the hole atop his head, producing a disconcerting whirring sound. Li Jiao gazed at the scene with a subtle shift in expression. The notion of separating the Fat Buu and Slim Buu was straightforward. One merely needed to vanquish Slim Buu. Once again, a brutal encounter ensued as steam surged from within Fat Buu, coalescing mid-air into the form of a slender, dark gray Buu. The moment Slim Buu materialized, he unleashed a spell, targeting Trunks and Goten. Alarmed, Goku swiftly teleported to their side, deflecting the magical energy beam with immense power. At that moment, Fat Buu and Slim Buu engaged in combat. "Goten, Trunks, retreat," Goku urged, his expression grave as he regarded the confrontation between the two Buus, who had now turned their full attention away from Li Luo and Goku. Li Luo and Sun Wukong gazed curiously at the two Majin Buu, yet they both sensed that the slender Buu emanated an aura of pure malevolence, while the Fat Buu possessed not a trace of wickedness. How could this be? How could two Majin Buus exist? The Supreme Kai, AXIN, found it inconceivable. One Majin Buu was already capable of wreaking havoc in the Kai's realm, and the existence of two could only spell disaster. Chapter 84. The Old Supreme Kai instinctively. AXIN cast a glance towards Li Jiao, only to find that he had vanished. In a desperate search, they discovered Li Jiao standing atop a high cliff, where he drew forth the sword of the Supreme Kai. How could this be possible? He actually drew it out. The Supreme Kai could hardly believe his eyes, for no one had ever managed to unsheath the sword of the Supreme Kai. Li Jiao examined the King of Worlds' divine sword from various angles, then raised his hand to gently tap the blade. To his astonishment, he managed to pinch the sword's body between two fingers, and with a delicate twist, crack, the sword shattered. The King of Worlds and Jebet were stunned, their mouths agape as if they could fit an ostrich egg inside. Li Jiao waved his hand, discarding the god sword of the Supreme Kai, when an old man suddenly appeared by his side. A scion? How could he be present in the realm of the Supreme Kai? The old Supreme Kai, hunched over, displayed no signs of excitement even after being unsealed. His gaze was filled with wisdom, and despite the battle between the two Majin Buu in the distance, he remained unfazed. He looked at Supreme Kai Ashen, posed a few inquiries, and reached a conclusion. The current Supreme Kai was inadequate. Very well. I shall re-educate you on the matters concerning the Supreme Kai. That plump Majin Buu is likely the result of the thin Buu absorbing several Supreme Kais, influenced by their benevolence. In essence, the chubby Buu is a fusion of the final Supreme Kai and Majin Buu. If possible, it would be best not to destroy him. The old Supreme Kai, with his vast experience, could discern the true nature of the Fat Buu just from the East Supreme Kai's description. With proper nurturing, Fat Buu could become a formidable warrior. The old Supreme Kai observed Li Luo and Sun Wukong, who were closely watching the battle between the two Buus, and then glanced at Li Jiao, a Super Saiyan, and the legendary Super Saiyan. If I am not mistaken, there exists a Super Saiyan god among you. The old Supreme Kai's wise gaze fell upon Li Jiao, who nodded slightly. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Li Luo, and I have all trained in the God of Destruction's realm. Lord Beerus and Whis, you managed to train in the realm of the God of Destruction. No wonder, the old Supreme Kai mused, his eyes glinting momentarily before he sighed in resignation. He had once been suppressed by Beerus beneath the Supreme Kai's sword for countless millennia. After the division of the two Buus, their power significantly diminished, with Fat Buu evidently weaker. Within merely a few hundred exchanges, Fat Buu found himself at a disadvantage. Li Luo, eliminate that thin one. Li Jiao spoke, and upon hearing his words, Li Luo immediately nodded and charged towards Fat Buu. Naturally, Fat Buu was no match for him and was swiftly overwhelmed. The diminishment of strength rendered Li Luo's attacks increasingly effective. In a mere 3 minutes, Fat Buu was already on the brink of collapse. Despite possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, he proved to be inconsequential in the face of overwhelming power. Transform into chocolate. Fat Bu exclaimed, observing his counterpart's dire state, and promptly made his move. Upon hearing this, Li Luo immediately activated his protective shield, believing that Fat Bu was about to launch an attack against him. However, the magical beam struck Slim Bu directly, only to be devoured by Fat Bu in an instant. This unforeseen turn of events took even Li Jiao by surprise. The initial intention was to eradicate Slim Bu entirely. Had he been consumed? Yet, it appeared that he had not succumbed to the influence of malevolent thoughts, remarked the old Kai. Li Jiao gazed at the plump Majin Bu, whose strength had once again returned to its zenith, perhaps even surpassing it. However, his aura was no longer a blend of good and evil. It radiated pure benevolence. The somewhat daft Majin Bu looked at Li Luo and then cast a glance at Son Goku, candidly admitting defeat. He plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, "I won't fight anymore. I can't win." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, pondering whether this Majin Bu could indeed be kept alive. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate him? The god of destruction, Shin, harbored an intense fear of Majin Bu. Yet, just as he uttered these words, the old Kai swiftly struck him with a resounding thud. The fusion of several Kais and Majin Bu meant that to slay him would be tantamount to slaying the Kais themselves. However, this Majin Bu was beyond their control. The Kai, haunted by memories, recalled how he might have perished had the Grand Kai not intervened to protect him. "I shall take him away," Li Jiao declared, having the intention of nurturing Majin Bu, thereby gaining a formidable ally. Although Majin Bu's strength was of little consequence to Earth at that moment, every bit of power was beneficial. Majin Bu cast a sidelong glance at Li Jiao, recalling the moment when Li Jiao had seized his antenna, rendering him powerless to resist. "You want to take me away? Is there good food?" Majin Bu inquired, as without delightful treats, he would not accompany Li Jiao. "Indeed, there is plenty of delicious food. But you must behave," Li Jiao replied. "Is there anything fun to do?" "Yes. Do you like puppies? I can get you a puppy." Majin Bu instantly sprang to his feet with childlike glee. "Yay, yay, I will go with you." Thus, amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Majin Bu was taken back to the floating island by Li Jiao. "Aren't you afraid that Majin Bu might suddenly spiral out of control and cause havoc?" Android 18, having approached Li Jiao, asked. In the distance, Majin Bu frolicked joyfully with a small white puppy, even crafting a tiny house resembling the puppy out of clay. "Why should I be afraid?" Li Jiao, perplexed, regarded the formidable Majin Bu. Yet his true admiration lay in the myriad of magical abilities possessed by the creature. Moreover, Li Jiao wielded absolute power. Despite Majin Bu's exceptional talent for cultivation, surpassing Li Jiao was an unattainable feat. What if he were to depart? There are countless ordinary people residing on Floating Island. Number 18 observed Li Jiao with a hint of disapproval, seemingly critical of the prolonged absence of both him and Natasha over the years. "In that case, dedicate yourself to your training and strive to keep Majin Bu in check." Although Majin Bu may appear obedient, urging him to cultivate is no simple task. "Surely, you possess at least this modicum of confidence?" Li Jiao retorted. Number 18 cast a sidelong glance at Li Jiao, gently tousling her golden short hair, exuding an air of enchanting allure. "Do not presume to treat me as a mere gardener." With that, Number 18 soared into the distance, seemingly uninterested in lingering with Li Jiao. Li Jiao shrugged and turned to the training ground. Here, Klin and Li Luo were engaged in an intense battle, while Jiaozi adeptly countered Trunks' fervent assaults. Sun Wukong found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament, being unilaterally overwhelmed by Yamcha. Meanwhile, Changjin Fan was locked in a fierce duel with Piccolo. The collective fighting prowess of the group exceeded an average of 3, rendering the entire floating island tumultuous amidst such a grand melee. Li Jiao experienced a slight headache. Yet at this moment, he received a message from the old Kaioshin. "Li Jiao, if necessary, you may allow them to train in the Kaioshin realm. The 7th universe requires formidable warriors to confront the impending unknown calamities." The old Kaioshin, with his far-reaching foresight, was akin to a pillow encountered just as one was falling asleep. "Then, esteemed elder, please open a portal from Earth to the Kaioshin realm." It was inconceivable for Sun Wukong and Li Jiao to serve as mere means of transportation, and someone as proud as Jebet would certainly not comply. Chapter 85. The malicious wave. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin immediately acted, and a portal materialized on Earth. This gateway led directly to the Kaioshin realm. Yet one could not pass through without possessing the power of a Super Saiyan at the 2nd stage. For an extended period, the Kaioshin realm remained in a state of unrest. However, the enigmatic methods of the Kaishin allowed for the creation of a separate space for repose. And the realm possessed a remarkable ability to self-recover. Although it was frequently ravaged, restoration occurred in no time. On North Kaishin's planet, a fist-sized celestial body trembled vigorously as North Kaishin's antennae quivered. Within his sight, the soul's filter of hell erupted explosively, giving birth to a creature born of pure malice, a malicious wave. This gigantic entity punched through hell, plunging into an unknown dimension. It resembled a child, frolicking joyfully in a kaleidoscopic world. The sudden incident in hell could not escape the gaze of the Kaishin. Yet such a powerful creature could not be vanquished solely by the elite warriors cultivated by the various Kaishins. While there were indeed some strong fighters in hell, they were at most comparable to Frisia. How could they possibly contend with the malicious wave? They could not even compel it into its second form. Wukong, Wukong, where are you? This is dire. North Kaishin searched frantically, yet he could not reach Sun Wukong. In desperation, he turned to the other warriors on Earth. Li Jie. Is Li Jie present? Yet, there was no trace of Li Jie's energy on Earth. At that moment, Li Jie and Vegeta were once again in the God of Destruction's realm. However, they were not training. Instead, they were observing the crystal ball atop Whis' staff. The images within vividly depicted scenes from hell. Inside the crystal ball, a rotund, seemingly adorable creature wreaked havoc without restraint. At this rate of destruction, the entirety of hell would be obliterated. Are you certain you do not wish to return? Whis inquired, gazing at Li Jie and the others. The issue lay solely within the galaxy's hell. The seventh universe was vast. Even if the galaxy were to vanish, Whis would not be overly concerned. However, since Li Jie and his companions hailed from the galaxy, attention was warranted. There is no need to return. Li Jie spoke, to which Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement, remarking that although this entity appeared rather peculiar, it did not seem particularly formidable. They were certain that some individuals were present on Earth, and the King Kai would undoubtedly reach out to them. Sun Wukong confirmed this, yet at that moment, there were hardly any Z fighters on Earth. Piccolo was absent, and so was Tien. Only Yamcha and Gohan remained. Soon, King Kai managed to contact the two. King Kai? Both father and uncle Li Jie have ventured to the God of Destruction's realm for training, so I am unable to reach them. However, if there is anything you require, we would be glad to assist. This was Gohan's first experience being contacted by King Kai, and he was currently engrossed in research regarding the torque of rotating energy and the trajectory of his energy blasts. A breakthrough in this study could potentially amplify the potency of his attacks under precise control. Gohan, at present, I can only reach you and Yamcha. But a remarkably powerful monster has emerged in hell. I believe it necessitates the intervention of Sun Wukong and Li Jie. King Kai hoped to connect with Sun Wukong through Gohan, yet upon hearing King Kai's condescension, Gohan felt a wave of displeasure. King Kai, upon your remark, I indeed sense a malevolent aura. However, it does not seem overwhelmingly powerful. There is no need to trouble father and uncle Li Jie. But I lack the ability to teleport. You will have to bring me to hell. Gohan intended to confront the monster himself, feeling insulted by King Kai's apparent lack of faith in him. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, training in the God of Destruction's domain, chuckled heartily at Gohan's words. It seems that Gohan's prowess is nearly surpassing my own. Vegeta, we cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by a child. Humph. I certainly will not be surpassed by a mere child. Vegeta scoffed, yet his gaze remained fixed on the image within the crystal ball. He was eager to ascertain the true extent of Gohan's strength, recalling how Gohan had once eclipsed him during the Cell Games. After rigorous training, Vegeta pondered whether he had managed to outpace Gohan. Gohan's training is unlike that of any of us. His power is bound to astonish. Li Jie gazed quietly and then cast a glance at Natasha, who remained seated on the god-making platform, having not taken a break for quite some time. The North Kai felt a twinge of headache. How could these scions be so exceedingly confident? Yet, at this juncture, he could only place his trust in his exceptionally gifted son, Son Goku. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the deity of Earth to fetch you. The North Kai declared, resigned to the situation. Meanwhile, on Earth, Yamcha had also arrived at the floating island. Gohan, shall we go together? He inquired, seeking Son Gohan, who was deeply engrossed in his research and failed to hear Yamcha's voice. It wasn't until Dandy's arrival that Yamcha managed to rouse Son Gohan from his concentration. I can only escort you two this far. The rest is in your capable hands, Dandy stated, aware of the troubling issues arising in the underworld. And knowing that Son Gohan and Yamcha were the only warriors available on Earth for the time being. Rest assured, Dandy, that malevolent aura does not seem overly potent. Son Gohan replied, having never anticipated how challenging it would be to confront such evil. After all, he had not sensed any danger emanating from the malevolent energy. This force had already surpassed that of Majin Buu. Yamcha, with a serious expression, recognized that he was somewhat weaker than Son Gohan. Gohan, allow me to take the first strike this time, he proposed as they walked side by side, soon encountering King Yama. King Yama promptly transported the two deities to the alternate dimension where the malevolent energy resided. Although referred to as a dimension, it was, in fact, part of the underworld, filled with various blood pools, creating a rather eerie scene. If Uncle Yamcha defeats that fellow, I want to get a chance to intervene, Son Gohan mused, scratching his head, feeling the sting of being underestimated by the Kai. That won't happen. I'm probably not capable of defeating that adversary yet. Yamcha remarked as they finally laid eyes on the figure of the malevolent energy, rotund and a dull yellow, resembling an enormous, chubby Teletubby, rather cute, in a way. Yamcha chuckled lightly, and with Son Gohan's consent, he stretched his limbs, entering a state akin to that of the god of tea, and surged forth towards the malevolent energy. Chapter 86. Yamcha versus Malevolent Energy. Yamcha's strength was likely comparable to that of the malevolent energy, Son Goku observed as he glanced at Lee Chiou. During the World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha had faced Android 17, and the two had been evenly matched. However, Android 17 had experienced extraordinary growth since then. And judging by the auras they projected, they had surpassed the level of Super Saiyan 2nd stage. Thus, their strength should align with that of Super Saiyan 3. Yamcha's prowess was indeed on par with that of the malevolent energy. Lee nodded, internally adding a thought. It is quite similar to the fat form of the evil spirit wave. In truth, the fat form of the evil spirit wave is not inherently more powerful than Kid Buu. However, once it transforms into its second form, its combat prowess overwhelmingly surpasses that of a Super Saiyan 3. In the original narrative, it was only after the fusion of Goku and Vegeta into Vegeto that the evil spirit wave was ultimately vanquished, as its strength far exceeded that of Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Lee Chiou feigned ignorance while Whis perceived the truth without voicing it. As the onlookers beheld the infernal scene, Yamcha approached the malevolent entity, the evil thought wave, exuding no overwhelming aura. This was the realm of the divine, a manifestation of extraordinarily pure dimensional mastery, surpassing even Gohan's enigmatic state. One could only wonder what Yamcha's full strength would reveal. Goku, too, felt a spark of anticipation. There was a time when he reminisced about his childhood companions. Back then, he was not the most formidable, yet they all ardently pursued martial arts. As his strength gradually eclipsed theirs, Yamcha and the others lost their competitive spirit. Now, they had returned. In this manner, perhaps he could defeat this rotund foe. Whis voiced his astonishment at Yamcha's divine realm, casting a glance at Lee Chiou, gaining some insight before continuing to observe. The evil thought wave resembled a large doll. Upon seeing Yamcha approach, it appeared to perceive him as a toy, wobbling towards him. Yamcha's expression remained stern, and in a swift moment, he leaped high, delivering a kick aimed at the creature's face. However, whether by design or happenstance, as Yamcha successfully toppled the evil thought wave with his kick, one of its short legs simultaneously struck him. Yamcha steadied himself, rubbing his face where he had been hit, his demeanor becoming markedly serious. Unlike Goku, who often recklessly unleashed his full power from the onset, Yamcha had not anticipated this blow. This kick was far from a mere coincidence, leading him to believe that the evil thought wave indeed possessed genuine strength. The evil thought wave rolled a considerable distance before resuming its seat, clapping its hands in delight. It gazed at Yamcha and suddenly launched a fist towards his head. Yamcha, initially perplexed, quickly grasped the situation as the creature's fist pierced through the fabric of space, descending upon him. He dodged instinctively while counterattacking the evil thought wave. It seemed that at any moment, a punch could materialize from the heavens, but with his keen sense of danger, Yamcha evaded each strike and soon found himself before the creature. "Allow me to demonstrate my Wolf Fang fist," Yamcha proclaimed. His lips pursed as his fist rained down like a tempest. At this juncture, Yamcha had transformed significantly, and the Wolf Fang fist was no longer what it once was. Each powerful blow accumulated, with every strike embodying Yamcha's full might. In a remarkably brief span, he unleashed 9 devastating punches. These 9 strikes left 9 indented imprints upon the evil thought wave's expansive belly. It seemed as though the 9 blows had transpired in an instant, and the creature's massive form was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Evil thought wave. The voice of the malevolent wave resonated with an ethereal quality. as Yamcha's Wolf Fang fist inflicted considerable damage upon him. The malevolent wave. A colossal fist descended once more, even more densely than before. The malevolent wave's fist began to strike from all directions, encircling Yamcha with gigantic imprints, forcing him to contend with the relentless assault from every angle. Malevolent wave. The tone of the malevolent wave suddenly escalated, unleashing a powerful beam of energy from its mouth. Upon witnessing this, Yamcha's expression shifted, and he erupted with a formidable aura. A luminous white flame surging upwards as he pressed his hands together and pushed forth. The radiant energy surged forth like a rainbow, instantly engulfing the malevolent wave's attack. Yamcha gradually levitated in midair, relying on his perception of energy to sense the malevolent wave amidst the swirling dust. The aura dwindled. Yamcha relaxed slightly, but was soon alerted by Gohan's urgent shout, "Yamcha, be careful." Responding to Gohan's warning, Yamcha immediately heightened his power, fully releasing his divine perception. Ultimately detecting a slender thread of energy, razor-sharp like a strand of hair. He could only evade with all his might, yet still felt it graze him, leaving a wound over a foot long on his chest. The injury was deep enough to expose bone, nearly disemboweling him and almost cleaving him in two. Cold sweat streamed down Yamcha's face as he pressed the wound together forcefully, his internal energy rapidly depleting. The divine energy was summoned forth, sealing the wound's blood flow. "Uncle Yamcha." Gohan rushed over, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Gohan, his gaze piercing as he unleashed a Kamehameha, obliterating the subsequent energy threats. "Damn it, I was careless." Yamcha was drenched in sweat. The sharpness of that thread was terrifying, reminiscent of facing the sword energy of the formidable Legio. Thanks to Gohan's reminder, otherwise, I would have perished here today. Yamcha gasped for breath, having narrowly escaped death, beads of cold sweat still dotting his brow. "Uncle Yamcha, please rest for a moment. There are Senzu beans on the floating island. Once I eliminate this foe, we shall return." Gohan glanced at Yamcha's severe injury. However, Yamcha's high level and strong recovery abilities meant that, as long as he refrained from exerting excessive power that could burden his body, he would be fine. "All right, Gohan. Be cautious." Yamcha forced a smile before soaring into the distance. Gohan gazed towards the ruins as the dust settled, revealing the second form of the malevolent wave before him. It wielded a blood-red sword, tall and imposing, bearing a striking resemblance to the fourth form of Kvila, no longer resembling a child. The second form of the malevolent wave displayed a repertoire of techniques, its strength significantly amplified. How exhilarating! Gohan focused intently, his eyes shining like the bright moon as he clenched his fists in anticipation. Clang! The malevolent energy wave struck fiercely. Yet Sun Wukong focused his essence into a concentrated fist, directly clashing with the sword of the sinister energy. The sound of metal clashing resonated, and Wukong's fist remained unscathed. Indeed formidable, but still insufficient. Wukong soon discerned the true nature of the malevolent energy wave. He was indeed stronger than the third transformation of a Super Saiyan. Yet he still fell significantly short of the divine realm. Chapter 87. Wukong takes action regardless of your origins. Your existence has already jeopardized the safety of countless individuals. Wukong approached step by step, while the malevolent energy merely stared coldly at him, its expression rife with caution, overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from Wukong. Wukong. That is the embodiment of the malevolent thoughts accumulated within the soul filter of hell. Please, swiftly eradicate it. The voice of King Kai echoed once more, leading Wukong to finally grasp the origins of this wicked being. At that moment, the malevolent energy wave swung its sword, initiating an attack without uttering a word. Wukong furrowed his brow, extending a finger to block the sword with a resounding clash. The razor-sharp edge could not even breach Wukong's skin. Having gauged the true strength of the malevolent energy wave, Wukong immediately launched his final assault. His speed reached its zenith, and his divine essence was ethereal. Those who had yet to attain the divine realm could not perceive his presence through mere energy. The malevolent energy wave clearly had not comprehended the divine realm. After several exchanges, its essence plummeted to a nadir. It sought to flee, but Wukong denied it any opportunity. Such a malevolent entity, if allowed to escape, would undoubtedly wreak havoc. At this juncture, Wukong was no longer comparable to the original character. He understood the true level of power possessed by Earth's warriors. Even the weakest among them, like Kaiatsu, would be a formidable opponent across the cosmos, let alone facing a powerful entity like the malevolent energy wave. It is over. With the explosive force of the Kamehameha obliterating everything, the essence of the malevolent energy wave vanished completely from existence. King Enma brought Wukong and Yamcha back. excitedly grasping their hands. I am immensely grateful to you both. Had it not been for your intervention, the entire hell of the galaxy would have collapsed. King Enma, still shaken, recounted how the malevolent energy wave was a demon born from countless years of accumulated evil essence, possessing the strength to easily annihilate an entire star system. No need for thanks. It is our duty, Wukong replied, scratching his head before glancing at Yamcha's injuries. Uncle Yamcha is hurt. We must return swiftly. Farewell. Or rather, never to meet again, Lord Enma. Wukong and Yamcha departed from Hell, where the celestial deity, Dandi, awaited outside. Allow me to assist in treating Mr. Yamcha. Dandi stepped forward, and Sun Wukong's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. I had forgotten that Dandi possesses healing abilities. This way, I need not request Senzu beans from my mother. Although there are plenty of Senzu beans on the floating island, Li Jiao maintains strict control over their distribution. While one may use them to recover from injuries, utilizing Senzu beans for excessive training is absolutely forbidden. Li Jiao's actions undoubtedly hold their own reasoning. Thus, although Yamcha and the others could demand the celestial beans, they would refrain from utilizing them under ordinary circumstances. Dandi's healing technique rivals the restorative effects of the celestial beans, and Yamcha's injuries were swiftly mended. How astonishing. It is truly a pity that Dandi does not operate a surgical clinic, Yamcha remarked in jest. Dandi smiled shyly and then activated the divine portal, teleporting to the vicinity of the floating island. I shall leave you here. Gohan, Yamcha, farewell. All right. I will come to visit you when I have the time, Gohan replied. Gohan shared a close bond with Dandi, having once rescued him from Frieza's clutches on Namek. In the realm of destruction, Goku observed Gohan dispelling the malevolent wave and immediately burst into laughter. You are quite capable, Gohan. Goku, ever carefree, was contrasted by Vegeta's furrowed brow as he scrutinized Gohan's image in the crystal ball. Gohan, his strength remains formidable. Damn it, Kakarot, hurry up and train. Vegeta plunged into an intense training regimen, relentlessly pushing his limits without regard for the toll on his body, risking hidden injuries. Truly, they are two training maniacs. If only Lord Beerus possessed their diligence, the seventh universe would not languish at the bottom of the rankings. Whis observed Goku and Vegeta re-entering the divine platform, and then glanced at the Destruction Temple, where Beerus remained in deep slumber. Unless unexpected events occurred, Beerus would likely continue his nap for another decade or so. Of course, with Goku around, how could one expect anything to proceed without incident? Li Jiao immersed himself in cultivation. This time, Li Luo did not accompany him to wreak havoc in the divine realm. They trained in the realm of the King of Worlds, surrounded by numerous adversaries, and his progress was remarkably swift. From time to time, Li Jiaoshi would observe the situation on Li Luo's side through Weiss. That little fellow occasionally acted foolishly, even entertaining the notion of taking on multiple opponents. The outcome, as expected, was dismal. Facing either Klin or Tianjin Fan alone was already a considerable challenge for him, and to engage multiple foes was simply beyond Li Luo's capabilities. However, the legendary bloodline of the Super Saiyan was not merely a boast. Li Luo has grown stronger amidst the battles, surpassing the older generation of competitors at a terrifying pace. His strength is now approaching that of Vegeta and Goku, Whis remarked at some point, stating that his original intention in bringing Li Luo to the realm of the God of Destruction was to cultivate him as the next God of Destruction. However, it now appears that he is not much more diligent than Lord Beerus. Li Luo is, in fact, more suitable, Whis observed Li Jiao. Although Li Jiao did not indulge in deep slumber, he spent his days either cultivating, sitting quietly, sipping tea, or dozing lightly. This was far superior to Beerus, who would hibernate for decades. However, Whis truly did not wish to seek another slothful deity of destruction, due to Beerus's lethargy. The seventh universe's rating had plummeted to the bottom, drawing several pointed criticisms from the Grand Priest. Each time he was reprimanded, Beerus would temporarily become industrious, and the seventh universe's rating would visibly improve, albeit only for a fleeting period. Time, inevitably and unnoticed, continued to pass. When Li Jiao awoke once more, an indeterminate amount of time had elapsed. Beerus remained in deep slumber, yet Natasha had awakened. He requested Whis to assist him in contacting Earth, utilizing instant transmission to return and see his son. Goku and Vegeta were still engrossed in their training. These two madmen were making astonishing progress. From their initial 50 levels, they had ascended to 100, their rate of advancement almost rivaling that of Natasha. Nevertheless, both Natasha and Li Jiao were positioned in a realm of absolute superiority. How goes your Super Saiyan 4th stage? Whis' curiosity remained piqued regarding Li Jio's Super Saiyan 4th stage. Upon hearing this, Li Jio instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 4th level, however, in a striking deviation from the norm. His once obsidian hair had entirely morphed into a vivid crimson. Was he still unable to assimilate into his usual state? Was it truly impossible to undergo a divine transformation at this stage? Whis inquired. Chapter 88. The Resurrection of Frieza. I have already attempted the divine transformation beyond the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. It appears feasible, yet it requires further training. I have observed that your hair in its normal state has lengthened somewhat, and there are faint red lines appearing along the edges of your eye sockets. This indicates a trend towards the amalgamation of your normal state and Super Saiyan 4. You may continue to experiment. When you successfully merge your normal state with the 4th stage of Super Saiyan, the subsequent divine transformation will come effortlessly. At that time, your combat prowess should surpass that of Lord Beerus. Whis, are you jesting? Have I truly slept for 10 millennia? Beerus's sudden appearance bore a fierce glare directed at Li Jio, stating, Your progress is commendable, yet it is insufficient to surpass me. Whis, I am famished. Beerus proudly regarded Whis, leaving Li Jio momentarily speechless. At that moment, Whis' staff began to emit a radiant glow. Ah, yes, we indeed need to return to Earth for. Whis gazed into the crystal ball, revealing a shadowy planet, yet upon its surface stood a figure radiating brilliance akin to the sun. As he focused closer, Beerus's brows furrowed instantly. Frieza? Li Jio curiously gazed at the image of Frieza, or rather, Golden Frieza. How did Frieza come back to life? Li Jio furrowed his brow in contemplation. The Dragon Balls on Earth had long been stored on the floating island and had not been utilized for quite some time. It seemed improbable that Frieza's subordinates could have pilfered the Dragon Balls from the floating island, especially since Android 18 had always been present there, and Gohan seldom departed from it. Perhaps it was the Dragon Balls from planet Namek. Whis spoke, for nothing in the universe could escape his notice. Uncovering the reason behind Frieza's resurrection was a trivial matter for him. In the image, Golden Frieza exuded an imposing presence, though his height was still unimpressive. His aura was undeniably formidable. This was intriguing. Li Jio smiled, intending to observe Frieza's invasion of Earth from the realm of the gods of destruction. However, Beerus was not one to linger. Whis, what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to Earth. After uttering this, Beerus cast a glance at Vegeta and Goku, who were training on the god-making platform. Coincidentally, Vegeta had just awakened, noticed that Lord Beerus was already alert, and promptly kicked Goku awake. Lord Beerus! Vegeta exclaimed, his respect reaching its zenith, a manifestation of genuine fear. Despite his extraordinary strength, he dared not show any disrespect towards Beerus. Vegeta, return to your training. Beerus replied with a facade of calmness. Li Jio added, Vegeta, Lord Beerus wishes to sample the delicacies of Earth. Please have Bulma prepare accordingly. Let Lord Beerus enjoy his meal on the floating island. After all, it would be unfortunate if the inhabitants of Earth inadvertently offended him. Moreover, allow me to share some delightful news. Li Jio cast a furtive glance at Beerus, while Beerus fixed a fierce gaze upon Li Jio. Li Jio acted with intent, of that Beerus could be certain. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. Frieza? Son Goku beheld the scene within the crystal ball, where the formidable Frieza had reverted from his golden form. At that moment, he boarded a spaceship, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Curse Super Saiyan, I, Frieza the Great, have returned. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Frieza has indeed been resurrected? How splendid! Vegeta felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Frieza, this time. He was determined to personally vanquish him. Whis, has Frieza undergone months of training? Li Jio cast a glance at Whis. If Frieza were still as he was in the original narrative, hastily attacking Earth after just 3 months of training, he would undoubtedly fail to make any significant impact. After all, the first appearance of Golden Frieza was marked by instability. Although his combat power surpassed that of Goku's Super Saiyan Blue, his reliability was lacking, leading to a rapid decline later on. A mere 6 months had passed. Vegeta scoffed. He had long since surpassed his former self. His combat power in a normal state now dwarfed that of the Frieza from before. Frieza possessed remarkable talent, and Vegeta should not underestimate him. Li Jio offered a cautionary remark, noting that the current Vegeta was significantly stronger than his counterpart in the original story. So, who would truly be stronger after 6 months of Frieza's training? Caution was indeed warranted, for Frieza's subordinates had obtained footage of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Whis exchanged a meaningful glance with Vegeta, while Li Jio chuckled, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. No wonder Frieza had trained for 6 months. He had been inspired by the tournament footage. Let's hurry back. Frieza will undoubtedly come to Earth to find us, Goku exclaimed, eager to witness how much Frieza had improved after half a year of training. Humph, Kakarot. This time, Frieza must be defeated by me, Vegeta asserted, vying for the chance to confront their foe. Whis then made contact with Natasha from the floating island of Earth. In the next moment, Li Luo's energy surged. Palpable even in the realm of the gods of destruction, Li Luo's strength had indeed progressed. He was worthy of the legendary title of Super Saiyan. His prowess now rivaled that of a Super Saiyan god. Vegeta sensed Li Luo's energy, a smile gracing his face. He was unwilling to be surpassed by Gohan. Yet Li Luo's advancement brought him greater joy than witnessing Trunks transform into a Super Saiyan second grade. Haha, if Li Luo continues to progress at this rate, he will soon surpass us, Goku mused, feeling no sense of rivalry, even contemplating a friendly competition with Li Luo. Wait a moment. Things may not be as straightforward as they seem, Whis interjected, tapping the crystal ball atop his staff. The scene shifted to reveal 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, Dragon Balls from Namek. Goku recognized them immediately. Whis observed quietly as Frieza, aboard his spaceship, summoned Golem using the language of Namek. The advancements in cosmic technology made deciphering Namekian remarkably simple. What was Frieza planning? Goku watched Frieza intently and remarked, achieving immortality is impossible. In the scene, Frieza's subordinates began to make wishes. The first wish was to transport Broly to Earth. Whis turned to Li Jio, contemplating the unfolding events. Upon hearing this, Li Jio was momentarily taken aback. Broly? I thought he was dead. Not dead, he was saved, Whis replied, shaking his head as he displayed the scene of Broly being rescued by a comet just as he was about to be thrust into a star. Broly had been revived by Frieza's minions, yet he was now under their technological control. Is that so? This only makes things increasingly intriguing, Li Jio mused, contemplating that he might soon find himself facing a formidable opponent. Over the years, Broly must have made significant progress, hadn't he? Chapter 89. The Arrival of Broly. So, Broly is not dead? Then, what is Frieza's second wish? Son Goku rubbed his hands together, initially believing he had no rivals after Frieza was usurped by Vegeta, only to discover that Broly had also survived. The second wish was to re-establish the Frieza Force. The third wish remained unutilized, as the Dragon Balls had turned to stone and required some time to rejuvenate. After Whis finished speaking, he smiled gently. It seems Earth is about to become quite lively. Let us go and take a look. With that, he placed his hand on Li Jio's shoulder, and Beerus, observing the gesture, did the same. Although instantaneous movement had its limitations, it was still significantly swifter than Whis' speed. In the next moment, 5 figures appeared on the floating island. Yet Li Luo did not conceal all of his energy. Li Luo. Li Jio glanced at Li Luo, noticing that something was amiss with her demeanor. Father, it seems that my power has become uncontrollable. With great difficulty, Li Luo managed to speak, exerting every ounce of his will to control his power, preventing chaos from overwhelming his sanity. Yet, it seemed as though an unseen force was tugging at the energy within him. A phenomenon attributed to the legendary interactions among Super Saiyans. Broly had arrived on Earth. Whis spoke, twirling his staff and gently tapping it atop Lilo's head. In that instant, an invisible force isolated Lilo from the outside world, allowing his aura to stabilize. Ah, you must be Lord Whis and Lord Beerus, Bulma said. Having arrived at the floating island, her demeanor entirely devoid of fear upon meeting them. I've already informed the staff to prepare a delightful feast. Please, do enter the manor and rest. Vegeta's lips twitched, filled with exasperation, silently hoping that Bulma would refrain from engaging in any reckless actions. From a distance, Gohan flew in and landed, casting a concerned glance at Lilo. Lilo, has your aura fluctuated? Apologies for worrying you, Gohan, Lilo replied politely, feeling that his energy might have disturbed Gohan's training. It's just that on Earth, there seems to be an aura strikingly similar to yours. It's eerily familiar. Gohan's expression turned grave, sensing the danger that aura radiated. It's Broly. He's on his way here, Li Jio announced, and in the next moment, a figure soared from the edge of the floating island. Li Jio Kakarot, what an honor to have made such an impression on you, Broly said, his disdain rooted in the cries of Goku during his childhood that had haunted him all his life. Now, Li Jio found himself ensnared in Broly's web of animosity. Broly. Gohan's expression froze, the memory of Broly's overwhelming strength still vivid in his mind. The Broly who had once bested 4 Super Saiyans in their second transformation had not perished. Kakarot. Upon seeing Goku, the fury Broly harbored for Legio seemed to diminish in importance. Broly. Goku remained undeterred. Even as Broly's aura far surpassed what it had been before, fear was not an option for him. Not only Goku, but even Vegeta felt an urge to engage. Once paralyzed by the aura of the legendary Super Saiyan, he had now ascended to the realm of the divine, rendering that legendary power impotent against him. Vegeta. You have chosen Frieza as your opponent. Leave Broly to me, Goku said, glancing at Vegeta. Mindful that Frieza had yet to arrive on Earth and concerned that Vegeta might interfere with his battle. Vegeta scoffed. I hope you don't get defeated. Otherwise, I want to hold back. I won't. Sun Wukong was imbued with unwavering confidence in his current prowess, believing that even Broly, despite his extraordinary advancements in recent years, could not possibly rival him. Legio and Whis stood together, gazing into the distance. Their hearts heavy with concern about whether the floating island could withstand the ravages of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, please guide Broly into the realm of the Supreme Kai. Legio gazed upon a spatial portal situated at the martial arts arena. Entering this grand gateway would grant direct access to the realm of the Supreme Kai. At that moment, the Supreme Kai, Xin, and the Elder Supreme Kai were visibly unsettled by Legio's proposition. Broly's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Tien and his companions. When Tien and the others engaged in battle, there was an overwhelming sense that they could obliterate the Supreme Kai's realm. One could only imagine the devastation that would ensue from a confrontation between Broly and Son Goku. All right, I understand, Son Goku nodded in agreement. Equally reluctant to cause harm to Earth. Although the dragon could restore it, he felt constrained in his ability to fight freely. Broly, don't you wish to battle me? Come along. With that, Son Goku soared towards the spatial portal, while Whis observed it with keen interest, nodding thoughtfully. The Supreme Kai had actually visited Earth? What? The Supreme Kai? What business does he have wandering around? Beerus erupted in anger. The meager combat prowess of the Supreme Kai was hardly commendable. What if he were to inadvertently be defeated? Ha ha ha. The Elder Supreme Kai, whom Lord Beerus once sealed away, has been released. Whis remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, further intensifying Beerus's dread. That Elder Supreme Kai was a contingency plan left by Beerus, as long as he remained alive. There was still hope, even if all other Supreme Kais perished. However, who had released the Elder Supreme Kai? Beerus cast a suspicious glance at Legio. In the vast universe, there were few capable of traversing to the realm of the Supreme Kai and possessing the strength to unsheath that sword. Ahem, well? I accidentally broke a sword, Legio coughed lightly. Beerus, seizing Legio by the collar, scolded him furiously. Do you have any idea what you are doing? You could bring about my demise. Wiping the saliva off his face, Legio responded, Does Lord Beerus consider this to be within the bounds of propriety? Do I care about propriety? Beerus released Legio. Despite his anger, he refrained from uttering threats against him. Although Legio's current strength does not yet match that of Beerus, the gap has significantly narrowed. Even if Beerus wished to annihilate Legio, he would find it an impossible task, unless Whis intervened. Broly cast a glance at Legio, but ultimately chose to remain loyal to his true love, Kakarot. The inhabitants of the Kaioshin realm, sensing Broly's formidable aura, halted their ongoing training sessions. In the blink of an eye, Son Goku traversed the dimensional portal, closely followed by Broly. Ah, Asin, we meet again, Son Goku greeted the Kaioshin Asin with a wave. Goku, it has been quite some time, Asin exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed. He cast a reproachful glance at the ancestral figure, lamenting the disruption caused by bringing Earthlings to this realm for training. Pondering how splendid the Kaioshin realm could have remained otherwise. Chapter 90, Son Goku vs. Broly, however. The old Kaioshin had already slipped away at some point. What are you dawdling for? If you wish to perish, stay here. The old Kaioshin was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would ensue following his and Asin's demise. The death of Beerus would plunge Whis into slumber. And it would not be until the ascension of a new Kaioshin and destroyer that Whis would awaken once more. Lord Beerus, shall we go and witness this ourselves? Legio expressed his curiosity about the extent of Broly's growth and whether Son Goku could indeed stand as his equal. Furthermore, it was evident that Beerus himself was eager to observe, for if the Kaioshin realm were to be destroyed, his own safety would be far from assured. Legio executed a teleportation, appearing instantaneously in the realm of the King of Worlds. Accompanying him were, of course, the multitude from the floating islands. Notably, Vegeta was absent. As he remained on Earth to await Frieza, intending to bring him to the King of Worlds. It is Li Jiao. Upon sighting him, Tian and the others swiftly gathered around. Li Jiao promptly introduced Weiss and Beerus to everyone, offering only a brief remark. These are the mightiest beings in our universe. The title of Destroyer was well known among the crowd, having been spoken of by the old Kai. Thus they harbored no intentions of offense. At that moment, Beerus's gaze landed on the old Kai and the Supreme Kai, Asen, who quickly approached to pay their respects. Although the Supreme Kai and the Destroyer occupy equal standings in the divine hierarchy, Beerus held the power to eliminate either one of them at will, as long as one Supreme Kai remained alive. You. Why are you wandering about instead of staying in the Supreme Kai realm? Beerus's ire was directed at Asen, who had dared to provoke someone as formidable as Majin Buu. The sheer power of such a being, surpassing even that of a Super Saiyan 2, was not something a Supreme Kai should be trifling with. Please, Lord Beerus. This young one was still learning during his apprenticeship, and unfortunately, several old Kais were killed by Majin Buu, leaving him with much to learn. I have already begun his training, Asen explained. Do not venture out without reason in the future. Beerus snorted again before turning his attention to the battle between Son Goku and Broly. Son Goku's fighting style remained as leisurely as ever, yet in his normal state, he was already capable of suppressing Broly, leading the onlookers to mistakenly believe Broly was not as formidable as rumored. Little did they know that through rigorous training, Son Goku had integrated a portion of Super Saiyan power into his base form. With the battle being stifled, Broly naturally became enraged, bellowing, "Kakarot." His emerald green aura surged uncontrollably. Although Broly had not trained in recent years, his latent power had been steadily accumulating. Now, with his fury unleashed, the speed of his strength's escalation astonished everyone present. How terrifying. Initially, Broly's aura was at the level of Super Saiyan 3rd stage, but with one outburst, his combat power nearly doubled. Furthermore, this growth was still ongoing. Was this the legendary Super Saiyan that Li Jiao and the others had faced back then? Krillin was sweating profusely, struggling to fathom how Li Jiao and his companions had managed to defeat such an opponent. Impressive, truly worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan. With Iluo by his side, Son Goku's understanding of the legendary Super Saiyan had far surpassed his previous knowledge. Witnessing Broly's explosive power, Son Goku finally ceased to hold back, transforming into Super Saiyan God. A divine aura enveloped him, and Goku's energy became profoundly reined in. With red hair and crimson eyes, his physique appeared even leaner, yet the magnitude of his power had multiplied significantly. Goku's aura deepened further, and he chuckled. Indeed, catching up to their progress is no easy feat. Yamcha observed the state of Sun Wukong, sensing the divine aura emanating from him, allowing a superficial perception of his latent power. Indeed, further efforts are imperative. Tien Jinhan nodded emphatically. At this moment, their prowess had already surpassed the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Yet a considerable distance remained to reach the realm of Super Saiyan God. Not to mention, the formidable power of the Super Saiyan Blue loomed even greater in comparison. As the Super Saiyan God emerged, the entire realm of the Supreme Kai began to tremble violently. Due to the unique characteristics of the Supreme Kai realm, Sun Wukong felt no restraint and unleashed his full strength without hesitation. The destructive potential of the Super Saiyan God in full battle was undeniably terrifying. From the original narrative, when the Super Saiyan God clashed with the God of Destruction, Beerus, the energy generated from their mere collision swept across numerous star domains. Had it not been for Sun Wukong later nullifying all of Beerus's attacks with his own power, that battle could have resulted in the annihilation of Earth, if not the entire solar system and the neighboring galaxies. The scale of the conflict escalated instantaneously, with the Supreme Kai realm experiencing cataclysmic upheaval as winds howled and chaos ensued. Kakarot. Broly found himself once again in a suppressed state. Yet Sun Wukong's strikes failed to inflict any significant damage. Let us test Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as the azure flames enveloped him, replacing the crimson hue, transforming his very essence. The Super Saiyan Blue represents a divine transformation, incorporating the traits of the Super Saiyan form, enhancing his power, yet lacking in endurance. This time, Sun Wukong finally managed to inflict pain upon Broly. However, the pain ignited a complete eruption within Broly. Golden green energy surged skyward as Broly's pupils turned white, devoid of irises. Witnessing Broly's transformation, Sun Wukong was left in sheer astonishment. Kakarot. Broly descended with overwhelming force, grasping Sun Wukong's face and forcefully grinding him into the ground, carving a trench over 1,000 meters long. The legendary Super Saiyan could indeed suppress the Super Saiyan God. Piccolo could hardly believe it, considering the manifest power of Super Saiyan Blue, which clearly surpassed the third stage of Super Saiyan. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan possesses formidable potential. Alas, he is unable to control this power, his reason clouded by its overwhelming force. Whis and Beerus were equally astonished by the strength of the legendary Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong had become no match for Broly. It appears that to conclude this battle, the intervention of Li Jie would be necessary. VES cast a glance at Li Jie. Acknowledging that Broly's growth was not limitless, his power increase had begun to taper off. Just in time, I too was feeling a surge of excitement. Sun Wukong's defeat was, in fact, anticipated by Li Jie. Chapter 91, Li Jie vs. Broly. Sun Wukong's energy waned significantly after enduring a fierce onslaught from Broly, leaving him unable to recover and reluctantly entrusting his adversary to Li Jie for resolution. Is it still possible to proceed? Li Jie cast a glance at Sun Wukong, who was struggling to rise. It appears that I must intervene. Broly is far too formidable, surpassing my expectations. Although Sun Wukong felt a sense of reluctance, he acknowledged that Broly's rate of growth was not beyond the realm of his anticipation. After all, the extraordinary prowess of Li Luo had been witnessed by all, and Broly, being a legendary Super Saiyan, had, after 7 years of survival, emerged with such formidable strength, which was not entirely surprising. As Sun Wukong withdrew from the battlefield, Broly did not attempt to hinder him. Despite his deep-seated animosity towards Sun Wukong, his hatred for Li Jie was equally intense. Having already defeated Sun Wukong, he merely needed to vanquish Li Jie to unleash his wrath upon both of them at will. Li Jie, Broly roared, recognizing him, and unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. The energy emanating from him was more ferocious than ordinary ki, making combat exceedingly difficult to withstand. However, these challenges posed no significant threat to Li Jie. Li Jie still recalls a saying from his previous life: the legendary Super Saiyan is one who can wield the strength of a gorilla in its natural form. So, among the various manifestations of gorilla strength, which one would prove to be the mightiest? Li Jie's gaze intensified as he effortlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan 4th stage. His metamorphosis occurred without any forewarning, marking the first time he unveiled this transformation before the people of Earth. This is yet another form of transformation? Tianjin Fan and the others had never witnessed Li Jie's Super 4 transformation, leaving them immensely curious. Li Jie's already formidable physique grew even more imposing. His once jet black hair transformed into a deep crimson hue. This was a manifestation of a further breakthrough beyond the Super Saiyan 4th stage, transcending the ordinary limits of that transformation, resulting in an enhancement of his power, albeit not a new transformation. Indeed, this was the Super Saiyan 4th stage, a transformation that neither I nor Vegeta could achieve. Sun Wukong cast an envious glance at Li Jie's transformation, harboring a bold notion to him. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage represented an essential breakthrough. If he could attain this transformation, it would pave the way for the development of new transformations within the Super Saiyan lineage, such as a hypothetical Super Saiyan 5 akin to the progression from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 1. In contrast to Li Jie's pursuit of enlightenment, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta placed greater emphasis on the augmentation of power, as exemplified by the Super Saiyan Blue form. Although Li Jie could also transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he favored the god form of Super Saiyan instead, believing Blue to be ultimately lacking in perfection. Under Broly's explosive power, the entire realm of the Kais was inundated by the tides of energy. Even the formidable Z fighters found themselves overwhelmed, forced to maintain a distance and observe the fierce clash between Broly and Li Jie from afar. Should Li Jie choose, he could easily transform again beyond the Super Saiyan 4th stage, yet such a transformation was not his aspiration. Perhaps he would consider it in the future, but certainly not at this moment. Currently, Li Jie was focused on merging the Divine Realm with the Super Saiyan 4th stage. Moreover, the power of the Super Saiyan 4th stage was beginning to normalize for him, making him even less inclined to recklessly pursue the Super Saiyan 5 transformation. In an instant, the two combatants clashed, their unleashed power surpassing that of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan Blue. Compared to Broly, Li Jie's form appeared somewhat leaner, yet in terms of strength, he could effortlessly subdue Broly. In a fleeting moment of collision, 7 distinct fist imprints were etched into Broly's chest, each a testament to the difficulty of recovery. This was Li Jie's novel application of ki, capable of leaving an opponent's wounds imbued with energy, rendering recovery arduous. Wasn't the legendary Super Saiyan known for their resilience? Wasn't their regenerative ability extraordinary? Thus, let the injuries linger, akin to a form of restraint. Aside from the initial eruption of Broly's power, the devastation wrought by the battle between Li Jiao and Broly was less severe than that of the previous confrontation between Sun Wukong and Broly. The disparity in their strengths was stark. Even as Broly's energy surged once more, his rage amplifying the ferocity of his power, Li Jiao firmly maintained the upper hand. Remarkable, truly impressive. Sun Wukong had not witnessed Li Jiao's prowess for quite some time, and upon seeing it now, he was rendered utterly speechless. Despite the extensive training he and Vegeta had undergone under Whis, they found themselves significantly outclassed by Li Jiao. Should Vegeta become aware of this disparity? One could only imagine the turmoil it would incite within him. This power, it seemed, was insurmountable even for a Super Saiyan Blue wielding the Kaioken at 20 times its strength. Wukong murmured to himself, yearning to catch up to Li Jiao's progress. Yet he realized that he had nearly exhausted the potential of the Super Saiyan Blue form. Continuing his training would merely enhance his abilities to an even more refined state, akin to the Super Saiyan's full power, rather than yielding any substantial improvement. To truly match Li Jiao, he needed to seamlessly integrate the essence of Super Saiyan strength into his base form, reserving the transformation for divine situations. However, even with such mastery, he would still find himself at a disadvantage. Wukong furrowed his brow in contemplation, all the while observing Li Jiao's combat with intense focus. Li Jiao's movements were remarkably simple, devoid of any superfluous gestures. This combat style, even in the eyes of Whis, exhibited minimal flaws. Whis, has Li Jiao already caught up with Lord Beerus? Goku inquired. To which Whis shook his head, indicating that there was still some distance to cover. Not just some distance, but a considerable amount, Beerus retorted. Though he remained wary of Li Jiao, recognizing the rapid pace of his progress. It had taken him thousands of years to ascend to the pinnacle of the god of destruction, yet now, in less than a decade, Li Jiao had already traversed half of that celestial staircase. Furthermore, once Li Jiao completed the transformation into Super Saiyan God, it would signify a monumental leap, making surpassing Beerus inevitable. Whis, did you not mention that Li Jiao had no intentions of studying Ultra Instinct? Goku mused, contemplating the possibility of mastering Ultra Instinct. I have imparted the essence of Ultra Instinct to you, but whether you grasp its true profundity depends entirely on your own efforts, Whis replied with a slight smile, aware of Goku's sudden interest in the matter. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to apply pressure, stating, though Li Jiao is not currently striving towards Ultra Instinct, it does not imply that he lacks comprehension of its principles. Observe Li Jiao in battle, and you will see that he has already grazed the threshold of Ultra Instinct. He merely needs to take a deliberate step forward. Hence, I assert that breaking through his current limitations to surpass Lord Beerus will be a simple task for Li Jiao. Chapter 92. Frieza vs. Vegeta Impossible. Beerus exclaimed, refusing to accept the likelihood of being surpassed by Li Jiao in such a short time. Whis merely smiled in silence. While Goku grew increasingly exhilarated, the pressure truly is monumental. Scratching his head, Goku observed Li Jiao in combat and discerned the unmistakable influence of Ultra Instinct manifesting in his techniques. The fierce battle persisted for hundreds of exchanges, and at last, Broly's energy ceased to rise, beginning to wane under Li Jiao's relentless onslaught. Even the legendary Super Saiyan had its limits. Li Jiao's aura appeared to be more enduring than Broly's. Piccolo sensed a hint of this reality, indeed. Since Li Jiao's arrival on Earth and after a few encounters with him, he had begun to perceive the profound changes within him. Li Jiao's restoration of power, as well as the application of that power, is far beyond what others can attain. The battle of Li Jiao rages on, as Broly proves to be exceptionally resilient. Even with Li Jiao's heightened power, he finds it impossible to vanquish Broly in a short span of time. Perhaps growing impatient, Li Jiao resorts to his ultimate technique. Though shedding blood is an undesirable outcome, I shall endeavor to minimize the crimson splatter as much as possible. Li Jiao spoke with an air of indifference, his hand forming an ethereal grip in the void, rapidly materializing a transparent sword of breath. In the blink of an eye, the sword took on substance, with wisps of sword energy swirling around it, instilling a sense of dread. Haha, Li Jiao's sword energy is far sharper than my essence slash. In this state, Broly will surely be unable to withstand it. Upon witnessing Li Jiao conjure the sword, Krillin immediately spoke. Indeed, it was as he said, with a swift motion. Li Jiao unleashed the sword, severing the air with over 100 beams of light. The sword light was piercingly sharp, each beam penetrating Broly's form without a trace of bloodshed. The sword energy was as delicate as a cicada's wings, passing through in an instant. Leaving no time for blood to flow, Broly was thus cleaved into countless pieces. And so, it came to an end. Li Jie raised his other hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave that utterly obliterated Broly's lifeless form. In the air lingered the remnants of Broly's essence. Yet all present could ascertain that Broly was indeed irretrievably deceased, beyond the possibility of resurrection. It was finally over. The Supreme Kai, Xian, exhaled a sigh of relief, while the old Supreme Kai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could a dignified Supreme Kai be so thoroughly intimidated by the clash between Broly and Li Jie? What a disgrace. Even Whis could not restrain himself from offering a gentle reminder. The duties of a Supreme Kai must be diligently attended to. Certain responsibilities may be temporarily set aside, but the pursuit of knowledge must never falter. Otherwise, should one inadvertently offend the Grand Minister and the Omni King, the consequences would be dire. At this, even Beerus regarded Xian with a scrutinizing gaze, his expression decidedly unkind. Listen, young one, focus on your studies and do not bring trouble upon me. If it comes to that, I shall seal you away for several millennia to ensure you grasp the foundational principles expected of a Supreme Kai. Indeed, Beerus held little regard for Xian, yet at this point, Xian was already a Supreme Kai, and Beerus had no authority to replace him. Thus, should Xian prove unsatisfactory, Beerus would not hesitate to imprison him as a precaution. After all, the old Supreme Kai still lived, making the cultivation of a new Supreme Kai a manageable task. Old man, keep an eye out. The 7th universe can accommodate 5 Supreme Kais, so fill that quota. Beerus fixed his gaze upon the old Supreme Kai, aware of the 7th universe's unique circumstances. In its heyday, there had been 5 Supreme Kais coexisting, or rather, one Supreme Kai overseeing 5 qualified successors ready to step in at any moment. During that era, Beerus was never concerned for his safety, for the prospect of annihilating 5 Supreme Kais in one fell swoop was nearly impossible. Although the battle prowess of the Supreme Kais may be modest, their ability to escape danger is formidable. Yes, Lord Beerus, the old Supreme Kai acknowledged, fully cognizant of the gravity of the situation. The Supreme Kai represents a significant vulnerability within the hierarchy, and due to Beerus's past contributions that pleased the Omni King, he was granted the privilege of establishing multiple Supreme Kais. Presently, the Supreme Kai realm is in dire need of successors, and the demise of even one Supreme Kai is trivial. However, should a Supreme Kai's death precipitate the downfall of a god of destruction, the ramifications would be catastrophic. In such a scenario, the Grand Minister would have to personally oversee the training of a successor, ensuring the stability of the 7th universe. I knew that Vegeta and Frieza would also be arriving, Goku suddenly interjected, and shortly thereafter, 2 figures reappeared within the Supreme Kai realm. Frieza, Gohan and Krillin's expressions transformed instantly. The impression Frieza left upon them was indelible. Had he not already met his end? How is he alive once more? Humph. It seems the battle has concluded, and it must have been Li Jie's doing. Kakarot, you truly are a waste. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at the faintly squinting Goku, a cold derision escaping his lips. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, Frieza stood transfixed before Beerus, and after a prolonged moment, he swiftly appeared before Beerus. Performing a gentlemanly bow and smirking ominously, Lord Beerus, I did not expect to find you here. Humph, Frieza, you better behave yourself. Beerus shot a glare at Frieza before casting a glance at Vegeta, keen to prevent any past events from surfacing before him. Lord Beerus, my intentions are solely to seek vengeance on the Super Saiyan. I harbor no desire to disturb you or show any disrespect, Frieza replied, acutely aware of his place. Despite his immense power, he dared not provoke Beerus. Humph. Do as you wish, Beerus replied indifferently, unconcerned whether Frieza would best Vegeta. As long as Frieza refrained from revealing the past events concerning Planet Vegeta. After all, Li Jie was also a Saiyan, and this matter could potentially incite his ire. Little did Beerus know, Li Jie was already privy to the intricacies of the situation but chose to remain aloof. Oh ho ho ho, thank you, Lord Beerus. For your understanding, Frieza's sinister laughter echoed as he respectfully withdrew, then turned to Vegeta and the others, saying, Vegeta, shall you be the first to face me? In truth, you could all join in. Frieza brimmed with confidence. After 6 months of rigorous training, the likes of which he had never experienced before, his progress was unimaginable. Frieza's gaze shifted to Krillin and Gohan. Those 2 brats are also here. Fear not, I shall ensure your demise as well, he said. his smile that of a gentleman, before casting a final glance at Li Jiao. At that moment, Li Jiao and Natasha turned their attention to Li Luo, as well as Goten and Trunks. With an extraordinary intuition, he sensed that during his years of absence, more scions had emerged. Rest assured, not one shall be overlooked, Frisia declared, turning to descend gracefully onto a distant boulder. He surveyed the landscape, detecting the residual energy in the air with a furrowed brow. Yet he soon relaxed, reasoning that with Beerus present, someone must have provoked the god of destruction, thus inciting a momentary anger from him. Chapter 93, Vegeta vs. Frisia soon. Frisia's face once again donned that genteel smile, exuding elegance reminiscent of a nobleman, which made Vegeta feel quite nauseated. Frisia, what is your resurrection matter? Vegeta scoffed, casting a cold stare at Frisia. At that moment, he felt capable of crushing Frisia with but a single finger. Seeing Vegeta's demeanor, Frisia could not suppress a cruel smile. Vegeta, do you know what I detest most in this world? Betrayal. Nevertheless, I hold you in high regard. If you are willing to continue your loyalty to me, I shall overlook past grievances and regard you as my trusted confidant. Frisia fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, the mention of old wounds evidently striking a nerve. Frisia, you obliterated planet Vegeta and slaughtered countless scions. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Vegeta seethed with rage, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. He was aware of Frisia's resurrection, yet his current battle prowess was sufficient to annihilate numerous Frisias. Still, he sought to vanquish Frisia in his Super Saiyan form. Oh, a Super Saiyan. Frisia observed Vegeta's transformation with a lack of surprise. After all, he had been dead for many years, and given Vegeta's prodigious talent, it was only natural for him to ascend to this level. Are you afraid, Frisia? Rest assured, my strikes will be heavy. But I shall not inflict upon you excessive pain, Vegeta declared, disappearing from his original position and reappearing before Frisia. However, the scene he envisioned did not unfold. Instead, he found himself on the receiving end of a powerful punch to his abdomen. The blow was painful, and while it did not inflict significant harm, the memory of his own words burned hotly on his cheeks. Vegeta, I have granted you an opportunity, Frisia remarked, his pale tail striking out and sending Vegeta hurtling through the air, spinning through the air for several meters. Vegeta's form abruptly froze mid-flight as a terrifying aura began to envelop him. Vegeta was enraged. Frisia, I did not anticipate that after so many years of death, you would exhibit such considerable progress. Vegeta understood that his defeat was not merely a matter of carelessness. In his current state, he was simply no match for Frisia. Oh, to be honest, I have dedicated 6 months of relentless training to seek revenge on you monkeys. Now, with a mere finger, I could inadvertently crush you, Frisia boasted, extending a finger towards Vegeta with a mocking gesture. 6 months of training? A surge of unnameable fury ignited within Vegeta, compelling him to cease his concealment. A brilliant azure aura enveloped him, supplanting the golden glow of the Super Saiyan form. Oh, a change in hue. It appears to be formidable. Frisia's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. This time, he recognized that Vegeta was no longer the same Saiyan he once knew, even with half a year of training. Sweeping aside these Scions would not prove to be an easy task. Frisia, unleash your full power, for you may not have another opportunity. The transformed blue Vegeta spoke with a markedly composed tone, granting Frisia the time to summon all his might. You are quite generous, Vegeta. To express my gratitude for this opportunity, I shall ensure that you are left utterly astonished. Frisia smirked, his aura beginning to escalate as a golden flame surged forth, radiating a distinctly divine essence. How is this possible? Vegeta gazed at Frisia in disbelief, having only touched the realm of the divine through Whis' painstaking guidance. What right does Frisia have? Oh, truly, he is the most gifted of the ancient frost demons, having breached the divine domain. Beerus cast a glance at Frisia. Witnessing his transformation through Whis' crystal ball, they could merely observe the metamorphosis and gauge the approximate strength through the fluctuations in the surrounding aura. Even Beerus could not ascertain Frisia's true power through a mere image. Impressive, Frisia has indeed stepped into the divine realm. This time, Vegeta would find victory far more elusive. Goku, having regained much of his strength, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Frisia's transformation. Indeed, Frisia's innate talent is formidable, honed over years in hell. It is no wonder he has touched upon the divine realm. Vegeta's path to victory has become considerably more arduous. Whis remarked that even Beerus lacked the confidence to refute this. Through the spatial gateway to Earth, Android 18 brought Bulma to the Kaioshin realm. Hi, Li Jiao, Goku, and, Lord Beerus. Bulma hurriedly approached, her legs moving rapidly. In truth, it was Android 18 who was flying while holding her. "Oh, Bulma, what brings you here?" "It's quite perilous," Goku remarked, but Bulma dismissed his concern. "Oh please, you're here to protect me, and the mightiest Lord Beerus is also present. I shall be safe, won't I?" She even cast a flirtatious glance at Beerus, which caused Vegeta, who was locked in confrontation with Frieza, to feel increasingly uneasy. "Stay away from me," Beerus replied coldly. This impetuous woman would have been obliterated had it not been for Li Zhou's influence. "Well, aren't you a bit high and mighty?" "I brought an abundance of delicious food, freshly prepared and preserved," Bulma said, shaking a capsule in her hand. Upon seeing this, Li Zhou immediately suggested, "Bulma, just release the items." He signaled to her, prompting Bulma to sheepishly smile and obediently release the contents. Vegeta cast a grateful glance at Li Zhou before returning his focus to Frieza. "Humph, distracted. Are we? That bodes ill. Should I choose to strike, you would already be dead," Frieza sneered. Vegeta, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Frieza, are you not afraid of your own bravado? Make your move." With no further distractions from Bulma, Vegeta could now confront Frieza with unwavering resolve. "Roar, Vegeta. Let me witness the progress you've made over the years." In the midst of conversation, Frieza struck with a powerful blow, his fist crashing down like a mountain, causing the terrain below to shatter instantaneously. Vegeta raised his hand to block, and a resonant thud echoed, accompanied by ripples that surged and fell. The already ravaged realm of the Kais was becoming increasingly fragmented. It was over. The Kaishin realm was on the brink of total annihilation. The Kaishin, action, wore an expression of dread, prompting the Elder Kaishin to strike him on the head with a fist. "Fool. The Kaishin realm cannot be destroyed unless Lord Beerus intervenes." The Elder Kaishin admonished, gazing at action with disappointment, contemplating whether it was time to train a new apprentice. Chapter 94, The Kaishin Gohan? Bulma unveiled a meticulously prepared feast. A long table laden with a variety of delectable dishes, still steaming with warmth. "How delightful it smells, Lord Beerus," she remarked. Whis took his seat without hesitation, wielding his knife and fork to begin indulging in the meal. Beerus interjected, "Whis, do ensure that the battle between Vegeta and Frieza does not disturb me." "Of course, Lord Beerus," Whis replied, gently tapping his staff to conjure a transparent shield that enveloped everyone. "It has been quite a while since I last enjoyed a meal." Li Zhou has reached a realm where fasting is within his capabilities, yet he still finds pleasure in savoring delectable morsels. Natasha, unreserved, takes her seat, like Li Zhou. She too is capable of fasting, yet the act of dining has become an ingrained habit and cherished pastime that she cannot forsake. "Tianjin rice, Krillin. You may join us as well," Li Zhou invites, for the feast prepared by Bulma is bountiful, even as Sun Wukong has begun to voraciously devour his share. There remains an abundance. "Ah, we shall pass," Krillin responds, redirecting his gaze back to the fierce clash between Vegeta and Frieza. They aspire to glean combat experience from their confrontation, and although mere observation, it holds significant value for them. Moreover, sharing a table with Beerus is a prospect they dare not entertain, for he is a deity of destruction, even more formidable than Li Zhou, and his demeanor suggests he is not one to be trifled with. Li Zhou and Sun Wukong had become quite accustomed to the situation. However, the others were not so fortunate. The battle between Frieza and Vegeta was exceedingly fierce, with neither showing any concern for the potential destruction of the Kaishin realm. Their attacks were ruthless and merciless, even resorting to the Iron Head technique. Both Piccolo and Tien, along with Krillin, were dripping with cold sweat, aware that such a confrontation was still beyond their reach. Krillin rubbed his eyes, although they could perceive the movements of Vegeta and Frieza. Keeping pace with their actions was utterly impossible. Casting a glance at his companion, Son Gohan, who was also spectating, Krillin entertained a bold hypothesis. Gohan might indeed possess the capability to contend with Frieza. Perhaps Frieza was immensely powerful and Uncle Vegeta was formidable as well. Gohan observed the clash between the two fighters intently and, after a prolonged silence, remarked, "Uncle Vegeta must still have some hidden abilities." At this utterance, even Beerus momentarily paused. "Son Gohan, is he the son of Sun Wukong?" Beerus mused, glancing at Sun Wukong, who remained blissfully indulging in a feast. Indeed, Gohan's potential was remarkable. Li Zhou nodded, noting that Sun Wukong's current eating was merely a means of satisfying his appetite, rather than an earnest endeavor to fill his stomach, hence he sampled a bit of everything. Fascinating, the Scions are truly a warrior race. Beerus regarded Gohan with profound interest before shifting his gaze to the old Kaioshin, stating, Son Gohan may prove to be an excellent candidate for the position of Kaioshin. His meaning was clear. Beerus desired Gohan to ascend to the role of Kaioshin. However, the position of Kaioshin necessitated a benevolent and gentle disposition. Lord Beerus, Gohan is a scion. Should that not disqualify him? The old Kaioshin expressed his concerns. As scions were not merely violent like Vegeta, but also possessed the relentless training obsession exemplified by Sun Wukong. The responsibilities of a Kaioshin were indeed immense. Humph. You need not fret about that. You may seek out others who are more suitable, Beerus retorted, fixated on Gohan's strength. Such a powerful individual would be hard to extinguish in the universe. Coupled with the Kaioshin's authority, Gohan's prowess could potentially rival even Lee Jio's current strength. In such a case, unless a god of destruction intervened, Gohan would be unlikely to meet his demise, thus indirectly implying Beerus's own invulnerability. Of course, this invulnerability was only within the confines of a single universe, excluding the Grand Priest and Zeno. Kaioshin? Could I possibly be one? Sun Wukong suddenly ceased his actions, swallowed his food, and exclaimed with excitement. He had heard nothing but the notion that if he became a Kaioshin, he could match Lee Jio. No, that is not permissible. Beerus resolutely dismissed the notion, deeming Son Goku far too perilous. One could never tell when he might inadvertently meet his demise. What a pity, Son Goku lamented, channeling his sorrow into appetite as he devoured a succulent piece of pork. Hey, Gohan. Beerus had not conferred with the old Kai. He was merely informing the old Kai of his intentions. Gohan, engrossed in the clash between Vegeta and Frieza, abruptly turned upon hearing Beerus's voice. Lord Beerus? Would you care to become a Supreme Kai? Fear not, it is merely a title. Beerus sincerely hoped for Gohan to ascend to the role of Supreme Kai. Gohan, however, found himself at a loss, lacking any aspirations to assume such a position. Gohan, do you not wish to surpass Son Goku? Do you not yearn to outshine Lee Jio? With your prodigious talent, it is conceivable to eclipse your father, but to outstrip Lee Jio, the path lies solely in becoming a Supreme Kai. Beerus continued to dangle the enticing prospect, yet Gohan was not of his father's ilk. He contemplated the ramifications thoroughly. Furthermore, he held a skeptical view of fortune falling from the heavens. Gohan remained silent, deep in contemplation. His gaze shifted to Lee Jio, who smiled gently in response. For Gohan, the position of Supreme Kai indeed presents an opportunity. However, there are crucial considerations. Should Lord Beerus perish, the Supreme Kai would meet the same fate. Conversely, if all Supreme Kais were to fall, Lord Beerus would also succumb. Since Supreme Kais are not adept in battle, Lord Beerus desires Gohan to assume the title. This means Gohan would hold the position without the burdens of its responsibilities, though, should he wish, he could engage fully. Moreover, Gohan would inherit the divine essence of the Supreme Kai, granting him a profound understanding of divine realms, breaking the shackles of dimensions, and obtaining nearly eternal life. He would also gain access to concepts and abilities exclusive to the Supreme Kais. I believe Gohan should consider this opportunity. Lee Jio strongly endorsed Gohan's potential as a Supreme Kai, especially since, after Beerus steps down, Lilo is likely to take over. Gohan's presence would ensure Lilo's safety. May I ponder this further? Gohan nodded, already feeling the stirrings of interest. Beerus, instead of reacting with anger, smiled and replied, Indeed, it is commendable to remain composed in the face of such significant stakes. Gohan, I hope you do not disappoint me. Beerus harbored a profound fear of death. Otherwise, he would not have sealed the old Supreme Kai beneath the Supreme Kai sword. In the distance, the battle between Frieza and Vegeta raged on, wreaking havoc upon the Supreme Kai realm, leaving only the patch of purity beneath Whis' feet intact. Chapter 95. Gohan vs. Frieza. The conflict between Vegeta and Frieza was evenly matched, a cataclysmic clash that darkened the skies and eclipsed the sun and moon. Just how long would these two continue their relentless battle? Gradually, Bulma began to feel a sense of impatience. Vegeta was unable to defeat Frieza, and instead, the two were evenly matched, both suffering from severe injuries. Frieza, having honed his skills in the depths of hell for 7 years and subsequently training for another 6 months after his resurrection, had firmly ascended to the realm of the divine, making him a formidable foe not easily vanquished. Whis spoke, casting a sidelong glance at Goku, who was patting his belly and burping contentedly. At that moment, Goku's eyes were fixed intently on the battle between Vegeta and Frieza. Though both combatants were no longer in peak condition, their energies diminished, they remained unwilling to relent. Lee Jio understood the intentions of Sun Wukong at that moment. He merely wished to seize Vegeta's opponent. However, after a prolonged wait, Sun Wukong remained inactive. Both Vegeta and Frieza were utterly exhausted, struggling even to rise, let alone engage in further combat. It seems Vegeta requires additional training. Beerus expressed his dissatisfaction that Vegeta had not dispatched Frieza. With that, Beerus turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Sun Wukong, why do you not go and eliminate Vegeta?" In response, Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. "Lord Beerus, why should we kill Frieza? Do you desire to keep Earth in a perpetual state of peril?" Beerus shouted angrily, tugging at Sun Wukong's collar. Sun Wukong, still scratching his head, exclaimed, "Wow, even Lord Beerus cares about Earth." Their exchange seemed to resonate on the same frequency yet diverged in understanding. Beerus cast a cold glance at Li Jiao, who disregarded Beerus's presence and remarked that as Vegeta's opponent, let him deal with it himself. With the assistance of the God Creation platform, Vegeta will soon surpass Frieza. As for Frieza, his progress in training over the years has been nearly exhausted in the past half-year. Even if he were to improve, it would be exceedingly slow. Therefore, Vegeta's surpassing of Frieza is merely a matter of time. Beerus was certainly not inclined to intervene himself, however. The inactivity of both Sun Wukong and Li Jiao did not imply a lack of action altogether. Such a being, if allowed to remain, would become a scourge in the universe. Suddenly, Son Gohan spoke up, yet he did not directly move to eliminate Frieza. Did Gohan intend to take down Frieza? Li Jiao observed Gohan, noting the boy's eager demeanor, which spoke volumes. After all, I too had once fallen victim to Frieza. Clenching his fists, Son Gohan's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned to Li Jiao, saying, "Uncle Li Jiao, please grant me 2 sins of beans." Gohan's unexpected request momentarily startled Li Jiao, who then produced 2 sins of beans and handed them to Gohan, saying, "Let me witness the fruits of your training over the years. Indeed, I shall not disappoint you, Uncle Li Jiao." With that, Son Gohan soared into the air, first reaching Vegeta's side and administering 1 sins of bean to him. Vegeta's injuries healed instantly, his stamina restored to its peak, though his spirit remained somewhat diminished, an unavoidable consequence. "Gohan, do you intend to act?" Vegeta, now recovered, had no intention of continuing the battle with Frieza. He looked down upon the notion of striking Frieza while he was weak. "Yes, Uncle Vegeta, I wish to give it a try." Gohan nodded, seemingly seeking Vegeta's approval. "You little rascal. I too am curious to see how your training has progressed over the years." Since the encounter with Sharu, Vegeta has ceased to underestimate Son Gohan. This young lad possesses an astonishing aptitude for both training and combat. If one were to attribute Liro's talent to the lineage of the Super Saiyans, then Gohan's prowess stems from his profound insight and an enigmatic force residing within him, one that is not solely derived from his bloodline. Indeed, he shall not disappoint Uncle Vegeta. With a flick of his wrist, Gohan tossed a senzu bean towards Frieza. "Here, consume this. It will grant you a moment of respite." Upon hearing Gohan's words, Frieza's countenance revealed a chilling smile. Although Vegeta's strength had indeed taken Frieza by surprise, he could hardly fathom that the once timid boy who had trembled in his presence now dared to challenge him. "Gohan, is it? Your decision is rather ill-advised," Frieza remarked as he swallowed the senzu bean, marveling at how swiftly his injuries and stamina were restored. What a remarkable substance. Frieza observed his hands, fully healed. Yet he understood that the toll of intense combat extends beyond mere physical endurance. It also drains one's spirit. Gohan, seated upon a massive boulder, granted Frieza the time to recuperate. Frieza accepted this, for Vegeta's advancements had astonished him. Goku must be even more formidable. Being a Saiyan, Gohan possessed the courage to confront him, which surely indicated a strength not to be underestimated. The king's intellect remained sharp. Frieza casually selected a spot to sit, his cold eyes occasionally glancing at Gohan, attempting to gauge the depths of his abilities. However, Gohan's demeanor was that of calm normalcy. Despite harboring unfathomable latent power, he chose not to reveal it. How could Frieza possibly discern the truth? "Are we still to engage in battle?" King Kai asked and stammered, genuinely fearful that the realm of the Kais might be destroyed. "It's not as if you are required to fight. Why the apprehension?" The elder Kai, exasperated, delivered a light blow to Asin's head. Meanwhile, Piccolo observed Gohan with a smile, a swell of pride welling within him. Gohan had transcended their expectations. Krillin reflected on the past, recalling when Raditz arrived on Earth, and Gohan was merely a crying child. After a year of training with Piccolo, his power had rivaled that of Tien and his peers. Subsequently, during the Namek Saga, Gohan's combat prowess surged dramatically, surpassing Krillin and even nearing Piccolo's level. Following 3 years of battling the androids and Sharu, Gohan's strength exploded, momentarily eclipsing both Goku and Vegeta. As time progressed, each warrior forged their own path of cultivation, yet Gohan's evolution became an enigma. Even against the formidable Majin Buu, Gohan refrained from intervening. Unbeknownst to many, this young successor had surpassed the elder warriors and stepped onto the front lines. Now, facing Frieza, who could only match Vegeta's strength evenly, would Gohan emerge victorious? Might one ponder whether Son Gohan possesses the confidence to triumph? Has he, in this present day, surpassed both Goku and Vegeta? Yamcha gazed expectantly at Son Gohan. This junior who had fought alongside them, truly a source of astonishment. When it comes to combat experience, it would be no exaggeration to say that Son Gohan has been battle-hardened. In Chapter 96, could it be that Gohan has indeed outstripped both Goku and Vegeta? A subtle smile graced Piccolo's lips. Gohan's accomplishments brought him more satisfaction than his own training progress. That year, Gohan's innocence profoundly moved Piccolo, allowing him to experience companionship, friendship, and familial bonds. This is why Piccolo holds such deep concern for Gohan, to the extent that he later became a caretaker for the Son family. It seems Gohan's strength may even exceed that of Goku. Whilst enjoying delicacies, Whis observed Gohan and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Ah, is that so? Splendid." Gohan has indeed not slacked off over the years. Upon hearing this, Goku felt no disappointment. Rather, he looked at Gohan with delight, even feeling an impulse to spar with him. Vegeta, however, remained silent for a long time, his fists clenched tighter, though begrudgingly. He could not deny the talent Gohan had exhibited over the years. Gohan, since receiving guidance from Li Jiu, has cultivated with a newfound clarity of purpose, preventing his talent from languishing. Goku understood that much of this credit belongs to Li Jiu. After all, during their battle against Cell, Goku sensed Gohan's aversion to training and combat. At that time, with Li Jiu, Goku, and Vegeta present, Gohan's training was merely a passive accompaniment to Goku. However, after receiving Li Jiu's guidance, Gohan effectively combined learning and training, forging his own path and experiencing rapid growth and strength. Over the years, Goku had not kept track of Gohan's training, unaware of the level he had attained. Filled with anticipation, Goku watched, while Whis and Beerus leisurely savored their meal. "Hey, Goku, if you make your son a Supreme Kai, I shall have Whis prepare a special meal for you," Beerus declared, willing to go to any lengths for his own safety. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Vegeta became agitated. "Lord Beerus, how can you say such a thing?" Well, you could also have your son become a Supreme Kai. However, is your child capable?" Beerus let out a disdainful snort, causing Vegeta to immediately lower his guard, casting a reluctant glance at the 8-year-old Trunks. At that moment, Trunks, scratching his head, found himself influenced by the intangible aura of Liluo. Both he and Goten had their innate talents awakened, their natural gifts surpassing even those of Gohan. At such a tender age, they could already adeptly transform into Super Saiyan at the 2nd level. However, their combat experience remained woefully inadequate. Despite frequent sparring sessions in the Kaioshin realm over the past year with Krillin and others, they still lacked the invaluable experience of true combat. The trials of life and death cannot be attained through mere training. Trunks and Goten had indeed grown formidable, yet they were still too young. Li Jiu glanced at Trunks and Goten, recognizing the exceptional innate potential of these two youngsters, whose transformation into Super Saiyan was as effortless as drinking water. Nevertheless, such rapid and straightforward growth came at a price. Just as Frieza was born with a combat power exceeding 100 million, the cost was an inability to fully master his own strength. Liluo possesses a similar flaw, yet under the guidance of Whis, the shortcoming has been largely mitigated. As time quietly slipped away, half an hour later, Frieza finally rose to his feet. At that moment, Son Gohan opened his eyes and spoke, "Unleash your full power. I have already witnessed your battle with Uncle Vegeta. Oh, are you implying that you have discerned my fighting style and capabilities?" Frieza inquired, examining his hands. Following his confrontation with Vegeta, his combat prowess had received yet another enhancement. This improvement allowed him to exert greater control over his entire strength. While the impact on his overall combat power was modest, it was nonetheless significant. Indeed, Son Gohan stood up, his expression momentarily serious, and instantly transformed into his god form. The enigmatic state momentarily startled Frieza, who then erupted into laughter. "What is this? Are you unable to transform into a Super Saiyan?" Observing Gohan's state, Frieza noted that while the white aura emanated a mysterious vibe, lacking the golden-haired effect made him perceive this form as comparatively weak. I do not follow the path of a Super Saiyan, Gohan replied candidly. Though the aura he exuded was faint, Frieza's formidable strength allowed him to sense the immense latent power within Gohan. A different path. Frieza's gaze sharpened, and in that instant, he regarded Gohan as a formidable adversary. Golden Frieza made his reappearance, complete with special effects and a dramatic score, elevating the tension to its zenith. So, Gohan, are you prepared to meet your demise? Frieza's tone was both elegant and sinister, while Gohan steeled himself. Frieza, you have killed me once. It would hardly be excessive for me to take your life in return, would it? Ha ha ha, such audacity. Frieza scoffed coldly, abruptly vanishing from his position and reappearing before Gohan, delivering a powerful blow without holding back. Gohan, however, did not shy away from Frieza's formidable strike. Instead, he countered with equal ferocity. Boom. The ground beneath them roiled like waves, and within moments, an area of over 10 miles was flattened, only for rocks to shift and form a new landscape. Frieza appeared to have grown stronger as well. Goku observed this keenly, showing no signs of surprise. After all, Vegeta now was not the same as he had been previously. The battle between the two escalated into a fever pitch, with collisions occurring no less than 10 times every second. Each clash wielded the potential for cataclysmic destruction. Gohan's strength was truly formidable. Tien's three eyes darted rapidly, capturing the movements of Frieza and Gohan. This battle transcended their understanding, leaving them merely able to grasp fleeting glimpses of their actions. Gohan's divine state had become increasingly pure, leading me to suspect that he had shattered the confines of dimensional limitations. Yamcha spoke, his path being one of dimensional transcendence. By harnessing the newly awakened potential within himself through this dimensional breakthrough, he sought to enhance his strength. At this moment, Yamcha's dimensional rank undoubtedly surpassed that of Li Jiao and the others. Much like Sun Wukong and Vegeta, these two may not have even shattered a single dimensional barrier. The innate potential of the Saiyans is immensely powerful, nearly boundless. Thus, the difficulty of breaking through dimensions is directly proportional to their potential. Even Li Jiao, with the aid of the God-making platform, has only managed to breach the dimensional constraints twice. Yet, for Li Jiao, such breakthroughs were not of paramount importance. Son Gohan's dimensional prowess has already surpassed that of the King Kai. Should he choose to ascend to the position of Kaioshin, his combat power would undergo a radical transformation. Whis began to speak, but Sun Wukong interjected, asking, at that point, could I defeat Li Jiao? How could that be possible? Before Whis could respond, Beerus interjected. Chapter 97. The God of Destruction, Beerus. Li Jiao's current strength has reached a level comparable to that of certain gods of destruction. After becoming a Supreme Kai, Sun Wukong merely possesses a far greater potential. Surpassing Li Jiao remains a mere possibility. However, does this imply that Li Jiao will cease to progress? At this moment, Li Jiao finds himself in a state of stagnation. He could advance at any time. Yet his singular focus lies in normalizing the fourth transformation of Super Saiyan and merging it with the divine state of Super Saiyan God. This endeavor requires a catalyst to shatter his current limitations, at which point his combat prowess could rival that of Beerus. Of course, another possibility exists. Li Jiao might comprehend the Ultra Instinct technique. Should this occur, his strength could potentially align with that of some angels. The fourth stage of Super Saiyan exerts almost no burden on the body, while both the divine form and Ultra Instinct represent states of being. The confluence of these three elements could yield a qualitative enhancement in Li Jiao's power, making it conceivable for him to bridge the chasm between gods of destruction and angels. It appears that both I and Vegeta still have a significant distance to cover before we can match Li Jiao. It seems imperative that I grasp the Ultra Instinct technique swiftly, Sun Wukong remarked, while Beerus's lips twitched in response. It remains uncertain whether Sun Wukong is simply naive or genuinely oblivious. Grasping Ultra Instinct is no trivial feat, even Beerus has yet to fully master it. Nevertheless, Beerus has managed to remain undefeated against multiple gods of destruction, thanks to his incomplete understanding of Ultra Instinct. This underscores the terrifying nature of the technique. I wonder who has instilled such confidence in you, Beerus muttered, while Sun Wukong remained undeterred, firmly believing in his ability to learn it. As for Ultra Instinct, Vegeta too was resolute, unwilling to allow Sun Wukong to take the lead in everything. Meanwhile, the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza raged on. But Li Jiao had already discerned the tide of defeat for Frieza. In terms of strength, Sun Wukong undoubtedly surpassed him. Although their combat abilities were not vastly disparate, Sun Wukong seemed to increasingly refine his understanding of his own power amidst the clash. Even now, his strength was gradually on the rise. Combat, after all, is the most effective path to progress. Earth had grown too tranquil. Sun Wukong's theoretical research could not be fully realized, and even in the realm of the Supreme Kai, he found himself constrained, with no opponent to challenge him. In his current battle with Frisia, Sun Wukong began to integrate his untested theoretical studies into practice. While his cultivation did not elevate, his combat prowess was steadily improving. The same power, wielded by Sun Wukong, manifested in increasingly formidable combat strength. How infuriating! Frisia found himself at a disadvantage, the disparity becoming increasingly evident. He could scarcely believe that he was being outmatched by Goku's son. Yet, Frisia was no scion. Anger would only serve to further unbalance him. Meanwhile, Gohan remained composed, his fighting prowess subtly escalating. The trajectory of his punch required fine-tuning. With the upper hand, Gohan's innate scion disposition began to stir within him. He started to contemplate the nuances of utilizing his strength in the battle against Frisia, adjusting the punch's trajectory, recalibrating his grip, determining the optimal point for an elbow strike, and discerning the angle for maximum damage were all considerations occupying his mind. Where could he strike to swiftly diminish the enemy's combat effectiveness? What would be fatal, and how could he stabilize his defenses against Frisia's onslaught? Lord Beerus. Whis interjected abruptly, observing Gohan's skirmish. Beerus' expression tightened, and he soon noticed Whis extending his staff towards him. Lord Beerus, we have a distinguished visitor from Universe 7. The crystal orb atop the staff revealed an image of a portly Beerus and a graceful angel, both traversing the cosmos. Their destination directed toward the realm of the Supreme Kai. That fool Kappa merely brings shame upon himself, Beerus remarked, casting a glance at the remnants of his meal with a smirk. Nonetheless, a sense of discontent lingered within him. He yearned for Whis to express that Gohan would be well suited for the role of Supreme Kai. Whis, what do you think of Gohan? Beerus could no longer contain his curiosity. Whis pondered briefly before responding. If Gohan is willing, he could first become an apprentice Supreme Kai. After all, Lord Beerus holds the privilege that allows Universe 7 to have multiple Supreme Kais concurrently. Even if Gohan does not fulfill the duties of a Supreme Kai, he could still hold the title. Thus, should Gohan desire it, he could swiftly ascend to that position. Let him become a provisional Supreme Kai then, Beerus declared, intent on offering Gohan a taste of this new opportunity. Whis did not object. In Universe 7, Beerus's word was law. As for the Supreme Kai, both Shin and the Elder Supreme Kai harbored profound fear of Beerus. Reflecting on this, Beerus turned to Shin and instructed, hurry up and learn the responsibilities of a Supreme Kai. It is to create, not to engage in battle. If you continue to wander aimlessly, I shall seal you away for 1,000,000 years. Shin instantly felt a wave of terror wash over him, only to be chastised by the Elder Supreme Kai, who dragged him away to commence his lessons. Although Gohan displayed a hint of recklessness, he remained more reliable than Goku. Even while experimenting with his research findings, he afforded Frisia no opportunity for a comeback. Merely half a minute later, two figures abruptly descended upon the realm of the Supreme Kai. Well, it seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. Beerus, it appears that your universe boasts two commendable fighters. Upon casting a glance at Gohan and Frisia, Kappa paid them little mind. To the god of destruction, formidable beings such as Gohan and Goku were no different from mere insects. They merely considered the greater good of the universe, offering a semblance of cordiality to such powerful figures. Kappa, what brings you to my 7th universe when you have no business here in the 6th? Beerus remarked with a cold demeanor. Although the 6th and 7th universes were sibling realms, the two gods of destruction had a contentious relationship. Both shared a fondness for exquisite delicacies and often engaged in rivalry over the rarest of culinary delights. Presently, Beerus wore a subtle smirk, patiently awaiting Kappa's response. Just a few days ago, I went to great lengths to procure 2 Buba bird eggs. Today, I shall let you experience the true essence of worldly delicacies. Kappa was entirely focused on Beerus, oblivious to the substantial remnants of food before him. With a sneer, Beerus tapped his fingers lightly against his face and inquired, boiled eggs? Perhaps? He observed Kappa quietly, then slid a glass of juice towards him. I cannot indulge in such bird eggs, but do savor this glass of juice, Kappa. Chapter 98. Forcing Kappa to eat leftovers? Kappa, cradling a bird egg, was poised to have Vados prepare it for him, when unexpectedly, Beerus presented a peculiar drink. What is this? He questioned. Just the most ordinary of juices, Beerus replied. pouring himself a glass and taking a sip, regarding Kampa with disinterest. Kampa scowled, indignantly retorting, Beerus, what do you mean by serving me the most mundane juice? This is far more palatable than your so-called boiled eggs. Beerus, unfazed, regarded him with disdain. As physical confrontations were prohibited between gods of destruction, Kampa and Beerus resorted to this trivial exchange to undermine each other. Kampa remained skeptical, yet hesitantly lifted the juice to his lips. Upon tasting it, he was momentarily lifted by the experience. Well, it's not bad, he conceded. Finishing the remainder of the juice and finally noticing the remnants of food on Beerus's table, selecting a dish that appeared less chaotic. He poked at it with his finger and tasted it. It's acceptable, I suppose. Kampa's face flushed slightly. He yearned for more. Yet it was evident that these were leftovers from Beerus's meal. Lord Kampa, you mustn't overindulge, Vados interjected, subsequently offering him 2 bottles of a drink resembling watermelon juice. I shall not drink that, Vados. I desire to savor this exquisite cuisine. Who prepared this? Prepare a fresh portion. Kampa directed his gaze towards the others, his eyes landing on Legio. You, go and prepare me a new delicacy. I shall grant you 3 minutes. Fail to do so, and do not blame me for my rudeness. Lilua was originally seated nearby, savoring his tea, when unexpectedly, Kampa pointed at his own nose, demanding that Li prepare food for him. 3 minutes were insufficient. Legio felt no anger. After all, Kampa was a god of destruction, and his rapport with Beerus was amiable, yet that did not imply a similar relationship with Kampa, nor did it grant him the liberty to provoke a god of destruction at will. However, while Legio harbored such thoughts, Beerus had a different perspective. Legio, how can you remain unperturbed when Kampa dares to direct his finger at you? Beerus fanned the flames from the sidelines. Whis and Vados, remaining detached, observed that as long as the gods of destruction did not engage in combat, they would refrain from intervening. Yet, Vados's gaze lingered on Legio for a considerable time before she turned to Whis, inquiring, what is transpiring in Universe 7? As she spoke, her attention shifted to the ongoing battle between Gohan and Frieza, curiosity evident on her face. Is that the Frieza race? They have indeed breached the divine threshold. And the other must be a scion, albeit not of pure blood. Gohan's identity was not lost on Vados. The prowess of angels extended beyond mere strength, as they possessed profound insights into the cosmos. Indeed, a scion. It is astonishing that a scion can also touch the divine realm. Vados observed Gohan, sensing his divine essence. Sister, have you forgotten? Long ago, there was a scion. That was different, Vados interjected, shaking her head, before once again fixing her gaze on Legio. His strength may well rival that of a god of destruction. Sister has keen insight, Whis acknowledged, while Beerus continued to stoke the embers, wishing for a confrontation between Legio and Kampa. At this moment, Legio was also brimming with eagerness. Addressing Lord Xiangpa, he candidly remarked, My lord, if you find yourself hungry, there is still ample leftover food for you to enjoy. Legio was acutely aware of how to provoke the god of destruction. Indeed. As soon as his words fell, the expression of Kampa instantly turned frigid. This was the 7th universe, yet he would not permit anyone to infringe upon his dignity. A terrifying aura began to permeate the air. Although Kampa had yet to take action, Krillin and the others felt as if they had plunged into a frozen abyss. Chilled to the bone, Natasha, initially by Legio's side, soon rose silently to depart. Her strength surpassed that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Yet she remained significantly outmatched by Legio. Are you seeking death? Kampa's cold gaze fixed upon Legio, recognizing that he possessed considerable power. However, beneath the god of destruction, all were mere insects. It seemed that even Lord Kampa might struggle to contend with him. Legio understood what Beerus intended. He merely wished for him to engage in a match with Kampa. Legio, too, harbored the desire to engage in battle with the god of destruction. However, it was evident that Beerus would not resort to lethal measures against him. Thus, Kampa presented an excellent alternative. Furthermore, Kampa's prowess was not among the highest in the 12th universe, ensuring that the disparity in strength would not be overly vast should Legio confront him. Consequently, this opportunity would allow Legio to fully unleash his power. You possess quite the audacity. Do you truly believe that with Beerus backing you, you can provoke a god of destruction? A chilling aura gradually enveloped Kampa, a mysterious purple energy emanating from him, causing those in proximity to instinctively retreat. At this moment, Goku and Vegeta also began to gather their energy to withstand the pressure radiating from Kampa. What is this? Do you two seek your own demise? While others distanced themselves, Goku and Vegeta stood firm, a provocation directed at the god of destruction. The prospect of battling a god of destruction was not entirely out of the question. Vegeta felt a surge of excitement. He had heard from Whis that Beerus was one of the more formidable gods of destruction, as he alone had grasped an incomplete form of Ultra Instinct among them. "Oh, Kappa, please enlighten us," Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison. Goku perceived that Kappa was instigating trouble, thereby aligning himself with Li Jiao, while Vegeta discerned Li Jiao's true intentions. Nevertheless, he reasoned that facing a god of destruction in unison was not a bad idea, as opportunities to battle such beings were rare. At the very least, Beerus would be there to mitigate the risks. "Oh, you inhabitants of Universe 7 certainly possess courage," Kappa scoffed, amusement flickering across his features. Though he might appear not to be the sharpest tool in the shed, he was well aware of the current situation. "Beerus, you must think carefully. Should you choose to eliminate them, do not seek me out for trouble." Yet, he added with a hint of bravado, "Of course, if you wish to challenge me. I am not one to cower." With a dismissive snort, Beerus acknowledged that if it were only Li Jiao, he might find himself at a disadvantage against Kappa. However, with Goku and Vegeta joining in, the circumstances shifted. Although Goku and Vegeta's strength was insufficient for a direct confrontation with a god of destruction, their presence would still prove beneficial. "Gohan, deal with the opponent," Li Jiao communicated telepathically, as the Kaioshin realm once again became a battleground. Just as Gohan prepared to accelerate and confront Frieza, Kappa chuckled coldly, "Eliminating you does not require this god of destruction to dirty his hands." "Beerus, do you possess the courage to make a wager?" Chapter 99, The Tournament 6 months hence. What shall we wager? Beerus felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Kappa's intentions. "Dealing with a few novices hardly necessitated my personal involvement. If your people are eager to court disaster, let us host a tournament of strength, where each of our universes shall dispatch 10 warriors to engage in battle. The victor shall be granted a single request." "What sort of request?" you ask. "The Super Dragon Balls." "Oh, what purpose do I have for such objects?" Beerus cast a glance at Li Jiao. Recalling that Li Jiao had once desired the Dragon Balls to assist Li Luo in mastering the legendary Super Saiyan's power. However, Li Luo no longer required the assistance of the Super Dragon Balls. It seemed that Li Jiao too had moved beyond that need. Thus, the Super Dragon Balls held little significance for Universe 7. Should you emerge victorious, I shall personally intervene to advise these younglings." Kappa was well aware of Beerus's true desires. "Oh, in that case, perhaps it is feasible. When shall it commence?" Beerus nodded slightly, and Kappa promptly replied, "Await notification. It shall not exceed a century." Upon hearing this, Li Jiao and the others exchanged glances, while Beerus erupted in indignation. "Kappa, do you presume that everyone possesses your boundless lifespan? A century from now, Li Jiao and his companions could easily obliterate you with a mere finger." Beerus held great confidence in Li Jiao. Although Li Jiao had reached a plateau, he still had alternative paths to explore. He simply chose not to pursue them. Should Lord Kappa genuinely wish to hold this tournament, 10 days would suffice. Whis interjected, for only an angel could comprehend the efficiency with which angels operate. 10 days would indeed allow Beerus to locate the strongest warriors of Universe 6, as well as the Super Dragon Balls. Kappa turned his gaze towards Beerus, who nodded in agreement, affirming, 10 days is ample time. "Oh, in that case, let it be set for 6 months hence," Kappa declared, turning on his heel and departing. Seeing this, Beerus had no choice but to follow. Who was that individual? A brother of Lord Beerus. As Kappa departed, Krillin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. That was indeed the god of destruction from Universe 6, a brother to Lord Beerus. Li Jiao chuckled, while Beerus let out a disdainful snort. Who would associate with that rotund individual? It is utterly disgraceful. Whis, why must Kappa wait until 6 months later to hold the power tournament? Is he not concerned that Li Jiao might surpass him in that time? Beerus reclined, raising his chin and crossing his legs. It is likely due to the limited number of peak warriors in the 6th universe. Not every universe boasts strength comparable to the 7th. Some may possess the potential to surpass it, yet lack warriors with divine-like combat prowess. In the 7th universe, there are about 10 warriors who have touched the realm of the gods, a rarity among the universes, was elucidated, then continued with his calculations. Lord Kappa likely intends to scout for powerful fighters in the 6th universe, and have Vados train them for a period. "Oh, Kappa proves to be quite astute," Beerus remarked, turning his gaze to Li Jiao. "You heard that correctly. The god of destruction from the 6th universe plans to have Angel Vados cultivate a batch of formidable fighters to contend with you. Do not allow yourself to grow complacent in these 6 months. 6 months. It seems that Son Goku took a similar duration to touch upon the divine realm, subsequently developing the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Although there are not many strong warriors in the 6th universe, it is a twin universe to the 7th. Hence it surely possesses some exceptionally gifted races. With guidance from the god of destruction, a significant leap in strength is not out of the question. For instance, the Saiyans also exist in the 6th universe. Whis addressed Son Goku and Vegeta, stating, "This time, we shall send 10 representatives from the 7th universe. You are free to choose among yourselves." In an instant, all eyes turned towards Li Jio. "If there are 10 spots, surely we can all participate?" Tien Shinhan interjected. As their current strength made it difficult to find worthy opponents across the universe, they were eager to engage in such a battle. "Actually, it is not necessary." Li Jio replied with a faint smile, revealing that he did not hold this competition in as high regard as one might expect. "However, I do hope the 7th universe emerges victorious. That way, I could spar with the god of destruction, Kampa." Li Jio's intention was simple: to face Kampa and gauge the true extent of the disparity between himself and a god of destruction. Kampa will not show you the same leniency I do. He would relish the opportunity to eliminate all the elite fighters of the 7th universe, Beerus cautioned. Yet, Li Jio merely smiled slightly. That would make it all the more intriguing. Facing Lord Beerus, I felt no pressure at all. Li Jio stretched lazily, then cast a glance at the crowd, stating, "We must secure victory in this match. Therefore, let us determine the qualifications based on our respective strengths." Li Jio spoke, and the crowd expressed no dissent. Only Natasha interjected, stating, "I shall not participate." Li Jio was somewhat incredulous. Natasha's fervor for battle rivaled that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "Well, I am with child," Natasha confessed, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as her delicate hand rested upon her abdomen. Li Jio remained in a state of stunned silence for a considerable time before a radiant smile broke forth. "Natasha, when did this happen?" "I discovered it just a few days ago." Since becoming involved with Li Jio, Natasha had adopted a considerably gentler demeanor. Now, with the blessing of pregnancy once more, she radiated the luminous essence of motherhood. Li Jiolian gently patted Natasha's head, and the others stepped forward to extend their congratulations. If that were the case, Natasha would not be able to participate. Therefore, I, Wukong, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien, Yamchu, Krillin, Goten, and Trunks, 10 individuals in total. Li Jio directly designated them. To which Li Luo immediately responded, "Father, have you forgotten about me? Your power is not yet perfectly controlled. Broly's aura could render you uncontrollable. What if the 6th universe also harbors the legendary Super Saiyan?" Li Jio was apprehensive that Xiang Pa might summon care, which would lead to complications. Therefore, to be prudent, Li Luo should refrain from participating in this competition. For the time being, it would be best for Wise to continue instructing Li Luo while shifting his focus to the Xian Huang breathing technique. "Can Wu Tian and I also take the stage?" "Oh yes, that would be splendid. Can we be the first to go?" Trunks and Wu Tian exclaimed with excitement, jumping in elation. Chapter 100, The Return of the Great. Vegeta admonished, "Don't celebrate too early. The competition between the 2 universes is no trifling matter. No one knows what wish the god of destruction from Universe 6 might grant upon victory. If it concerns Earth, it would be too late for regrets. Thus, even you 2 lads must double your training efforts over the next 6 months. Do you understand?" "Yes, Dad, Uncle Vegeta." Trunks and Wu Tian replied in unison, then resumed their jubilant antics. Only Li Jio could not share in their joy, feeling somewhat helpless. "Ah, how wonderful it is to battle against masters from other universes." Sun Wukong exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, while Beerus remained indifferent. However, he turned to Weiss and inquired, "Weiss, there shouldn't be anyone in Universe 6 who surpasses Li Jio, right?" "In the case of the 12 universes, I would believe that aside from the gods of destruction, there could be individuals stronger than Li Jio, but not within Universe 6. Well, this matter should retain some suspense. For instance, could there be a Scion in Universe 6 who corresponds to Li Jio?" Weiss chuckled, causing Beerus's expression to grow serious. The 6th and 7th universes are indeed twin universes. If the 7th has a powerhouse like Li Jio, then the 6th must possess one as well. Moreover, my sister's strength exceeds mine. If she were to personally guide them, even in just half a year, she could cultivate a group of formidable warriors. Weiss, you should also mentor these individuals, ensuring each reaches the level of Sun Wukong. I refuse to believe we can lose this competition, Beerus declared, filling Yamcha and the others with anticipation. However, Weiss shook his head, stating, "I lack the energy for such a task." It would be better for Li Jio to guide them. They only need to borrow the God creation platform, correct, Li Jio? Weiss turned to Li Jio, who nodded slightly. Everyone's foundation is already quite strong. If Lord Beerus allows you to utilize the God creation platform for training, even if you do not reach the level of Super Saiyan Blue in a short time, you will not be far from it. The power of Super Saiyan God ranks among the best across the 12 universes. Li Jio spoke, while Beerus nodded in agreement, saying, "You must strive diligently. Those whose cultivation progress does not meet my expectations will simply cease to exist." Beerus narrowed his eyes, causing everyone present to break out in a cold sweat. "Please, Master, continue to guide me." Li Luo approached as Weiss had officially taken him as a disciple. Thus Li Luo referred to Weiss as his teacher. "Well, you should also step onto the divine creation platform. Every 10 days, I will provide you with guidance. The techniques your father imparted to you should be placed in the highest regard," Weiss remarked, while Li Jio furrowed his brow. Though Li Jio's comprehension of the Xian Wang breathing technique had been steadily progressing, he felt an inexplicable void within. Lost in contemplation, he remained oblivious to the discussions between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In the 6th universe, Kappa's previously haughty demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he addressed Vados. "Vados, I am determined to secure victory in this competition. 6 months should suffice for you to cultivate a cadre of elite warriors, correct? The 2 combatants, as well as that individual eager to challenge me, must not be underestimated." As the god of destruction, Kappa, despite being unable to discern the full extent of Li Jio's true abilities, could sense enough to warrant his decision to postpone the competition by half a year. "Master Kappa, to nurture formidable warriors in such a short span, we will require the God-constructing platform. Are you certain?" Vados inquired, simultaneously utilizing her staff to identify potential participants from the 6th universe. "Indeed, it suffices to defeat Beerus. This task shall be entrusted to you, Vados. I cannot guarantee that Master Kappa will emerge victorious. I have identified several promising candidates, but achieving a level comparable to that Frost Demon within merely 6 months is exceedingly challenging." Vados was reluctant to shoulder this burden, prompting Kappa to remark, "That individual seeking to confront me must be a Scion, correct? I recall that the 6th universe also harbors Scions. Certainly, the Scions possess formidable growth potential, albeit the Scions of the 6th universe are comparatively weaker, as it seems they have not yet mastered the transformation technique. Vados will ensure it, won't you?" "Of course. Equip them with the strongest lineup from the 6th universe. I intend to demonstrate my prowess to Beerus." With that, Kappa sank to the ground, panting heavily. "Very well. I have selected 10 individuals. Would you care to review them, Master Kappa?" Vados retrieved the visual profiles of the 10 candidates and began her introduction. Among them, several may not possess great strength at present, yet their potential is substantial. For instance, the Scions Jabe and Caulifla, as well as this one named Kale, who appears to be of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, albeit her lineage remains dormant. She holds the greatest potential, though she is difficult to control. Additionally, there are 2 combat-oriented Namekians, and that concludes the list. Summon them all. Should they dare to refuse, I shall annihilate them." As the commotion erupted, Vados let out a resigned sigh and embarked on her arduous journey. Both universes were diligently preparing for their respective competitions, yet Li Jio had mysteriously vanished. The training of Tianjin Fan and the others had entered a steady rhythm. Even in Li Jio's absence, their progress remained unaffected. In the vast cosmos, Li Jio traversed like a deity, beholding the resplendent rivers of stars. At his level of power, the external environment exerted negligible influence upon him. The rise and fall of all things is inevitable. Even celestial bodies cannot exist eternally. However, after decline, they do not simply vanish. Yin and Yang. In the primordial expanse of the universe, the essence of Xian and Huang permeated the void. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jio found himself back on the floating island of Earth. Yet, shortly after his return, a sudden fluctuation in space-time manifested upon the island. Trunks? In an instant, Li Jio appeared in midair. Witnessing the battered form of Trunks tumble forth from the time machine, Li Jio casually procured a celestial bean and placed it into Trunks' mouth. Fortunately, Trunks was still able to instinctively swallow, which brought him back to consciousness. "Mr. Li Jio," Trunks exclaimed with fervor, followed by an outpouring of tears. After a heartfelt exchange, Li Jio became aware of the trajectory of Trunks' future world. As in the original narrative, this primary world now included his own presence. "Trunks, your mental state is quite fragile at the moment. It would be wise for you to rest," he advised. Li Jio spoke and then stored away the time-traveling device. I will hand the device over to your mother. She will swiftly gather the energy required for the round trip. Thank you, Mr. Lichio. Trunks, in a rather diminished state of spirit, headed towards the training arena, a place he was quite familiar with, where he could rest and practice. Chapter 101. The strength of Trunks. Li Jiaowu nodded slightly and then departed from the floating island, seeking out Bulma to recount the events. Upon receiving the time travel device, Bulma tinkered with it for a while and remarked, collecting energy is not particularly troublesome, yet it does require some time. However, the future version of myself should not merely gather such a trifling amount. It seems that the future world has suffered extensive devastation, making energy collection exceedingly challenging. As Li Jiao spoke, Bulma nodded in acknowledgement, simultaneously tinkering with the device designed to gather energy. How did you end up on Earth? Shouldn't you be training in the realm of destruction with Whis and Beerus? I encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I decided to wander about in search of inspiration. And now? Have you made any progress? Almost there. I heard from Whis that you might soon surpass Beerus. I'm not certain. After all, Lord Beerus is a god of destruction, and surpassing him is no simple feat. Moreover, among the gods of destruction in the 12 universes, Lord Beerus ranks quite highly. You certainly hold a great deal of respect for Beerus, despite his insistence on returning to Earth, which is quite perilous. Indeed, Li Jiao replied, nodding. Beerus is indeed dangerous. Yet I have a profound respect for him. If he hadn't intervened that time, I would have been forced to kill Natasha and Li Luo myself. Without his support, I would have broken down. All right, I need to check on Trunks, Bulma said, placing her hand on Li Jiao's shoulder with concern. Why not just fly there yourself? That would be rather troublesome. Hurry. Bulma was unreserved with her urgency, compelling Li Jiao to utilize instant transmission to transport her to the training grounds. Feel free to chat with your son. After delivering Bulma, Li Jiao's expression gradually grew more serious. Trunks' arrival seemed to bring with it something clandestine. His gaze sharpened slightly, immediately fixating on a particular direction. There, the void rippled with extraordinary fluctuations. It was a disturbance of time and space, a phenomenon that even Li Jiao in his current state could not replicate. The realm of time and space was beyond Li Jiao's grasp at this moment. Within the entirety of the universe, few possessed the ability to manipulate the fabric of time and space, as the stakes are immense. Even the slightest miscalculation could potentially give rise to an entirely new parallel universe. The fluctuations of time and space intensified, prompting Li Jiao to ascend into the air. Witnessing firsthand the opening of a temporal tunnel from which emerged a figure clad in black, strikingly identical to Sun Wukong. The Black Wukong. Upon his arrival in this time and space, the Black Wukong immediately sensed Li Jiao's presence, his brow furrowing tightly in response. Li Jiao, in his memory, did not exist. According to his expectations, Trunks should have sought the assistance of Goku and Vegeta. Yet, at this moment, neither Goku nor Vegeta was present. Instead, Li Jiao stood before him. This is not a place meant for you. Li Jiao gazed intently at Black Goku, resolutely determined that this realm must not fall prey to his chaotic whims. The ideology of Black Goku was steeped in darkness, and the Human Zero plan was far from mere rhetoric. It was a genuine endeavor. The Earth of another timeline might very well be the last bastion of life in the 7th universe. Who are you? Black Goku inquired. Scrutinizing Li Jiao's distinctive hairstyle and the tail coiling around his waist, his brow furrowing ever deeper. A scion. His form originated from a scion, indeed a remarkably powerful one, wielding forces beyond the grasp of even the divine, all within a mortal vessel. Thus, he had invoked the wish-granting Super Shenron to exchange bodies with Sun Wukong. After the body swap, Black Goku did not immediately master all of Sun Wukong's capabilities. Instead, he gradually acclimated to his new form. However, the adaptation process for the body obtained through the Super Shenron was remarkably swift. At this moment, even Trunks had ceased to be a match for Black Goku. This inquiry should rightfully be mine, Li Jiao retorted. Yet there is no need for questions. You merely need to return to your original world. I currently have no intention of confronting you. Li Jiao has yet to comprehend the nuances of Black Goku's identity. His familiarity with the original narrative proves insufficient to contend with the present incarnation of Black Goku. When Trunks departed from this timeline, his training had already commenced on a promising trajectory. He has endured numerous trials, shouldering immense burdens, in his dedication to training rivals that of Gohan. While he may not surpass Gohan in innate talent, the passage of time undoubtedly has led to significant enhancement in his prowess. Furthermore, at the time of his departure, Trunks had already attained the 2nd level of Super Saiyan and had glimpsed his own 3rd level, receiving guidance in the process. Years have elapsed, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Trunks has likely ascended to a level beyond Super Saiyan 3. Damn it, how did you arrive here? Trunks exclaimed, abruptly launching into the air. He had been peacefully slumbering, only to be jolted awake by a nightmare. Upon seeing his youthful mother beside him, he had scarcely begun to reminisce before being startled by the aura of Black Goku. Ah, Trunks, Black Goku remarked, casting a glance at him before turning to Li Jio, inquiring, could you kindly introduce me to this individual? You need not know, Trunks retorted. Feeling a twinge of regret, he had not anticipated that Black Goku possessed the ability to traverse time as well. Do not blame yourself. This individual harbors grand ambitions. Even in your absence, this realm could still be impacted. Li Jio discerned Trunks' thoughts and offered a word of comfort before inquiring further. I am eager to ascertain the extent of your prowess. Have you attained the 3rd level of Super Saiyan? Indeed, I reached the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan 3 years ago, and I have even brushed against a mysterious realm. Trunks replied, his expression shifting dramatically as his aura vanished, replaced by an enigmatic state. This state, distinct from Gohan's mysterious realm, bore a striking resemblance to the appearance of a Super Saiyan at the 1st level, yet the power emanating from him was undeniably divine. This transformation, unlike the 1st stage of Super Saiyan, enveloped him in a golden flame, further shrouded by a layer of ethereal, white, divine energy. From Li Jio's perception, even if this state did not quite rival Gohan's divine state, it was not far off. Indeed, even so, is it not still insufficient? Li Jio remarked, casting a glance at Black Goku, who, at this juncture, should have mastered the Super Saiyan Rose form. Yes, that scoundrel has usurped Mr. Goku's body and surpassed me in a remarkably short span of time. Trunks gritted his teeth, then turned to Li Jio, saying, surely, Mr. Li Jio, you have attained a level comparable to mine? Of course, you do not presume that you are the only one making progress, do you? Over the years, Earth has enjoyed a relative peace, yet with your current level of strength, Li Luo is nearly catching up to you. Moreover, Gohan has significantly distanced himself from you. At this moment, in terms of sheer combat power, Trunks' capabilities were likely superior to Gohan's during the Majin Buu saga, but still fell short of the current Gohan's prowess. Chapter 102. Li Jio vs. Black Goku, is that so? My apologies, Mr. Li Jio, Trunks expressed with genuine remorse, recognizing that as Li Jio's semi-disciple, he had fallen behind Gohan by such a margin. That is commendable. Li Jio waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze back to Black Goku, stating, it is time for you to depart. This world is not meant for your presence. Li Jio was not inclined to engage in combat with Black Wukong at that moment. This individual was capable of inadvertently annihilating Earth in the heat of battle. Should a confrontation arise, it would be prudent to establish the battlefield within Trunks' timeline. Black Wukong remained motionless. Logically, this timeline should have been situated shortly after the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes. Given the extent of his powers, he should be invincible in this realm, or at the very least, no one could defeat him. Yet, why did this person before him exude such a palpable sense of danger? He had yet to grasp the anomalies within this timeline, and thus could not return. You have yet to disclose your identity, Black Wukong inquired. Li Jio merely shook his head, responding, Li Jio, you likely have not heard of me. Li Jio, let us first test your prowess. Although Black Wukong had never encountered the name Li Jio, he felt compelled to assess Li Jio's strength. You truly are unaware of your own peril, Li Jio remarked coldly, gazing intently at Black Wukong. At this juncture, Black Wukong's power should have reached its zenith. While there was room for growth, it would necessitate his own efforts rather than mere adaptation to his abilities. How can one know without attempting? Black Wukong replied, a chilling smile gracing his lips, an expression difficult to envision on Son Goku's face. Li Jio let out a faint smile, gradually elevating his form. Seeing this, Black Goku immediately followed suit, and the two surged through the atmosphere at an astonishing speed, arriving in the vastness of outer space. To their surprise, Science could indeed survive in the universe. Black Goku spoke, increasingly recognizing Li Jio's potential. There are many things you cannot anticipate. Transform and reveal your true strength to me. Li Jio regarded Black Goku, knowing that if they were to engage in battle without transformations, he could easily overpower Black Goku in an instant. At this moment, Li Jio had assimilated 50% of the Ultra Instinct powers into his base form. However, this integration caused a rejection of the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Thus, one could say that Li Jio's strength had not increased. Rather, it had encountered certain limitations. As you wish, Black Goku replied, his expression sharpening as his aura surged dramatically. Then, his energy vanished, replaced by a mysterious essence, accompanied by a striking magenta flame and hair. This is Super Saiyan Magenta. Black Goku was exceedingly confident in his newfound power, believing it to surpass even the Super Saiyan Blue strength of Son Goku himself. This power was such that even the gods of destruction would take heed. No matter how formidable the opponent before him, they would not stand a chance against him. Lee Jio gazed at the immensely confident Black Goku after his transformation, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he instantaneously transitioned into Super Saiyan 4. To fully harness the formidable power of the fourth stage of Super Saiyan, Lee Jio realized that transformation was essential. The ferocious aura of Super Saiyan 4 erupted in an instant, leaving even Black Goku astounded. What manner of transformation is this? Although Super Saiyan 4 lacks the divine essence, its strength far surpasses that of Super Saiyan 3. In a mere contest of power, even Super Saiyan Blue pales in comparison. Coupled with Lee Jio's immense foundational battle strength and his impeccable mastery over energy, the combat prowess he exhibited could easily overwhelm Goku beneath the might of a tenfold Kaioken. Damnable insect, such power should not reside in your hands. Black Goku roared, charging directly at Lee Jio. Lee Jio's form flickered, and although the divine aura was elusive, he, having comprehended the realm of the divine, perceived little distinction between the divine essence and ordinary presence. In a sudden clash, the entirety of Black Wukong's shoulder began to tremble, overwhelmed by the sheer force of Super Saiyan's fourth transformation. Even in this initial encounter, he found himself at a disadvantage. Such power could even be matched by Gohan. Lee Jio gauged Black Wukong's strength. Although Black Wukong had not exerted his full power, it was nearly sufficient. The two figures vanished once more, and upon reappearing, Lee Jio fixed his gaze firmly on Black Wukong's silhouette. Your speed has diminished. With a swift kick, Black Wukong was sent sprawling, and Lee Jio's form flickered again, delivering a powerful punch to Black Wukong's chest. How infuriating. Ah! Black Wukong roared, as a crimson aura surged wildly. In his hand, a blade of energy slowly coalesced, its rapidly flowing essence hissing ominously as it swept across, tearing through the fabric of Lee Jio's chest. To blaspheme the divine, your sins are unforgivable. Black Wukong's expression remained cold, the energy blade in his hand as sharp and unyielding as a knife. Lee Jio flickered twice, unexpectedly forming a long sword in his hand. The sword appeared almost tangible, yet it was forged from the same essence as the energy blade wielded by Black Wukong. Upon their initial clash, Black Wukong's energy blade was severed, and his hand narrowly escaped being severed as well. Black Wukong's expression turned to one of terror, struggling to comprehend that such a formidable figure could exist in this realm. It seemed that the Son Wukong of this world was likely inferior to his own physical form. Lee Jio, who exactly are you? Hei Wukong is certain that in his timeline, there is no such character as Lee Jio. Otherwise, the competition between the 7th and 6th universes would not have proceeded without him. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is, you are doomed. At this moment, Lee Jio was consumed by murderous intent, for before him stood the malevolent Black Wukong, the very architect of humanity's zero plan. Such a deity was far more terrifying than any demon, masquerading under the guise of divinity to seize the unattainable power he so desperately craved. You cannot kill me. Black Wukong had already faced defeat. The ring upon his hand flickered faintly, ensnaring him with the force of time and space. This was the repulsive power of the temporal realm. Black Wukong was not defeated in this dimension, for he bore the time ring of the Supreme Kai, which allowed him to descend into this realm. Yet, he could not linger for long. I shall allow you to survive for a while longer. Lee Jio refrained from making any further moves. Although the clash with Black Wukong appeared straightforward, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. His strength had fully manifested, allowing him to restrain Black Wukong. However, eliminating him proved to be a formidable challenge. In order to vanquish Black Wukong, Lee Jio needed to transcend his current constraints, fully actualizing the power of Super Saiyan 4 and harmonizing it with the realm of Super Saiyan God. Fortunately, Lee Jio had garnered sufficient insight into this endeavor. On the floating island, Trunks gazed upward, his face etched with disbelief. Is Mr. Lee Jio's transformation Super Saiyan 4? Yet, you should not attempt this. Your bloodline is impure. Even your father and son Wukong have faltered. Instead, pursue your own path and cultivate to the utmost. Indeed, Mr. Lee Jio. Chapter 103. The normalization of Super Saiyan 4. Trunks snapped back to reality and observed Lee Jio, noting the significant changes in his appearance over the past 7 years. Back then, Lee Jio stood slightly taller than Son Wukong, with a well-proportioned physique. Now, his hair had grown longer, His height increased by a full 10 centimeters, and his eyes bore a hint of crimson. His form had become more robust while maintaining an elegant symmetry, now exuding an even greater sense of explosive power. This transformation was a result of the normalization of Super Saiyan 4. Based on the current alterations, one could surmise that once Li Jio fully actualized Super Saiyan 4, his appearance would undergo a profound transformation, aligning with the essence of Super Saiyan 4. Mr. Li Jio, are you also unable to eliminate that mysterious figure? Trunks inquired, frustration evident in his tone. The might of Super Saiyan 4 far exceeded that of Super Saiyan 3, yet it still proved insufficient to defeat the enigmatic adversary. Indeed, it is somewhat challenging, but not insurmountable. Continue your training here on the floating island, in due time. I shall accompany you to your timeline to bring an end to Dark Wukong. Li Jio's expression was grave as he contemplated the situation. He had managed to eliminate Black Goku, yet he remained uncertain about vanquishing Zamasu. After all, one Zamasu possessed the body of Sun Wukong, while the other had attained immortality. To annihilate an immortal being seemed nearly impossible, unless one employed the sealing technique known as the magic sealing wave. These were the only strategies that Li Jio could conceive of at the moment. Thank you, Mr. Li Jio. I just wonder how my father and Mr. Wukong are faring, Trunks inquired. Li Jio replied, traversing through time and space defies the established rules. Vegeta and Sun Wukong are currently training with the God of Destruction. Should you attempt to visit them, you would surely be discovered. What? God of Destruction? Trunks was utterly unfamiliar with this concept. Moreover, in his timeline, the God of Destruction had perished following the death of the Supreme Kai. Each universe is governed by a Supreme Kai and a God of Destruction, with the former overseeing creation and the propagation of life, while the latter embodies destruction and wields overwhelming power. Even the weakest God of Destruction could easily defeat that enigmatic individual. However, your timeline is far more complex. We shall discuss it further once I arrive there. For now, you should rest on the floating island while I take some time to enhance my strength. Although Li Jio anticipated Trunks' arrival in this timeline, he was nonetheless surprised by the timing of his appearance. According to the original timeline, there are no significant discrepancies. However, Li Jio finds himself at a pivotal moment in his quest for strength. He requires additional time to fully stabilize the immense power of Super Saiyan 4th stage, which is essential for him to further explore the divine realm. Indeed, Mr. Li Jio, Trunks finds himself at a loss, and it appears that all formidable energies on Earth have vanished. Currently, preparations are underway for a significant martial arts tournament, pitting them against another universe, which has led many to train under the God of Destruction. The Room of Spirit and Time on the floating island is available for use. But do take care of your health. Furthermore, your strength is contingent upon your conviction. Should any issues arise on Earth, unleash your energy, I will sense your return. Upon uttering these words, Li Jio employed instant transmission to arrive at the Realm of Destruction. Ah, Li Jio. Beerus was not asleep. Rather, he was enjoying a bowl of instant noodles alongside Whis, leading a rather pleasant life. Lord Beerus, how are their training regimens progressing? Li Jio gazed upon the divine creation platform, where Natasha occasionally offered guidance to Klin and the others. Not bad, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, while Whis added with a smile. At this rate of progress, Klin and his companions should soon be able to touch the threshold of Super Saiyan God. Piccolo will exhibit greater strength, and as for Gohan, his power now rivals that of Goku. Indeed, Gohan's talent surpasses even that of Goku, and reaching the stage was to be expected. Li Jio, without any surprise, has discerned the approximate ranking of the powers among those who are currently wreaking havoc in the divine realm. Li Jio, Natasha, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta, along with Dend, Li Luo, and finally Tien, Yamchu, Krillin, Chaos, as well as Goten and Trunks, among others. Among them, the weakest, Goten, Trunks, and Chaos, have barely grazed the threshold of Super Saiyan 3rd level. With such strength, even at this moment, Li Jio possesses the confidence to secure ultimate victory in the forthcoming power tournament. However, the recent decision made by the God of Destruction Kampa from Universe 6 has made Li Jio acutely aware that his presence will continually influence the surrounding circumstances. The narrative has silently undergone significant alterations. For instance, the timeline of Trunks' appearance, the decisions made by Kampa, and whether the power tournament will indeed take place or if its rules will be altered. Li Jio, why have you returned so suddenly? Beerus scrutinized Li Jio, understanding that this excursion would result in a remarkable enhancement of his power. He would still require the aid of the God Pad. Li Jiao smiled and then soared towards the god-making platform. After exchanging greetings with the crowd, he ascended the higher steps without hesitation. His previous record stood at 580 levels, but this time he transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level, steadily making his way upwards. 581. 582. Ahead of him, Li Jiao's pace was remarkable, ascending nearly every 2 minutes. Upon reaching the 600th level, his speed began to diminish. Yet he still managed to climb another step every 10 minutes or so. His ascent slowed progressively, and after several hours of stillness, he found himself at the 650 level. Remarkable, he had advanced 70 levels in one go. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others marveled as they watched Li Jiao finally settle into a meditative pose on the god-making platform, ceasing his upward journey. Among them, the mightiest, Natasha, had yet to reach 500 levels, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta had not even surpassed 400. Li Jiao's Super Saiyan 4th level has reached its pinnacle, with his initial raven locks transformed into a vibrant crimson hue, only to now fade back to black. Moreover, in his Super Saiyan 4th state, Li Jiao's physique has gradually become more slender. This reflects a convergence between his normal state and his Super Saiyan 4 form. The pace of this transformation is slow, yet it is significantly swifter than before. Whither did Li Jiao venture after his departure? Queried Beerus, revealing a rare display of caution as he bared his teeth. Whis, bearing a tone of gravity, replied. He meandered through the vastness of the galaxy for over a month before returning to Earth, and subsequently arrived in the realm of the Destroyers. Thus, from the moment he left Kampa until now, only 4 months have elapsed. In this unusual moment of seriousness, Beerus slowly rose, casting his gaze toward Li Jiao. After 2 months in the realm of the Destroyers, Li Jiao's Super Saiyan 4th level has finally returned to a flawless state of normalcy. Naturally, Li Jiao's appearance in this normal state has also undergone a transformation due to the infusion of immense energy. It is a synthesis of his original form and Super Saiyan 4, appearing somewhat leaner than the latter, yet the power within him is even more formidable and terrifying. Chapter 104. Li Jiao versus Beerus in the realm of the Destroyers. Beerus and Whis fixated their attention on Li Jiao, who was gracefully suspended above the god-making platform. An ominous aura gradually retracting around him. The scene seemed frozen in time, enduring for 3 days until Li Jiao finally began to slowly open his eyes. This newfound power surpasses even that of the Super Saiyan 4th level. It appears to have doubled. Li Jiao felt a remarkable